With those words, Su Deling dashed out of the mist-shrouded zone. With a pat on her spirit beast pouch, she summoned the four-winged Chongming bird and instructed it, Xiaohong, I am going into seclusion to refine a pill. You will stand guard and protect me. If fifth uncle is in danger, you must also go to his aid. Yes, master. Fifth uncle, if you cannot hold on, remember to call for Xiaohong. Understood. Su Mingxian immediately charged into the misty region, using the battle formation to clash with the Qi. Meanwhile, Su Deling took out a high-grade Withering Prosperity pill from her storage ring, swallowed it, and began to refine it. The Withering Prosperity pill. The four-winged Chongming bird immediately recognized the pill Su Deling had taken. The Su clan actually possessed such fortune. Of course, Master's grandfather possessed a Withering Prosperity tree, and he often cultivated beneath it, hastening its growth. Otherwise, if one had to rely on the tree producing on its own, the speed would be far too slow. With the Withering Prosperity pill, the Su clan's golden core stage cultivators can rapidly pass through their period of weakness, and in the future the number who attempt to charge toward the nascent soul realm will increase greatly. Even if not all of them can form nascent souls, as long as they attempt to break through, a few are bound to succeed. As for nascent soul opportunities themselves, not even the four-winged Chongming bird believed the Su clan could obtain many. At most 2 or 3 chances. That already means fate favors them. Take Tian Song sect for example. For over 1,000 years they failed to obtain a single nascent soul opportunity, gradually declining until they were ultimately overturned and replaced. Within the mist zone, Su Mingxian relied on the battle formation to fight the Qi. All around black shadows loomed and howls echoed without end. These were the Qi that feared no ordinary attacks. Fortunately, they were trapped within the mist and could not break out in a short time. If a large horde were to surge forth, then unless Su Chuan forcibly emerged from seclusion, Su Mingxian and Deling would be courting certain death if they tried to block them. His expression grew solemn as his 10 fingers danced with blinding speed like butterflies threading through flowers. Formation patterns arose at his thought, flickering in and out within the void. 5 elements rotation bind. With his low shout, 5 streams of clearly distinct light shot skyward from the formation, transforming into 5 massive chains of energy. Gold, green, blue, red, and yellow, clattering as they tore through the air to coil around several Qi. Su Mingxian had comprehended the true intent of formations and fused that intent into the battle array he was driving. One could say the formation itself had become his divine ability. If this were ordinary cultivators or demon beasts seeing chains rushing toward them, they would certainly attempt to dodge. Yet these Qi paid no heed. There seemed to be nothing in their eyes but Su Mingxian himself as they swung their claws, intent on tearing him to pieces. Thus the chains easily bound the 3 or 4 Qi pouncing toward him. Where their bodies were bound, countless black fumes surged forth, hissing loudly as they rose. Roar, roar, roar. The Qi instantly felt pain and began to struggle violently. Though their cultivation was only at the early golden core stage, their physical strength was not weak. Moreover, as their rage-filled howls intensified, a strange dark red energy flooded forth from their bodies. That energy was the source of their power and stood in opposition to the true intent of divine abilities. Thus, the dark red energy began corroding the 5 elements chains. Once the chains weakened sufficiently, relying on their own brute strength, the Qi could break free at any time. Suppress. The chains suddenly tightened, temporarily pinning several Qi in place. Su Mingxian did not pause for an instant. His hand seals changed once more. 5 elements unified, sever. 5 colored radiance converged in midair, condensing into a massive sword of 5 hues, 7 to 8 zhong long. The blade flowed with the profound interplay of the 5 elements as it came crashing down upon the bound Qi. Where the sword's edge passed, the dark red energy melted away violently and shrill screams rang out. Yet to completely erase a single Qi consumed far too much of Su Mingxian's strength. A single strike like this was far from sufficient. Sever, sever, sever. Su Mingxian had only just finished cutting down the Qi nearest him. Before he could even catch his breath, another 4 or 5 Qi unexpectedly forced their way through the mist, groping their way to his position. He had long suspected it was because their very nature was opposed to spiritual energy and mana. Thus, even though the maze formation could temporarily trap them, over time the strange energy on their bodies would weaken the formation's effectiveness, rendering it gradually useless. That was why back when Su Mingxian faced those Qi alone, he could only flee again and again. For cultivators, a 3rd-tier maze formation could trap them for several months. But these Qi appeared suddenly and charged in, tireless and fearless of injury or death. Su Mingxian could only hastily condense a defensive battle formation. A barrier of array light flared into being, blocking dark red claws raking at him from all directions, producing a dense drumming sound like heavy rain upon banana leaves. Kill formations rose one after another. Blazing flames, golden spears, giant trees, icicles, and mountain-like phantasms appeared in succession, repeatedly repelling and wounding the Qi that drew near. Illusion formations were extremely effective against demon beasts and human cultivators. Yet against the Qi they were almost useless, for even divine sense secret arts were something they did not fear. Su Mingxian felt the Qi likely possessed no souls at all, like puppets controlled by strange energy driven solely by the instinct to kill, and by an innate extreme sensitivity to mana and similar forces. Relying on that sensitivity, they hunted human cultivators and demon beasts. 5 elements chains bind. Ordinary kill formations could only inflict limited injuries. If he had time to slowly wear them down, he could kill them, but unfortunately the Qi would never grant him that time. If he did not swiftly slay those before him, more Qi would soon inexplicably burrow over to this area. Once the number of Qi gathered there reached a dozen or more, it would be a calamity for a cultivator like Su Mingxian, who had not even mastered a minor completion divine ability. It would snowball, growing only more and more overwhelming until it was impossible to handle. 5 elements, giant sword sever. At this moment, Su Mingxian could no longer care about conserving mana. He could only unleash his ultimate technique again and again. Fortunately, his mana foundation had now risen to the late golden core stage. Otherwise, he would not have lasted even a single hour. One Qi after another was cut down. Su Mingxian's mana vanished like flowing water, and fine beads of sweat began to seep from his brow. His 5 elements transformations flowed effortlessly. How often several formations erupted at once. Earth walls to block, water curtains to slow, then gold and fire arrays to attack, time and again resolving crises in the narrowest of instants. Yet these battle formations were but auxiliaries. The true killing still depended on the 5 elements giant sword. As the 5 elements rotated, the power of its true intent could be elevated to at least minor completion. Without that, he would need to expend far more effort to kill a Qi. Time flowed by. 1 hour, 2 hours. The Qi that fell within the array all turned to dust. Yet the pressure around Su Mingxian did not lessen. Instead, the continuous ripples of battle drew even more Qi. His breathing grew rougher, and maintaining such intense formations and mana output placed immense strain on his mind. Suddenly, roar! A series of roars rang out as more than 10 Qi charged in at once. Su Mingxian's gaze exploded with sharp light. Throwing aside all restraint, he shouted, "Xiaohong, come help." The 4-winged Chongming bird, hearing this, could not simply stand by and ignore him. A clear, piercing cry rang out in answer, splitting the clouds and shaking stone. A crimson streak flashed like lightning as it shot forth, plunging into the mist in an instant and arriving at Su Mingxian's location. Its 4 wings beat in unison, and its resplendent feathers streamed with blazing radiance like a miniature sun storming into the battlefield. Innate, auspicious, evil, scorching aura erupted outward, causing the surrounding Qi to falter in their movements. Yet this only provoked even more furious howls from them. They abandoned Su Mingxian entirely and lunged straight toward the 4-winged Chongming bird. What in the world are these things? Their aura is so vile. The 4-winged Chongming bird cursed inwardly in disgust. "I'll support you, attack." Su Mingxian forced his mana higher as dozens of 5 elements chains spread out from the void, coiling around those 10+ Qi. Seeing this, extreme revulsion flashed through the 4-winged Chongming bird's eyes. Its beak parted, and it spat out a breath of condensed scarlet flame, like molten gold sweeping across the front. This fire was no ordinary flame. It contained its natal true blaze and auspicious evil-breaking Qi. Its restraint against evil energy seemed even greater than Su Mingxian's formation true intent. The Qi swept by the crimson blaze let out even more miserable wails as the dark red energy on their bodies clashed and melted away against the fire. "They still aren't dead." The 4-winged Chongming bird was slightly astonished. Su Mingxian said these Qi can only be truly restrained and killed by divine ability true intent. Ordinary spells and artifact attacks cannot completely annihilate them. Once they die, they will turn into a heap of ashes. The 4-winged Chongming bird was inwardly appalled, secretly cursing which ancient old monster devised these disgusting things. As a reincarnated old demon of the body integration stage, the 4-winged Chongming bird naturally understood well the essence of divine ability true intent. The body integration realm was where one truly began to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. And divine ability true intent likely did not possess even 1/10th of the power of those laws. Of course, with its current cultivation, it could not wield a shred of heaven and earth law power, but its comprehension of true intent was not slow. Moreover, the true intent it now cultivated differed from that of its previous life. It had already reached the same great completion level as Su Deling, yet it had never revealed a trace of it. Facing these Qi, however, the 4-winged Chongming bird also had no choice but to fuse its true intent into its flames and launch its assault. After 3 or 4 such attacks, combined with Su Mingxian's 5 elements giant sword, they finally exterminated the 10+ Qi. These Qi are gathering more and more. We must constantly slaughter them to buy time for Deling's seclusion and pill refinement. Xiaohong understands. The old monster feigned youthfulness as it spoke. Man and bird immediately rushed to other areas, beginning to actively hunt down Qi. Yet, just as Su Mingxian had said, more Qi continued to converge, then charged into the cloud heaven illusory formation. Its camouflage seemed to have no effect on them whatsoever. So it went, and in the blink of an eye 7 or 8 hours passed. Repeatedly using divine ability, true intent left even them fatigued. More Qi have entered, this time over 30. Su Mingxian, who had barely rested less than a quarter of an hour, felt his face change sharply. Neither he nor the four-winged Chongming bird dared be negligent. They once again moved to meet the threat, relying on formations and true flame to struggle against the Qi within the mist zone. But they were now greatly fatigued, both mana and demon power were nearly spent, and their killing efficiency plummeted. In the chaos of the melee, 3 or 4 Qi suddenly found some unknown gap and burst out of the mist zone. Those Qi eyes flared with feral light as dark red claws tore through the air, carrying a nauseating stench of blood, and wrought rapidly, reaching Su Deling's position. The four-winged Chongming bird let out a furious shocked cry, no longer able to worry about the monsters tangled in the formation. Its four wings beat, transforming it into an arc of crimson gold light as it desperately raced back to aid her. Yet the distance was slightly too great, and it was clearly going to be too late. Just as a Qi's claw was about to fall upon Su Deling's head at that razor-thin instant, Su Deling's closed eyes suddenly snapped open. A clear ringing like metal and jade colliding burst from her eyes as tangible, dazzling golden light shot forth like blades, leaving their scabbards piercing out in an instant and unerringly boring through the skulls of the two Qi charging in front. This was the divine ability Su Deling had comprehended. Fire Emperor, true pupil. It was supremely young, supremely rigid, tyrannical beyond measure. The two Qi were blasted straight backward. Yet horrifyingly, even with their skulls shattered, the two Qi still did not die. They slowly struggled to their feet and once more lunged towards Su Deling. Fire Phoenix, arise. A clear phoenix cry rang out. Above Su Deling's head, raging flames surged wildly, condensing in the blink of an eye into a magnificent fire phoenix with wings spanning several zhang. The fire phoenix's eyes held golden light, its posture proud, carrying a stern aura capable of burning away all evil as it dove toward the other two Qi. Heat waves tore through the air and golden flames swept forth. Those two Qi were struck squarely by the fire phoenix. The dark red energy shrouding their bodies boiled away like water at full boil. Screaming, they were hurled violently through the air by the overwhelming force. Golden flames coiled around them continued to hiss and burn without cease. Master, you have awoken. The four-winged Chongming bird beat its wings and came to hover in midair before Su Deling. It chirped excitedly, its resplendent tail feathers trembling and swaying in delight. Su Mingxian, worried, also flashed over. Seeing that Su Deling's aura was now harmonious and surging stronger than ever before, his eyes revealed a smile of relief and satisfaction. Deling. Su Deling's importance in the Su clan was in no way less than his own. If anything had happened to her, he would have found it hard to answer to Su Chuan. Su Deling stood tall, giving Su Mingxian and the Chongming bird a slight nod. The golden light still lingered in her eyes, adding a sharper, steadier edge to her gaze. You have worked hard, fifth Uncle Xiaohong. First restore yourselves, I will take over from here. Su Mingxian knew this was no time for polite words and simply nodded. Be careful, he said no more, sat down cross-legged on the spot, swallowed a pill, and focused wholly on restoring his nearly depleted mana and spirit. Su Deling turned her gaze toward the four Qi that had yet to fully die, her eyes growing cold. She raised a slender hand and a streak of flowing light flew from her sleeve. A feather of blood red hue naturally patterned, its edges glimmering with faint golden light. It was her natal artifact, Fire Phoenix Plume. Go. The Fire Phoenix Plume turned into a streak of crimson gold light and merged into the imposing Fire Phoenix Phantom above her head. In that instant, the Fire Phoenix Phantom grew several degrees more solid, its eyes brimming with spiritual. The patterns of its wings were now clear. Every feather seemed forged from leaping golden flames, radiating an even more vast and scorching pressure, as if a true Fire Phoenix divine beast had descended. With a sharp cry, the Fire Phoenix snatched up the four Qi in its talons and hurled them back into the mist zone. Su Deling herself flickered as she entered the mist as well. The Fire Phoenix beat its wings and countless golden red embers fell like a torrential rain. Any Qi touched by them howled in misery, their movements greatly impeded. Immediately after, the Fire Phoenix's giant talons reached out, crushing the skulls of the other two Qi as well. Pale golden flames burned their bodies. These flames were all infused with great completion-level divine ability, true intent. While not equal to a true divine ability, they were quite effective against the Qi. Over 30 Qi in groups of 4 or 5 were scattered throughout the mist zone. Su Deling immediately charged toward the nearest cluster. The Fire Phoenix either exhaled a column of condensed golden flames, utterly incinerating the clusters of Qi, or dove in a ferocious plunge, using its blazing body imbued with true intent to smash the Qi apart. With each beat of its twin wings, it stirred up towering waves of fire that ignited the chi, attempting to encircle from the flanks, while Su Deling herself assumed the role of support. Her fingers formed intricate seals as she cast her arts, and every so often a flash of golden light flickered within her eyes. A fine yet incomparably sharp golden ray would then shoot forth, precisely assassinating a chi that sought to sneak attack the fire phoenix's flank or rear, or one whose movements were exceptionally swift. After merging with her life-bound artifact, her mind and the fire phoenix were completely in harmony. In this recent refinement of the Kurong Dan, although her divine abilities and true intent had not advanced, the quality of her mana had already reached the perfection stage of the golden core realm. The sheer volume of her mana was slightly lacking yet. When broken down, it still belonged to the late 9th layer of the golden core stage, only a single step away from true perfection. In mana artifacts, divine abilities, and secret arts, she stood among the very pinnacle. Within the shrouding mist, golden flames burned through the sky. Black smoke billowed upward only to disperse again, while shrill howls rose one after another, then were abruptly cut off in succession. Wherever the fire phoenix passed, only small heaps of ash remained. After more than an hour, the final chi was reduced to flying gray dust beneath the phoenix's claws. This wave of chi was completely slaughtered by Su Deling, and the mana she expended was merely 30 to 40%. Had this been a day earlier, her reserves would likely have been nearly depleted. The pervasive fog seemed to have thinned under the constant searing heat. Within the formation, no trace of baleful energy surged any longer, only lingering scorching air currents remained along with the blanket of gray-black dust covering the ground. Yet this was only temporary. As long as the formation endured, chi would continue to arrive in an endless stream. With a clear cry, the fire phoenix shrank its form, transforming into a streak of flowing light that returned into Su Deling's body, while that phoenix feather followed and plunged into her dantian. "Can you still hold on?" Su Mingxian approached and asked. "I still have 60% of my mana left. If that is so, with you Deling taking the lead and myself and Xiao Hong as support, plus the Yuntian illusory formation isolating the chi in waves. In this manner we should be able to endure until Father's seclusion ends." After a brief pause, Su Mingxian continued, "While the next wave of chi has yet to arrive, Deling, restore your mana to its peak first." "Understood, fifth uncle." Day after day passed. The number of chi gathering near this area fluctuated greatly. At times only 10 or 20 appeared, at times as many as 60 or 70. If not for the disorienting effect of the Yuntian Grand Formation, which caused them to disperse shortly after entering. Even their combined strength would not have been enough to annihilate the foes so easily. Yet despite this, Su Deling and the others nearly had their mana exhausted, several times forced to sustain themselves with pills. They had to remain within the ancient battlefield for 3 years. If they swallowed pills at every turn, the medicines Su Chuan had entrusted to them would be completely consumed in less than half a year. Thus both of them saved whenever they could. Time slipped by, and more than 2 months had passed in the blink of an eye. Of the Golden Core cultivators who entered the ancient battlefield, 1/3 had already perished. As for those at Foundation establishment, fewer than 10 still survived. Anyone who lived to this point had to varying degrees gain materials or spirit herbs. Some had even obtained storage rings left behind by ancient cultivators, along with archaic cultivation arts, pills, or high-grade artifacts. Many nascent soul cultivators had already ventured into the deeper regions of the ancient battlefield. Everyone who entered appeared initially at the outer perimeter, and this outer ring alone spanned a radius of 1,000,000 li. In this outer area, chi were most numerous. Even nascent soul cultivators, if they lingered too long in one place, would draw a massive tide of chi and be thrust into mortal peril. The number of chi they attracted was nearly several times that faced by those in the Golden Core stage. 70 or 80 was common, and the count could even reach into the hundreds. Thus nascent soul cultivators generally advanced toward the deeper battlefield, while searching nearby for materials, never tarrying for long. Around various 3rd and 4th year spirit herbs and materials, there would inevitably be chi present, though the chi showed no interest in them. For those in the Golden Core stage, such finds already amounted to grand opportunities. So long as one survived to leave, one's wealth would soar, surpassing even the foundations of ordinary nascent soul cultivators. The boundary between the outer ring and the inner depths was marked by the mist. Chi seemed unwilling to enter the mist. They roamed only along the outer ring. Within the mist, there might be 5th-tier spirit materials, rare and wondrous flowers, the corpses of ancient cultivators, and fragmented spirit treasures. Ancient heaven's chosen tokens could also exist in the outer ring, yet more of them were found in the deeper battlefield within the storage rings of powerful ancient corpses. Naturally, the beings inside were far more terrifying as well. There were no chi there, but mice, corpse fiends, ghost kings, and other powerful entities of various kinds, even remnants of ancient demons, and the lingering souls of archaic cultivators. Most mice were at the peak of the 3rd tier, and they were innately gifted in illusions. Even a nascent soul cultivator could be ensnared if careless. Moreover, unlike the mindless Qi, they possessed intelligence, understood how to drive wolves to devour tigers, and cooperated with fourth-tier beings such as corpse fiends and ghost kings. With each opening of the ancient battlefield, even early nascent soul entrants did not all leave alive. As for opportunities to form a nascent soul, the outer ring might hold some, but they depended heavily on luck. Within there might be more such chances, yet they were inevitably guarded by fourth-tier beings impossible to seize without overwhelming strength. At Chuan's secluded cultivation site, 9 peak third-tier blood corpses had already dried completely their essence, and corpse Qi wholly devoured by the Xianyin Corpse King. At first these blood corpses could still resist, but after 1 or 2 months they no longer had the slightest strength to fight back, and now their aura had utterly vanished. In contrast, the aura of the Xianyin Corpse King grew ever more formidable, the surrounding corpse Qi thicker, colder, and more chilling. Ninefold corpse dissolution, Xianyin Corpse Pearl. If not condensed now, then when? Chuan imparted the method for condensing the corpse pearl. Moments later, the Corpse King's body trembled violently as it began to condense the pearl within its dantian. In an instant, all surrounding corpse Qi along with its own immense corpse Qi surged toward the dantian, forming a small vortex. At the center of that vortex, a point of ultimate gloom gradually brightened. At first it was bean-sized, but then it drew in myriad strands of corpse Qi, rapidly enlarging and solidifying. At last, the Xianyin Corpse Pearl fully formed, quietly suspended within the Corpse King's dantian. It was the size of a dragon's eye, entirely jet black, with a single silver vein running along its surface. Once the pearl took shape, all of the Corpse King's corpse Qi and essence were gathered within it. It became both the source of its power and its fatal weakness, just like a cultivator's golden core or a demon beast's inner core. If the pearl were destroyed, even if the Corpse King's intellect did not perish, its cultivation would plummet, and forging a new one would demand centuries of arduous effort. For one such as it, having just stepped into the fourth tier, the fall would even drop it back to the third tier. A roar erupted. Fourth tier pressure blasted out from the Corpse King's body like a tangible shockwave, sweeping in all directions. Vegetation withered and shriveled in an instant, and stone was glazed with a thin layer of white frost. The Xianyin Corpse King threw its head back in a long howl, its cry like 10,000 ghosts wailing, like metal and stone splintering, rolling waves of sound spreading through the mountains for 100 li, proclaiming its ascension as king. Yet before the howl even faded, the newly kindled ghostly flames in its eyes were no longer dazed ferocity and rebellious arrogance, wholly replaced that fleeting intoxication. The swelling sensation of newfound strength clashed sharply with the persistent sense of bondage deep within its soul. Every living thing is by nature drawn toward freedom. Just as beast folk would never consent to be slaves, the Xianyin Corpse King's gaze shifted, and it reached a decision. It would seize the moment while Chuan was unprepared, erupt in sudden rebellion and tear apart its controller with thunderous speed. Its figure flickered and vanished from within the grand formation. Its corpse shadow blurred like a ghost, and a claw covered in black bone armor gleaming with eerie blue light, and wreathed in potent corpse poison and chilling Qi slashed straight towards Chuan's throat. Its speed was pushed to the utmost limit. The Corpse King was certain the opponent had no time to react, much less to activate the soul-binding restriction. But it had underestimated Chuan's caution, and overestimated its own cunning. The claw pierced only a slowly dissipating afterimage. Chuan's true body appeared several zhang away, his expression cold and composed as though he had anticipated this long ago. After all, even when they were at peak third tier, he had already seen the heavy rebellious streak in them. Had his divine sense not successfully broken through to nascent soul, Chuan would never have allowed them to advance to the fourth tier. At the very instant the shadowy escape was activated, the Azure Dragon treasure umbrella had already flown out on its own and snapped open with a swish, dropping a familiar cyan gold curtain of light that wrapped around him in solid protection. Is that all? Chuan let out a cold laugh. Mou burst out from the spirit beast pouch. Courting death, he roared, driving his fist forward, surging demon power wrapped around it, as he met the Corpse King head-on without the slightest fear. The Corpse King raised its hand to parry. A thunderous boom erupted. The clash between two fourth-tier beings sent waves of force rolling out, ice and corpse poison splattering in all directions. Newly advanced, the Corpse King's power was great, but its control was far from refined. Mou's single strike knocked it backward. At that moment, Chuan formed a hand seal with one hand, murmuring softly, "Bind." A buzzing hum resounded. Just as the Xianyin Corpse King was about to counterattack its body suddenly froze. The ghostly flames in its eyes flickered wildly, flaring and dimming without pattern. It felt as though its head were about to explode, an indescribable tearing pain and soul-shaking turmoil ripping through it. Just as it tried desperately to suppress the agony, a heavy bang sounded. Mou's palm landed squarely on the Corpse King's chest, sending it flying backward to crash through a rock wall behind it. Fist after fist pounded down like a raging storm upon the corpse king, its flesh and soul enduring torment, in tandem, relentless blows wearing it down. That's what you get for not listening. Ungrateful cur. Born traitor. We helped you step into the 4th tier, and you show no gratitude. If we don't beat you, who should we beat? Even I must obey, and yet you, a mere corpse king, would overturn the heavens. Su Chuan's mouth twitched. Moyue, you've just said everything in your heart. Were you also planning to break away from the Su clan back then? Moyue laughed boisterously. What? I didn't say a word, you're imagining things. This brat's disobedient, I'm helping you beat him into obedience. Then I truly must thank you, elder. Su Chuan gave a helpless chuckle. After a short while, Moyue transformed into his true form, a flood dragon tens of Zhonglong. A gigantic dragon claw, all 4 talons clenched tight, pinned the Xian corpse king firmly into the ground. The corpse king struggled desperately under that claw. Dark brown blood seeped from the corner of its mouth as corpse chi surged madly around it, yet it could not shake free. In terms of physical might and defense, the Flood Dragon clan ranked among the very top of all beings. A newly advanced 4th tier corpse king was still a step behind such a foe. At minimum, it would need to reach the peak of the early 4th tier or mid-4th tier to truly contend. Xianin, that shall be your name henceforth. I can help you cross into the 4th tier, and I can just as easily cast you back down, especially while your current strength is still unstable. As he spoke, Su Chuan formed successive seals, weaving restrictions that branded themselves onto Xian Corpse King's pearl. Soul and pearl were both doubly bound. Unless Xian surpassed Su Chuan by an entire major realm, it would never escape his control, and with Su Chuan's caution, that possibility would never come to pass across eternity. Moyue, release it. At Su Chuan's words, Moyue withdrew his dragon claw. Xian Corpse King glared at Su Chuan in furious silence. You brought this upon yourself. Su Chuan's gaze was icy, yet with a casual flick he tossed out several corpses of golden core cultivators. Your aura is unstable and slipping. If you carelessly fall back to the 3rd tier, all my painstaking effort will be reduced to ruins. Nourish yourself well. Then reflect carefully. Do you wish to grow step by step under Su's guidance, or revert to being a mere 3rd tier blood corpse? Xian Corpse King looked at the nearby golden core corpses, still emanating traces of golden core aura. To him, they were an immense temptation, and suppressing this craving would require long, continuous cultivation. He glanced at Su Chuan, then at the 4th tier flood dragon beside him. This man has managed to subdue even a 4th tier shape-shifted flood dragon. Submitting to him myself hardly seems disgraceful. Furthermore, the lifespan of a human, even upon reaching nascent soul, falls far short of mine. If he fails to transcend his tribulation and perishes early, it will likely be a matter of 100 or 200 years at most. If I endure, freedom will eventually be mine. Xian Corpse King weighed these thoughts and finally convinced itself. Xian pays respect to his master. It dropped to one knee, clasping its hands in salute, signaling its submission. Su Chuan could see through its petty calculations at a glance, and merely waved his hand. Those golden core corpses are yours. My thanks, master. With such nourishment, a 4th tier corpse king could swiftly stabilize its newfound realm. Take this high-grade storage pouch. If opportunity arises, Su can help you seek out a legacy for corpse cultivators. Otherwise, your progress in cultivation will be painfully slow on your own. Xian Corpse King's expression brightened. Many thanks, master. It instantly recognized the pouch as its own. Just as it was about to devour several of the golden core corpses, Su Chuan said, put them away for now. We must leave at once. With the commotion, you two have caused a large number of chi are likely already heading this way. Chi. Master Xian will devour them. They are pure trash. No golden cores, no souls, and their flesh is inedible. Such beings exist in this world. Beings. Perhaps not. With that, Su Chuan had Moyue return to the spirit beast pouch, and Xian Corpse King re-entered the corpse pouch. Su Chuan's figure blurred, turning into a streak of azure light that flew for 20 to 30 li, arriving at the edge of the Yuntian illusory formation. At that moment, Su Mingxian and Su Deling were locked in fierce combat. Good. Deling's mana has reached perfection. It seems she has taken the Kurong Dan. Su Chuan plunged into the misty zone, raising a hand to conjure the 4-season seal: spring, summer, autumn, winter. All 4 seals unleashed together, instantly annihilating 2 chi. Su Mingxian and Su Deling looked up in delighted surprise, speaking in unison. Father, grandfather, you have emerged from seclusion. We heard that terrifying howl just now. Have you succeeded? The Xian Corpse King has successfully advanced. My Su clan now has another nascent soul trump card. Su Chuan smiled faintly and nodded. You two fall back behind me and take a brief rest. I'll leave the remainder to me. The two naturally placed absolute trust in him. As they retreated, within the span of less than half a teacup's time, they had slain more than 20 scattered chi throughout the misted zone. Let us go. Now that the Corpse King has been cultivated, there is no need to linger. Su Chuan sealed the formation flags of the Yuntian illusion array. Streams of light flew to him and vanished into his space ring, and the three of them each mounted a beam of escaping light and departed the place. Several dozen li away, a vast number of chi came rushing this way, their dreadful howls rising and falling in chaotic succession. After the burning of half an incense stick, Su Chuan and the others had finally shaken them off. They rested briefly in a secluded valley, for in that short span, Su Mingxian and the others had certainly not yet fully restored their magic or minds. Rest for 3 sure, then depart. If one stayed in one place too long, the chi would inevitably converge upon them. Those who had learned the pattern acted the same: rest, then move at least 200 or 300 li each time. Grandfather, shall we see what a 4th stage Shi Wang looks like? Su Delying finished regulating his breath and asked the question. Su Chuan smiled, patting the Yin corpse sack, releasing the Xian Yin Shi Wang, and at the same time letting Mou out as well. Su Delying inspected him and said, only about 2 meters tall now, the skin is different, iron blue, and he looks more like a human overall. At this moment, the Xian Yin Shi Wang still wore his treasure-forged armor. If he learned the art of refining treasures, he could forge his own destined artifact. Roar! Seeing Su Delying scrutinize him like a monkey, the Xian Yin Shi Wang snarled angrily, baring teeth with a feral glare. At this moment, the Xian Yin Shi Wang still wore his treasure-forged armor. If he learned the art of refining treasures, he could forge his own destined. What's with that ferocious look? Can't you even tell your own people? You're wearing armor forged by us. I am not human. The Xian Yin Shi Wang felt indignant and wanted to retort, but when he looked at Mou, the corpse king will not stoop to petty quarrels. Hey, you not satisfied? Want another fight? Mou swung his fist ready to strike. Don't make trouble. Oh, do you want to draw a horde of chi again? Su Chuan laughed. Delying instructed him in how to refine a destined treasure. A 4th stage Shi Wang had become like a cultivator, a being newly treading the great way, able to wield treasure. The Xian Yin Shi Wang started slightly and looked at Su Chuan. Su Delying wasted no time. He withdrew a jade slip and handed it to the Xian Yin Shi Wang. When you digest the golden core blood food and stabilize your realm, you may study this. If in future suitable 4th stage materials appear, it might be possible to give them to you. Of course, it will depend on your conduct. Most fundamentally, you must never harm any member of the Su family. If you do, the consequence will be far worse than merely knocking you down a stage. Those who are not loyal, no matter how useful, will not be accepted by our Su clan. If our family can raise one 4th stage Shi Wang, we can certainly raise another. Although Su Chuan's words were not untrue, even if it were possible, it would take time. Starting from scratch would require no less than a century or 2 to cultivate another 4th stage Shi Wang. Hearing this, the Xian Yin Shi Wang's face stiffened and he nodded obediently. Understand your place. You imagine yourself irreplaceable in the Su clan. Mou grinned arrogantly. Everyone returned to their sacks. The longer you linger, the faster the chi will be drawn here. After a short while, they retreated into the Yin corpse sack and the spirit beast pouch. Father, it seems that Xian Yin Shi Wang is not easy to subdue, Su Mingxian observed. A 4th stage Shi Wang is equivalent to a nascent soul. It cannot be easily subdued. He is not like Mou, who grew alongside us and was shaped by mutual reliance. I remember that at first Mou called us ants, proud despite being a prisoner, haughty beyond measure. Brief submission is easy. To foster genuine recognition and a sense of belonging takes time. Continue your recuperation. After curiosity was sated, the two resumed seated meditation. Although Su Delying's realm was higher and he had retained more magic than Su Mingxian earlier, his rate of recovery was somewhat slower. In just over 2 sure, Su Mingxian had fully restored his magic, though his spirit had yet to fully recover and required more time to regulate. Su Delying recovered to only about 80% after 3 sure. This of course was without taking any pills. You too are frugal. Though the pills from the ancient battlefield are indeed precious, do not forget that within the Zus Grotto we cultivate an herb garden. Even if only a few have matured, with my alchemical skill, I can maximize their use. Father, we should not rely too heavily on pills. Medicinal plants grow slowly and wastefulness will be harmful for the future. That is reasonable. Su Chuan laughed. Let's go, those trash are scenting their way back. The 3 set out once. Several days later, Su Chuan felt a disturbance from the Tianzhu sect jade token. He took it out. Indeed, a red dot appeared 200 li to the east. Of course, there was also one showing his own position. Grandfather, this looks familiar. Of course it does. The Tianzhu sect token was given to me by your second master. He told me to lend a hand should I encounter disciples of Tianzhu sect. This token can detect living disciples of Tianzhu within 1,000 li. I see. Second master was considerate, but grandfather surely would not intervene lightly. When the Tianzhu sect has ties with our Su family, we will lend aid to those we know, but deliberate rescue still incurs a cost. Su Chuan smiled. Your second master offered the reward of a top-tier treasure afterwards. That treasure I intend to make the vessel for the Su family's signature relic. A mid-grade treasure would be too low in rank. Su Mingxian asked, who will the family head entrust with that relic? The Su clan head Su Chuan replied. Mei Yun said the fate-tied treasure draws upon fortune. Oh, any one of the Su family may wield it, but the more fortune invested, the greater its might. Our family head holds considerable weight. He should be able to unleash much of its power and use it to suppress. The Su family head is overburdened and ought to possess a great treasure to fill the gaps. Half a sure later, they came within 60 or 70 li of the red dot. Liang senior brother. Su Delying used his spirit eye to observe farther than spiritual sense allows, and had discerned the situation from 60 or 70 li away. What is the situation? Two demonic cultivators are pillaging Liang senior brother. They seem to be accomplished in their arts. 40 or 50 li, around 40 or 50 chi, have already rushed toward them. Judging by the intense chi fluctuations, they have been fighting for some time. One man alone against two. Liang's abilities are indeed remarkable. I heard from Master that Liang possesses a top-tier treasure, though its power is hard to unleash at Golden Core stage, so he reserves it as a trump card. Grandfather, it is rare to encounter competent people. We cannot let them go. Su Chuan's eyes glint. On the vast fringes of the battlefield, thousands surge and collisions are common. Meeting a worthy opponent is fortune. Su Delying and Su Mingxian exchanged a glance, and their mouths twitched. You two are a bit slow. I will go ahead. With that, Su Chuan executed an escape art, becoming a streak of azure light and vanishing in an instant. More arrivals. Fellow, shall we bet whether they are cultists from Tiannan or from the Heishui realm? A crimson-robed demonic cultivator grinned. Brother Yang, even if they are from Tian, then they may not necessarily aid him. Ha, true enough. The red-robed one continued. Hand over that Tianyang crystal, and we will let you go. Otherwise, when reinforcements come and the Qi encircle, you leaving will not be so easy. Do you think I should? Liang Jinjuan glared with fury, though worry flickered in his eyes. Regardless of who approached, if they were truly surrounded by those Qi, they could meet a fatal end. He was gambling that they would withdraw soon. Only you Tiannan types are so proud, daring to call yourselves Jinjuan at mere Golden Core. The two men scoffed. Such speed. In mere breaths, the azure light had come close. The glow faded and revealed Su Chuan. Ku Rong, fellow cultivator. Liang Jinjuan brightened. It's you. The two demonic cultivators paled. They had not expected Su Chuan to be acquainted with Liang. Go. The two turned to flee at once, but Su Chuan, faster than they imagined, intercepted them and forced them to. Fellow cultivators, why the haste? The crimson-robed one asked. Ku Rong Jinjuan, your strength is indeed great, but do not think you can easily take us. You are not the only ones with high-grade treasures. One of them held an ash-red orb in his palm. The other had a black flying sword hovering before him, emitting a sharp clang as if warning. That is the proper attitude. Su Chuan inclined his head slightly. Proper in what way? Asked the cold-eyed demonic cultivator dressed in black, puzzled. Moments later, Su Delying and Su Mingxian arrived. Fengling Junior sister, Mingxian fellow cultivator, you are here as well. Liang senior brother, long time no see. Su Delying greeted with a smile. Stop the pleasantries. You two come and greet these fellows. Yes, father, grandfather. Will you help? No, Liang senior brother, if you act, then grandfather will have to share part of the spoils with you. Upon hearing this, Liang Jinjuan smiled indulgently. Ku Rong is indeed greedy, but he does have the strength. Su Mingxian and Su Delying took positions around the two demonic cultivators, encircling them. Yet Su Chuan did not strike immediately. Ku Rong Jinjuan, do you intend an endless fight? Those two greatly overestimate themselves. A tremendous number of Qi had already closed the range and rushed towards Su Chuan and his companions. Before his words fell, an ancient weighty black seal flew from his hand, the Zhongxian seal. It swelled in the wind to several zhong in size, bearing the power to crush mountains, and smashed toward the black-clad sword cultivator. The black-clad swordsman gritted his teeth and urged his flying sword to thrust. Die! The crimson-robed demonic cultivator unleashed the orb, and the dark-red demonic flame coalesced into a black dragon of flame that surged towards Su Chuan. The black-clad swordsman's face changed as he bared his teeth and shouted, break. His flying sword split into streaks of swordlight that coiled like rivers and lunged at the Zhongxian seal. A roar exploded. Die! Seeing this, the crimson-robed man's dark-red orb flared to immense brilliance. A surging demonic blaze condensed in the air into a 10-hang-long fire dragon, its scales hideous. The demonic dragon lashed with fangs and claws, its soul-scorching flames aiming to devour Su Chuan. Yet the dragon had not reached him when a chilling feminine voice rang out, your opponent is me. Su Delying stepped forward to Su Chuan's flank. With a thunderous sound, a pale golden conflagration burst from her, like a volcanic eruption, instantly coalescing above her into a blazing phoenix many zhang tall. The phoenix's eyes flashed like lightning, its long plumage streaming gold, emitting a pure and searing aura. Su Delying formed a hand seal, and her destined treasure, the Huafeng plume, became a streak of light and fused with the phoenix, which cried and gained power. With a beat of its wings, it met the demonic flame dragon Hedon. Gold flames collided with black fire and the temperature of the surrounding space surged. The phoenix tore and pecked, golden flames splashed, and it grappled with the demon dragon. Explosions rang in succession, scorching shockwaves pressed upon the senses, and for a time neither side gained the upper hand. At the same time, Su Mingxian acted. He pressed his hands as array marks spread outward from him like a tide. 5 elements locked the heavens, clouds and mists to blind. Chains of 5 colors condensed from nothing, slithering like spirit serpents intent on binding the 2 demonic cultivators. At the same time, dense white mist surged up within 200 zhongs, swiftly shrouding the battlefield. It obscured sight and muddled spiritual sense. Almost at that moment, a great pack of chi, heedless of consequence, plunged into the mist. The battle instantly flared to white-hot intensity. It became a chaotic melee. Su Chuan and his 2 companions had to contend with the demonic cultivators and the chi simultaneously. The demonic cultivators likewise had to guard against Su Chuan's attacks and the encircling chi. After all, the chi cared nothing for notions of righteous or demonic. Illusion array activate. Su Mingxian condensed the illusion array anew. Under the true intent of array path, the array reached the apex of second-stage craftsmanship. Though it could not completely bewilder 2 golden core masters, it could distract them. In the ferocity of battle, a single misjudgment could plunge the 2 demonic cultivators into peril. Soon the crimson-robed and black-clad demonic cultivators found themselves beset by 7 or 8 relentless chi forced to contend with the savage claws. Then Su Chuan's gaze hardened. He transmitted to Su Delying and Su Mingxian, "You 2 avoid the chi for now, leave the rest to me." "Yes, father." "Understood, grandfather." The 2 answered in unison. "Damn it. Should have retreated earlier," the crimson-robed man cursed without cease. "There is no use complaining now. First push back these chi, then slip out of the array space. Luckily, this is only a second-stage formation. If it were third stage, even we at full golden core might struggle to escape the maze array. Combine our divine arts." Agreed. The 2 demonic cultivators felt the pressure spike. They braced themselves for the combined onslaught. Just as they gathered their divine techniques, Su Chuan struck. Soul-slaying spire. 2 successive spiritual sense assaults pierced their consciousnesses. Ugh, ah. The black-robed sword cultivator and the crimson-robed demonic cultivator were caught utterly off guard, their minds shattered as if struck by a sledgehammer. The divine techniques coalescing in their hands instantly dissipated. The chi did not disappoint Su Chuan's expectations. They seized the opening claws, dripping with sinister vitality, slashing deep across both cultivators' bodies. Shink. Ryup. Their protective spirit light shattered, their cultivation robes tore apart, flesh peeled back in ragged ribbons. Far more terrifying, however, was the immediate numbness and searing agony blooming at the wounds. Dark crimson energy, alive and predatory, surged inward like venomous serpents, devouring vitality and disrupting chi circulation. It ravaged life force and disrupted the flow of cultivated energy. Under ordinary circumstances, they might have suppressed it through sheer depth of cultivation, then sought safety to purge it completely. But now the dizziness and excruciating pain from their wounded consciousnesses persisted unabated, and the chi's relentless assaults descended upon them without pause, leaving no moment for recovery. Their movements grew sluggish, riddled with fatal openings. Soon both suffered grievous wounds. Only then did Su Chuan step forward, once more unleashing his secret spiritual art to end them. Seeing other chi surging toward the corpses, Su Chuan flashed into the air. Compared to 2 lifeless husks, he, undoubtedly, was far more alluring to the chi. "My thanks to you all for your assistance. I shall call upon you again should opportunity arise. Glory seal." With those words, his expression hardened, his hands wove an intricate mudra. A torrent of overwhelming cultivation energy erupted, condensing into a resplendent colossal seal that hurled over 20 chi backward like chaff before gale wind. Those leading the charge, 3 or 4 of them, were struck as though by celestial thunder. Their dark crimson energy violently unraveled, and agonized shrieks tore from their throats. Seizing the moment, Su Chuan retrieved the corpses and shot towards Su Delying and Su Mingxian, who likewise were besieged by swarms of chi. Before he even arrived, his technique had already struck. Spring, summer, autumn, winter. The 4 seasons revolve. 4 seals manifested in unison. Instantly, every chi was blasted away. Had the force converged upon just 1 or 2, annihilation would have been certain. "Go!" Su Chuan barked low, gripping one shoulder in each hand. Then, like a streak of azure lightning, he burst from the mist-shrouded zone, racing toward Lord Liang. The formation centered upon Su Mingxian dissolved the moment he departed. A pack of chi gave furious chase, but alas, their speed could not match his. True, even a nascent soul cultivator surrounded would risk death, but the clever ones wielding potent techniques and superior velocity could easily outmaneuver such chi. Indeed, cultivators like Su Chuan who turned the chi themselves into weapons were not uncommon. Half a watch later, hundreds of li distant, Su Chuan caught up with Lord Liang. Brother Liang, you certainly fled with remarkable swiftness, Su Chuan remarked with a smile. Since you preferred not to involve me, and chose instead to observe from afar, you would inevitably become prey for the qi. Far better than to distance yourself entirely. Naturally, Su Chuan bore no resentment. I owe finding Brother Liang entirely to Senior Qi Longzi. Senior Qi Longzi. Liang's eyes narrowed in mild confusion. Su Chuan concisely recounted the arrangement between them. Senior Ku Rong's intervention is indeed worth this reward, but this ancient battlefield spans vast, unknown reaches. Encounters are exceedingly rare. Liang spoke thus because he trusted Su Chuan's integrity. Yet were Qi Longzi to entrust another nascent soul cultivator of early-stage cultivation matters would be far less certain. Of course, few would accept such a commission. After all, nascent soul cultivators entering the battlefield were preoccupied seeking their own opportunities. Why concern themselves with golden core disciples from rival sects? Some might even exploit their misfortune. This expedition has surely borne rich fruit for Brother Ku Rong as well. Not bad. 2 supreme-tier magical artifacts, several mid-tier artifacts, numerous inferior-tier artifacts, various pills, scriptures, spirit herbs, and high-grade materials. Their aggregate value surpassed everything Su Chuan had acquired over months within the ancient battlefield. Unless he stumbled upon truly rare opportunities, looting proved far more lucrative. After all, most survivors were golden core elders hailing from major sects, wealthy beyond measure. Liang did not linger on this point, but asked, Brother Ku Rong, where do you intend to go next? To locate my fellow Su clan members. I cannot help but worry for them. Your clan sent many in? Liang asked in surprise. Golden core cultivators entering here claim to seek fortune, but most merely court death. He paused, then sighed softly. Yet such is the way of the cultivation world. Whether Blackwater demonic cultivators or Southern heaven cultivators, we all grasp at slivers of hope, willing to gamble our lives for opportunity. That is preferable to enduring centuries of stagnant cultivation. Su Chuan nodded faintly. I trust their luck remains strong, but unity would certainly make confronting adversity far easier. Then I shall accompany you, Liang declared. Su Chuan's gaze grew thoughtful. You wish to gather surviving members of the Tianju sect? If so, I may grant you the token. My senior uncle entrusted me with this token for reasons of his own. The ancient battlefield teems with hidden masters. Though my strength is considerable, peril remains ever present. Had you not arrived, I might have surrendered the Tianyang crystal and fled. Yet those 2 demonic cultivators would hardly have let me escape unscathed. Su Chuan pondered briefly, glancing at Su Deliang, then nodded. Very well. Until I reunite with all my kin, Brother Liang, you may travel with us. However, I cannot guarantee how many Tianju sect elders or disciples we may find. I understand. My sincere gratitude, Brother Ku Rong. Liang bowed respectfully. Instantly the 4 soared skyward upon radiant light bridges. 3 months passed like a sigh. Su Chuan located Su Due Fan and Su Mingyuan. The remaining 3 were Su Mingxuan, Su Mingshu, and Mei Yun. Su Mingxian and Su Mingshu posed no great difficulty, but Mei Yun, not of Su blood, eluded ancestral resonance tracking entirely. Su Chuan had attempted divination using the heavenly mechanism Dao art, yet the result remained hazy, pointing only deeper into the battlefield's heart. He speculated Mei Yun might have materialized directly within its inner reaches upon entry. Given his temperament, he would never willingly venture inward. As for the Tianju sect, on their journey they encountered one cultivator named Yin Balian, an elder of the Tianju sect and scion of the Yin clan. Moreover, the 7th-generation descendant of senior Yin Longzi. Having learned Yin Longzi entrusted him to aid Tianju sect members, he joined their party temporarily. Beyond this, they slew 2 isolated demonic cultivators and a latest-stage 3rd-tier spirit beast. Father Mingxian and Mingshu lie within several thousand li. Su Mingyuan transmitted silently. It seems Mingshuan's fortune flared. He found Mingshu. Mingshu travels with Su Ying. Though her combat prowess is modest, her speed is unmatched. Within the outer battlefield, velocity was the very thread of survival. Those unable to outrun the qi, most were likely already dead. Perhaps they sustained flight for half a day, then suddenly beheld a vast sky-obscuring mist ahead. It appeared deliberately constrained, forming a distinct boundary, stretching endlessly left and right, as though encircling the outer battlefield itself. We've reached the boundary itself. Yin Balian, awestruck by the sight, transmitted to Liang, Senior Brother Liang. Shall we continue following them? We've encountered no opportunities along this path. Better to reclaim the token and search independently for treasures and surviving sect brothers alike. With our combined strength and caution, grave danger is unlikely. Liang fell silent for a moment, then replied, Our prior agreement stipulated locating all Su clan members before determining next steps. The Su clan numbers many. Their own opportunities suffice barely for themselves. Sharing them with us is simply unrealistic. Then Senior Brother consents. We cannot depart empty-handed after such a journey. Thus the two reached mutual accord. Meanwhile, Su Mingxian and Su Mingshu waited expectantly for Su Chuan's arrival. Several Su bloodlines converged upon them. They deduced only one possibility: Su Chuan had reunited others and approached. Father approaches at last. We may finally attempt the red jade scorpion lair once more. Su Mingshu's eyes shimmered faintly. Should this attempt fail too, we must abandon it. A fourth-tier red sun flame gold vein. Its core composed entirely of fourth-tier, or even its periphery yielding second-tier, ore. Represents immense wealth. Unless extraction proves prohibitively difficult, Father will never relinquish it. Moreover, ancient cultivators' remains rest there, perhaps bearing primordial inheritances. Less than half a stick of incense later, Su Chuan's party met Su Mingxian and Su Mingshu. Father, they cried, elation brightening their faces. Greetings were exchanged. Then Liang spoke. Congratulations, Brother Ku Rong, on reuniting with your kin. We shall now take our leave to seek our own sect brothers. Time within the ancient battlefield remains ample. You are certain to find other disciples. Su Chuan made no pretense of misunderstanding their true intent. Within the ancient battlefield, all entered for personal or familial opportunity, and none would yield advantage to another. For most golden core cultivators, this was a lifetime's singular chance. Take this token. It may yet serve you well. Gratitude. Liang accepted the token, then addressed Su Deliang, Junior Sister Fengling. Guard yourself well. Brother Balian, and I now bid you farewell. Brothers, stay vigilant. Survival itself is victory, even if fewer opportunities are claimed. Liang nodded slightly, then departed with Yin Balian upon beams of radiant light. What gains have you made these past days? Some. Su Mingxian smiled, flicking his sleeve, revealing 3 items before him. A violet net, a token, and a jade slip. Father, this violet net is a supreme tier artifact, the violet flame net. I've preliminarily bonded with it, though full refinement remains incomplete. Once ensnared, victims burn beneath fierce violet cloud true flame. And even a golden core cultivator at peak cultivation cannot endure long. Su Deliang stepped forward, inspecting closely. This ranks among the finest supreme tier artifacts. Within Tianju sect, only Senior Xinyangzi could forge such a piece. Even Senior Yin Jun could not replicate it. She turned to Su Mingshuan. Third uncle, your fortune truly stands peerless within the Su clan. The second token appears to be called the Celestial Prodigy token. This is an ancient Celestial Prodigy token, linked to the Primordial Prodigy list, now zealously collected by dominant powers across both Blackwater and Southern Heaven territories. One ancient Celestial Prodigy token may be exchanged with a hegemonic nascent soul cultivator for a supreme tier innate spirit treasure. 3 tokens procure a 4th tier inferior spirit vein. Su Mingxian gasped. This tattered token holds such value. Its intrinsic worth remains obscure, but due to urgent demand from all major powers, exorbitant prices have been set. It must herald an extraordinary opportunity. Su Mingxian mused. The final jade slip records a cultivation art, the Yellow Emperor Earth Sovereign Scripture, capable of ascending to the divine transformation realm's pinnacle. Tisk tisk tsk, this fortune. Su Mingyuan murmured, half envious. I scarcely know what to say to elder brother. Opportunities abound within the ancient battlefield. Only Mingshuan's talent allows him to seize them. In the walled prison realm, such treasures would remain forever beyond reach. Su Chuan glanced at the black ring upon his hand. This storage ring too commands considerable worth. Su Mingxian chuckled sheepishly. The ancient celestial prodigy token remains under father's custody. Keep the rest yourself. As for the scripture, per tradition, transcribe a copy for me. I shall enshrine it within the Tao repository tower of my heavenly realm. Yes, father. Su Mingxian bowed deeply. And you, Mingshu, what have you gained? Merely a few top-tier, third-tier materials, snatched from chi clutches solely by Su Ying's speed. Su Mingshu explained. Shortly thereafter I encountered third brother, and traveled with him henceforth. By the way, we discovered a 4th-tier red sun flame gold vein within the nearby desert. Its scale appears substantial, though. Obstacles. Father, it lies within the red jade scorpion domain, and has formed a thriving colony. I suspect at least one 4th-tier red jade scorpion dwells within. Red jade scorpions possess impenetrable carapaces and exhale devastating crimson true flame. Their tailhooks inject soul toxin, causing vertigo and scattering mental focus. Even a 3rd-tier junior-level scorpion can severely impair a latest-stage golden core cultivator. That is intriguing indeed. A 4th-tier red sun flame gold vein certainly warrants inspection. Su Chuan paused. Judging by your words, you've coveted this vein for some time, remaining near it continuous. Father refers to lingering too long. Drawing chi swarms correct. Su Mingxian smiled. I observe something peculiar. The closer one nears the mist boundary, the fewer chi appear. Though the Sanli radius hosts many chi, their density remains markedly lower than elsewhere. yet lingering beyond several hours inevitably draws massive swarms. At the boundary itself, only 3 or 5 ever appear. Of course, this also implies scarce resources nearby, either by nature or depleted by prior generations of cultivators. No wonder the red jade scorpions formed a colony. Chi are the bane of all living things. Without constant chi predation, no species could amass such numbers. Perpetual wandering remains the sole viable strategy. Precisely. Moreover, chi appear unwilling to enter the mist zones, and half the red jade scorpion lair lies within the mist itself. Since safety is temporary, let us rest here for one day. Tomorrow we shall investigate further. Yes. All responded in unison. The next day, the party followed Su Mingshu's guidance. He rushed towards the desert, where the crimson jade scorpions were lurking. Thousands of miles passed in an instant. Suddenly, a vast expanse of scorching sandy sea came into view. As far as the eye could see, there were undulating golden sand dunes. The rising heat waves distorted the distant scenery, and the air was filled with the dry, roasting atmosphere entirely different from what Su Chuan had seen before. This is the place. Su Mingshu halted her escape light and pointed at the sandy path below. The crimson jade scorpions are accustomed to lurking beneath the sand, hidden away, only revealing themselves when disturbed or sensing prey. Just attack the sand, and it will draw them out. Su Chuan nodded slightly at her words. He did not make a grand display, but hovered in midair. His divine sense swept across the area for a moment, and then he selected an apparently ordinary sand dune, flicking his fingers. Whoosh! Bang! A condensed spiritual energy light bullet shot out, accurately striking the side of the sand dune, creating a pit several meters wide, sand and gravel flying everywhere. The calm surface of the sand initially hesitated slightly. Then centered around that pit, the sand within 100 meters began to boil, as if in a frenzy. Shot. The dense sound of friction was grating on the teeth. Dark red figures burst out of the sand, moving as fast as lightning. It was indeed the crimson jade scorpions. The larger ones were about half a meter tall, while the smaller ones were the size of grinding wheels. Their bodies were covered in a dark red shell, polished like crimson jade with a dark luster, but exceptionally hard. Their heads had a pair of compound eyes flashing with cold, fierce light. Most striking were their disproportionately large pincers, deep red to near black, clanging like metal when they opened and closed, as if they could easily snap through fine iron. Their menacing mandibles twitched, oozing thick, venomous saliva. Their tails were raised high, with the last segment about a foot long, as black as ink, tipped with a chilling blue glow. In an instant, dozens of crimson jade scorpions emerged. Su Chuan glanced over. These were merely first or second-tier crimson jade scorpions. But soon, 1 or 2 that stood 3 to 5 meters tall, with a significantly stronger aura, appeared. Their shells were darker, and their pincers and tail stingers were bulkier and more menacing, clearly reaching the 3rd tier. They locked onto Su Chuan, who was provoking them in midair. One of the most robust 3rd-tier crimson jade scorpions let out a sharp screech, transforming into a dark red shadow and lunging towards Su Chuan first. Its speed was astonishing, with its pincers aiming to snap at Su Chuan's waist. Simultaneously, its tail's stinger stabbed towards his back like a poisoned spear. The coordination was seamless, and the attack was vicious. Su Chuan remained unfazed, slightly shifting his body in midair to narrowly evade the giant pincer's cut. The crimson jade scorpion's tail stinger followed closely. Yet Su Chuan remained calm, and his finger pointed like a sword. A pinpoint of condensed azure light suddenly flared at his fingertip, accurately hitting the side of the swiftly stabbing tail stinger. Ding! A crisp sound like the clash of metal erupted. That invincible black tail stinger was actually deflected by this pinpoint of azure light. The charge of the crimson jade scorpion momentarily faltered. Su Chuan seized the opportunity to flip his palm downwards. A withering blossom seal erupted, crashing down onto the back armor of the crimson jade scorpion. Crack! The deep brown bone armor immediately sounded with a cracking noise. The crimson jade scorpion let out a mournful cry, slammed down into the sand, creating a deep pit. Dark red bodily fluid seeped from the cracks in its shell. It struggled to rise, but Su Chuan had already fallen like a shooting star to the ground, stepping on the fragile joint connecting its head and body. Puff! The initial peak of this 3rd-tier scorpion was killed on the spot. Father's strength is becoming increasingly unfathomable, Su Mingshu remarked. Father is the pillar of the Su family, so the stronger he is, the better. Su Mingxian smiled, adoration evident in her eyes. This brief kill momentarily stunned the other crimson jade scorpions. Although they had low intelligence, they were still living beings capable of fear. Su Chuan soared into the sky and calmly said, "Let's leave for now." The others nodded and followed Su Chuan, leaving over 100 miles. The crimson jade scorpions, seeing them depart, surveyed the area again before burrowing back into the sand. The shells of the crimson jade scorpions are hard. Without using magical treasures, one needs at least a minor success in divine abilities to harm them, and this is just the early 3rd tier. In the early and mid stages, they should be comparable to low-grade defensive magical treasures. In the late stage and peak of the third tier, they could approach mid-grade magical treasures. Moreover, their attack speed is also not slow. Will Father take action? Naturally. Su Chuan looked at Su Mingxuan. Now I have MOU and the Xianyin Corpse King as two fourth-tier trump cards. Even a mid-fourth-tier expert can be fought against. However, if a negotiation can be reached, then a grand battle is unnecessary. Even obtaining half a mind vein would be sufficient. Of course, if the other party is uncooperative, my Su family does not fear war. Su Mingxian said, by the way, Father, there should be a remnant of an ancient cultivator beneath the sandy ocean, but I wonder if there are any storage bags or similar items. Last time Ming Shu and I went down and accidentally discovered it. Unfortunately, we were soon found by a swarm of crimson jade scorpions and had to escape. Is that so? Su Mingyuan was taken aback and smiled. Your lucky third brother. Had it been anyone else in the periphery, they might have been discovered. They probably devoured even the bitter remnants. Su Mingxian chuckled a couple of times. He felt that since the last time Su Chuan had bestowed some talent upon him, his luck had increasingly improved. Previously, he only had an intuition about the good or bad fortune of the events he encountered. Now, inexplicably, he could stumble upon opportunities as he walked, and there would always be unexpected good fortune. Just like being able to escape from the lair of the crimson jade scorpions. Even Su Chuan could only rely on his own strength to break out. Alright, we will discuss this later, let's start planning now. Su Chuan smiled. I will have MOU force the fourth-tier crimson jade scorpions out. If they are willing to yield half of the Qiyang flame goldmine vein, then everyone will be well. If not, then it's battle. Leave the fourth tier to MO, where there's no need to kill, just entangle them. The peak of the third tier, and some late third-tier crimson jade scorpions will be handled by me, and Deling, you will also participate in dealing with some. With your strength, you can now handle several late third-tier crimson jade scorpions at once. Yes, grandfather, Su Deling nodded. The others except for Ming Xian will deal with the other crimson jade scorpions. Don't forget the corpses of the crimson jade scorpions we kill. Their shells, pincers, and tail stingers are all excellent materials for refining magical tools and treasures. The group chuckled and replied, understood. Ming Xian, you are responsible for scouting the Qiyang flame goldmine vein, setting up the Yuntian illusion array around it to prevent other crimson jade scorpions from approaching. I will have the Corpse King responsible for extracting the fourth-tier mind vein. Pausing, Su Chuan added, from my estimation, this mind vein is likely used by the crimson jade scorpions to hatch their eggs, which could accelerate the hatching process. If my guess is correct, perhaps we can find some crimson jade scorpion eggs. Ming Xian, please keep an eye on that. The potential of the crimson jade scorpions is extraordinary. Oh, my Su family can also cultivate them vigorously, and perhaps we can even cultivate a group of crimson jade scorpions. Su Mingshu's eyes brightened. If we can really obtain them, the cultivation can be entrusted to my daughter. Su Mingxian also said, understood, father, I will pay attention. Are there any other doubts among anyone else? Several people shook their heads. Then Su Chuan handed the Yin corpse bag to Su Mingxian and instructed the Xianyin Corpse King on what to do next. An hour later, they once again arrived at the edge of the scorching sandy sea. Su Chuan lightly patted the spirit beast bag. In the next moment, a shadow darted out. After a moment, a vast and overwhelming aura of demonic energy erupted from that shadow like a flood bursting a dam, the astonishing pressure stirring up heat waves around, causing dust to reverse. Under everyone's gaze, MOU's form rapidly expanded and stretched within the demonic energy. Pieces of bullseyed metallic green-scaled armor emerged, its head raised majestically, limbs transforming into sharp claws, and a long tail swirled, stirring up a howling gale. In the blink of an eye, a dragon over several dozen meters long coiled majestically in the air above the sandy sea. MOU had not yet revealed its full 100-meter form. After all, sometimes being too massive isn't a good thing. Roar. The dragon transformed from MOU let out a roar that shook the heavens and earth. Boom. The tranquil sandy sea suddenly surged like angry waves. At the center of the dragon's roar, layers of sand waves swept outward. Countless low-tier crimson jade scorpions lurking within were forced to scramble out of the sand in panic, scattering chaotically in a tumult. However, this was just the beginning. MOU's enormous dragon eyes locked onto a certain spot deep within the sandy sea. Lifting its dragon claws, the vast demonic power quickly gathered, transforming into a gigantic pillar of light with a diameter of several meters, crashing down fiercely onto that spot in the sand. This was a provocation and also a coercion. Crack. The extreme cold collided violently with the extreme heat, ice crystals and steam erupting wildly. That patch of sand was instantly blown into a bottomless giant pit. The sand at the edge quickly solidified into hard frozen soil. Just as the ice pillar was about to fall, hiss! A sharp, furious screech suddenly came from the deepest part of the sandy sea. The pressure contained within that screech surprisingly also reached the fourth tier. The temperature of the entire desert seemed to rise sharply at that moment. The sand grains below began to melt strangely, turning red like flowing lava. Then from the depths of that giant pit, a brilliant red glow erupted. Boom! A thick red fire pillar shot into the sky, directed straight at MOU. Within the fire pillar, a massive dark red figure slowly rose. It was the overlord of this place, the fourth-tier Crimson Jade Scorpion King. Its size far surpassed its kind, being as large as a small hill. Its shell was no longer dark red, but displayed a black-red color resembling cooled lava. It was covered with natural fiery patterns, as if magma flowed slowly beneath its shell. Its massive pincers were as large as houses, sparking fire when opened, and closed, their edges sharp as divine weapons. The most terrifying aspect was its tail stinger, which had transformed into a translucent deep red color resembling the purest red jade, exuding a dangerous aura. It hovered in midair, facing MOU from a distance, its compound eyes filled with fury. The dragon formed from MOU stood its ground, its dragon whiskers fluttering. The demonic power surrounding it surged like tides, firmly resisting that crimson fire pillar. Ice and fire intertwined, creating a sizzling sound, steaming up a misty sky. Seeing this, Chuan floated to the top of MOU. This turn of events made the Crimson Jade Scorpion King pause slightly. Scorpion King, our disturbance is not intentional. We merely wish to summon you for a discussion. What is your relationship with it? MOU is my partner. The Crimson Jade Scorpion King's pupils constricted. How can a mid-golden core cultivator tame a fourth-tier dragon? This matter has nothing to do with you, Scorpion King. What do you want to discuss? The dragon before him was entirely not inferior to it, so it decided to patiently listen to Chuan for a few sentences. There is a Qiyang flame goldmine vein here. Give me half, and we will no longer disturb you. Presumptuous. That is my family's property. You think you can just ask for half? Do you truly think I am heir? The treasures of the world belong to the capable. MOU's strength is not weaker than yours. Asking for half is not excessive, right? If a late nascent soul grandmaster came, would you dare not yield? The Crimson Jade Scorpion King's eyes slightly narrowed. After a moment it said, unfortunately he is not, and you are even less so. It seems there is nothing to discuss. And what if there is? Just the two of you, and a few mid-golden core cultivators over there. Boys, come out. With the Crimson Jade Scorpion King's roar, massive Crimson Jade Scorpions surged out from the sandy sea within a radius of several dozen miles. Among them were many that were far larger than the early third-tier Crimson Jade Scorpions seen moments ago. Indeed, there are peak third-tier ones, and there are even two. It seems they have been entrenched here for many years. In addition to the peak third-tier Crimson Jade Scorpions, there were also 5 or 6 late third-tier ones. There were more than 20 that were above the third tier. Chuan glanced over and was not surprised. Proceed according to plan. Chuan transmitted to the others, then turned to MOU and said, this one is left to you. Rest assured, although it has reached the early 4th tier among beasts of the same tier, few can rival my dragon clan. MOU immediately charged towards the Crimson Jade Scorpion King. The dragon and the scorpion seemed to have the intention of avoiding this place. After a moment they reached several dozen miles away. Kill the outsiders. A peak third-tier Crimson Jade Scorpion shouted. It and another peak third-tier Crimson Jade Scorpion raced towards Chuan, aiming to swiftly eliminate this leader. Chuan smiled, waving his sleeve. The Azure Dragon treasure umbrella shot out, opening to drop a golden blue light curtain. Bang! The attacks of the 2 peak third-tier Crimson Jade Scorpions only caused a certain degree of disturbance. A top-grade defensive magical treasure. They were slightly taken aback. Then Chuan formed a seal, and 28 flying swords shot out from the umbrella's ribs, their sword energy crisscrossing, forming a sword dragon over 10 meters long in the air. Roar! A terrifying dragon's roar resounded. Although the pressure of the sword dragon was not as great as MOU's, it was still stronger than that of the 2 peak third-tier Crimson Jade Scorpions. The incredibly sharp sword energy seemed capable of slicing through their defensive shells. Go! Chuan pointed with his sword fingers, and the sword dragon immediately raised its claws to press down on them. In just one clash they were struck by the sharp sword energy and sent flying. Had it not been for their strong enough defenses, they would likely have been cut in half. However, even so, their defenses could not hold indefinitely. With continuous attacks, there would come a moment when their shells would break. The 2 peak third-tier Crimson Jade Scorpions realized they were no match and immediately called for other late third-tier Scorpions to come. At this moment, Su Deling also arrived at this side. She let out a light shout as pale golden flames surged, the fire phoenix spreading its wings. She actively approached 3 late third-tier Crimson Jade Scorpions. Relying on her magical treasures and her own divine abilities, Su Deling fiercely suppressed them even while facing 3. Su Deling is a prodigy, able to easily fight beyond her level. However, facing 3 latest-stage, third-rank Chiyu Scorpions pushes her to her limits. The remaining 3 charge towards Chuan. With a flip of his hand, the Zhongxian seal appears in his palm. Suppress. The Zhongxian seal flies above them, descending with the might of a mountain, causing their bodies to sink instantly. Fall. The Zhongxian seal, rapidly expanding to 7 or 8 zhong in size, descends like a small mountain. One latest stage, third rank, Qiyu scorpion, moving slowly, is pinned beneath the Zhongxian seal. With just one strike, the Qiyu scorpion's shell cracks, covered in pale white fissures. It is clearly heavily injured. Meanwhile, the power of the sword of the Azure Dragon shows no signs of diminishing. Controlling 2 high-grade magical treasures, Su Chuan feels no strain at all. The others, such as Yi Fan Su Diu, Su Mingyuan, Su Mingshu, and Su Mingshuan, are holding off the remaining 10 or so middle to latest stage third-rank Qiyu scorpions. They also occasionally face sneak attacks from several first and second-rank Qiyu scorpions. After a fierce battle, their experience in combat has significantly increased. As for Su Mingxian, under the boost of Su Chuan's secret method, he concealed his aura and infiltrated the sea of sand, heading towards the location of the 4th-rank mine, as instructed by Su Mingxian. After a quarter of an hour, he found part of the 4th-rank mine. Upon investigation, he discovered that this vein stretches over 10 miles. If mined, it could yield a large quantity of Qiang flame gold ore. Such a mine would be difficult for a golden core initial stage cultivator to transport. Even a golden core perfected cultivator would need 4 or 5 people working together. Moreover, the time required would not be short. Therefore, Su Chuan entrusted the task to the Xian Yin Corpse King. First, set up the formation. Su Mingxian steadied himself and activated the flags of the Cloud Heaven Illusion Formation. Moments later, the entire 4th-rank mine was enveloped in the formation. The perimeter was shrouded in mist. The Qiyu scorpions are not like Qi. The illusion formation is highly effective against them. Moreover, the Cloud Heaven Illusion Formation also possesses illusionary effects. Even latest stage third-rank Qiyu scorpions can be trapped for a long time. The Grand Formation is taking shape. Su Mingxian immediately patted the Yin corpse bag at his waist and said solemnly, "Senior Xian Yin, it's up to you to collect the mine." With a whoosh, a grayish stream of light shot out in response. The figure of the Xian Yin Corpse King appeared, tall and cold. The deathly aura around him was restrained, yet a chilling presence emanated. Hearing Su Mingxian's words, his crimson, ghostly eyes glanced at him, and his voice remained devoid of emotion. "The master's orders, Xian Yin will comply." His tone was indifferent, clearly not regarding Su Mingxian highly. Su Mingxian did not mind. Each member of the Su family had their roles. He only needed to control the formation and ensure the other Qiyu scorpions did not interfere. The Xian Yin Corpse King spoke no more and approached the mine's edge. He slowly raised both hands, and the silent, deathly aura suddenly erupted. A violent energy radiating a chilling aura surged forth like a tidal wave, enveloping the entire winding Qiang flame gold mine in mere moments. "Rise for me." The Corpse King roared, the energy surging even more. Boom. In an instant, the earth shook and mountains trembled. Centered around the mine, the surrounding sea of sand boiled like a pot of porridge, violently rolling and collapsing. Countless yellow sands poured into the massive pit at the center like a waterfall. The ground echoed with continuous, deep, thunderous cracking and rumbling sounds. The intensity of this commotion far exceeded any previous battle's aftermath, as if a colossal beast was stirring deep beneath the earth. Such an earth-shattering spectacle naturally drew the attention of Su Chuan and the Qiyu scorpions. They abruptly turned their heads to gaze at the collapsing area in the distance, their compound eyes first filled with astonishment, then morphing into overwhelming fury. "Are you stealing the mine?" One peak, third-rank Qiyu scorpion roared. "How is this possible? A mere golden core cultivator, how can they shake an entire 4th-rank mine?" A violent mental wave swept out, attempting to discern the situation. But that area had long been covered by Su Mingxian's formation. Their divine senses could not penetrate the truth. One peak, third-rank Qiyu scorpion wanted to check on the mine. The sword of the Azure Dragon extended its claws, forcing the Qiyu scorpion back. Su Chuan smiled faintly and said, "Do not get distracted during battle, or you will die." 2 Qiyu scorpions were furious, but they had to admit that Su Chuan indeed had the strength to heavily injure or even kill them. In just a moment, the previously heavily injured latest stage third-rank Qiyu scorpion had been slain by Su Chuan. Another one was also injured. Seeing this, it could only order some lower-ranked Qiyu scorpions to check the situation. On the battlefield in the distance, the Qiyu Scorpion King engaged in a fierce battle with MOUS since the changes at the mine. Cunning and shameless humans. It roared in anger, swinging its massive pincers to unleash a torrent of molten lava fire, temporarily forcing MOU back, its massive body turning to charge towards the location of the mine. "Do you think this master can be summoned at your will?" The dragon form of MOU snorted coldly, his dragon eyes flashing with cold light. "Leave this to me." With a massive and powerful dragon tail tearing through the air, a force like a landslide struck the side of the Qiyu Scorpion King. As it attempted to charge towards the mine again, MOU had already entangled it closely. The icy breath and sharp dragon claws intertwined, making it impossible to escape. As it attempted to charge towards the mine again, Mo had already entangled it closely. The icy breath and sharp dragon claws intertwined, making it impossible to escape. The Chiyu Scorpion King, in a fit of rage, could only vent its anger on Mo, hoping that none of this group would manage to take away the mine. A large number of lower-ranked Chiyu Scorpions entered the range of Su Mingxian's Cloud Heaven Illusion formation, instantly vanishing like a cow into the sea consumed by the mist. They fell into illusions, and the misty formation completely unaware of their surroundings. They couldn't even send out messages. The earth continued to rumble. Time trickled by. After a stick of incense, the collapse in the depths of the sea of sand reached a critical point. Roar! A roar filled with overwhelming deathly aura exploded from deep within the earth, soaring into the sky. Fourth rank pressure. Both the third-rank Chiyu Scorpions and the Chiyu Scorpion King showed looks of shock. You actually have a fourth-rank helper. The Chiyu Scorpion King looked at Mo. Mo coldly replied, "None of your business." Before the howl faded amidst the chaos of collapsing sand and stones, a dark gray figure broke through the sand wave and soared into the sky. It was the Xianyin Corpse King. Su Mingxian followed suit, also bringing along an ancient corpse from the depths of the sea of sand into his storage ring. The Xianyin Corpse King had consumed considerable energy to collect the fourth-rank mine. At this moment, the deathly aura around him was boiling, unable to perfectly restrain itself. In his outstretched palm, the deathly aura firmly imprisoned a tiny golden-red mine only about a foot long. The area it had once occupied had completely collapsed. This caused a tremendous rumbling akin to the sky collapsing and the earth splitting. Seeing this scene, Su Chuan's smile blossomed as he said loudly, "I won't play with you anymore, let's go." Before his words faded, he commanded the sword of the Azure Dragon to launch a furious assault. Sizzle. Puff. The two peak, third-rank Chiyu Scorpions, unable to dodge, were both sent flying, their shells cracking. Afterwards, he collected the two latest-stage third-rank Chiyu Scorpion corpses from the ground and transformed into a streak of azure light shooting away into the distance. The Xianyin Corpse King and Su Mingxian followed closely. On another side, Su Delying suddenly exerted her strength. A phoenix cry resounded as golden flames erupted, forcing her opponent back. Though she didn't manage to kill, she heavily injured them. She showed no desire to linger in battle, withdrawing immediately. The others, such as Su Mingshu, also exerted their techniques to repel the Chiyu Scorpions, collecting all the corpses on the ground before swiftly departing. They chased after the azure light. The peak third-rank Chiyu Scorpions and other third-rank Chiyu Scorpions attempted to pursue. Su Chuan threw the Zhongxian seal, blocking them all. The Zhongxian seal reversed and transformed into a streak of black light, returning to Su Chuan's sleeve. The Chiyu Scorpions had missed their chance to pursue. However, even if a few managed to catch up, it would only mean providing materials. After all, there was still that fourth-rank Corpse King. Seeing Su Chuan and the others move away, the Chiyu Scorpion King was furious. But how could Mo engage it? He immediately flew in another direction. The Chiyu Scorpion King, unable to quell its anger, chased after Mo. Unfortunately, its speed was still a bit slower than Mo. After half a stick of incense, it had completely lost the chase. The Chiyu Scorpion King returned helplessly. Meanwhile, Mo, relying on the mental connection with Su Chuan, circled around to rejoin them. In a valley near the mist boundary, Mo transformed back into human form and landed in the valley. "You have arrived, Mo," Su Chuan said with a smile. "Let me see the fourth-rank Qiyang Flame Gold Mine." Su Chuan waved over the storage ring, revealing the sealed golden mine measuring about a foot long. "So hot like the sun, too bad it doesn't match my attributes." Su Chuan chuckled. "You aren't thinking of sleeping?" "I would gladly lie on the mine to sleep," the Corpse King replied. Everyone chuckled lightly upon hearing this. Afterwards, Su Chuan stored the mine away and instructed everyone to handle the Chiyu Scorpion corpses, collecting all useful materials. The materials obtained from the slaughter during the Great Calamity alone would last the Su family for decades. In the following 2 months, Su Chuan led them to several locations, continuously seeking resources around the mist boundary. However, mainly Su Mingxian and Yi Fan went out to search. Su Chuan mostly stayed at the base to cultivate. The training of the Sword of Spiritual Sense secret technique had yielded results. Even just at the entry level, it could inflict damage on the divine senses of nascent soul and fourth-rank beasts. Yet recently, he felt somewhat unsettled. Suddenly, Su Chuan noticed some commotion not far away. It was Su Mingxian and the others returning. The mainstay for resource exploration was primarily Su Mingxuan Yi Fan and Su Diyue, or Su Mingxuan Su Delying and Su Mingyuan. The two groups took turns. "Why are you back so soon?" "You just went out for half a stick of incense," Su Mingxian remarked. "I felt a bit uneasy, sensing that if we strayed too far, great trouble would befall us," he continued. Su Chuan frowned slightly. Within a certain radius of him was safe, going beyond that range posed dangers. He pondered for a moment, and then his eyes lit up. "So it was him chasing after us." Who is it? Su Mingyuan asked. Su Mingxian immediately thought of something, realizing that only one person could make Su Chuan so serious. Father, is it that fourth-rank Ghost King? Su Chuan nodded slightly, and then briefly recounted the event. This twist in the story suggests that the Ghost King healed and came back for revenge, intending to use us as bargaining chips against you. Fortunately, my third brother's crisis intuition is remarkable. He didn't stray too far and chose to return immediately, Su Mingyuan said while stroking his chin. Why are there so many fourth-rank beings recently? I thought reaching the golden core was already extraordinary. Su Delying laughed, saying, third uncle at your age attaining the golden core is renowned. Even in the Songlong mansion you're considered a formidable prodigy. This is the ancient battlefield, so naturally there will be many fourth-rank beings. However, there shouldn't be too many on the outskirts. Most would venture deep into the battlefield for opportunities. Those stuck at the nascent soul bottleneck in the perfected golden core stage would likely enter to seek out conception opportunities. Isn't going deep in there akin to seeking death? But surely many factions have obtained conception opportunities, otherwise they wouldn't be so eager to enter the ancient battlefield. Pausing for a moment, Su Chuan continued, originally, I planned to cultivate a secret technique before checking it out myself. But considering the Ghost King is still around, it's hard to feel at ease. Everyone fell silent. If Su Chuan were not present, they collectively would not stand a chance against the fourth-rank Ghost King. We are the ones dragging Father down. That's the truth, Su Mingyuan said, cupping his fists. Su Chuan waved his hand to stop him, smiling. This is the consequence of my own actions. I must obtain the 9-leaf life soul lotus. However, since he is determined to acquire this spiritual medicine, it wouldn't hurt to set a trap for him. Father means 2 against 1, the advantage is mine. Su Chuan laughed, saying, for now let's cultivate in the valley. If Qi appears, we will change locations. More than a month later, Su Chuan completed the Sword of Spiritual Sense. However, this was only the entry level. There still remained small success, great success, and perfection. Many divine techniques are like this. Due to their difficulty, one cannot simply achieve great success or even perfection just by training. This is similar to cultivation in general. Some remain stuck at the initial stage of foundation establishment their whole lives, while others at the initial stage of golden core. Su Chuan flipped his hand, and a small sword intricately engraved and radiating a faint white light hovered above his palm. Its sharp sword aura acts as a divine sense attack. This sword is formed from spiritual sense, appearing almost tangible. Su Chuan gazed at this sword of spiritual sense, his mouth curling upwards. With this killing move, I can finally inflict considerable damage on nascent soul cultivators. I can even interrupt their divine techniques. Su Chuan slaughters golden core cultivators like dogs, relying heavily on his techniques of spiritual sense. Even if they self-destruct, Su Chuan can still forcibly interrupt them. The previous technique of the silver needle of spiritual sense was still lacking against nascent soul cultivators. 2 days later, Su Chuan handed the spirit beast bag to Su Mingshu and the Yin corpse bag to Su Mingyuan, while he attached another Yin corpse bag and spirit beast bag to his waist. Then a farewell scene unfolded. He then shot forth a streak of azure light straight towards the misty area. He has left. Where is he going? The Ghost King followed from a distance, muttering. So he is heading to the misty area. It makes sense. His combat power is very close to nascent soul, and his magical treasures and divine techniques are not lacking. What he lacks is magic power. It is normal to seek conception opportunities inside. After a pause, his gaze flickered slightly, muttering to himself, perhaps I am overthinking it. However, just to be safe, it would be wise to wait another 2 or 3 days before taking action. 7 days later, it seems that I have overthought it. The Ghost King waited. After 3 days of unease, he finally felt a bit steadier in his heart. How could he know that I am secretly watching him with such caution? It's time to let this person know the price of offending me. The 4th-tier Ghost King let out a strange laugh, transforming into a cloud of black mist and charging directly towards the temporary encampment of Su Mingxian and the others. Not long after, a shadow enveloped in dreadful ghostly energy quietly swept over the temporary encampment of the Su family like a night owl. Its blood-red, ghostly eyes scanned below, unhesitatingly raising its gigantic palm wreathed in ghostly energy. In an instant, the winds howled ominously and the heavens and earth lost their color. Dense, ghostly energies surged wildly from all directions, coalescing before its palm into a pitch-black, ghostly hand that overshadowed the sun and obscured the sky, measuring dozens of feet across. The patterns on the palm were as clear as ravines entwined with the countless wailing souls' phantoms. The gigantic palm carried the terrifying might to crush mountains and thundered down towards Su Mingyuan and the others. The fearsome pressure of the 4th-tier Ghost King felt as tangible as reality. It descended upon them, making the air seem to freeze into ice. Su Mingyuan and the others' expressions changed simultaneously. Even though they were prepared, facing this enraged strike in person still sent their minds reeling. After all, it was their first time confronting the attack of a nascent soul-level powerhouse. Strike! Su Mingyuan growled, suppressing the turmoil in his heart. Before his voice faded, Su Delying and Su Mingxian had already responded in sync. Su Delying pointed with a finger, and the heavenly sun shield ascended into the sky. It unfurled in the wind, transforming into a dense and solid crimson golden light curtain, like an upturned giant bowl protecting above. Almost simultaneously, Su Mingxian summoned the seven treasures glazed tower. The body of the tower projected layers of splendid and dreamy rainbow light. Within the crimson golden light curtain, another layer of defense formed, enveloping them within a radius of 100 feet. Bang! The black, ghostly hand slammed heavily against the crimson golden light curtain. A thunderous and muffled roar erupted as if two mountain peaks collided. At the center of the clash, the ghostly energy and crimson golden radiance erupted, eroding and annihilating each other. The wailing souls entwined around the ghostly hand emitted piercing shrieks as they came into contact with the crimson golden flames, dissipating into nothingness. The crimson golden light curtain trembled violently, rippling with layers of waves. The edges flickered uncertainly, clearly enduring tremendous pressure. Yet it had not been shattered. It had firmly withstood this first strike. Upon seeing this, the Ghost King's blood-red eyes flashed with a momentary surprise, quickly replaced by deeper coldness and mockery. A high-grade defensive magical treasure. Quite an asset you possess. But how long can a mere golden core activate it? Let me break it. With that, the Ghost King wasted no time, raising another ghostly hand. The ghostly energy gathered once more. A second, equally terrifying black giant hand had already formed, and then it slammed down. Activate the formation. Just as the Ghost King was condensing the second strike, Su Mingxian made hand gestures, activating the cloud illusion formation flags that had long been set up. A faint mist suddenly appeared, rapidly spreading, completely isolating this battlefield from the outside world, and initiated the confinement formation. To escape, one could only forcefully break through the grand formation. Of course, whether it was the displacement formation or the confinement formation, being merely in the early third tier, they could not possibly stop a nascent soul stage. Even a completed golden core could not be trapped for long. To the Ghost King, he only needed one strike to break the grand formation. A third-tier formation in its early stage, truly laughable. Such toys cannot trap me. Are you seeking death, so quickly trapping yourselves along with it? The Ghost King was about to sneer in disdain, but in the next moment his expression froze. Roar! Ow! Two completely different, yet equally powerful roars surged from the ground camp, shooting up into the sky. One voice was familiar to him. It was that transformed dragon that had once besieged him. The other he did not recognize. Su Mingyuan and Su Mingshu moved almost simultaneously, slapping the Yin corpse bag and spirit beast bag at their waists. A gray-black corpse energy and an ink-green demonic light erupted simultaneously, soaring into the sky. The left side's gray-black corpse energy converged, transforming into a towering ghostly figure with flaming ghostly eyes, the Xian Yin corpse king. The other side, naturally, was the human-bodied dragon head Moyua. As soon as they appeared, they formed a horned formation surrounding the Ghost King in the middle. The cold corpse energy, the piercing dragon might mixed with unabashed killing intent, firmly locked onto the Ghost King. The Ghost King's blood-red eyes shrank violently, and the ghostly energy around him became chaotic due to shock and anger. I never expected that. Even with my caution, I still fell for your trick. He scanned the Xianyin corpse king and Moyua. He instantly understood that Su Chuan's departure was indeed just a tactic to lure the tiger away from the mountain. The scheme was quite simple, but he did not have the patience of Su Chuan and the others. If he could wait for a month or two, Su Chuan might very well walk out of the misty area. As for that grand formation, it was only to prevent his escape. With the grand formation in place, even if it was a formation that could be broken with a single strike, it would ultimately prevent him from smoothly executing his escape techniques. Only now do you realize. It's too late. Moyue grinned, his vertical pupils full of derision. I have yet to see anyone escape Su Chuan's calculation. You old ghost, you haven't learned your lesson from the last time. Today is your death date. On the battlefield in the misty area, Su Chuan ventured only 100 miles and did not proceed further. He feared encountering something special that would trap him, making it impossible to return in time. It's done. Su Chuan received Moyue's mental message and immediately conjured a beam of escape light, transforming into a blue rainbow and flying towards the edge of the misty area. In the span of a tea's worth of time, Su Chuan returned to the encampment. He saw the Ghost King locked in a fierce battle with Moyue and the Corpse King. The ink-green dragon transformed by Moyue twisted and slaughtered, its icy breath and sharp dragon claws continuously tearing at the rolling ghostly energy. The Xianyin Corpse King was like the most fearless hammer, its giant fists and claws made of condensed corpse energy crashing against the Ghost King, issuing deep booming sounds. Surrounded by attacks, the Ghost King's ghostly energy transformed into myriad forms. At times it turned into countless wailing skulls that bit and tore, while at other times it stirred up a gray-white wind that could eat away at bones and souls. Wherever that wind passed, even spiritual energy was eroded and polluted, attempting to seep into the protective demonic light and corpse energy of Moyue and the Corpse King. The ghostly techniques were strange and fierce, albeit temporarily, holding back the furious assaults from the two fourth-tier beings. But evidently even now it was struggling as new wounds continued to appear on its ghostly body, and its ghostly energy was draining significantly. Below, a crimson golden light curtain and a seven-colored light curtain protected everyone. They were not arrogant enough to interfere in a battlefield of the nascent soul stage, thus they stayed within the protective light curtains of the magical treasures and quietly observed the battle. Grandfather is back. Su Delying, possessing spirit eyes, was the first to spot Su Chuan. Su Chuan glanced at them, seeing they were unharmed, and dashed towards the battlefield. Above his head, that Songlong treasure umbrella spun round and round, descending a familiar blue-golden light curtain to protect his body. At the same time he called forth a sword technique. The clear dragon's roar resounded once more. 28 flying swords surged forth in a line, instantly transforming into a sword chi that soared into the sky with scales and claws flying the sword dragon. The sword dragon brandished its claws and fangs, carrying unmatched sharpness, crashing fiercely towards the Ghost King. Damn little thief, it's all your fault. The Ghost King was furious, but faced with the three-pronged assault, the pressure increased dramatically. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures, they can be taken if fate allows, but you, Ghost King, cannot blame us if you cannot compete. Moreover, you only pursued me because you saw I was weak and easy to bully. Why didn't you go ambush that other nascent soul predecessor from before? You can take away the lotus seeds, but the 9 leaves life soul lotus requires a large amount of ghostly energy and ghostly souls for nurturing. If you take it away, you won't be able to continue nurturing it. Just return it to me. I will leave immediately and can even gift you some treasures. As for whether to continue nurturing it, you need not worry about it, Ghost King. As for treasures, of course I shall want some. Damn it. The Ghost King's blood-red eyes locked onto Su Chuan tightly. With a sharp howl, despite the attacks from Moyue the Corpse King and the Sword Dragon, he still insisted on attacking Su Chuan himself. Su Chuan naturally would not confront him heathen. His ability to contend with a nascent soul stage relied primarily on magical treasures. His intrinsic powers were still somewhat lacking. The Ghost King also knew that Su Chuan was the core target. Thus, even as his injuries worsened, he desperately attacked Su Chuan's blue-golden light curtain. In just a moment, the blue-golden light curtain had developed numerous cracks. The Ghost King felt he saw hope, not caring about the heavy punch that the Xian Corpse King aimed at his waist. Ghostly energy surged wildly around him, forming 2 gigantic pitch-black, ghostly claws. One claw barely deflected Moyu's dragon tail strike, while the other claw fiercely clawed at Su Chuan. Puff! The Corpse King's heavy punch landed squarely on the Ghost King's side, causing it to tremble violently, with ghostly energy splattering everywhere. However, he braved the blow, and that full-powered claw had already crashed down onto Su Chuan's blue-golden light curtain. Crack! Having endured too many attacks, the already damaged Songlong treasure umbrella light curtain shattered under this enraged blow like glass. The fragments of the light curtain scattered into oblivion. A glint of savage pleasure flashed in the Ghost King's eyes, as if he could see the most detestable human cultivator being torn apart by his ghostly claws in the next moment. He forcefully condensed ghostly energy, transforming into a cloud of ghostly mist, evading the attacks from Moyue, the Corpse King, and the Sword Dragon, swiftly appearing before Su Chuan. Dayu. The Ghost King gripped a ghostly spear of energy and thrust it fiercely. Naturally, a shield appeared before Su Chuan, blocking this strike. This shield was fashioned in an ancient style, neither metal nor jade, radiating a grayish light throughout. Hiss! The Ghost King's energy spear, capable of piercing mountains, struck the magnetic light curtain, only creating barely perceptible ripples. Like a stone thrown into a deep pool, it quickly returned to calm. Upon witnessing this scene, the Ghost King's pupils constricted sharply, and the shock in his heart turned into an icy despair. He immediately understood that the level of this shield was far beyond what his current state could break through. Just as his mind faltered, Su Chuan had already transformed into a blue glow, retreating dozens of feet. Meanwhile, Moyu's icy breath and the Corpse King's corpse energy had once again descended upon him. The Ghost King howled in despair, its ghostly body growing dimmer, its aura weakening, having suffered serious injuries. He glared at Su Chuan with resentment. Such deep reserves, such a profound scheme. I never expected that after living for 2,000 or 3,000 years I would ultimately suffer such a great loss at your hands. He truly did not expect that Su Chuan, a golden core stage cultivator, would possess such magical treasures. Although he did not know the grade of that shield, it was certainly something countless nascent soul stage cultivators would fight over. It's you who forced my hand. In a desperate situation, the Ghost King let out a frantic howl. The ghostly energy around him suddenly collapsed inward, then exploded violently. It appeared to be a final struggle, but unexpectedly, shwa, shwa, shwa. In the dense ghostly energy, three almost identical shadows of the Ghost King suddenly differentiated. Each shadow exuded a substantial aura, making it difficult to discern the real one, and each shot off in a different direction, east, south, and west at incredible speed. Moyue and the Xianyin Corpse King instinctively chose a shadow to pursue. Su Chuan's gaze flickered as he immediately commanded the sword dragon to chase. Three shadows, such a coincidence. Su Chuan felt a hint of doubt, his eyes tightly fixated on the dense ghostly energy. Sure enough, within the dissipating ghostly energy, a faint shadow, its aura nearly perfectly concealed like a ghost, slipped toward the edge of the grand formation. Last time I couldn't cultivate it, but this time let me show you a nascent soul-level secret technique. Su Chuan sneered. Almost as the shadow moved, the light at his brow surged intensely. The sword of divine sense that had just been initially formed in his sea of consciousness had already cut through the air. Invisible and intangible, its speed far surpassed any escape technique. Oh! A scream far more shrill and painful than any before erupted explosively from that shadow. The shadow twisted and rolled violently. The solid, ghostly energy around it melted rapidly like ice and snow struck by sunlight, revealing the body of the Ghost King within. At this moment its aura had plummeted. Su Chuan's strike with the sword of divine sense was more severe than all its previous injuries combined. Xian Yin Moyue, do not let the others escape. They should all contain parts of the Ghost King's original essence, which is why they are hard to distinguish. Su Chuan deduced the essence of the Ghost King's secret technique from its injuries. After all, while the sword of divine sense was strong, it also depended on the strength of the caster's divine sense. If the Ghost King were at full strength, this strike could injure it, but not to such a severe degree. The Ghost King's divine sense was inherently stronger than that of human cultivators, especially as it was at the pinnacle of the early nascent soul stage. To suffer such severe injury aside from its prior wounds, Su Chuan believed that only that escape secret technique could explain it. How did you guess? Su Chuan did not respond. He could only take advantage of your illness to kill you. This opportunity must not be missed. Su Chuan gritted his teeth, enduring the dizziness brought on by continuously activating the sword of divine sense, and without hesitation, he slashed out 2 more times. Afterward, his complexion began to pale. No, the Ghost King's wails had grown faint. The shattered ghostly figure was on the verge of completely dissipating, its aura dwindling to the point where maintaining its form was becoming difficult. At this moment, Su Chuan waved his sleeve, releasing the 100 Ghosts banner. Go devour it. You shall surely step into the realm of a 4th-tier Ghost King this time. Keek. A fierce, greedy, and excited shriek rang out. The blood fiend Ghost King transformed into a surge of rich blood light and burst forth. It had long been aroused by the pure and powerful ghostly energy outside. At this moment, upon sensing the drastically weakened essence of the 4th-tier Ghost King, it pounced, without hesitation, like a glutton upon a supreme delicacy. The Ghost King naturally resisted. The 2 ghostly figures entangled together, but it was clear that the fully recovered blood fiend had the upper hand. After all, it was only a single opportunity away from reaching the 4th tier. Even without it, given a few years, or even a decade, it could calmly ascend. But Su Chuan could not wait. It seems I need to give it a little help. Su Chuan extended his fingers, summoning the essence of life and death from his dantian, transforming it into a flow of black and white light aimed at the 4th-tier Ghost King. It had a restraining effect against ghostly techniques, as previously validated. And now it was not something a drastically weakened Ghost King could resist. The Ghost King was struck once more, and the blood fiend Ghost King accelerated its devouring pace. A quarter of an hour later, the last trace of the origin belonging to the 4th-tier Ghost King was consumed by the blood fiend Ghost King. Afterward, he eagerly charged towards the remaining 3 forms. The Xianyin Corpse King and Moyue, having received Su Chuan's orders, did not strike lethal blows. Shortly after, the 3 Ghost King avatars were also devoured by the blood fiend Ghost King. The sinister energy around him surged, giving him a strong sense of imminent breakthrough. The battlefield finally fell silent. Su Chuan, the Xianyin Corpse King, and Moyue all gazed at the blood fiend Ghost King in the sky. Blood light and ghostly energy intertwined and boiled around him, as if undergoing a fundamental transformation. You 2 keep watch, Su Chuan commanded before landing on the ground. Su De Ling and Su Mingxian put away their magical treasures, and everyone stepped forward smiling and congratulating. Congratulations, Father-Grandfather, on successfully slaying the 4th-tier Ghost King. Congratulations, Master, on slaying the Ghost King. Su Chuan smiled and nodded, saying, the blood fiend Ghost King is on the verge of a breakthrough. If Qi comes during this time, you 2 can fend it off. Father, you should rest well, the rest is up to us. Su Ming Yuan understood that controlling the blood fiend Ghost King after its breakthrough was far more important than dealing with Qi. Afterwards, Su Chuan found a place and began to enter seclusion to recuperate. Although the Sword of Divine Sense was powerful, it consumed a lot. Moreover, with Su Chuan fully activating the Azure Dragon Sword formation, he now had less than 50% of his internal mana left, and his Divine Sense was largely depleted. To avoid chaos caused by the Blood Fiend Ghost King's breakthrough, he needed to quickly restore his peak condition. With a flick of his hand, 2 pills appeared. One was a Jade Void pill, and the other a Spirit Nourishing pill, both of high quality. Su Chuan opened his mouth to swallow them, sitting cross-legged on the ground, silently refining them to restore his mana and divine sense. 4 days later, Su Chuan had nearly recovered to his peak. At this moment, a mass of black mist several tens of feet high appeared in the sky. It was a vast amount of sinister energy continuously compressing, appearing as thick as glue. It seems it is truly about to advance. If he hadn't slain and consumed the Ghost King's soul origin, Su Chuan planned to use the 9-leaf Spirit Lotus seeds to aid its breakthrough. However, it was more beneficial for small realm breakthroughs. For advancing to the 4th tier, he was unsure of the outcome. Now it could also be saved as the main material for the 9-soul pill. This pill was effective for humans, demons, corpses, and ghosts, and for those in the nascent soul stage, it was a holy product that could enhance their soul and strengthen their divine sense. Another 3 days passed. It was now the 7th day since the Blood Fiend Ghost King had devoured the soul origin of the 4th tier Ghost King. The dense ghost mist, originally floating in midair and quietly writhing like a massive black cocoon, suddenly began to shrink inward rapidly without warning. Immediately, a sharp, ghostly howl erupted, piercing enough to seem like it could shatter eardrums. The howl contained a terrifying impact that swept through the surroundings like an invisible storm. Amidst the impact mingled pure sinister energy, violent blood fiend essence, and a nascent higher-level will pressure. It has broken through. Su Chuan's lips curled slightly. Except for him, Mo Yue and the Xian Ying Corpse King, the others, including Su Ming Yuan and Su De Ling, all turned pale. Instinctively covering their heads, they felt as if their sea of consciousness was being pricked by countless fine needles, sending waves of sharp pain and intense dizziness. It was merely the soul attack unconsciously emanating from the Blood Fiend Ghost King's breakthrough. Su Ming Yuan and the others could only endure. At the same time, the heavens and earth changed color. Centered around the shrinking ghost mist, a radius of 200 to 300 miles. A wisp of sinister energy seemed to respond to a king's summons, transforming into streams of gray and black. Like rivers converging into the sea, they frantically gathered, forming a massive, slowly rotating vortex of sinister energy above the ghost mist. The daylight dimmed and the temperature dropped sharply. The chilling, sinister wind made it feel as though the apocalypse was upon them. Moreover, such a vast disturbance of sinister energy posed a deadly attraction to creatures like Qi. Even if these creatures were not numerous in number, they still attracted all the Qi within thousands of miles. In the distance on the horizon, faintly distorted figures began to emerge. The roaring sounds grew closer, revealing that there were over 100 of them rushing towards this place. A quarter of an hour later, that mass of ghost mist, condensed to the extreme, suddenly exploded. The sinister energy scattered, revealing a tall figure within. It was a man approximately 2 meters tall, his form solid and almost indistinguishable from that of a normal. He wore a black robe that seemed both ethereal and substantial, his face appearing middle-aged with sharp features and an unusually pale complexion, as if he had never seen sunlight. The most striking feature was his long hair, stained like fresh blood, moving without wind, gently swaying. Only his eyes were as crimson as the purest blood diamond, cold and devoid of emotion. The man was enveloped in a dense, almost tangible sinister energy, causing the surroundings to slightly distort. The pressure of the 4th tier Ghost King was released without reservation. To the left and right, the human forms of Mo and the Xian Ying Corpse King also appeared, subtly forming a protective and overseeing stance. The Blood Fiend Ghost King's scarlet pupils rotated first to the left and right. The human forms of Mo and the Xian Ying Corpse King also appeared, subtly forming a protective and overseeing stance. The Blood Fiend Ghost King's scarlet pupils rotated first, resting on Su Chuan. The connection of the restrictive bond deep within his soul clearly informed him. The person before him was his creator and absolute master. Even after breaking through to the 4th tier, he still felt that the strength of the restriction was beyond his current ability to escape. While he had some capacity for resistance, a mere thought from the other party could deliver a crushing blow to his soul, making life worse than death. Then the Blood Fiend Ghost King's gaze swept over Mo and the Xian Ying Corpse King, whose auras were not weaker than his own. A subtle ripple passed through his crimson eyes, seeming to evaluate, and also showing some wariness. With Su Chuan suppressing him, Mo and the Xian Ying Corpse King had the complete ability to slay him. After all, they had even jointly defeated the stronger old ghost. He stood in midair, the sinister energy around him slightly retracting. Facing Su Chuan, he slightly bowed his head and said in a low voice, "I have met my master." Thank you, Master, for granting me the opportunity to break through to the 4th tier. Chuan's eyes flashed with surprise. I thought you would throw a tantrum like Xianyin. I wouldn't dare, Xianyin muttered, rolling her eyes inwardly slick. Hypocritical. Chuan sized up the Blood Fiend Ghost King. He had initially thought that with the Blood Fiend Ghost King recently advancing to the 4th tier and his powers surging even with the restriction in place, he would inevitably act defiantly like the Xianyin Corpse King had before. However, he did not expect the other party to be so submissive. Of course, Chuan also understood that the other party was compliant in appearance, but not in heart. He was certainly aware that Chuan had the ability to slay Ghost Kings stronger than him, as well as the ability to destroy him. Nonetheless, since the other party was willing to submit, it would save him a lot of trouble. From today on, you shall be called Blood Fiend. Regardless of whether you genuinely acknowledge this, or if it is merely a facade, I must remind you. If you engage in treason, I will not show mercy. But as long as you remain loyal and diligent, I can guarantee that your future will not be limited to just the early 4th tier. The Blood Fiend Ghost King raised his head, his crimson eyes meeting Chuan's for a moment before lowering again. Blood Fiend does not dare. The grace of my master's rebirth, Blood Fiend will remember. This time, by devouring that old ghost, I learned from its remaining memories that there is a hidden lair in the misty area, seemingly containing many items it collected in life, which may be useful to my master. Oh, Chuan raised an eyebrow. That is indeed an unexpected gain. Take me to see it when you have the chance. Yes, Master. The Blood Fiend replied, still respectful. Meanwhile, a large number of chi attracted by the sinister energy were already approaching, their roars clearly audible, and the ground trembled. This place is not suitable for lingering. Let's go. Chuan did not delay any longer and made a decisive decision. He activated the 100 Ghost Banner, pulling the Blood Fiend Ghost King into it. He also let Mou and the Xianyin Corpse King return to their respective bags. Afterward, they took flight with Su Ming Yuan and Su Ming Xian heading far away. They perfectly avoided a battle with the Qi. Half a month later, Chuan and Su Ming Yuan split up, officially advancing deep into the ancient battlefield with the Xianyin Corpse King and Blood Fiend Ghost King. Meanwhile, Su Ming Yuan and the others were active on the periphery, seeking opportunities. This arrangement was mainly due to the information obtained from the Blood Fiend Ghost King, indicating that there seemed to be many 4th-tier powerhouses deep in the battlefield. If Chuan reached the nascent soul stage, he could take them to explore inside. Now he himself also needed protection from the Xianyin Corpse King and the Blood Fiend Ghost King, primarily playing a supportive role in combat. Others entering would only be a hindrance. Of course, there were certainly golden core cultivators who had come out alive by sheer luck. However, Chuan did not want them to gamble. They were about to begin the era of great development for the Su family. Steady progress was the best choice. However, according to the Blood Fiend Ghost King, there seemed to be few 4th-tier beings lingering within a radius of 100 or 200 miles at the edge of the battlefield. If they truly wished to enter, they could only operate within this range, and must go with Su Ming Xian. Additionally, Chuan had left Mou as their trump card. After all, the outer battlefield was not without 4th-tier beings. Like the old ghost before, as well as the Blackwater and Tiannan's nascent soul cultivators who had entered. Some who did not obtain what they desired deep in the battlefield would inevitably rob golden core cultivators on the periphery. Chuan entered the depths of the battlefield, heading straight for the old ghost's hidden cave under the guidance of the Blood Fiend Ghost King. Days later, they arrived at the location. Master, it seems there is a 4th-tier earth fiend, vein underground here. The Blood Fiend Ghost King looked at Chuan. Veins are extremely rare outside, useful only to certain ghost cultivators, corpse cultivators, and those who practice extremely dark demonic arts. Those who cultivate traditional 5 elements and wind, ice, and lightning paths find it almost useless. However, Chuan had the Xianyin Corpse King and the Blood Fiend Ghost King. For them to cultivate normally, they could not do without such earth fiendine veins. Without them, their cultivation would be exceedingly slow unless they relied on rampant slaughter and devouring to enhance themselves. When you leave, take it with Xianyin as your future place of cultivation. Thank you, Master. Then Chuan released the Xianyin Corpse King, who led the way. There were quite a few 2nd and 3rd-tier ghostly beings here, likely left by the old ghost to guard the premises. Chuan did not kill them, but instead gathered them all into the 100 Ghost Banner as supplementary manpower. All the previous ghostly beings had already been consumed by the Blood Fiend Ghost King. It was a pity that their soul quality was ultimately too poor, failing to truly aid the Blood Fiend Ghost King's advancement, only slightly enhancing his foundation. This task was effortlessly accomplished by the Blood Fiend Ghost King. In the blink of an eye, the 100 Ghost Banner had gathered 10 3rd-tier ghostly beings, among which one had even reached the late 3rd tier with over 100 2nd-tier ghostly beings. The ancient battlefield was indeed filled with treasures everywhere aside from those chi on the periphery. Even if they lost some 2nd or 3rd-tier crystal cores like zombies, they would not be labeled as trash by Chuan. The old ghost cave had restrictions. It would be strange if someone lived for thousands of years without knowing some restrictions. Unfortunately, it was only at the third-tier level. Chuan glanced, and said lightly, "Xianin, break it." The Xianin Corpse King obeyed, punching through the defensive barrier that could stop a completed golden core cultivator. They entered the cave. Inside there were more than a dozen magical treasures, mostly of lower and middle grades, with surprisingly 2 high-grade ones. One was a green shield, and the other was a flying sword. However, both items were somewhat damaged, with their powers significantly reduced. Deling's skills should have no problem repairing high-grade magical treasures, and she might even improve her artifact skills during the repair process. Repairing is also a process of observing the structure of high-grade magical treasures. Chuan waved his sleeve, collecting the magical treasures that the old ghost had coveted. In addition, there were over 10 brocade boxes. Each contained rare materials, such as a segment of soul-nourishing wood, Ming jade, etc. They were likely collected for his own advancement. The 3 Lives Nether Sutra. Chuan glanced around, his pupils contracting slightly, secretly thinking, it is actually a ghostly path cultivation technique capable of cultivating to the peak of transformation into the divine. No, this should be a fragment or the upper half. The secret techniques used by the old ghost back then were recorded in this technique. After thinking for a moment, Chuan didn't immediately grant it to the Blood Fiend Ghost King, but said, "Blood Fiend, this jade slip contains the technique the old ghost practiced, which is very profound. If you perform well in the future, Su would not be unable to reward you." "Thank you, Master. Blood Fiend will surely do his utmost to serve you." The Blood Fiend immediately clasped his fists and bowed. Chuan smiled. Meanwhile, the Xianin Corpse King felt a pang of envy. Whether it was ghost cultivators or corpse cultivators, this was indeed an obscure path. Many sects in the demonic path that control ghosts or refine corpses typically have disciples who cultivate mainstream techniques. After all, living people are different. Unless they have special constitutions, the conditions to embark on corpse or ghost cultivation are arduous. This has resulted in the scarcity of techniques in both factions. "We've gathered quite enough. You two should take this Earth Fiend in vain now." "Yes, Master." The Xianin Corpse King and Blood Fiend Ghost King clasped their fists simultaneously. Chuan watched quietly from the air as the 2 fourth-tier powerhouses began to act. Rise. As both exerted their strength simultaneously, a vast amount of corpse chi and sinister energy surged into the ground. The entire cave and even the mountain began to tremble violently. Boom. It was as if a dragon was turning over, with rocks shattering. The earth split open with profound crevices, and the intense evil and sinister energy erupted uncontrollably, tainting the sky with a layer of gloom. The beings living in these mountains hurriedly fled. The auras of the 4th-tier Corpse King and Ghost King rippled outward, detectable even thousands of miles away. A quarter of an hour later, a complete Earth Fiend in vein, filled with sinister and malevolent energy, was forcibly extracted from the ground. The Xianin and Blood Fiend exchanged glances. Simultaneously, they exerted their strength to continuously shrink this Earth Fiend in vein down to the size of a palm. "Master," the Blood Fiend Ghost King presented the sealed Earth Fiend in vein. Chuan waved his sleeve, and a jade box engraved with sealing runes flew out. The box opened, releasing beams of clear light that drew the Earth Fiend in vein inside. After storing it in his storage ring, Chuan sensed someone approaching rapidly and immediately said, "Let's go." He transformed into a flash. The light had already departed. The Xianin Corpse King and the Blood Evil Ghost King closely followed. The 3 figures soon vanished into the horizon, leaving behind a chaotic and disordered scene in the collapsed mountains. In just a short while, an old man in a black robe holding a black banner arrived, hovering over the mountains. Such chaotic energy, is there a vein here? After a brief investigation, he sighed softly to himself. "I am too late. It seems the commotion earlier must have been caused by the other party taking this place's vein. A 4th grade vein. Ooh, I wonder which of my friends from the Blackwater region is so fortunate. Corpse energy. Energy. Could it be someone from the Corpsine sect?" Indeed, there were 2 individuals from the Corpsine sect at the nascent soul stage who entered this place. After pausing for a moment, the old man in black robe moved in another direction. The ancient battlefield was filled with numerous opportunities. Many top sects from the Blackwater and Tianan regions obtained their 4th grade spiritual veins from the ancient battlefield. In the blink of an eye, Chuan and his companions had roamed the depths of the battlefield for 2 months. Compared to the outskirts, the treasures of heaven and earth inside were even more abundant. Although most were guarded by 3rd-grade monsters or demonic creatures, they were almost like picking up scraps when faced with Chuan's group. Those monsters had mostly lost their sanity and were no different from wild beasts. However, their combat power was formidable. At least the weakest Chuan encountered was comparable to a latest-stage 3rd-grade beast. Moreover, with their reckless disregard for injuries, even those at the perfected Golden Core stage had to proceed with caution. After all, most of the time, there was not just one monster present. As for the demonic creatures, they were humanoid and resembled cultivators who had been corrupted by demonic energy. They were extremely ferocious. Besides monsters and demons, Chuan also encountered Mei and Corpse Xiao. Corpse Xiao was similar to a corpse refinement reaching the 4th grade, but was slightly stronger than the same grade Corpse King. 5 or 6 may cast illusions to try to bewilder them. Fortunately, the Blood Evil Ghost King and Chuan were both adept in spiritual soul techniques. Otherwise, if the Corpse King were to be deceived, they might even be used against them. The Blood Evil Ghost King and the Xian Corpse King worked together to deal with Corpse Xiao, barely managing to hold their ground. Chuan used secret techniques of divine sense to injure many Mei, then killed them before encircling Corpse Xiao. The 3 of them had the upper hand. Corpse Xiao fled in anger, and Chuan and the others were unable to stop it. The reason Corpse Xiao stayed here was not without reason. It was because there was a mid-grade, 4th grade, Earth-type spiritual vein. There were also a large number of spiritual flowers and herbs. All the main materials for the Foundation Establishment Pill were present. There were also the main materials for Purifying Spirit Pill, which included Tian Su Grass and Tian Xiang Flower, as well as the main materials for Golden Core Pill, such as 7-leaf Purple Gold Flower and Purple Essence Fruit, among many other spiritual medicines. The only regret was that there were not many mature ones above the 4th grade. Almost all had been consumed by Corpse Xiao and Mei, leaving only the roots. The rest were still not fully grown. Chuan did not leave any behind. He took them all and sent them to the Su clan's cave heaven, asking Su Huai to help plant them. In just these 2 months, the various spiritual herbs Chuan obtained were almost 1/3 of what he had harvested in the innate secret realm. Of course, it wasn't so easy for others to obtain. After all, even at the nascent soul stage, if alone, one would have to consider whether it was worth it when encountering some 4th grade monsters or demonic creatures. But Chuan had 3 people. If the 3 could win together, they would rush in. If not, they would distract the enemy. Take the spiritual vein. Chuan did not let the spiritual vein here go, and the Xian Corpse King and Blood Evil Ghost King immediately took action. In addition to this spiritual vein, Chuan also obtained 3 upper grade, 3rd grade spiritual veins, and 1 lower grade, 4th grade water-type spiritual vein. At this rate, perhaps before leaving, I can gather all 5 elements of 4th grade spiritual veins. Chuan thought to himself. At this moment, he was certainly not in his original form. Instead, he appeared as a burly old man in a black robe with a hood. After taking the spiritual vein, Chuan and the others intended to leave immediately. However, at that moment, a black light suddenly approached, revealing a red-robed man filled with a murderous aura. This man stopped a short distance away from Chuan, sizing him up. Chuan concealed his aura as long as he did not make a move. Even a nascent soul could not see through his realm. The red-robed man frowned slightly, not recalling anyone matching this description among the nascent soul cultivators of the Blackwater region. Of course, it was also possible he had not revealed himself before. Then his gaze flicked to the Corpse King and Ghost King beside him, whose auras were exposed without any disguises. 4th grade Ghost King, 4th grade Corpse King. May I ask how to address the 3? The red-robed man cupped his fists and inquired. Xian Blood Evil, Chuan introduced them and added, I am surnamed Li. Surnamed Li. I wonder if that is your true surname. The red-robed man did not pay much attention and continued to ask, are these Corpse King and Ghost King not refined by you, Dao friend? What if I did, and what if I didn't? Chuan replied indifferently. You asked for my name, but why do you not introduce yourself? I am Han Tai. The red-robed man laughed heartily, pretending to just remember. Dao friend Han, what brings you to seek me? You wouldn't be trying to rob me, would you? Chuan narrowed his eyes. Dao friend misunderstands. The ancient battlefield is filled with opportunities. Why would I need to rob? I just happened to pass by, sensed the commotion here, and came to take a look. Dao friend Han, speak directly. There's no need for circumlocution. Your strength is not weak. I have an opportunity here. Are you interested? What opportunity? Spirit treasure. The red-robed man said no more, just uttered 2 words. Chuan's pupil shrank upon hearing this. Though it was only 2 words, he could infer that it must be related to ancient cultivators or ancient true demons. It might be a cave or a perilous location. The thought of participating flashed away, and then Chuan spoke, not interested. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave. The red-robed man was momentarily stunned. Before he could react, Chuan shot away in a beam of escaping light. Interesting, knowing it is a spirit treasure opportunity, yet still able to decisively refuse without even inquiring for details. I have never met such a cautious person before. I wonder if he is from the Blackwater region or from Tiannan. The red-robed man saw that his temptation was in vain and did not want to conflict with Chuan, so he left immediately. Chuan used the heavenly mechanism Dao transformation to deduce opportunities again. Only that one time when he exempted the backlash of the heavenly mechanism could he be accurate, and he could only obtain the location. But little by little, over a year or two in the depths of the battlefield, Chuan would surely accumulate a massive amount of resources enough to support his subsequent development plans. A few days later, as Chuan flew over a certain area, he sensed a familiar aura. Initially, he was somewhat skeptical and immediately activated the bloodline tracking secret technique. It really is the bloodline of the Su clan, is that the one? Chuan was astonished. How did he end up in the ancient battlefield, and even in the depths of the battlefield? Chuan began to carefully sense the others. 9 individuals at the perfected golden core stage, each exuding pure demonic energy, were incredibly powerful. Among them 5 wielded perfected divine abilities, all holding upper-grade magic treasures. Even a nascent soul early-stage cultivator would likely retreat in fear when facing them. At this moment, they were engaged in combat against 5 peak, 3rd-grade monsters. Are they demonic cultivators, or? In less than 15 minutes, these individuals had slaughtered all the monsters. Suddenly, someone glanced in Chuan's direction. Someone beside him asked, "What's wrong? Is something off? I feel as if someone is spying, but I haven't discovered who it is. Perhaps it is a passing nascent soul or 4th-grade monster in Ghost. Perhaps let's continue forward. It will take some time to reach our destination. We cannot afford to delay." They immediately set off. Sudawan was in a similar situation. However, in Chuan's eyes, his situation seemed more like being held hostage. Chuan frowned deep in thought. Although he had speculations, it was more accurate to inquire directly with Sudawan. To this end, Chuan lightly patted the corpse bag and summoned the Xian Corpse King. "You go attract or drive away some monsters and demonic creatures nearby, and cause them some trouble. Then when they are about to finish, appear to test the strength of that group." The Xian Corpse King nodded, enveloped in gray-green corpse energy, and headed far away. To avoid raising their suspicions, Chuan followed at a distance, only using the bloodline tracking secret technique to keep track. After all, if they were indeed ancient true demons seizing bodies, even maintaining a distance with nascent soul divine sense could lead to discovery. That feeling of being watched is gone. Previously, the black-robed middle-aged man transmitted a message to another young man in purple robe. It was clear that the two of them were the core of this team. "It seems it really was a coincidence," the young man in purple robe responded, "but do not let your guard down. This mission is of great importance." "I certainly know that," the black-robed middle-aged man said. "However, this could also be a blessing for our clan, unexpectedly discovering someone with a true demon constitution in the prison land. This person is far more suitable than the containers selected from other true demon families. Perhaps he could conceal the soul of the person seizing the body, not being suppressed by the heavenly path of this realm, and grow normally like a cultivator. If a perfected nascent soul true demon could truly be born, he would definitely lead us to contend against the strong beings from the Blackwater and Tiannan regions. As long as we unify the Blackwater and Tiannan, we could certainly revive our holy realm, starting with the Tiannan region truly engulfing this realm." A few days later, more than a dozen peak 3rd-grade monsters and demonic creatures were driven towards them by the Xian Corpse King. Where did so many beasts come from? The black-robed middle-aged man cursed quietly and transmitted to the young man in purple robe, "That kid is too weak. You protect him. Then everyone else follow me to kill them." In less than half a stick of incense, the monsters and demonic creatures were almost all slain. At that moment, an overwhelming aura of ferocity descended like a polar cold wind. A terrifying corpse energy swept over them. "Be careful." The black-robed middle-aged man's pupils shrank sharply, and he warned sharply. Before his voice fell, a tall and robust figure appeared above them. Surrounded by gray-black corpse energy surging like a raging tide, with ghostly flames burning fiercely in his eyes, it was none other than the Xian Corpse King. 4th-grade Corpse King. The black-robed middle-aged man's brow furrowed slightly, and his expression suddenly became serious. However, there was not much fear in his eyes. The Xian Corpse King's crimson eyes swept over them without any unnecessary words. He directly took a step forward, his figure crashing down like a cannonball. The moment he landed, his fists enveloped in dense corpse energy and immense strength ruthlessly slammed into the most crowded spot of the crowd. "Block it." 2 individuals with upper-grade defensive magic treasures immediately activated their treasures, raising a protective barrier. Boom. Bang. Bang. The Corpse King unleashed a series of over 10 punches, all landing solidly on the defensive barrier. Amidst the deafening sounds, shockwaves radiated outward in a circular explosion, causing the ground to crack and sink. The terrifying corpse energy rapidly corroded the barrier. In just a few moments, the first layer of the upper-grade magic treasures barrier shattered directly. Then the attack landed on the second barrier. The corpse energy was extremely corrosive to magic treasures. If it were another nascent soul early-stage cultivator, it would be difficult to achieve such results. Attack. The others saw this and hurriedly activated their upper-grade magic treasures to attack the Xian Corpse King. Facing 5 or 6 upper-grade magic treasures, the Xian Corpse King naturally did not dare to be careless. The corpse energy coalesced into armor and gauntlets, fiercely countering those magic treasures. For a time, this group of demonic cultivators had the upper hand. However, as time passed, the corrosion of the corpse energy on the magic treasures began to take effect. One by one, the powers of the magic treasures dwindled. This immediately left them in a bind. They no longer allowed the magic treasures to approach for bombardment, but instead coordinated with their spells. In an instant, various magical techniques and demonic lights flew around. All around were sounds of explosions, and countless plants and stones turned to dust in the aftermath of the blasts. Lu Chong, let's cast an array together and push him back. What about that kid? He has our restrictions on him. He can't escape our grasp. Moreover, if he is here without our protection with his strength, he probably wouldn't even know how he died. The young man in purple robe warned Suda when then joined the battlefield. The 9 of them worked together to cast an array. The demonic energy gathered and coalesced into a battle demon over 10 zhang tall. Its aura was much stronger than the Xian'in Corpse King, likely approaching that of a mid-stage nascent soul. The Xian'in Corpse King looked grave. A thought of retreat formed in his heart. Hold it off for a moment, though I will inform you when to retreat, Su Chuan commanded in his mind. The Xian'in Corpse King had no choice but to comply, bracing himself to contend with that battle demon. His divine soul and corpse pearl were all restricted. If he truly disobeyed, he believed Su Chuan would not be merciful. As for Su Chuan, he finally seized the opportunity to summon Suda 1. As this familiar fluctuation appeared, Suda 1 was both shocked and overjoyed. Grandfather is nearby. Or, he glanced at the battlefield several miles away. Without hesitation, he sent a wisp of divine sense into the Su clan's cave heaven. Grandfather, save me. Upon seeing the cave heaven, Suda 1 immediately shouted. Su Chuan smiled slightly at this. Do not panic, I am right behind you. Suda 1's eyes widened. The monster's attack, the 4th grade Corpse King, was all orchestrated by Grandfather. Of course, otherwise how could I find an opportunity to contact you? Su Chuan said. Enough chit-chat, let's get down to business. Why have you entered the ancient battlefield? It was not my intention originally. I planned to infiltrate the Blackwater region's demonic cultivator team, but who knew the ancient battlefield opened just a few days later? They suddenly found me and killed me as a witness to my identity as a Blackwater demonic cultivator. Then I was taken hostage into the ancient battlefield. They are all quite powerful. Grandfather understands it. Do you know where they intend to go? What do they want with you? I do not know what they want, but when they found me, it seemed they checked my body, and then their expressions were filled with joy. So I suspect it is related to my constitution. After a pause, Suda 1 added. By the way, they mentioned the word constitution container. Su Chuan sighed lightly, as I suspected it is quite similar. Grandfather, you figured. Suda 1 was immediately astonished. He had interacted with this group for so long and had no idea, yet his grandfather had deduced the general idea from just a few words. What kind of intelligence crushing is this? Please inform me, Grandfather. Su Duan clasped his fists. They should be related to the true demons. Among that group, there must be several who are possessed by ancient true demons. Su Chuan said lightly, as for the purpose of this trip, just think about where this place is. The ancient battlefield. The battlefield where ancient cultivators fought against the true demons. Are they here to release the true demons? Grandfather suspects that releasing the true demons is impossible, but it should be feasible to take some residual souls out. Moreover, you and several among them are the vessels that have been possessed. Su Duan was left speechless. We haven't even entered the Blackwater domain, and I've already been targeted to become a vessel. Your true demon-killing body should be the last vessel for possession capable of withstanding even more powerful true demon residual souls, and it may have an even greater purpose. As for what that purpose is, Grandfather has not dealt much with the true demons, and cannot guess for now. Then what should I do? Su Duan regained his composure. Since Su Chuan appeared, he certainly wouldn't just watch as Su Duan fell to possession. Setting aside your talent for soul-devouring possession shouldn't have a significant effect on you, and Grandfather wouldn't just watch. However, the residual souls of the true demons are mostly above the spiritual transformation stage, and they are treasures that can be refined into soul crystals, vastly enhancing spiritual sense. If you trust Grandfather, just wait for a while. Is Grandfather trying to kill the true demon residual souls? Su Duan exclaimed in surprise. Su Chuan smiled slightly and said, don't worry, my Su family has dealt with true demons in Tian men more than once or twice. We know the ropes. But does my Su family have such a wide business? After a pause, Su Duan clasped his fists and said, I believe in Grandfather and will follow your orders. Grandfather will no longer contact you from now on. Be careful. Yes, Grandfather. The two immediately exited the Su clan's cave. Almost simultaneously, Su Chuan ordered the Xian'in Corpse King to retreat. At this time, the Xian'in Corpse King had sustained considerable injuries. Although it was not fundamentally harmed, it still needed time to recuperate. Seeing the Corpse King retreating, the battle demon formed by the formation did not pursue. One reason was the distance limitation of the formation, and another was that they had their own matters to attend to and did not want to delay things. After all, deep in the battlefield, there were plenty of fourth-tier creatures. If they encountered one and fought hard, they would undoubtedly suffer heavy losses. The purple-robed young man approached Su Duan, glanced at him, and sneered. It seems you are quite aware of the situation. Is running useful? Su Duan snorted coldly, but I just don't understand. What do you need me for? I'm merely a lowly initial-stage golden core cultivator. In such a dangerous place as the ancient battlefield, I must be a burden to you. Don't ask too many questions, you naturally have your uses. The purple-robed young man said no more. Let's go. Continue on the road. Su Duan had no choice but to obediently follow. At this time, those who recognize the situation are the true talents. Their group continued westward. Due to the numerous dangers along the way, they could encounter demonic beasts or monsters every 1 or 2 days, even charm and corpse Sha. Thus their speed of travel was not particularly fast. They would even occasionally stop to rest. After following for a day or two, Chuan no longer accompanied them, but continued searching for spiritual veins, spiritual herbs, and spiritual mines deeper in the battlefield. However, he wouldn't be too far away. He remained within a radius of 30 to 40,000 miles. After all, compared to spiritual veins and herbs, the latter was evidently more important than Su Duan. Thus 2 months passed. The black-robed middle-aged man and the purple-robed youth finally arrived at a place thick with demonic energy. Are we not moving anymore? Su Duan noticed that the expressions of the crowd relaxed, many revealing smiles, clearly indicating they were close to their destination. I wonder where grandfather is now. Chuan naturally did not know. However, through the heavenly mechanism insight, he could gauge Su Duan's safety over the next 7 days and grasp the situation. A few days ago, Chuan once again used his divination skills. From safety to danger. Looking at the content of the calculation, Chuan frowned slightly and murmured, it seems they are about to reach their destination soon. He did not hesitate and immediately chased after them. With the Xian Corpse King and Blood Fiend Ghost King clearing the way, 2 4th-tier pressures provided protection. Even 4th-tier Corpse Sha and Ghost Kings had to consider whether it was worthwhile to face 2 great powers at the same time. Of course, Chuan's journey was not smooth sailing either. There were always 1 or 2 low-intelligence 4th-tier monsters and demons that rushed recklessly. The Xian Corpse King and Blood Fiend Ghost King joined forces to besiege them. Chuan used the Sword of Divine Sense to heavily injure their souls, and then launched a frenzied attack with the Azure Dragon Sword formation and heavy mysterious seal. 2 or 3 4th-tier monsters and demons fell at their hands. They indeed had strong physical bodies and formidable abilities, but they lacked adaptability, and their escape skills were even inferior to some fully realized golden core cultivators. Faced with Chuan and the others, they eventually fought for a couple of hours before being slain. Though it was unclear why their souls were tainted and their intelligence low, their materials were undoubtedly 4th tier. Among them, the corpse of that demon was something Chuan felt could still be used to refine several powerful demonic corpses recorded in the sex techniques. Although the refining process was arduous and would take a long time, as long as it could be done, it would at least be of late 3rd tier strength. Its strength could rival that of the peak of 3rd tier Xian Blood Corpse. 7 days later, this place has a rich demonic energy. Chuan gazed dozens of miles away, where the area of thousands of miles was shrouded in dense demonic energy, making it impossible to see the situation inside. Although the Tree King had informed him about many matters concerning the ancient battlefield, the vastness inside meant that even a nascent soul grandmaster could not possibly know every corner. Moreover, deeper in the battlefield, there were even more dangerous areas. If a nascent soul cultivator was blinded by greed, they would likely perish. There must have been a true demon that fell here, and perhaps even beings above the spiritual transformation stage. Knowing there was danger inside, Chuan still had to venture in. Heavenly mechanism insight. Chuan this time divined his own safety. Half good, half bad. Not too bad, I can take the risk. 2 hours after Su Duan and the others entered this place, Chuan also arrived at the demonic mist. The demonic mist is dense and does not dissipate, and it does not exceed a certain boundary, indicating there must be a restriction. Chuan murmured as he raised his hand to touch it. He saw a flash of clear light, showing no intention of stopping Chuan. What a clever restriction. After saying that, Chuan stepped through the restriction. Within half an hour of his entry, 2 figures arrived at this place. Master Uncle, where is this? This is Demon Suppression Mountain. The one speaking was an old man in a black robe who continued to explain the place where ancient mighty beings suppressed the true demons. The young man in black immediately thought of something and said in surprise, Master Uncle wants to capture a true demon residual soul to refine it into the master soul of the 1,000 Souls banner. What's wrong with that? The young man in black quickly shook his head, saying, I'm just amazed by Master Uncle's ambition. If it's possible to use the true demon residual soul as the core and the 100 ghosts as materials, it would surely be able to refine a 4th-tier Ghost King. Would you be willing to lend your strength to Master Uncle? The young man in black bowed respectfully, saying, I am willing to serve Master Uncle. Old man, you want me to be the bait, don't you? The young man in black thought one way, but showed another on his face. He was not a novice, just entering the world of cultivation, a fully realized golden core cultivator. He could definitely be considered a strong individual. He knew very well that capturing true demon residual souls was not that easy. Most of them wanted to possess and live again. If faced with a nascent soul cultivator, they would likely not reveal themselves easily. But to possess a golden core cultivator, their success rate was about 70 to 80%. Besides their group, 2 nascent soul cultivators from Tian Nan had also entered from another direction before the purple-robed youth. Demon Suppression Mountain. As the name implies, there are not only opportunities to suppress the true demons, but possibly also the inheritance of that ancient mighty being. Inside Demon Suppression Mountain, the demonic energy is thick, and all living beings here are without exception demonized. Zhang Daoyo, this place is not as you described. This place was discovered by my master, after all 1,000 years have passed, and it is possible that some suppressed true demon residual souls have escaped. In that case, we must be careful. One of them was Zhang Daoren, the master of Xian Yu sect, who had briefly cooperated. The other was a nascent soul initial stage cultivator from the Qing Su sect named Song He Daoren. He was adept at Taoist lightning techniques, which could greatly restrain demonic souls. The cooperation between the two sects was discussed by the ancestor of Xian Yu and the supreme elder of Qing Su sect. Considering the true demon residual souls, Qing Su sect sent Song He Daoren to participate in this ancient battlefield expedition. The several factions had just entered not long ago. In a great hall near Demon Suppression Mountain, a middle-aged man in a black robe opened his eyes. This time Demon Suppression Mountain is particularly lively. Let's first observe their respective strengths. Countless demonized beasts within 1,000 miles raised their heads, their eyes glowing red. They divided into 4 groups and charged towards the purple-robed youth Zhang Daoren, Su Chuan, and the old man holding the banner. After a couple of hours, the middle-aged man in black and the young man in purple saw many demonized monsters rushing over, including several first, second, and third-tier existences. The others immediately went on guard, but the two exchanged glances and released the pressure of true demons. The demonized beasts immediately stopped in their tracks. "What's wrong with them?" the others exclaimed in surprise. One of the black giant snakes in the later stage of the third tier suddenly transmitted sound to the two, saying, "So, it turns out we are kindred." The black-robed middle-aged man replied, "We dare not. Great One can cast 1,000 thoughts, control soul, must be in existence above the spiritual transformation stage. We are just the little soldiers of the past. What are you doing here? Last time we discovered this place of suppression, but due to time constraints and lack of suitable vessels, we could only plan for next time." "Oh, so the others are all vessels for possession." "Exactly. The Great One hopes to rescue some of our kind this time, which would also strengthen our side for future confrontations." The black giant snake's red eyes flickered, its divine sense sweeping over the others. Then it focused on Su Duan and asked, "This person is different from the others?" The purple-robed youth replied, returning to the Great One, "The others are all considered descendants of true demons, while this person was an unexpected gang. The Great One should be able to sense the true demon essence on him. He must be a naturally born true demon. As for the specific type of my clan's constitution, it is still hard to determine. But if any Great One could possess him, perhaps they could borrow his true demon essence to confuse the heavenly mechanism and smooth their path." The black giant snake understood what the purple-robed youth was saying. The heavenly Tao is different. Even if cultivators of this realm reach the nascent soul stage, it is extremely difficult to improve. The difficulty for the true demon clan to break through is more than 10 times that of others. 99% are stuck in the early nascent soul stage. After pondering for a moment, the black giant snake continued, "Then you all come with me." With its roar, the other demonized monsters scattered, and it turned to swim deeper into the demonic mist. "Follow," the black-robed middle-aged man said in a low voice. Everyone followed the two forward. Su Duan's gaze swept back and forth between the black giant snake and the black-robed middle-aged man. They must have reached some kind of deal just now. Speaking of which, what exactly is that black giant snake's origin? How can it control other demonized beasts? On the other side, their own side was engaged in fierce battles. The old man holding the banner waved it, accompanied by thousands of second-tier and above ghostly beings rushing out. The sharp screams of ghosts scattered the surrounding demonic mist. The young man in black beside him patted his storage bag and also took out a black banner. The two were similar, but evidently the old man's was more profound. Su Chuan also had a similar banner in hand, which was the 100 Ghost banner. A large number of ghostly beings fought against over 100 demonized beasts around. These beasts did not even have peak third-tier strength. The strongest among them was merely in the late third-tier stage, and there were only a few dozen above third-tier, so they were naturally no match for the old man and the youth. However, both held ulterior motives, with the young man constantly thinking of fleeing. Yet he sensed a faint divine sense surrounding him, making him dare not move. On Zhang Daoren's side, "Song He Daoyo, you need not move against these mere demonized beasts. Save your mana for later." Then I will leave it to Zhang Daoyu. Song he quietly watched from the side, seeing Zhang Daoran form a sword gesture and slowly raise his hand. Golden flying swords suddenly took shape on both sides in front and above, numbering in the hundreds or thousands. Quickly, Zhang Daoran whispered, and all the golden flying swords infused with mana transformed into sword lights that pierced towards the surrounding demonized beasts. With just one impact, all demonized beasts below the third tier were cleaved in two. Only 12 or 13 third-tier demonized beasts remained. However, they had also sustained considerable injuries with multiple wounds, oozing black blood. Zhang Daoran frowned slightly with a hint of disdain in his eyes, saying demonized beasts have demonic energy even in their blood, and they are already unusable. He lightly waved his sword gesture, and once again golden flying swords coalesced. But these swords gathered to form dozens of golden flying swords, each emitting a sharp sword chi. This must be the Wanjianju. Song he smiled gently. It was quite famous even in ancient times. My Xianyu sect may not be as grand as your Qingsu sect with a deep foundation, but I suppose your sect also has no shortage of sword techniques of this level. Song he smiled slightly, and did not reveal his own sect's resources directly, saying Zhang Daoyu is just joking. My master, the ancestor of Xianyue, is someone whom my senior brothers praise immensely. It is said that this generation has the best chance to break through to the spiritual transformation stage, and my master is one of them. Really? I wonder who else. Chuan was alone. A figure walked through the demonic mist. Soon a pair of crimson eyes lit up all around, densely packed, sending chills down one's spine. Chuan had long sensed something amiss, and even took the time to observe for a while. There is a pattern to their advance, and they are capable of encirclement. Most demonic beasts lack intelligence and cannot achieve this unless someone is controlling them. Perhaps the one controlling them is among them. Chuan soon identified a latest-stage third-tier blood wolf positioned slightly behind. Shadow escape. Absolute shadow strike. A series of assassination moves struck the blood wolf, severely wounding it. Then with a flick of his sleeve, the heavy mysterious seal flew out, expanding to 4 or 5 zhang in size, and slammed down onto the blood wolf's head. A latest-stage third-tier demonic beast fell on the spot. A trace of subtle divine sense attached to the blood wolf vanished in an instant. Every move made by the group drew the attention of the middle-aged man in the black robe within the great hall. My true demonic clan, a demonic Dao nascent soul, a righteous Dao nascent soul, and a remarkably perceptive golden core junior. This is indeed lively. After a pause, his deep voice echoed in the hall again. The sword cultivator from the righteous Dao seems to bear an annoying aura which inevitably reminds me of that detestable brat. He wondered about the relationship with that person. And that golden core junior, who could discover the demonic beast attached to my divine sense in mere moments, has impressive stealth skills. Before he made a move, I thought he was a nascent soul. In the mid-golden core stage, although relying on a treasure, his ability to kill a latest-stage third-tier blood wolf in 2 strikes indicates he is among the top tier of golden core cultivators. I hope they can bring me some amusement. The young man in the purple robe and his companions were the first to arrive at the foot of the 100-zhang tall black hall. Inside the hall, the middle-aged man in a black robe and the young man in purple bowed first, saying, "We greet you, esteemed one." The others followed suit. "I am aware of your intentions, but shaking the seal of the demonic mountain is not easy. Please wait in the hall for—" The middle-aged man in black frowned slightly. "Do you know who it is?" "From the righteous Dao, the demonic Dao, and a promising young fellow." Just as the young man in purple was about to say something, the middle-aged man in black transmitted a message to stop him. "No one knows this place better than him. Just follow his arrangements." They stood aside. In less than half a stick of incense, 2 figures landed a few dozen zhang outside the hall, one radiating golden light and the other green. It was Zhang Daoran and the old Taoist Kang. "There is actually a hall here. What is going on?" Kang remarked. "This hall is steeped in demonic energy. It must not have been left behind by the owner of this place." Zhang Daoran raised an eyebrow, pondering. Suddenly a deep voice echoed from within the hall. "Fellow Taoists, since you have come from afar, why not come in for a chat?" Zhang Daoran and Kang exchanged glances. "What do you think, Zhang Taoist?" "I might have an idea of who it is, but since the situation is unclear, it would be wise to enter and take a look. Since you have said so, I shall accompany you." The two stepped into the hall and saw the middle-aged man in black robes and others on the left side. All complete golden core cultivators, except for one whose aura seemed different from the others. His cultivation was merely at the early golden core stage. Zhang Daoran's gaze shifted to the throne atop the hall's steps, where sat a seemingly languid and charming middle-aged man in a dark robe. He was tall and exuded a unique majesty. His aura was controlled with perfection. Even if they tried to probe, they could not discern his realm. "Who is Zhang Fan to you?" the middle-aged man in dark robes asked softly. Zhang Daoran did not conceal his identity, saying, "I am indeed his disciple. You must be the demon lord Qi Feng, right? My master has spoken of you." "Oh, he is still alive. It seems he has also stepped into the nascent soul realm. Demon Lord Zhang Fan is renowned across 2 regions. Among all nascent soul forces, none are unaware of him. Has that shameless little man reached this level now? He is now referred to as Grandmaster Xian Yue, having founded the Xian Yu sect. Centuries ago, he was already a renowned nascent soul cultivator in Tiannan and Heishui. This realm is indeed in decline. A mere latest-stage nascent soul can be called a great cultivator. King felt a wave of shock within, realizing that Grandmaster Xian Yu had connections with this ancient being. Demon Lord, do not tarnish my master's reputation. Did you not deceive my master first? Moreover, you both merely used each other. But I am still trapped in this damned place. Thinking of the past, Qi Feng's demonic energy erupted in a terrifying manner. Could this person be an ancient true demon that has taken over a body? Kang was shocked and immediately inquired, indeed. Zhang Daoist, this seems different from what was said before. The remnant soul of a true demon is not the same as a true demon that has taken over a body. Moreover, this demon has evidently returned to the nascent soul level, though it is unclear whether he is at the early or mid-nascent soul stage. If it is the latter, obtaining a spiritual treasure is not a simple matter. However, fellow Daoist Kang, rest assured, within the demonic mountain region, he cannot exert his power. Do you really think this ancient powerhouse is an incompetent fool? He is at most at the mid-nascent soul level. Your lightning technique can counter him, and I am strong enough to hold my own. Alright, I will comply, but if we find a spiritual treasure, my Qing Su sect must have the first pick. The schemes among old foxes. Zhang Daoran was unconcerned. His purpose this time was different from acquiring a spiritual treasure. After a moment, Qi Feng's demonic energy suddenly receded, vanishing without a trace. Forget it, it's just old matters. Suddenly he smirked. More guests have arrived. Not long after, an old man holding a banner stepped into the hall. The banner he held was famous, and the others recognized it at a glance, saying, the Thousand Souls banner from the Tiangui sect. The attire of Xian Yu sect and Qing Su sect. I am Yin Feng. May I ask how you 2 Taoists are addressed? Xian Yu sect Zhang Daoran. Qing Su sect Kang. Upon facing the old demon, Yin Feng, Zhang Daoran and Kang revealed wary expressions. They were certain that this old demon's strength did not significantly differ from theirs. If there was a 4th-tier ghost king's main soul in his Thousand Souls banner, then the 2 of them combined would likely need to retreat. Who are you? Yin Feng looked at the middle-aged man in black robes and the others. We are just nameless juniors, not worth mentioning. Hearing this, Yin Feng did not take them seriously. He turned his serious gaze to the middle-aged man in dark robes on the throne, saying, you seem to be the master of this place. Oh, what is your name? You may call me Demon Lord Qi Feng. After a moment's thought, his eyes glimmered. You are an ancient true. Qi Feng did not respond, but said, I know your purpose for coming here. Once the last guest arrives, everyone can speak freely. Is there more? Everyone looked surprised. However, it wasn't until half a stick of incense later that Su Chuan arrived at the hall. Outside the hall, there was a restriction preventing divine sense from probing inside. Su Chuan hesitated in midair for a moment, intending to leave, when a voice transmitted in his ear. Since you have come this far, why not come in for a chat? It is quite lively here. Su Chuan frowned upon hearing this. It seems De One and the others are definitely here, and there must be more than just their group. The master of this hall must be the ancient true demon. Su Chuan did not have much knowledge of the situation here, but he could infer a thing or two from the clues. With this in mind, Su Chuan ultimately flew into the hall. Mid-golden core. Su Chuan did not conceal his cultivation level and appeared fierce. As soon as he entered, several divine senses swept over him. Yin Feng lost interest immediately. Kang did the same. Only Zhang Daoran felt a sense of familiarity, yet he was sure he had never seen this person before. Su Chuan saw Zhang Daoran and was stunned, but he did not show any sign on his face. Instead, he respectfully saluted everyone and calmly said, Li certain sees all of you seniors. I did not intend to intrude here. I hope for your forgiveness. A guest from afar, fellow Daoist, Li need not be so formal. Qi Feng smiled lightly. May I ask where this place is? The demonic energy is dense. Could it be a demonic domain? Let me introduce this place. It is called the Demonic Mountain, where an ancient cultivator sealed many true demons. The mountain behind the hall is the sealing ground. Within the mountain, not only are there many remnants of true demons sealed, but also the legacies left by that ancient cultivator, profound techniques, top-tier treasures, ancient spiritual treasures, birth consolidating pills, and breakthrough pills. There are even auxiliary pills and spiritual materials for breaking into the god transformation realm. Hearing this, Zhang Daoran's expression changed. He had come here for birth consolidation and god transformation opportunities, but now Qi Feng openly revealed it. Upon hearing this, not only was there a chance for birth consolidation, but also for god transformation. Regardless of whether one was at the golden core or nascent soul stage, their eyes brightened. Do not doubt, every word I say is true. Qi Feng smiled and said, the reason I revealed this is that I wish to make a deal with you. You want us to help you escape from here? Yin Feng raised an eyebrow. I will help you obtain what you desire, and you will assist me in escaping this predicament. Isn't that mutually? Why would we need your assistance? Yin Feng replied. Since you know there are treasures on the mountain, we can simply go ourselves to retrieve them. Then fellow Taoist Yin Feng, you may try, and see if you can fly into the mountain. Upon hearing this, Yin Feng fell silent, and then looked at Zhang Daoran. Grandmaster, Xian Yu has been here. Do you know how to enter the mountain? Zhang Taoist. Zhang Daoran sighed inwardly. He did not expect things to become so complicated this time. The mountain behind is the true demonic mountain, and this area is named after it. There are restrictions on the mountain, and a forced entry will not succeed. You can only enter through the gaps in the restrictions. The gap you know has long since disappeared. If you wish to enter, you can only seek my help. Of course, if you are not interested, you may leave. I will not stop you in the slightest, Qi Feng said nonchalantly. Everyone fell silent, exchanging glances. Su Duan glanced at the Li surnamed cultivator, and he roughly guessed it was Su Chuan. But the current situation was complex, with not only the ancient true demon, but also their group of true demon descendants, 2 nascent souls from Tiannan and 1 nascent soul from Heishui. If Su Chuan mishandled things, this mid-golden core cultivator could easily become a sacrificial offering. Grandfather, oh grandfather, this is truly walking on a tightrope. If you had taken me away sooner, we wouldn't have reached this point, Su Duan sighed inwardly. Yet on the surface, he dared not show any signs to reveal anything. What do you want? Zhang Daoran suddenly asked. For the sake of the Xian Yu sect, he had to venture into the demonic mountain. He was already aware of Qi Feng's capabilities and had sufficient trump cards and life-saving treasures. The seal of the demonic mountain cannot be broken by us. Breaking it is impossible, but temporarily obscuring it to allow me to leave is not difficult, wouldn't you agree? Zhang Daoran fell silent. Fellow Taoist Kang asked, what does he mean by this? Zhang Taoist? The true demon's possession lasts roughly the duration of an incense stick. During this time, if one can escape the sealed area, one would be safe. If not, one would be trapped forever. So it is like this, Yin Feng and Kang murmured. How about it? With so many people in the hall, it should not be difficult to select a person for me to possess. Naturally, the nascent soul stage would not agree. Therefore, they only considered the others. Yin Feng swept his gaze over the young man in black, and the youth trembled slightly, saying, that group consists entirely of golden core cultivators. Any one of them will do. At worst, there is also the mid-golden core cultivator who wandered in alone here. Death of friends does not hinder the path of a cultivator. The young man in black had no psychological burden regarding sacrificing others. The middle-aged man in black shot a glare at the young man in black. Although they brought their own vessels for possession, they had not made it clear. To openly offer someone would not be beneficial for unity. Moreover, with so many nascent souls present, they could only rely on formations to cope. The middle-aged man in black briefly scanned Su Duan and Su Chuan before cupping his fists toward Qi Feng, saying, Demon Lord, I believe this Taoist is quite suitable. Yin Feng scrutinized Su Chuan and decisively stated, then it shall be you. What do Zhang Taoist and Kang Taoist think? As long as all 3 parties agree, Su Chuan alone would not be able to cause any trouble. It seems we have no choice but to proceed like this, fellow Taoist Kang sighed. Zhang Daoran remained silent. Qi Feng looked at Su Chuan with great interest. Since the other parties have said, so do you agree, Li young friend? Why would I disagree? Su Chuan smiled. This smile caused all the others to show surprise. Is there truly someone willing to die? Moreover, he was so cheerful about it. Yin Feng's expression was filled with curiosity as he thought, is this child perhaps hiding a trump card to prevent being possessed? However, when facing the remnants of an ancient true demon's possession, only a nascent soul cultivator who has formed their nascent soul might have a chance to stop it. A golden core cultivator should be powerless to resist. The young man in black gazed at Su Chuan. Seeing the smile on his face, he felt an overwhelming madness. The fervor in his eyes was so intense that it seemed to be saying, hurry, come and take over my body. His body trembled, and he involuntarily took a step back. Su Chuan's performance was of course an act. However, while he hoped that Lord Qi Feng would truly take over him, he suspected this was more of a ruse. And this ruse was reasonable, making everyone else believe it was so. No, perhaps I am merely a substitute. Lord Qi Feng cannot possibly overlook that Su Daowen's body is the more suitable vessel. Otherwise, the man in black would not have abducted him into the ancient battlefield and kept him by his side. Besides this, he must have other schemes. Even if he couldn't break the sealing formation, he should be able to escape. He just didn't know how. Su Chuan's thoughts were racing. He felt that if Lord Qi Feng could escape, he would definitely seize Su Duan and consider him as a target for possession. And if the scheme failed, then at the last moment, he would serve as a backup vessel. Let's take it one step at a time, Su Chuan silently thought. The old demon of the Yin Wind turned to Lord Qi Feng and said, Lord Qi Feng, the oath has been established. You should tell us now. Naturally, my friends, follow me. Lord Qi Feng rose and flew out of the hall first, with the others following closely behind. They came to the foot of the eastern side of the Demon Suppression Mountain. Lord Chi-Feng made a gesture, opened his mouth, and spat out a cloud of black mist. The black mist melted upon contact with the sealing barrier of the demon suppression mountain. Subsequently, the barrier glowed with a red light. A gigantic light screen appeared, enveloping the entire demon suppression mountain. The screen was filled with strange golden symbols that flickered erratically, emanating a faint glow. Before them there appeared a gap about 10 feet high and 7 or 8 feet wide. "Hurry, enter," Lord Chi-Feng said. "This great formation is alive. It changes position every 60 breaths." Upon hearing this, everyone rushed into the demon suppression mountain. Lord Chi-Feng was the last to enter. The entire demon suppression mountain covered an area of 100 miles and rose over 6 or 7,000 feet, towering majestically. The closer one got, the more magnificent it appeared. The demonic energy outside is dense, but here there is hardly any demonic energy. Instead, the spiritual energy is overwhelmingly abundant. There is a 6th grade spiritual vein within the demon suppression mountain. If you have the ability to find and take it, feel free to do so. Lord Chi-Feng chuckled lightly. The others were not fools. That 6th grade spiritual vein was certainly the core of the ceiling. "Lord, I'm curious, who exactly is the powerful being here?" Chuan asked. "One of the 4 holy sects, a cultivator from the Xuanwu sect. I do not know the specifics." Chuan naturally did not believe this, but he would not press further. "That senior truly is remarkable, as such methods are indeed extraordinary." Lord Chi-Feng raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. Someone soared into the air, wishing to survey the scenery, but as soon as they ascended 10 feet off the ground, their body suddenly lost control and fell straight down. Fortunately, they stabilized themselves before hitting the ground, avoiding any internal injuries. "By the way, I forgot to mention, there is an anti-flight restriction in the demon suppression mountain. If you exceed 10 feet, your spiritual power will go awry, and you will be unable to fly." The young man who experienced the anti-flight restriction naturally did not dare to curse Lord Chi-Feng and could only silently endure. "Everyone follow me. I know the location of the inheritance hall, which will save you from wandering around aimlessly." Everyone followed silently. Song He and the old demon of the Yin Wind both asked whether Zhang Daren's path was correct. The 3 of them activated their internal communication. "My master once said the inheritance hall is located on the eastern side of the demon suppression mountain, roughly halfway up. Since we entered, we are on the east side. Heading up should be fine." Moreover, he could not possibly fake the inheritance hall. "Why?" Song He asked. "The demon suppression mountain naturally possesses sealing power. The hall does not allow true demonic remnants to enter, and anything he wishes to obtain must rely on us. It's easy to obtain things, but difficult to take them away." The old demon of the Yin Wind's voice rang out. "How about a collaboration, gentlemen? Alone, any of us should be unable to deal with Lord Chi-Feng, right? Zhang Doran, why do I hear that many of you from the Blackwater region are affiliated with the true demon clan? Why don't you go and ally with them?" "Zhang Doran, your words are quite unreasonable. What is wrong with collaboration? Is there no one in Tian Nan who collaborates with demon cultivators? No one in our Blackwater region or with the true demon clan. Everything is merely an exchange of benefits. Of course, we all understand that if the true demon clan were to gain the upper hand, then both you Tian Nan cultivators and we Blackwater region cultivators would become their servants. As long as you know, Zhang Daoran harbored significant resentment toward the demon cultivators. He did not act out at this moment only because the situation was complicated and he did not wish to disrupt the plans of the Xinyu sect. Song, he said, "In Feng Daoyo, do not take offense as Zhang Daoran has such a temperament. Currently, we can only collaborate to safely leave the demon suppression mountain. By the way, In Feng Daoyo, do you think we should cooperate with the other group?" The old demon of the Yin Wind scanned with his divine sense and replied, "Forget it. I just feel they are a bit strange, and a group of golden core cultivators isn't worth allying with." As for Chuan, in their eyes, he was already a dead man, making it even less necessary to cooperate. Meanwhile, on the other side, the middle-aged man in black and the young man in purple were also communicating with Lord Chi-Feng. "Lord, why have you done this? The things left behind by the demon suppression mountain are quite good. Since our true demon clan cannot enter, we can only rely on them to bring them out, but in the end they will still belong to us. So that's how it is." The young man in purple flattered, "Lord, you are so far-sighted. I wonder where our clansmen are sealed. The hall has sealing pillars, and there are powerful restrictions around. We cannot shake them. Why not let them help? If Zhang Daoran knows, he will definitely stop it. If we tear our faces apart directly, we will obtain nothing. It's better to wait until they bring treasures out of the hall. Then force them to work for us. If they refuse, we will kill them. What you say makes sense." The two of them had not expected that this place would be so troublesome. Getting into the inner part of the demon suppression mountain was one challenge, finding the sealing location was another, and breaking through the restrictions to directly attack the sealing stone pillar was yet another. However, this also indicated that the demon suppression mountain was no ordinary site of sealing. The middle-aged man in black and the young man in purple began to chat privately. "Luchong, how much of what Lord Chi-Feng said do you think is true and how much is false?" The old man asked. The young man in purple thought for a moment and replied 70% true, 30% false. The desire for treasures and resources is true, but the assistance in breaking the seal and rescuing our clansmen is likely false. Yes, son, what should we do now? Let's first follow Lord Chi Feng. Relying solely on us is futile. Even if we really cannot rescue a few clansmen, if we can take Lord Chi Feng out, it can still strengthen our true demon clan's power. Siesun paused and continued, however, if we cannot enter the hall later, our identities may not be able to be hidden any longer. So what? By then they will already be fish in a barrel. In addition to communicating with Lu Chang, Lord Chi Feng also communicated with Su Chuan and the young man in black. He tempted them to work for him. Li Xiaoyo, you don't have to die, or as long as you go in and help me obtain something. Before Lord Chi Feng could finish, Su Chuan interjected, no, it is my honor to dedicate myself to Lord. Is he crazy? Upon hearing this, Lord Chi Feng immediately continued, since you admire me so much, then you should promise me. Li certain will dedicate myself to Lord willingly and without regret. Lord Chi Feng was speechless and immediately severed the connection. Su Chuan had just played a trick on Lord Chi Feng. However, on the other side with the young man in black, Lord Chi Feng achieved his goal and quietly gave the young man in black a magic treasure, instructing him to act at the right moment. More than an hour later, they arrived at a magnificent hall halfway up the mountain. The hall resembled an ancient behemoth lying here. It was constructed of dark green stones towering 300 feet high with a style that was ancient and heavy, its eaves curling like swords pointing to the sky. The entire hall was enveloped in a red light screen. The screen flickered, covered with dense runes. In front of the hall was a vast square made of black stones. In the center stood a stone pillar that soared to 100 feet, entirely dark gold in color, with a diameter large enough for over 10 people to embrace. The pillar was also engraved with countless profound runes. A similar red light screen was set a few feet outside the stone pillar. It was the same sealing barrier as that around the demon suppression mountain. Unless one was powerful enough to ignore these runes, true demons would be harmed upon contact. If one forced their way in, their organs and even their souls would suffer the pain of being burned. True demons below the transformation stage would surely turn to ashes. This is it. Those who wish to seize opportunities need only enter the hall, but what they can obtain depends entirely on their luck. Zhang Doran, your master, should have mentioned this to you, right? Song He and the old demon of the Yin Wind looked over simultaneously. Zhang Doran spoke inside. There are portraits of powerful beings. By kneeling in reverence, one can enter a special secret realm, and what one desires must be passed through corresponding assessments. This is a life and death assessment. Failing may lead to risk of demise. I cannot enter, so I will wait here for you all to return with your treasures. Lord Chi Feng said with a faint smile. Zhang Doran thought for a moment and directly passed through the red light screen in front of the hall, followed by Tsang, he the old demon of the Yin Wind, and then the young man in black. He too was eager for the opportunities within. Su Chuan glanced at the middle-aged man in black, and the others, a barely noticeable smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Why not all go together? Just mind your own business. Xie Sun said coldly. Lord Chi Feng, said Li Xiaoyo, you must not disappoint my expectations. I certainly will not disappoint the Lord. Su Chuan clasped his fists and then passed through the red light screen. Lu Chang asked in confusion, why is the Lord so polite to that kid? That kid is a treasure. The things he brings out might be more valuable than what others could get. How is that possible? Everything about him is an act. Is his realm also a disguise? His realm is real. He is at the mid-golden core stage, but his strength is not much weaker than yours. Here, the higher the potential, the more substantial the rewards. Although it was only a golden core level assessment, there was still a chance of obtaining spiritual treasures. Lu Chang and Xie Sun looked astonished, as did the others. Meanwhile, Su Dewen was horrified. Not good, my grandfather's disguise has been seen through. I also want to go in. You just stay put. Lu Chang said. It's fine, let him in. With his potential, he might also obtain something. But Lu Chang raised his head and saw Lord Chi Feng's eyes, immediately clasping his fists and saying, I will obey the Lord's command. Su Dewen, seeing this, rushed into the red light screen without saying a word. As expected. What do you mean as expected? Xie Sun asked. Although this child has the true demon physique, he will not be classified as a member of the true demon clan. Let us have someone else try. Xie Sun did as instructed. He had a descendant of the true demon try to touch it. But as soon as he made contact, his palm felt as if it were pressing against a burning hot iron plate, and the burning sensation made him retract immediately. This barrier not only burned his flesh, but also pierced his soul, making it unbearable. Only then did Xie Sun and Lu Chang truly sense the terror of the sealing barrier. This world is not without exceptionally talented individuals who otherwise, when our clan's army pressed forward back, then we would not have achieved only this little. We will follow the arrangements of the Lord. They all bowed and said. Song He looked curiously at the hall's exterior and found that Lu Chang and the others had no intention of entering. He wondered, aren't they planning to come in? So that's how it is. The old demon of the Yin Wind sneered. No wonder it feels strange. They do not want to, but are they all true demons? Song, he looked astonished. At this moment, Su Dewen rushed in. The old demon of the Yin Wind looked at him. Kid, you are not with them. Why can you enter? Senior, you misunderstand. I was merely captured by them, called a vessel or something. Song, he glanced at the people present, then looked at the hall outside. The anti-flight restriction of the demon suppression mountain is truly not easy to break through. Why bother with all that? Let's enter the secret realm first. I am curious what we can obtain inside. The old demon of the Yin Wind said, as for everything else, we can discuss it when we come out. Then he looked at Zhang Daoran. Since you are familiar with this place, please demonstrate it for everyone. Zhang Daoran did not refuse and bowed to the figure in the offering table. In the secret realm, Su Chuan discovered he was the only person present. He found himself in a massive chamber 300 zhang in both width and length, with a height of 300 zhang from the ground to the dome. The dome was intricately carved with dragons and phoenixes, while the surrounding walls were a shade of green covered with gray stone slabs. Su Chuan sensed a subtle force of restriction emanating from both the walls and the floor. It feels somewhat familiar. It seems that the assessments in various secret realms are quite similar. Could it be that they are borrowing from each other? I know it's a matter of mutual reference. If so, there should be a spirit of the secret realm present here. If my guess is correct, then the master of the demon suppression mountain must have quite the background. At the very least, they are a top-tier refining expert and might even be a formidable being at the integration stage. I hope Duan doesn't overestimate his capabilities. Su Chuan silently took out a token and hung it at his waist. It was the true transmission token of the ancient Songlong sect. After a moment, a mechanical voice echoed. I didn't expect there to still be candidates for the true transmission of the Songlong sect. May I ask, are you the spirit of this secret realm? Indeed, you may refer to me as Lord Tianfu. Su Chuan clasped his fists and continued to inquire. Having met Lord Tianfu, may I ask if the master of the demon suppression mountain and the master of the secret realm are the same person? Naturally, my master is one of the 3 vice principals of the ancient Xuanwu sect, Xuanfuzi. Lord Tianfu there is a remnant soul from the demon suppression mountain that has escaped and is rampaging outside. Do you have a solution? I am only responsible for controlling the secret realm. Matters regarding the demon suppression mountain are beyond my capabilities. The seal of the demon suppression mountain has some flaws. How can we repair it? If you can obtain my master's talisman path inheritance, you might be able to repair it. Otherwise, even if a god transformation refining expert came, they could only stare helplessly. Talisman path inheritance. Su Chuan was pleasantly surprised. How can I obtain it? Tianfu paused. My master walks the path of talismans, comprehending the changes of heaven and earth. The talisman path is his proudest inheritance and also the core inheritance. You should not underestimate yourself. Although you are a candidate for the true transmission of the Songlong sect, the assessment will not be lenient on you. Then what can be obtained through the assessment? What is the difficulty? If you were not a candidate for the true transmission of the Songlong sect, Lord Tianfu would not waste so many words with you. The assessment is quite simple. It tests combat strength. The greater the challenge, the more substantial the rewards. For example, you are currently at the 4th level of the Golden Core stage. The first round is against an opponent at the 4th level of the Golden Core stage, the second round against one at the 5th level. The 9th round will be against a fully realized Golden Core, a being with complete divine abilities. Su Chuan, upon hearing this, asked, if I pass the 9th round with my cultivation, what can I gain? You may obtain a spirit treasure, a Dan pills that enhance the divine sense of the nascent soul, pills for breaking through the nascent soul stage, 5th grade, heavenly materials, and the talisman path inheritance of the esteemed Xuanfuzi. Tianfu was immediately taken aback, and then spoke in an unfriendly tone, as a mere Golden Core you should not aim too high. Passing the 9th round may yield a Dan or a top-tier magical treasure. As for my master's 9 scrolls of talisman, you would at most obtain the content of the first scroll. Even if it's just the first level, it may require a high level of talent in the talisman path and a Golden Core divine sense to begin comprehension. My son Mingyuan possesses exceptional talent in the talisman path and is expected to inherit the legacy of esteemed Xuanfuzi, so I wish to push harder. I wonder if there are even more challenging levels beyond the 9th round. There is named breaking limits. Regardless of whether you are at the 4th or 9th level of the Golden Core stage, the difficulty of breaking limits surpasses that of the 9th round. As for the so-called 9 rounds, they are subdivided based on your current realm. Some may face only 3 rounds. Su Chuan responded, I see. If I pass the breaking limits round, what can I gain? In the breaking limits round, you will need to face an opponent at the early nascent soul stage. If you succeed, you will receive 3 rewards, the 9 scrolls of talisman and the first 6 scrolls. These will consist of content related to the Golden Core, nascent soul, and God transformation stages. 3 items seem a bit few. Su Chuan furrowed his brow and said, Lord Tianfu, if I can pass the breaking limits round, I do not want the rewards mentioned earlier except for the top-tier magical treasure. However, I want 5 items: a spirit treasure, a high-quality Dan pills that enhance the divine sense of the nascent soul, and pills for breaking through the nascent soul stage. Tianfu pondered for a moment, and said, "Very well, I shall grant your request. If you truly can pass the breaking limits, you would be a peerless genius, even in ancient times. Breaking some rules for you is not a big deal. However, I must remind you that this is a life and death test. If there is a danger to your life, I will not halt the assessment." "Understood." Chuan clasped his fists and bowed, saying, "Then please, Lord Tianfu, start the 9th round assessment directly." "Are you sure?" "I am a genius and can suppress all enemies." Tianfu thought for a moment, and said, "Then it shall be as you wish." In 10 breaths the talisman puppet will appear, and its strength will not be weaker than that of a fully realized golden core, or a being with complete divine abilities. It may even be more troublesome in some aspects. Any methods may be employed. Naturally, compared to the strength of the talisman puppet, Chuan was more concerned about the term talisman puppet. This talisman puppet should be a type of puppet, but relying on the understanding of talismans, I wonder how it compares to the puppets from the Myriad Forms Pavilion. 10 breaths passed in the blink of an eye. A puppet more than a zhang tall appeared several dozen zhang away from Chuan, entirely black, but inscribed with layers of faint golden runes. Those runes seemed to possess a spirit flickering in and out with the talisman puppet's breathing. The assessment begins. The mechanical announcement echoed throughout the space. Almost simultaneously, the assessments of others also began. However, unlike Chuan's exceptional situation, they all started from the first round to avoid misestimating their strength and endangering their lives. Buzz. As the voice fell, 2 faint golden glimmers suddenly lit up in the hollow eye sockets of the black talisman puppet. Without any warning, it raised a hand and pointed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A blazing line of fireballs the size of wash basins and rotating fire wheels. Waves of 1st and 2nd tier fire spells were unleashed, instantaneously showering towards Chuan like a torrential downpour. In an instant, the space was illuminated in a red hue with heat waves rolling in. Chuan raised his brow slightly, revealing a look of surprise. Then, with a flick of his sleeve, that Songlong treasure umbrella was already hovering above his head, a blue-gold light curtain descending and enveloping him completely. Boom, boom, boom. The dense barrage of fire spells continuously bombarded the light curtain. Explosions erupted in fiery bursts, shaking the light curtain violently, with ripples constantly. My goodness! Chuan looked at the talisman puppet's instantaneous attack methods and couldn't help but sigh. He could also unleash 1st and 2nd tier spells instantaneously for a short time, but it wouldn't last long. After a period, mental fatigue would inevitably lead to mistakes. But seeing the talisman puppet's momentum, if he did not react, it was likely it could keep attacking like this. Suddenly, a portion of the faint golden runes on the talisman puppet lit up. Then a flame dragon about 7 to 8 zhang long took shape, and its heat was even more intense than before. After the flame dragon, there appeared a fire phoenix, fire sparrow, and fire snake, among others. 3rd tier spells. Chuan was slightly startled. 5 3rd tier instantaneous spells charged towards him. The roars of the dragon and the cries of the phoenix echoed throughout the space, causing the very air to tremble. Boom, boom, boom. The impact of the 3rd tier spells was far beyond that of the 1st, and if it were before, even if they bombarded for a day and night, that Songlong treasure umbrella would not show any significant flaws in its defense. But with 3rd tier spells being unleashed so rapidly, even a top-tier defensive magical treasure shield would likely not hold for half a stick of incense. After all, the power of 3rd tier spells is still quite formidable. However, after this wave of attacks, it took a full 30 breaths before the talisman puppet unleashed 3rd tier. While maintaining the treasure umbrella, Chuan focused on observing. When a 1st tier spell was cast, only 1 rune would light up. For 2nd tier spells, 5 to 10 runes would light up simultaneously. For 3rd tier spells, a portion of the runes on the surface would light up almost instantly. Such frequent attacks, if not for careful observation, it would likely be hard to discern this pattern. Chuan thought to himself. However, 1 rune corresponds to a 1st tier spell, and the runes can connect to form 2nd and 3rd tier spells. What a monumental task this is. Such a talisman puppet could only be created by nascent soul cultivators. Indeed, the talisman path is one of the myriad great paths using runes to communicate with heaven and earth. As long as the spiritual energy in the world persists, attacks can be continuously unleashed. This is similar in principle to the path of formations. Having witnessed the long-range casting ability of the talisman puppet, Chuan also wanted to test its close combat capabilities and how it fared against his own defenses. Chuan calculated in his heart. Clearly, this assessment was directed at him, but it had quickly turned into Chuan assessing the talisman puppet. If Tianfu were aware of Chuan's thoughts, he would likely be furious. It was simply turning the heavens upside down. After a moment, seeing that the talisman puppet's instantaneous spellcasting remained fluid, just as he had speculated, Chuan finally decided to take the initiative. The sword light flowed and converged. In an instant, a sword dragon composed entirely of fierce sword energy over 10 zhang long. The sword light flowed and converged. In an instant, a sword dragon composed entirely of fierce sword energy over 10 zhang long took shape. It raised its head and emitted a dragon's roar, sword energy surging forth. Then it bravely charged into the storm of fire. Wherever the sword dragon passed, low-tier fire lines and fireballs were effortlessly shredded and obliterated. Even second-tier fire wheels and fire crows were torn apart like fragile paper. The sword dragon surged forward like a tidal wave, directly attacking the talisman puppet's main body. The talisman puppet seemed to sense the threat, changing its footwork and moving quickly in an attempt to create distance. Simultaneously, it waved its hands, increasing the frequency of its instantaneous spellcasting, once more attempting to use a denser barrage of firepower to block the sword dragon's advance. Several third-tier spells were unleashed in a row. Boom, boom, boom. The sword dragon was pushed back by several dozen zhang, and then yet another barrage of spells fell like rain. Unfortunately, low-tier spells could not even breach its protective sword energy. Only second-tier spells could have an impact on it. However, the talisman puppet was not human, or it might possess some intelligence, but it could not think in such a manner. If it were a first or second-tier talisman puppet, it would probably require its master to control it in order to unleash an attack. No matter how violent the talisman puppet's attacks were, its agility was still lacking. After a brief moment, the sword dragon finally closed in on the talisman puppet itself. Just as it was about to attack the main body of the talisman puppet, the majority of the runes on the puppet's surface suddenly lit up with dazzling golden light, and its hands came together. A vividly lifelike fire giant dragon and a majestic fire phoenix almost simultaneously took shape in front of it. Third-tier spells. Moreover, they were combination spells. The dragon and phoenix combined attack was not inferior in power to a third-tier high-grade spell. It was even comparable to a small-scale divine ability. The fire dragon and fire phoenix emitted their roars and cries, carrying terrifyingly high temperatures that could melt gold and forge iron, colliding left and right into the sword dragon. Boom, boom. A violent explosion occurred in midair. Fire and sword energy clashed and obliterated each other. The shockwave seemed to scrape away a layer from the ground. The sword dragon was directly blasted away for several dozen zhang, a significant portion of its body disintegrating. The talisman puppet itself was also sent flying by the explosion, crashing against the wall before finally coming to a stop. Coalesce. Chuan's magic surged violently, restoring the sword dragon to its original state. If all the talisman puppet's runes were to light up, I wonder what level of power the spells would reach, comparable to a grand divine ability. Go! Under Chuan's command, the sword dragon roared again and charged towards the talisman puppet. It seemed that due to the previous attack, the talisman puppet was unable to cast spells for several breaths. It relied solely on itself to defend. After a brief moment of attacks, Chuan determined that in close combat the talisman puppet was inferior to the puppets from the Myriad Forms Pavilion. The energy systems of the two were different. The Myriad Forms Pavilion's puppets could not unleash the same kind of violent spell attacks as the talisman puppet, as they relied more on the strength of their materials. After several attacks from the sword dragon, the talisman puppet's arms began to show some cracks. As the cracks grew larger, they would surely affect its subsequent spell output. It could be said that this assessment was already in the bag. Soon the talisman puppet again launched a frenzied attack with spells, but they were first and second tier spells. The sword dragon let out a roar made up of sword sounds, and its massive tail swept across powerfully. The torrent of spells was cleaved apart, and the talisman puppet was unable to dodge, getting hit squarely on its. Of course, the mechanical voice of the celestial talisman echoed once more. I am unaware of the rewards for this level's assessment. Previously you mentioned giving up the remaining rewards for a top-tier magical artifact. You may specify one type of artifact, and if available it will serve as the reward for this level. Chuan pondered for a moment, and said, I would prefer a life-saving magical artifact. Ordinary defensive artifacts will not suffice, for instance a complete breath concealment that cannot be detected below the transformation stage, or one that enhances speed. Secondly, a stealth artifact that has a very subtle aura when activated. I did not expect you to be so cautious about your life. If it were another prodigy, they would likely choose a magical artifact with overwhelming attack power. Then Lord Tianfu, do you have what I mentioned? What you mentioned are not ordinary artifacts, they are extremely rare, and their value surpasses both attack and defense artifacts. However, there is indeed one that meets your requirements. As soon as the words left his mouth, a pair of gigantic wings several meters wide hovered in midair. The wing bones, resembling jade, yet not jade, exhibited a deep golden hue, and every feather covering them was as sharp as fine iron. They flowed with a magnificent azure gold radiance. Additionally, between the azure gold feathers, faint golden arcs of lightning flickered in and out of existence, dancing and leaping while emitting a low crackling sound. These arcs of lightning were condensed and pure, causing the surrounding air to tremble slightly with each flicker. and there is a wind aura. Chuan sensed carefully that these wings besides the flickering lightning arcs also possessed an invisible wind aura. The perfect fusion of wind and lightning, this artifact exerts tremendous pressure, and its material is likely extraordinary, not at all inferior to the Yuan magnetic shield. Just as Chuan was secretly estimating, Tianfu spoke up. This is the wind thunder wings based on the pinnacle level wings of the thunder rock of the 4th stage, infused with the feathers of the azure rock of the late 3rd stage, along with numerous 4th stage materials. Once refined, its flying speed rivals that of lightning escape. In terms of value, it is already comparable to an ordinary spiritual treasure. However, it also has a drawback. Its mana consumption is immense. Even an average golden core stage practitioner would likely exhaust their mana in less than half a tea time when activated. Using it at the early nascent soul stage would be somewhat strenuous, making it impossible for prolonged use. Do you wish to choose it? Chuan pondered for a moment. His mana quality was already superior to others of the same level. Once he stepped into the nascent soul stage, even 4th stage late to peak tier flying beasts would find it hard to catch him. It would definitely be a trump card for survival. Thank you, Lord Tianfu, for your generosity. I shall choose it. You certainly have a discerning eye. After a pause, he continued to ask, as for the limit-breaking level, do you wish to proceed further? As long as Lord Tianfu permits me to use all my means, I would like to give it a try. Since you have made up your mind, I shall not dissuade you. I also look forward to seeing a prodigy capable of crossing realms and defeating opponents. After half a day, the limit-breaking challenge will commence. Understood. Chuan clasped his fists and stored the wind thunder wings away. He then sat cross-legged, swallowing pills to recover his mana. In the previous battle, he had consumed a considerable amount of mana due to observing the symbolic puppet. Otherwise, he could have defeated the symbolic puppet in just a few breaths. While Chuan rested, others had also concluded their challenges for the first level, while some continued. Especially Zhang Dare and Yin Feng, the Old Devil, and Song He. The symbolic puppets of the same tier were quite troublesome for them to deal with. Half a day quickly passed. The limit-breaking assessment begins. A 4th stage symbolic puppet comparable to the early nascent soul stage appeared. Its body was even larger, reaching 3 meters, and the runes on it were more complex and profound. The 4th stage symbolic puppet instantly unleashed several mid-tier 3rd stage spells equivalent to several minor divine abilities. When this attack landed on the azure gold light curtain, it caused a violent tremor. Indeed, it should not be underestimated. Chuan no longer concealed his strength and summoned the Xian Yin Corpse King from his Yin Corpse bag, the violent corpse energy sweeping the surroundings. Then 100 Ghosts banner appeared in his hand out of thin air. The soul banner gently swayed, releasing a dark red mist that hovered in midair. The Yin energy quickly coalesced, solidifying into the body of the Blood Fiend Ghost King. With the emergence of Chuan's 2 4th stage trump cards, the pressure of the 4th stage filled the entire space. Even the observing Tianfu was taken aback by this scene. To cultivate a 4th stage Corpse King and a 4th stage Ghost King at the Golden Core stage, and control them, it's no wonder that his divine sense has reached the nascent soul level. No wonder he can manipulate that sword formation so freely. Go. Chuan commanded, condensing the sword of the Azure Dragon once more. The 3 nascent soul level powers charged toward the 4th stage symbolic puppet from 3 different directions. Not only that, Chuan turned his hand, and a large black seal appeared in his palm. His eyes shimmered slightly, as if he were waiting for the right moment. Once he found an opening in the 4th stage symbolic puppet, he would throw it out. The heavy, profound seal was also a top-tier magical artifact. Its power was considerable, and it was a suppression type. Once struck solidly, it would significantly impact the puppet's body, which was nearly on par with a top-tier magical artifact. The spiritual intelligence of the 4th stage symbolic puppet seemed to be much higher than that of the 3rd stage puppet, as it understood the concept of capturing the leader first. But how could Chuan's methods be something it could compare to? Every time the symbolic puppet approached Chuan by several meters, his figure would merge into the ground and disappear. This was the divine ability, Shadow Escape. With the 3 nascent soul powers attacking and Chuan's ambush, though the 4th stage symbolic puppet was powerful, it only lasted half a stick of incense before being defeated. However, the Xian Yin Corpse King and Blood Fiend Ghost King had also sustained some minor injuries. Chuan himself had consumed over 60% of his mana. He glanced at the 4th stage symbolic puppet not far away, acted swiftly, and swept it into his storage ring with a flick of his sleeve. Tianfu, who was watching from the shadows, was speechless. He truly wasted not a single bit. He couldn't even recover it in time. If he were to ask for it back, he would. What a gain. Just the remains of this 4th stage puppet are worth 1 or 2 top-tier magical artifacts, and the runes on it will greatly benefit Ming Yuan in comprehending the art of talismans in the future. Just at that moment, the mechanical voice of Tianfu echoed again. You are quite impressive, achieving divine sense limit breaking in the mid-golden core stage, and your mana exceeds that of an average golden core completion. However, you have relied on external objects until now. I wonder how you fare in comprehending divine abilities. If I do not speak, will it affect the subsequent rewards? Would I lie? However, if these are from a deeply rooted power, there is still a slight chance of achieving it, but comprehending divine abilities depends entirely on one's own perception and understanding of the heavens and earth. This is the path of cultivation. Understood. Chuan thought for a moment and concealed part of it, saying, I have cultivated multiple divine abilities with one completed and one majorly developed. The rest are not worth mentioning. 2. One completed, one majorly developed. Upon hearing this, a ripple appeared in Tianfu's voice. Your foundation and background are comparable to the ancient peerless prodigies, and your comprehension is not lacking either. With both combined, you could be ranked among the most talented prodigies. Even in ancient times, one would not emerge in 1,000 years. During Tianfu's silence, Chuan clasped his fists and inquired, Lord Tianfu, what about my rewards? Tianfu sighed quietly. Indeed, no one is perfect. Your talent and comprehension are exceptional, but your character, I will not forget yours. After a moment, 4 items appeared before Chuan. 3 porcelain vials and a yellow jade slip. Chuan scanned with his divine sense and recognized that each of the 3 porcelain vials contained a pill which he could easily identify as top tier based on his alchemical skills. As for the yellow jade slip, he also probed with his divine sense and browsed through it. The 9 chapters of Celestial Talisman is indeed profound. Although it only contains the first 6 chapters, it is more than enough for Ming Yuan to comprehend and practice. However, Chuan was surprised to find that besides the method of refining symbolic puppets in the 9 chapters of Celestial Talisman, it also involved methods for honing divine sense. Only with a powerful divine sense can one control a multitude of symbolic puppets and engrave such complex runes. Although Chuan met the requirements, unfortunately, he had no time to study this aspect. As for the reward of a spiritual treasure, I have the final say. Just like before, you may choose the type yourself. Chuan's expression brightened, and he immediately said, I desire a defensive spiritual treasure with significant spirituality. You are indeed clever. A spiritual treasure with high spirituality, if it can communicate, would allow you to exert greater power with less effort. Given your mana and divine sense foundation, it's not impossible to unleash a portion of its might. After saying this, Tianfu pondered for a moment before saying, I have 3 defensive spiritual treasures here. You may choose freely. You want me to choose? Are you testing my vision and luck? When Chuan looked up again, 3 spiritual treasures had already appeared. On the left was a screen adorned with beautiful mountains and rivers. In the middle was a small yellow shield with an ancient design seemingly engraved with a diagram of the Xuanwu suppressing the sea. On the right was a scroll partially unfurled revealing a depiction of the Xuanwu carrying the mountains. A classic 3-choice scenario. Each spiritual treasure radiated with vibrant energy, their precious light shimmering, appearing equally impressive. However, if it were not for Tianfu's deliberate suppression, the treasures would undoubtedly shine brilliantly, filling the entire space with pressure. It seems that one of them must far exceed the other 2, otherwise he wouldn't need to go through this trouble and could directly grant it as the level's reward. Chuan looked again, and his first instinct pointed to the depiction of the Xuanwu carrying the mountains. Even just the exposed half could rival the other 2 defensive spiritual treasures, and the latter half of the scroll must possess other profound mysteries. Of course, this was merely Chuan's speculation. It could also be a ruse. After pondering for a moment, Chuan decided to take a gamble. Heavenly mechanism, Dao transformation, calculate for me. Following one's heart. It seems that my Su clan's luck is flourishing indeed, having a considerable influence on me. My first instinct was not wrong. This spiritual treasure is fated to me. Chuan secretly rejoiced. Lord Tianfu, I choose the one on the far right. Oh, why? Intuition. Without further words from Tianfu, the other 2 spiritual treasures suddenly vanished. The Xuanwu carrying the mountains automatically rolled up, transforming into a roughly 2-foot-long ancient scroll. The scroll's body was neither wood nor jade, appearing in a dark, heavy black hue, feeling slightly cool to the touch. It steadily fell into Chuan's already outstretched palm. You are quite lucky. This spiritual treasure indeed far surpasses the other 2. It belongs to a disciple of my lord, but unfortunately he perished in an ancient battle. The full name of this spiritual treasure is Xuanwu Refining Demons Diagram. It has 3 transformations. The first manifests the shadow of the Xuanwu carrying the mountains, serving as a defensive treasure. In terms of defense, it is slightly inferior to the other 2, but not considered bad. The second is Xuanwu Sealing Demons, capable of suppressing and sealing demonic cultivators and even ancient true demons. The third is Xuanwu Refining Demons, which can refine the suppressed and sealed cultivators and ancient true demons, converting their entire cultivation into nourishment for this diagram, enhancing its foundation. It has the greatest restraint against true demons, a lesser effect against demonic cultivators, and is least effective against orthodox cultivators. Isn't this a magical treasure that counters demonic paths? Defense is merely an accessory, right? If you put it that way, there is no harm in it. Tianfu continued. Its previous master slayed numerous true demons in the ancient battle, resulting in the creation of this diagram. This grants it a spirituality far exceeding other spiritual treasures, and its power now rivals that of a mid-grade spiritual treasure. After a pause, he added, this spiritual treasure has a somewhat heavy killing nature. It is a double-edged sword and may affect one's disposition to some extent. How to use it you must weigh for yourself. Chuan nodded slightly. The defense of a low-grade spiritual treasure was comparable to the suppression and killing power of a mid-grade spiritual treasure. Moreover, it could continue to grow. I must say this time he truly made a great profit. This single spiritual treasure surpassed all gains from the ancient battlefield. Even among dominant nascent soul factions like the Xianyu sect and Qingyun sect, whether they possess mid-grade spiritual treasures is uncertain. Naturally, considering the power of this spiritual treasure, Chuan felt that without the nascent soul realm it was better not to attempt refining it recklessly, to avoid being unable to withstand even its explosive might. Chuan carefully stored the Xuanwu refining demons diagram in his storage ring, and then asked Lord Tianfu, "May I ask how others fared in their challenges? Were there any fatalities?" "None. The demonic cultivator in the early golden core stage has passed 5 levels, while the one in the golden core completion stage has only passed 1 level. The other 3 nascent soul practitioners are all challenging the 2nd level. Each person's rewards for completing challenges are different, right? Indeed. For instance, the one in golden core completion stage faced symbolic puppets comparable to major divine abilities in the 1st level, and in the 2nd level, he faced puppets comparable to fully developed divine abilities. If he continues, he will have to face an almost invincible existence in the golden core realm. He has only 3 levels, and the reward for having passed 1 level is much greater than that for the early golden core practitioner. If he can pass 3 levels, he could obtain the Transcendence Pill and a top-tier magical artifact. The few in the nascent soul stage are likewise challenged. They are all at the peak of the early nascent soul stage, and the 2nd level involves crossing realms. The difficulty from the 3rd to the 4th layer is incomparable to that from the 1st to the 2nd layer. As long as they can break through the 2nd level, they could receive breakthrough pills or mid to low-grade transcendence pill. Thank you for your answers, Lord Tianfu. You have obtained my lord's 9 chapters of Celestial Talisman. Do not forget your prior promise to find a suitable successor. Rest assured, Lord Tianfu, my son Ming Yuan has a glimmer of hope to stand shoulder to shoulder with Senior Xianfu. Difficult. In this world, no matter how talented one is, if the world does not change, the path ahead will be severed. I understand. I once heard a senior in the late nascent soul stage mention that within the ancient battlefield lies the ancestral vein. Only by retrieving the ancestral vein from the battlefield can one raise the spiritual energy of this domain, increasing the chances of nascent soul breakthroughs into the transformation stage. To make a complete change, it would require the 2 currently divided realms to merge, allowing the heavenly Tao to awaken and gradually return to the ancient world. That person has quite a vision. It seems he has received ancient inheritance, but while it sounds simple, it is exceedingly difficult to accomplish. After a sigh, Tianfu asked, "Are you ready to go out now?" "Yes, but Lord Tianfu, since you must select a successor for Senior Xianfu, could there be?" "You are truly a bit shameless climbing up the ladder opportunistically." Tianfu said helplessly, "My lord has not left a decision to seek a successor. This assessment is merely a gift from my lord to the junior cultivators who have entered the demon suppression mountain. With such talent and understanding, if there were a legacy assessment, you would qualify to become a named disciple. Naturally, when our master took disciples in ancient times, they all began at the transformation stage. If it weren't for the changes in the world, you wouldn't even reach the threshold. Those who haven't matured cannot be considered geniuses." Chuan slightly nodded in agreement. "Well, I shall take the responsibility of providing some benefits to those practicing the 9 celestial talismans." As the words fell, a flash of azure light appeared in the air, seemingly capturing a segment of the most gentle azure sky's radiance, condensing in one spot. Upon looking closely, a jade brush floated quietly. The brush shaft was roughly a foot long, crafted from the finest jade, its color not uniform, but transitioning from a deep azure at the tail to a clear lake green at the tip. The jade was pure and flawless, warm and refined, with a radiance flowing that seemed to contain mist and vapor, making one feel calm and serene. The shaft was not smooth throughout. Instead, it bore intricate natural patterns. The brush tip was not made from ordinary animal hair, but rather a tuft of gray-white bristles about an inch long. It was unclear what kind of beast's fur it was made from. The entire jade brush lacked an imposing sharpness, yet it exuded an aura of tranquility and enlightenment. This is the Celestial Talisman brush, merely a replica of the true Celestial Talisman brush. It is a high-grade magical artifact. Take this, and do not pursue further entanglements. Chuan smiled broadly, and immediately cupped his fists to receive it. He was about to express his thanks again, but fearing Chuan would make more requests, the Celestial Talisman enveloped him in light and teleported him out of the secret realm. Such a shameless brat is rarely seen, even in ancient times. However, with this kind of shamelessness and his talent, he could thrive, even in ancient days. He is expected to grow to the height of our master. Chuan only felt a dizzying sensation before appearing in the main hall. I just wanted to express my heartfelt thanks. Was it necessary to rush me out like this? Chuan shook his head with a light sigh, then sat cross-legged to begin restoring his mana. Not long after he emerged, he was noticed by Chi-Feng Demon Lord and others outside the hall. My lord, that brat came out so quickly, he must not have obtained anything good. Lu Chong looked at Chi-Feng. Chi-Feng Demon Lord glanced over, pondering. Something seems off. Could it be that he came out so fast due to his overwhelming strength? Or did he truly gain nothing? We need to capture him and investigate thoroughly. Half a day later, a young man in black appeared in the main hall following the shadow wind, old demon. He looked at Chuan. Kid, you came out quickly. What did you get inside? Hurry and hand it over. Do you think him a fool? The spirit of the secret realm said that below the nascent soul stage, it's almost impossible to obtain a spiritual treasure. Don't make me act or you'll regret it before handing over what you have. Chuan opened his eyes and lifted his head, his gaze fixed on him, as if to say, you have already chosen your aunt seeking death. Just as the young man in black was about to make a move, a flash of white light appeared as Zhang Daoran entered the main hall. His aura fluctuated violently, his azure robe charred in many places, and his face, slightly pale, clearly injured. The young man in black was suddenly alarmed. Chuan immediately said, Senior Zhang, this demon cultivator wants to kill me. Zhang Daoran frowned and glanced at Chuan. Do I know you well? However, he still turned to look at the young man in black. The young man in black quickly cupped his fists and bowed, his attitude very humble. Senior, please do not listen to his nonsense. With the demon lord eyeing us, how could I dare to act recklessly at this moment? Zhang Daoran said nothing, turning to look outside the hall, his gaze meeting that of Chi-Feng Demon Lord. After a moment, he withdrew his gaze, found a quiet spot, and took out 2 porcelain bottles from his storage ring. From the bottles a pill flew out and entered his mouth. Chuan sniffed lightly and thought, these are mid to low-grade pills for recovering mana and healing injuries for the nascent soul stage. It seems that at the 4th tier, high-grade pills have indeed become rare. From this, Chuan could deduce that the Xian Yu sect lacked alchemists at the nascent soul stage. Otherwise, they would surely prepare high-grade pills for such matters as entering the ancient battlefield. The difference in efficacy between high-grade and below is significant. Several hours passed. Su Duan appeared in the main hall, glanced at everyone, and sat down beside Chuan. Then came Song He, and lastly the Shadow Wind, Old Demon. The battle style of the talisman puppets countered the Shadow Wind, Old Demon. In the Thousand Souls banner, countless 1st and 2nd tier souls faced the instant spells of the talisman puppets only to suffer. To some extent, they were also using numbers to overwhelm the opponent. Zhang Daoran, Song He, and the Shadow Wind, Old Demon were all increasingly injured. They all understood that their expedition to the Demon Suppression Mountain was nearing its end, waiting only for them to get past Chi-Feng Demon Lord. If they couldn't get through, not only would they die, but their gains would also benefit Chi-Feng Demon Lord. In a day or two, Chuan and Su Duan had fully recovered to their peak condition. The young man in black was still a bit behind, while the other 3 needed more time. Another half-month passed. The most heavily injured Shadow Wind, Old Demon, also recovered. Song He said, Zhang Dao Yu, Shadow Wind Dao Yu, success or failure hinges on this one move. I understand, but you two better not hold back, otherwise don't blame me for dragging you down with me. The Shadow Wind, Old Demon did not consider Chuan and the others as combat power. Let's go. Zhang Daoran and the other 2 walked towards the hall's exit. Chuan and the other 2 followed behind. Among them, the young man in black's eyes were fixed on the Shadow Wind, Old Demon, the killing intent hidden in them almost spilling out. As everyone stepped out of the crimson light curtain, they shouted, form the formation. Xie Sun and Lu Chong shouted simultaneously. The 9 of them flickered with black light, and pure demonic energy surged, creating mysterious formation patterns in the sky. Within the formation, a massive figure condensed. Not a bad formation based on the true demonic bloodline, using demonic energy as form, leveraging the power of the formation to condense into the battle demon's body. Chi-Feng Demon Lord evaluated silently. Moments later, amidst the surging demonic energy, a fearsome battle demon, towering 10 feet tall, materialized. It was clad in rough, heavy black bone armor with pale bone spikes protruding at the joints, its head resembling a beast exhaling a dark red breath, like sulfur. In its hand it grasped a giant battle axe completely formed from pure demonic energy. The axe blade twisted unpredictably, yet emitted a sharp, cold gleam, as if it could tear through the void. The battle demon let out a deafening roar, the sound waves carrying a tangible oppressive force spreading like a surging tide in all directions. The air trembled and solidified. Zhang Daoran, Song He, and the Shadow Wind, Old Demon all furrowed their brows, their expressions heavy. The strength of this battle demon's aura was already close to that of a mid-nascent soul cultivator, not weaker. Moreover, with the demonic energy taking form, it was recklessly fearless. Slash. The bloodlight flashed in the battle demon's hollow eye sockets. The demonic energy battle axe was raised high above its head, wielding the momentum to split mountains and shatter the earth as it swung down towards the three. Before the axe even arrived, the overwhelming oppressive force of the demon already felt like a heavy weight bearing down, making it hard to breathe. At the same time, the ever-watchful Chi-Feng demon lord also made his move. With a flick of his sleeve, a gigantic black, demonic palm, clearly patterned, appeared out of thin air. The demonic patterns on the palm whirled, exuding a terrifying aura of suppression and corrosion, combining with the battle demon's axe strike. One above, one below, like a net of heaven and earth descended upon Zhang Daoran and the others pressing control. Zhang Daoran reacted the fastest. With a low shout, an ancient bronze shield rose above his head. As it spun, a heavy, substantial dark black protective shield formed, shielding everyone. Break the magic. Song, he soared into the air, his hair and beard standing on end. With his hands swiftly forming seals, lightning burst around him. A blinding silver-white lightning gathered in his palms, instantly transforming into a majestic thunder crane with a wingspan of several feet, entirely composed of raging lightning. The thunder crane let out a long cry, its voice resonating like thunder. With a flap of its wings, it dragged a brilliant trail of lightning towards the massive demonic palm pressing down. The clash of lightning and demonic energy sparked violently, sizzling and annihilating one another. Thousand Souls Banner. The shadow wind old demon also grinned savagely, summoning forth the swirling black Thousand Souls banner. As the banner unfurled, countless twisted and tormented faces of resentful souls appeared, emitting sharp wails, transforming into a murky tidal wave of souls. Instead of directly attacking the demonic palm or battle axe, it cunningly circled to the side, lunging toward Chi-Feng demon lord's main body, attempting to disrupt his spellcasting. The three acted swiftly, their cooperation quite harmonious. However, just as the shadow wind old demon focused entirely on urging the Thousand Souls banner, an aura of murky dark light suddenly erupted from the blind spot behind the shadow wind old demon, launching a surprise attack. In just a breath, it directly pierced through the shadow wind old demon's protective magic barrier. However, the shadow wind old demon was a nascent soul cultivator with a spiritual sense far sharper than ordinary people. In a critical moment, he felt a chilling sense of death that made his soul tremble from behind. Though he had no time to evade, his instincts forced his body to tilt sharply to the side within the limits of his craft. The sharp weapon pierced through flesh with a muffled sound. The black light accurately shot into the left rear of the shadow wind old demon, emerging from the left side of his chest, leaving behind a stream of dark red blood and wisps of rapidly spreading black gas. Had it not been for his instinctual evasion in a life-or-death moment, this black light would have pierced his heart. Even if nascent soul cultivators have strong life forces, a heart that has been completely pierced would not survive. He could only choose to separate his nascent soul from his body. The shadow wind old demon let out a painful groan, his mana instantly thrown into chaos. The Thousand Souls banner thus lost control, and its prior attack quickly dissipated. He fell from midair like a kite with a severed string. Kneeling half-heartedly on the ground, he struggled to look down. He saw a fist-sized perforation in his chest, gushing forth thick black gas. This black gas was not ordinary demonic energy. It carried a strong corrosive quality, wildly destroying the flesh and veins around the wound, preventing it from healing. It also spread towards his internal organs, bringing excruciating pain and weakness. The shadow wind old demon could only devote most of his mind to suppressing this pain, or else such agony would even prevent him from casting spells. 10,000 ghosts devour the spirit. The netherworld is boundless. Lu Jin's protective spiritual light was torn to shreds by the endless claws of vengeful spirits. Countless ghostly figures with blue faces and sharp fangs pounced upon him, frantically biting and clawing. "No, Master Uncle, spare me. I was forced." Lu Jin's cries for mercy were cut short, and he ceased to draw breath. Crack, sizzle, crunch. It was the horrifying sound of bones being crushed, tendons being severed, and flesh being devoured. In just a few breaths, Lu Jin was completely devoured. Moments later, the overwhelming black mist rapidly retreated into the Thousand Souls banner like a receding tide. All that remained was a few wisps of lingering blood, a slightly dimmed black flying sword, and a gray storage bag. Just as the myriad ghosts flew back into the Thousand Souls banner, Chuan waved his sleeve, and the black flying sword and storage bag flew into it. His expression was calm, as if he had merely performed an insignificant ordinary task. This scene not only stunned the old demon of Yin Wind, but also left Song He and Zhang Daoran momentarily dumbfounded. Was this kid really lacking sense? The demon lord of Kaifeng's pupils narrowed slightly, as if pondering something. After a brief pause, the old demon of Wind endured the intense pain and angrily said, "Kid, do you want to experience the 10,000 ghosts devouring the body as well?" In response, Chuan simply replied, "A thing without a master what I picked up first belongs to me. Is there a problem with that?" Good, good, good. There really is someone who isn't afraid of death upon witnessing that scene. Lord Demon, save me. I am but your vessel. If I die, what will you do? Are you going to possess someone next to you, or one of the several nascent soul seniors present? The old demon of Wind was taken aback. The demon lord of Chiefing frowned, and even Lu Chong and the others showed a change in expression as if their hearts had been stirred. Kid, stop your act. You think you can instigate us? You are still too immature. Do you really believe I would trust you enough to let you take over? In this day and age, not even oaths are believed anymore. Chuan spread his hands, displaying a look of helplessness. I originally aimed my heart at the bright moon, but alas, the bright moon shines into the ditch. The human heart is no longer what it used to be. Truly, the human heart is no longer what it used to be. Su Duan on the side was internally mocking furiously. My grandfather, could you not act so fake? Your grandson is so embarrassed he could dig a hole with his toes. Chuan looked towards Zhang Daoran. Senior Zhang, with a great enemy before us, are you just going to watch the old demon of Wind slaughter the innocent? Zhang Daoran furrowed his brow. He felt an almost familiar sensation emanating from Chuan. At this moment, Song He-Zinran's thunder crane suddenly erupted. He reminded Zhang Daoyo, Wind Daoyo, focus on the enemy first. Do not concern yourselves with such trivial matters. The dark black light curtain trembled violently under the relentless assault of the ward demon giant axe. The black sharp cone in the hands of the demon lord of Chiefing shot out again, piercing toward the area of intense fluctuation in the light curtain. Its timing was exceptionally precise, and its gaze was sharp. Crack. To the area attacked by the black sharp cone, several cracks unexpectedly appeared. This scene shocked Zhang Daoran greatly. After all, this bronze ancient shield was a top-tier magical treasure. He hurriedly said, "Do not concern yourselves with others. Let us strike together, otherwise none of us can leave this place." The old demon of Wind shot Chuan a fierce glare, his gaze as venomous as a knife steeped in ice. "Let this brat temporarily keep Lu Jin's relics. Oh, I will settle this account with you later." His chest's black hole continued to spout corrosive black mist. His face was pale, yet he forced a sinister smile, and once again urged the Thousand Souls banner. The banner surged violently, and a denser, purer wave of deathly energy rushed out, not dissipating, but rapidly condensing, transforming in midair into a shadow dragon of over 20 zhang in length. The dragon was entirely gray, with only its twin eyes burning with ghostly green flames, emanating a chill that could freeze the soul and a sinister aura that devoured vitality. After letting out a silent roar, it pounced fiercely towards the Tenzhang tall, menacing war demon. "Leave that war demon to me. You two handle the Chiefing demon lord." The old demon of Wind rushed towards the war demon on his own. Compared to the compatibility of the old demon of Wind and the demon lord of Chiefing, Zhang Daoran and Song He-Zinran had a much greater restraining effect. Moreover, he was currently severely injured. Facing the unfathomable Chiefing demon lord, the possibility of being swiftly exterminated was much greater. Thus Zhang Daoran and Song He did not stop him. If the old demon of Wind were at his peak, he might be able to suppress one or two, but at this moment, it would be exceedingly difficult. Zhang Daoran looked at the Chiefing demon lord. He withdrew the dark black light curtain. With a flip of his right hand, a 3-foot-long sword adorned with golden patterns was already grasped in his hand. It was indeed his life magical treasure. With a seemingly casual twist of his wrist, the sword tip trembled lightly. Hundreds of thousands of condensed pale golden sword chi took shape out of thin air. Like an invisible commander, they instantly arranged and combined, transforming into a raging torrent of sword chi rushing towards the Chiefing demon lord, who stood with his hands behind his back. On the other side, Song He-Zinran did not dare to lag behind. He held what appeared to be an ordinary white jade whisk in his left hand, but with a shake of his wrist, the 3,000 silver-white threads of dust suddenly surged, transforming into a sky full of crystalline threads. Each one was incredibly resilient and infused with faint lightning, like a celestial net wrapping around the Chiefing demon lord from all directions in an attempt to restrict his movements. At the same time, he swiftly formed a hand seal with his right hand and chanted incantations. Above the Chiefing demon lord's head, thunderclouds began to gather, evidently preparing for a powerful thunder-based divine ability ready to unleash. Faced with the combined fierce assault of Zhang Daoran and Song He, the Chiefing demon lord's crimson demon eyes flashed with a hint of disdain. He did not dodge or evade, merely raising a palm covered with dense magic patterns. If it were 5 elements divine thunder, or evil repelling divine thunder, I might fear it for a moment, but you dare to flaunt ordinary thunder techniques before me. As he slightly spread his 5 fingers, the void before his palms suddenly caved in, forming a swirling pitch-black vortex. The surging torrent of sword chi rushed into the vortex, and shockingly it vanished like a cow entering the sea, only causing ripples to form before being entirely devoured. Even that sharp sword intent was obliterated. Seeing this, Zhang Daren's expression suddenly changed. Meanwhile, the swirling silver threads of the whisk that song he had unleashed upon nearing within 3 zhang of the chiefing demon lord seemed to strike an invisible barrier. Issuing a sizzling sound of burning, they could not advance even an inch. The pure magic energy naturally emanating from the chiefing demon lord carried a powerful corrosive and repulsive force, rapidly wearing away the attached lightning. Shake! The chiefing demon lord snorted coldly, and the magic light around him surged violently. A domineering, unmatched circular shockwave suddenly expanded. The resilient threads of the whisk were like strings of a zither, snapped by great force, all recoiling. Falling thunder descend. The thunder technique was completed, and Song, he formed a seal to summon the lightning down. Boom! A dazzling silver lightning bolt suddenly struck down, hitting the chiefing demon lord's Tianling. Although the chiefing demon lord verbally dismissed it, he did not dare to underestimate it. He let out a low roar, true demon body manifest. His body instantly expanded, a circle, complex dark golden magic patterns appearing on the surface of his skin, muscles twisting like dragons, emanating a terrifying physical power and demon might. Instead of retreating, he advanced, launching a punch upward. Bang! The imprint of his fist collided solidly with the lightning mark, erupting into a blinding burst of light. The violent power of thunder and the domineering force of the true demon clashed and annihilated each other. In the end, the silver lightning shattered, and only a few charred marks remained on the chiefing demon lord's fist. In an instant, he recovered under the nurturing of demonic energy. His form swayed slightly, and he dissipated the residual force, emerging unscathed. Just this much. The chiefing demon lord sneered. His demonic body moved, transforming into a blurred shadow, actively lunging towards Zhang Daoran and Song He. His attacks varied between fist and palm, claw and finger. Every strike contained overwhelming true demon power. Zhang Daoran's sword light crisscrossed Song He's thunder techniques, frequently unleashed, and the whisk launched sneak attacks. The two coordinated perfectly, defending and attacking together, yet they were still thoroughly suppressed by the chiefing demon lord alone. The battle was fraught with danger. The two could only barely hold on, and defeat seemed merely a matter of time. On the other side, the battle between the shadow dragon controlled by the old demon of Yin Wind and the war demon was even more brutal. The dragon moved with agility and cunning, sometimes coiling and biting, sometimes exhaling deathly cold energy, specifically targeting the joints and energy nodes of the war demon. The war demon, on the other hand, was massive and powerful, swinging its demonic axe to split mountains and shatter rocks, fiercely unafraid of death. However, the old demon of Yin Wind was indeed heavily injured. The strange black mist in his chest continued to corrode. Though the blood flowed slowly, it had not stopped, and intense pain surged, making it difficult for him to concentrate his spirit. Controlling the Thousand Souls banner and other magical treasures inevitably led to slight delays and oversights. Under the relentless assault of the war demon, the shadow dragon was directly decapitated. The remaining shadow energy rolled back, flying back into the Thousand Souls banner. However, the old demon of Yin Wind also used a flying sword magical treasure, taking the opportunity to pierce through the body of the war demon. The impact on the war demon itself was minimal, but for the one forming the formation, it would significantly increase mana consumption. Grandfather, are you not going to make a move? Su Duan and Su Chuan were both at the edge of the red light curtain in the great hall, ready to step into the other side at any moment. One was at the early golden core stage, and the other at the mid-golden core stage, merely existing like ants in the eyes of others. Although the chiefing demon lord was aware of Su Chuan's partial combat strength, he merely regarded him as a tool for bringing out treasures and resources from the secret realm. After all, the higher the potential, the better the quality of the items brought out. Perhaps he would find something he needed. That old demon of Yin Wind can hold on for a while longer. We need to let him expend another wave of their strength. Does grandfather want to kill him? His path aligns with mine. I can directly absorb and assimilate the foundation of the Thousand Souls banner. Congratulations to grandfather in advance on that. What have you obtained this time? Su Duan did not hide, saying, I barely passed 8 levels and obtained a mid-grade magical treasure for escape, a top-grade magical shield, and a jar of pure, true demon energy. Oh, it seems you accumulated them to exchange later. Even if I passed the previous levels, there are no good reward items, so it's better to accumulate. The pills and such you prepared for me are already sufficient, grandfather. As for the more precious items like the Transcendence Pill, one must at least pass the 9th level to possibly obtain them. Su Chuan said, these 3 items can indeed enhance your strength, especially the true demon energy. With it, your true demon body can be activated. Subsequent cultivation of demonic techniques will progress by leaps and bounds. However, refining it is not easy. You need to find a quiet place to do so later. Once this matter is settled, grandfather will help you disguise. You can go to the outskirts of the battlefield to find your second uncle and act together. After leaving the ancient battlefield, we can separate and act at leisure. Quickly refine the magical treasures to enhance your strength. The demonic path is much more direct in terms of plunder. I understand, grandson. Su Duan believed that Su Chuan's gains were definitely more precious, perhaps even containing spiritual treasures. But he would not ask. What he obtained was merely ordinary for the current Su family, while if Su Chuan's gains were revealed, it would bring about catastrophe. Therefore, remaining uninformed and not asking was the best choice. Another 3 hours of fierce battle passed. The chiefing demon lord still steadily suppressed Zhang Daoran and Song, he giving people a feeling of being unfathomable. However, the old demon of Yin Wind was beginning to falter. He felt his blood was almost drained, and his mana consumption was several times faster than usual. Due to not expelling the strange death energy in time, he had been enduring agony. The consumption of his spiritual sense was also unusual. No, if this continues, I will surely die at the hands of this group. He had considered directly attacking the one forming the formation, but was blocked each time by the war demon. Lu Chang and Xie Sun were both true demons possessing bodies. Their performance in Su Chuan's view was not as powerful as the Tian Luo demon lord during the previous battle between the two factions. Lu Chang and Xie Sun were both true demons possessing bodies. Their performance in Su Chuan's view was not as powerful as the Tian Luo demon lord during the previous. Su Chuan had been observing the old demon of Yin Wind. After a moment, he glanced at Zhang Daoran and Song, he who were struggling under the furious assault of the chiefing demon lord. A glint of cold and ruthless intent suddenly flashed in his eyes. It was time. Explode. The old demon of Yin Wind's mind stirred. The shadow dragon entangled with the war demon suddenly stiffened. Then the chaotic, deathly energy within him exploded like a barrel of gunpowder igniting. Boom! A pitch-black energy sphere with a diameter of over 30 zhang instantly expanded and detonated. The destructive energy shockwave surged outward like a wave of death. At the forefront was the war demon. Despite its furious roar and attempts to block with its axe under the violent explosion at such close range, its massive demonic body was directly blown apart. The pure demonic energy transformed into a vast sea of black light. Lu Chang and Xie Sun and the others were suddenly backfired upon, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. This was not a loss of limbs, but a complete collapse requiring time to reconstitute. On the other side, the old demon of Yin Wind also suffered a self-inflicted injury, damaging himself as much as he damaged the enemy. The shadow dragon originated from the Thousand Souls banner. With its inherent magical treasure essence, such a self-detonation had a significant impact on it. Almost as the shadow dragon self-destructed, the soul banner emitted a mournful wail, its surface shaking violently, and its spiritual light dimmed by more than half. The faces of the vengeful spirits floating above it became much more blurred. Clearly the loss of its source of death energy was severe, reducing its power. The old demon of Yin Wind had a deep connection with the Thousand Souls banner. If the treasure was damaged, he would undoubtedly be affected as well. His already pale face turned ashen. Another mouthful of black blood was violently spewed out. Yet madness erupted in his eyes, filled with the light of survival against the odds. Taking advantage of the opportunity to heavily injure the war demon, and the chaotic energy flow obscuring vision, he unhesitatingly turned and transformed into a dim escape light, exerting all his strength to flee towards the base of the demon suppression mountain. Go! Just as the shadow dragon self-exploded, the barely perceptible gray stream of light shot out like lightning. Its speed was far beyond that of the heavily injured Yin Wind old demon. The gray stream passed through the battlefield of Zhang Daoran, and the other three sweeping past Lu Chang and others directly pursuing them. A fleeting sense of survival washed over the Yin Wind old demon, who thought he could take advantage of the chaos to escape from the demon suppression mountain. But suddenly a chilling and bone-deep sense of crisis arose behind him. In addition, a strong and foul death energy rapidly approached. He turned back in horror and saw a tall and burly figure had caught up to him within less than 50 zhang. A fourth-order corpse king. How could a fourth-order corpse king appear here? The Yin Wind old demon was shocked to the core, and judging by the posture, it was clearly coming for him. Moments later, the Xian Yin Corpse King stood in front of the Yin Wind old demon. The old demon was forced to halt his escape. It's you. In the back, Lu Chang and Xie Sun gasped as they saw the Corpse King. Zhang Daoran and Song, he were also involuntarily drawn to this sudden turn of events. They all turned to look at Su Chuan within the crimson light curtain. The Corpse King had burst forth from his direction, and its owner's identity was evident. Even the Qifeng Demon Lord slightly slowed his offensive gaze towards Su Chuan, revealing surprise and even anticipation. Young friendly, I didn't expect you to have such a trump card. I wonder what you obtained in the hall. Just hand it over, and I can let you leave. Chuan knew he would be targeted, so he retreated into the crimson light curtain. I witnessed the bloody lesson just now. Young Master Li should not underestimate me. How could such scoundrels be compared to young Master Li? Chuan said with a cold smile. A golden core cultivator could actually command a fourth-order corpse king. Everyone present was shaken, their gazes filled with suspicion. It wasn't that it was impossible, but achieving it was too difficult. Even if a restriction was set, how could a fourth-order corpse king be willing to be controlled by someone weaker than itself? With one misstep, it could lead to a backlash. Get away from me. The Wind, old demon chased by the corpse king, yelled angrily. Moreover, he desperately urged the remaining magical power, waving the damaged Shinhan banner, trying to force back the corpse king. However, at this moment his physical body was heavily injured, his magical power depleted, his divine sense damaged, and the power of his magical artifacts greatly diminished, leaving him with less than half of his peak strength. Roar! The corpse king let out a deep muffled roar, not dodging or avoiding. With a punch it scattered the incoming densine energy. Another claw covered in bone armor shot out like lightning, shrieking as it tore through the air, aiming directly at the top of the Wind, old demon's head. The Wind, old demon activated his high-grade defensive magical artifact. A layer of dark semi-transparent light curtain enveloped him, timely blocking the attack from the Xianyin corpse king. The Qianhan banner was the signature magical artifact of the Wind, old demon, but besides that he also had two other high-grade magical artifacts, one primarily for defense and the other for attack. Bang! 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 The corpse king immediately unleashed its full firepower, urging the foul death energy to corrode the artifact's light curtain. The dark light curtain trembled violently. With the assistance of the corrosive death energy, within a short while cracks began to appear on the dark light curtain. This scene made the Wind, old demon feel a chill run down his spine. He immediately urged a white bone nail, trying to ambush the corpse king. The foul death energy on the corpse king's body formed armor blocking this strike, and then the armor suddenly shattered. Taking advantage of the moment, it continued to fiercely attack the light curtain. If the Wind, old demon were at full strength, he could naturally handle it with ease. But at this moment, even urging that white bone nail would aggravate his injuries. Moments later, with a loud bang, the magical artifact's light curtain was completely shattered. The residual shockwave sent the Wind, old demon flying. You forced my hand. Seeing this situation, the Wind, old demon decided to use his artifact regardless of the consequences. But misfortune never comes alone. The battle demon reformed and charged at him from behind. A few zhang of black axe light rapidly approached. The Wind, old demon immediately let his black shield meet it. Clang, the energy impact sent him flying towards the corpse king. The corpse king also did not care why the battle demon helped it. Its claws shot out like lightning, shrieking as they tore through the air, directly grabbing at the Wind, old demon's head. The Wind, old demon barely dodged, but was swept by the claw wind on his shoulder. Instantly his flesh was mangled, bones shattered, and his figure staggered, nearly falling to the ground. With the corpse king attacking from the front and the battle demon from behind, the Wind, old demon found himself in a dire situation, perilously close to death. Zhang Daoyo Tsang, he Daoyo, lend me a hand, and I will surely reward you greatly. Zhang Daoran ignored him. He had always detested demonic cultivators. Their previous cooperation had been very begrudging, and now the Wind, old demon was fleeing amidst the siege. It was clearly his own fault. Song He's voice came through. Wine Daoyo, we too are struggling to save ourselves. How can we spare any strength to help you? Bastards. Without me, do you truly believe you can contend against Qi Feng Demon Lord? If it were before, they might have hesitated. But now that the Xianyin Corpse King had appeared, it gave them both a new choice. Song He, the old Taoist, fell silent, and together with Zhang Daoran, they fully engaged with Qi Feng Demon Lord. Faced with the siege of the battle demon and the Xianyin Corpse King, the Wind, old demon was completely outmatched. In an instant, as he was sent flying by the Corpse King, his body was struck by the rapidly approaching axe light from behind, splitting him in half. A streak of clear light was about to escape. Suddenly, a divine sense attacked the Wind, old demon's nascent soul, causing his escape light to stall. In that brief moment, a gray hand suddenly emerged, enveloping him like a net. It directly grabbed the nascent soul in midair, the pure death energy instantly wrapping and binding it. Devour him. Chuan connected with the Corpse King. Without any hesitation, the Corpse King opened its mouth and swallowed him whole. The nascent soul was a significant nourishment for the Corpse King. Moreover, it could be refined into a powerful spectral entity. However, with Chuan and the Corpse King's capabilities, capturing it was already their limit. Sealing it heavily and even self-destructing was quite difficult. If the nascent soul self-destructed, the Corpse King would be severely weakened. At this moment, the only choice was to annihilate it before the Wind, old demon could react. then devour and refine it. Turning it into the Corpse King's sustenance would be the best option. For the Corpse King, the nascent soul was perhaps its most precious food. No, the Wind, old demon initially wanted to negotiate with Su Chuan using temptation, but the other party had no intention of doing so at all. The nascent soul demon lord who had roamed the Black Water domain for 1,000 years was thus completely destroyed. It could be foreseen that once it completely digested this nascent soul essence, its strength would rise to a new level. The battle demon, seeing the Corpse King devour the Wind, old demon's nascent soul, focused on his storage ring. But the Corpse King was faster. It directly seized the Wind, old demon's corpse along with several magical artifacts that had fallen to the ground. Seek death. The battle demon swung its war axe towards the Corpse King. At this moment, the battle demon was no longer in its peak state. The Corpse King would have loved to battle it again, but Su Chuan's orders were absolute. Thus it did not hesitate, moving like a specter, dodging the battle demon's attacks time and time again. It reached back and picked up the other half of the Wind, old demon's corpse, transforming into a gray-black stream of light, and with a few flashes returned to the crimson light curtain. Respectfully, it presented the corpse and the soul banner to Su Chuan. The battle demon chased after its war axe, striking the crimson light curtain, causing it to fluctuate. Countless faint golden runes lit up on it. A series of crimson chains condensed and shot out from the curtain, like lightning wrapping around its head and limbs. Roar, roar, roar. The battle demon struggled frantically, but no matter how hard it tried, it could not break free from the chain's restraint. Fool! Qifeng demon lord scolded softly. Su Chuan's eyes lit up at this sight. He relished in kicking someone when they were down. Go kill a few and break their formation. The Xianyin Corpse King immediately charged out upon hearing this. Xie Sun and Lu Chong, seeing this, attempted to let the battle demon break free from the chains, but were still unsuccessful. Left with no choice, they had to let the battle demon's body turn back into demonic energy. But reassembling took time. The Corpse King had already reached them like gray lightning, instantly injuring several people and breaking their formation. Then, taking advantage of two people's magical power being stagnant and unable to summon their defensive magical artifacts, he directly killed them, adding their corpses to his private stash as snacks. Truly, one misstep leads to another. A bunch of useless fools. Qifeng demon lord scolded. Song He, the old Taoist, quietly communicated with Zhang Daoran before suddenly sending a voice transmission to Su Chuan. Young friendly Qifeng demon lord is a great enemy. Since he brought us into the demon suppression mountain, he never intended to let us leave. We need to join forces. What Elder Song He says is right, but I need to digest my spoils of war. Why don't you two hide inside the light curtain as well? After resting for a bit, we can discuss how to deal with Qifeng demon lord and leave the demon suppression mountain. After a moment, Song He replied, let's do as young friendly suggests. The Xianyin Corpse King did not continue to pursue Lu Chong and the others, but instead returned to the light curtain. Zhang Daoran and the others did the same. Qifeng demon lord was quite surprised, hence caught off guard, allowing them to return safely. Demon lord, what shall we do now? They cannot hide in there forever. The demon suppression mountain is rather special. If they remain here, they will forever stay in the ancient battlefield. Qifeng demon lord said lightly. When the next attack comes, that surname, Li, will certainly come out, and then I will leave him to you. As for the Corpse King, I will hold back the existence at the nascent soul stage. We will surely complete what you tasked us, demon lord. Remember, everything on him belongs to me. If you dare take even a bit, do not blame me for disregarding kinship. The two fell silent. Inside the light curtain, Su Chuan began refining the Qianhun banner, and with his divine sense and magical power, it wouldn't take long. Once he mastered the Qianhun banner, he could command the army of spirits within the banner. Then he would allow the Bloodslaughter Ghost King to take charge. If Su Chuan fully urged the Qianhun banner, its power would surpass that of the Songlong sword formation. The latter was composed of 28 flying swords forming a sword formation. The former also relied on a formation gathering the power of countless spirits within the soul banners, allowing it to erupt with a might far beyond. The latter was composed of 28 flying swords forming a sword formation. The former also relied on a formation gathering the power of countless spirits within the soul banners, allowing it to erupt with a might far beyond that of high-grade magical artifacts. The storage bags of the people killed by the Xianyin Corpse King were all handed over to Su Chuan. Along with the 2 items from the Wind, old demon, he had a total of 3 high-grade attack magical artifacts and 1 defensive magical artifact. Su Chuan picked and gave the Wind, old demon's black shield and another person's high-grade magical artifact battle knife to him for refinement. The white bone nail was secretly given to the Bloodslaughter Ghost King. The Corpse King was a melee type, while the Ghost King was akin to a ranged mage. Giving him such a stealthy artifact was quite appropriate. Days later, Su Chuan refined the Qianhun banner, and he also incorporated the spirits from the Baiguei banner held by the young man in black into the Qianhun banner. The Bloodslaughter Ghost King, as his trump card, had yet to reveal itself. As for Zhang Daoran and Song, they had long since recovered to their peak state. Congratulations, young friend Leon, refining the Qianhun banner. Song, he looked over, stroking his beard with a faint smile. This high-grade magical artifact is quite famous with great potential, but young friend must be cautious when using it in the future. If the Tiangui sect discovers it, it could lead to disaster. I understand. Thank you for the reminder, Elder Song He. Young friend should prepare thoroughly. Why not come over to discuss how to deal with Qi Feng, Demon Lord? Su Chuan did not refuse, and after walking to their vicinity, he sat cross-legged and asked, please seniors, speak plainly. Song He and Zhang Daoran exchanged glances. Zhang Daoran said, I and Elder Song He will hold back Qi Feng Demon Lord while the rest are all at the Golden Core completion stage. Moreover, each possesses a high-grade magical artifact, and their strength is not weak. This task will be entrusted to you and that Fourth Order Corpse King. The spoils from killing them will be yours. They both felt that Su Chuan was quite greedy, hence pointed this out. Agreed. Su Chuan nodded slightly, his expression calm. He felt that things wouldn't go so smoothly, but he also had unknown trump cards. In fact, what I worry about the most is still Qi Feng Demon Lord. He is yet to reveal his full strength. Why do you feel this way? Song He asked in surprise. Because I have seen the true demon of the nascent soul stage, and Qi Feng Demon Lord is most likely a remnant soul of a true demon above the transformation stage. Such true demons can manifest their law forms after entering the nascent soul stage. I have seen it once and cannot forget the scene. It was truly terrifying, overshadowing the surroundings for 100 miles, absolutely possessing the power of a great nascent soul cultivator. Hearing this, both of them's expressions turned grave. Seeing this, Su Chuan suddenly smiled. Though I do not know if Elder Song He has any trump cards, I am certain that Elder Zhang has one. What do you mean? Song He asked curiously again. Zhang Daoran also raised an eyebrow and looked at Su Chuan. Elder Zhang is a disciple of the Xianyu ancestor. What a formidable figure! The Xianyu ancestor is renowned in the Tiannan and Blackwater regions, being one of the top powerhouses of this era. Though he may not be certain if Qi Feng Demon Lord remains here, would he not have a backup plan? Elder Zhang is the sect leader of Xianyu sect. If he were to fall in the ancient battlefield, it would be no small matter. Moreover, as a newly ascendant hegemonic power, the foundation of Xianyu sect is not as deep as that of Qingsu sect or Qingyun sect. The fall of a nascent soul would certainly cause turmoil in Xianyu sect. Song He looked at Zhang Daoran, his gaze slightly tightening. Young friend Li's reasoning is not without merit. Are you so sure that I have a backup plan to deal with Qi Feng Demon Lord? I do not trust Elder Zhang, but I trust the Xianyu ancestor. Su Chuan had seen Zhang Fan before, though he couldn't say he understood him well. However, to rise from an ordinary cultivator to this point, in just a millennium, his talent, opportunity, character, and comprehension must be extraordinary. What seems like many coincidences in the world are in fact inevitable. Zhang Daoyu, this humble Taoist, observes that the Qi Feng Demon Lord is indeed unlike ordinary possession true demons. If what Li Xiaoyu says is true, being able to manifest a Dharma form shadow, then leaving the Zhan Mo mountain will be quite difficult for us. Without the restrictions of the void prohibition, the situation might be much better. Zhang Daoran remained silent for a while. He truly did not expect that one day he would be roasted over a fire by a seemingly golden core demon cultivator. If he did not express a few things at this moment, it was likely that Song He would develop a grudge against him. Zhang Daoran's pair of eyes shifted between gloom and brightness, constantly swirling with emotion. If you want me to use this trump card, both of you need to compensate me. Song He fell into deep thought. Su Chuan, however, said, that is reasonable. I am willing to offer a high-grade magical treasure as compensation. If you want me to use this trump card, both of you need to compensate me. Song He fell into deep thought. Su Chuan, however, said, that is reasonable. I am willing to offer a high-grade magical treasure as compensation. How about that? Do you think my Xianyu sect lacks high-grade magical treasures? Besides, do you intend to replace it with the magical treasures you acquired previously? Zhang Daoran chuckled upon hearing this. He no longer regarded Su Chuan as a junior. Setting aside his fourth-tier Corpse King as a trump card, just this delicate thought alone warranted serious consideration. What good items can a mere golden core like me produce? Zhang Xianbei, why not directly state what you need? Su Chuan inquired. Your fourth-tier Corpse King qualifies, and that 1,000 Souls banner from the Yinfeng Old Demon is even stronger than an ordinary top-tier magical treasure, so that would also be acceptable. Zhang Xianbei, saying it like that is meaningless. These are the foundations upon which I rely for survival, and they are absolutely non-negotiable. Furthermore, your trump card should only be usable once. Moreover, you yourself are also a part of this predicament. Helping others is helping oneself. Haha, what a good saying, helping others is helping oneself. Li Daoyu, you indeed have a clear grasp of the situation, and I cannot compare. Song He stroked his beard and smiled lightly. Zhang Daoyu, feel free to state what you wish, but if it is too excessive, I cannot promise to agree. Zhang Daoran thought for a moment. First, a pill that aids in foundation establishment, Second, a pill effective for breaking through the mid to late stage of the nascent soul bottleneck. Lastly, a top-tier magical treasure. This magical treasure must be one used by the Orthodox sect, or do not present any demonic magical treasures. My Xinyu sect cannot make use of them. The opportunity for foundation establishment is crucial for the continuation of the sect, not to mention that the old Taoist has none. Even if there were, I would not part with it. Pills for breaking through the nascent soul bottleneck are equally precious. The old Taoist does not have any either. As for the top-tier magical treasure, it is absolutely impossible to give it to Dao Yu now. Once we exit the ancient battlefield, I will personally deliver one to the Xinyu sect. What does Zhang Daoyu think of this? I naturally trust the reputation of Song He Daoyu. With his master present, he was not worried about Qing Su sect defaulting on debts. If his elder were to come demanding payment, Qing Su sect would likely pay even more. However, he felt that not everything Song He said was entirely truthful. Zhang Daoran had himself pass through 2 trials in exchange for a low-grade Dui Dan. Song He must have done the same. Perhaps the Yinfeng old demon was similar. With this in mind, Zhang Daoran looked towards Su Chuan awaiting his response. Su Chuan, however, fell into deep thought with too many valuable items in his hands, unsure of what to choose. As for some items, they might reveal his identity, such as the lotus seeds from the 9-leaf spirit lotus. This heavenly material that enhances the consciousness of the nascent soul, although its value is inferior to the previous 2, is in some respects more precious than a top-tier magical treasure. After all, magical treasures are external objects, while consciousness is one's own foundation, something that cannot be taken away by anyone. After a moment, Su Chuan lifted his gaze towards Zhang Daoran and forced a smile. Zhang Xian Bei, you truly are putting me in a difficult position, knowing that I cannot possibly possess an orthodox top-tier magical treasure. Song He stroked his beard, looking at the 2, seemingly amused. Li Dao, you may also think so. If I am not mistaken, there should be a low-grade Du Yi Dan in the storage ring you previously confiscated from the Yinfeng old demon. You are indeed targeting it. Zhang Daoran's lips curled slightly, revealing a semblance of regaining control. Unbeknownst to him, Su Chuan was merely playing along with the act. After all, they could guess about the Yinfeng old demon, but it was truly a hot potato. There was no telling if, after they exited, the 2 would team up to rob him. Su Chuan's expression fluctuated between dark and bright, feeling both reluctant and unwilling, then shifted to worry. After such back and forth, his gaze became resolute, as if he made a decision, gritting his teeth. Fine, I will provide it. The ancient battlefield offers countless opportunities, and this is not the only place with foundation establishment chances. With that, Su Chuan flipped his hand, and a green jade vial appeared. Take this. He feigned a pained expression as he tossed it to Zhang Daoran. Zhang Daoran inspected it thoroughly and accepted it with satisfaction. Li Dao, you is truly extraordinary. If I were in the golden core stage, I would never part with a chance for foundation establishment. Do I have any choice? Su Chuan spoke with a hint of hostility. However, Zhang Daoran found his voice quite pleasant to the ears. The item has been given a Zhang Xian Bei. Please share your trump card, so we can plan for the upcoming actions. Zhang Daoran nodded slightly, and raised his hand to set up a magical barrier to prevent eavesdropping from the outside. This trump card comes from my master. Song He ancestor was taken aback, somewhat confused. Su Chuan exclaimed, Zhang Xian Bei carries the magical embodiment of the Xinyu ancestor. Hearing this, Song He also displayed a look of surprise. If the magical embodiment is destroyed, the original self will also be affected. Moreover, relying solely on the magical embodiment may not suffice. This is a special embodiment, although it can only be used once. I assure you it is enough to hold off the Qi Feng Demon Lord. Zhang Daoran stated, what we need to do is break out of the Zhan Mo Mountain. According to my master, the barrier outside Zhan Mo Mountain prevents others from entering, but does not hinder cultivators from leaving. However, if it were the true demon clan, they would be stopped. However, since the Qi Feng Demon Lord was able to bring us in, he should still be able to find a flaw in the barrier to exit. I cannot say how long my master's magical embodiment can hold out. Thus our time is extremely tight. The expressions of the few grew serious. Undoubtedly, this was a life-and-death trial against time. I suggest that Zhang Xian Bei use the trump card after I eliminate those true demon clan members. Why? Are you unwilling to part with the magical resources on them? Zhang Daoran's brow furrowed slightly. Not at all. If we use it from the start, they will definitely hinder us. Although I have already broken their formation, it is uncertain whether they can continue forming it. Moreover, each of them is at the golden core consummate stage, at least with great supernatural powers. Each possesses high-grade magical treasures, and some even have defensive high-grade magical treasures. Even a nascent soul cultivator cannot break through a high-grade defensive magical treasure with a single strike. Do not forget the true demon clan has many secret arts. If they are determined to obstruct at all costs, with good fortune, we might escape 1 or 2. With poor fortune, everything we have will become the wedding dress for the Qi Feng Demon Lord, as he envisaged. What Li Daoyu said is reasonable. Song He replied, then, as previously stated, I will join forces with Zhang Daoyu to hinder the Qi Feng Demon Lord. while Li Dao you will unleash the Corpse King with full strength to eliminate the others. I wonder how much time the Qi Feng Demon Lord will grant us. He has been toying with us all this time, but it is also possible that he has grown weary and will strike with full force. If that is the case, perhaps in just a few exchanges Zhang Daoyu and I will be heavily injured. Su Chuan had also been pondering this issue. Was the Qi Feng Demon Lord truly toying with them? Perhaps so. However, Su Chuan felt there must be other reasons behind it. Could it be that he cannot strike with full force? Su Chuan began to have some vague speculation. But no matter what, he felt that even so, with Zhang Dare and Song, he the Corpse King and the Ghost King along with himself, they would not be able to escape safely. He had gained too much from this trip. Only by bringing out these gains in the most secure way could they be considered his. The more he exposed, the more it would attract the Qi Feng Demon Lord's attention. He might even abandon Zhang Daoran and the others to pursue him. If that were to happen, he would truly be in danger. All of this is speculation. If it really occurs, we can only adapt accordingly. Zhang Daoran stated moreover previously, Song, He Dao Yu, and I have not yet used our full strength. They had previously used only high-grade magical treasures. It is simply unreasonable to say that the two great dominating forces of nascent souls do not have top-tier magical treasures. Su Chuan nodded upon hearing this. By the way, I discovered that the people over there seem to be quite useful to the True Demon Clan. I would like to use them as bait, to lure the True Demon Clan members into pursuing me. If Li Daoyu finds it useful, feel free to decide. Zhang Daoran replied indifferently. To a golden core demon cultivator, his life and death were not taken seriously by anyone. Song, he also echoed, Li Daoyu, do as you wish. Half an hour later, a crimson light curtain rippled slightly. Su Chuan, Zhang Daoran, Song He, and Su Duan, along with the Xianin Corpse King, emerged from within. The atmosphere outside the hall was heavy, permeated with a killing intent. Go! Su Chuan shouted lowly without a trace of hesitation. His right hand shot out like lightning, grabbing Su Duan's shoulder, and his figure suddenly transformed into a blurred shadow rushing towards the edge of the square. In the blink of an eye, they broke out of the square. The Xianin Corpse King shadowed them, closely guarding their side. Li Xiaoyu, why are you leaving in such a hurry? Why not stay and reminisce with me? The cold laughter of the Qi Feng Demon Lord echoed. Though light, it rang clearly in everyone's ears, carrying a nonchalant and playful demeanor akin to a cat playing with a mouse. He did not even move his feet, merely raising a hand towards the direction Su Chuan fled. In an instant, the sky above the square became tumultuous. A massive surge of pure demonic energy erupted from the Qi Feng Demon Lord's palm, instantly condensing into a gigantic hand covering the sky. The giant hand's fingers curled slightly, with demonic patterns swirling in the palm, emanating a slight suppressive force as it descended towards Su Chuan and the Xianin Corpse King. The speed was so fast that it reached above Su Chuan in an instant. Qi Feng Demon Lord, your opponent is us. Zhang Daoran and Song, he shouted in unison. They would not sit idly by while the Qi Feng Demon Lord easily captured Su Chuan. Two vast and mighty auras erupted simultaneously. Zhang Daoran's flying sword had already been replaced with another top-tier magical treasure flying sword. Its attributes matched his main cultivation method. In Song He's hand was a purple arrow with a jet-black shaft inscribed with profound patterns and arcs of purple lightning flickering. The aura of that purple lightning arc was even more terrifying than the lightning art he had previously unleashed. Slash. Go. Zhang Daoran unleashed a golden sword light spanning dozens of feet. Song He delayed slightly, using the sword light as cover before activating the purple arrow to shoot forth. The Qi Feng Demon Lord's crimson eyes showed no sign of surprise or panic. Both came from dominating nascent soul forces. It would be surprising if they lacked top-tier magical treasures. He had played along with their games before. The Qi Feng Demon Lord did not retract the 100-foot demonic hand reaching for Su Chuan due to Zhang Daoran and Song He's attacks. His other hand merely casually formed a fist seal and struck towards Zhang Daoran's sword light. At the same time, the magical artifact that heavily injured the Infeng Old Demon, the Killing Demon Spike, met the purple arrow. Boom. The fist seal collided with the sword light, unleashing a deafening roar. The Killing Demon Spike and the purple arrow countered each other. The purple lightning surged, gradually wearing down the killing demonic energy and faintly gaining the upper hand. At this moment, the massive demonic hand reaching for Su Chuan had already nearly closed its fingers, and the terrifying pressure made the space around Su Chuan feel as if it were solidifying. At that critical moment, Su Chuan's figure suddenly became ethereal and blurry, as if transforming into a dim shadow, merging into the ground and disappearing. When he reappeared, he was already over 100 feet away. Without looking back, he continued to flee into the distance. However, the Xianin Corpse King did not escape. It roared, unleashing its corpse energy to resist the giant hand's pressure. The giant hand's fingers tightened, firmly grasping the Xianin Corpse King, and then drew it back. Like a hunter holding its prey, it brought the Xianin Corpse King back to the hall. Yet the Xianyin Corpse King, through its furious assault, ultimately broke free from the giant hand, landing on the hall and howling at the Qi Feng Demon Lord. Quite a few tricks up your sleeve. The Qi Feng Demon Lord did not even glance at the Corpse King, turning his gaze towards Su Chuan and Su Duan, stating lightly, "Do not let them escape. Those two I must have." "Yes, Lord Demon." Lu Chong, Xie Sun, and several others from the True Demon clan quickly bowed and agreed. The next moment, several powerful divine senses surged forth without concealment, swiftly locking onto Su Chuan and the others. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of air being broken echoed continuously as they hurriedly pursued the direction in which Su Chuan fled. Dozens of miles away, the crowd intercepted Su Chuan. "Do you truly intend to not let me go? If you push too hard, I will kill this person. He must be very important to you, right?" Lu Chong and Xie Sun both furrowed their brows. After that, Su Chuan soared into the air again, flying off into the distance, and tossed Su Duan in another direction. Seeing this, Xie Sun immediately said, "You two go bring that kid back. Remember to keep him alive. This person is for us." "Understood." Two disciples from the True Demon clan immediately pursued Su Duan. Su Duan, however, flew with all his might, as if seeking to save his own life. But in truth, he was merely diverting their attention, allowing Su Chuan to act without restraint. After flying low for several moments, Su Chuan suddenly halted, producing the Thousand Souls banner in his hand. With a gentle shake, a horrifying Yin energy surged forth, transforming into a Yin energy dragon. One person activated a high-grade defensive magical treasure to block the dragon. The others either unleashed supernatural powers or activated magical treasures. Without a fourth-tier Corpse King, do you think with just a Thousand Souls banner you are the Yin Feng old demon? Lu Chong scoffed coldly. "You all hail from the True Demon clans, am I correct? What purpose does such a question serve now that death looms before you?" Xie Sun spoke, yet his assault never ceased. With dense, chilling Yin energy surged from his body, coalescing into swirling mist that enveloped him. He blocked every incoming attack. Yet the Yin energy mist was instantly shattered, and Su Chuan himself was hurled backward over a dozen zhang. "Silence is no obstacle. I shall uncover the truth by other means." Su Chuan steadied his stance, his gaze unfathomably deep. Soul-searching was impossible, but Su Duan possessed a unique talent, devouring souls to extract fragments of memory. Su Chuan fell silent. A flash of black light appeared, and before him materialized a soul banner out of thin air. Even the Thousand Soul banner proved useless. "Do you truly believe this pitiful 100-ghost banner worthy of display?" Lu Chong sneered, his demonic blade flaring with cold light once more. "Emerge." Su Chuan ignored their mockery entirely, uttering only a single word: icy and absolute. The banner's surface stirred without wind. No horde of specters poured forth as expected. Then, in an instant, a solid, towering black figure manifested, radiating overwhelming dread. It was the blood-slaughtering Ghost Sovereign, crimson-haired, scarlet-eyed, clad in black robes. A fourth-rank Ghost Sovereign. Lu Chong, Xie Sun, and the others froze, their cruel grins petrified upon their faces, replaced instead by sheer disbelief, terror, and visceral shock. They had never imagined that, having already commanded a fourth-rank Corpse Sovereign, their foe would conceal another sovereign of equal rank. This unmasked aura of a fourth-rank Ghost Sovereign likewise pierced the awareness of Qi Feng Demon Lord, locked in fierce combat upon the Grand Hall Plaza. His eyes snapped wide, his gaze locking onto that direction, brows subtly furrowing. A profound disquiet settled over him. He sensed events slipping beyond his control. Zhang Daoran and Tsang, he were likewise shaken to their cores. Their eyes met, and within each other's gaze flickered profound astonishment. Only then did they grasp why Su Chuan had risked everything to seize Yin Feng, the Demon Elder's Thousand Soul banner. Had Yin Feng commanded even one fourth-rank Ghost Sovereign, he could have stood alone against both of them. Though Su Chuan did not cultivate ghostly arts, his formidable divine sense enabled him to wield the Thousand Soul banner at 70 or 80% of its full power, more than sufficient to overwhelm disciples of the True Demon clans. The moment the blood-slaughtering Ghost Sovereign manifested, his blood-red eyes locked instantly upon the nearest True Demon clan disciple, still paralyzed by shock. A ghastly white bone nail shot forth soundlessly. The disciple had no time to react. The white bone nail pierced effortlessly through his protective demon light, exiting through his shoulder blade. With a shriek, half his body stiffened instantly. His demonic energy circulation ceased. Almost simultaneously, Su Chuan's forehead shimmered faintly, and a silver divine sense needle struck true into the wounded disciple's spiritual sea, silencing his scream mid-cry and plunging him into stunned oblivion. At once, Su Chuan dissolved into surrounding shadows like a phantom. In the next breath, he reappeared behind the disciple, and struck with the technique Absolute Shadow Thrust, piercing straight through his heart. He then extracted the disciple's soul and sealed it. With a flick of his sleeve, he drew the corpse into his storage ring. At that very instant, enraged Lu Chang slashed a torrent of demonic light toward him. Already looming behind, Su Chuan seemingly inescapable. Yet Su Chuan dissolved again into black mist, reappearing instantly beside the blood-slaughtering ghost sovereign. Roar! The blood-slaughtering ghost sovereign threw back his head and unleashed a piercing shriek. Torrents of Yin energy surged outward like a tidal wave centered upon him. Within moments, the entire area, spanning over a li, was shrouded in thick Yin mist. Within that gloom, the Yin energy dragon grew stronger, claws bared and fangs bared, continuing its assault upon the remaining foes. The blood-slaughtering ghost sovereign joined the fray. Su Chuan suppressed his aura, vanished from sight, and became a silent, lethal assassin poised to strike at any moment. Lu Chang and the others were instantly overwhelmed. The blood-slaughtering ghost sovereign alternated between devastating gray ghost claws and treacherous white bone nails. The Yin energy dragon, powered by the thousand-soul banner, remained undying, as long as Su Chuan's spiritual energy held and his divine sense endured. Their high-grade defensive artifacts shattered in rapid succession. One by one, they engaged the ghost sovereign and the Yin energy dragon directly. Yet two weaker true demon clan disciples were gravely wounded within half a teacup's time. Su Chuan seized the opportunity, harvesting their heads without hesitation. Lu Chang and Xie Sun, far more powerful now, unleashed their full might, each capable of matching a nascent soul cultivator of early cultivation stage. Yet still they fell short of a fourth-rank ghost sovereign, as the two prepared secret arts to forcibly elevate their strength. Su Chuan hesitated not, enduring immense strain on his divine sense to unleash the divine sense sword upon them both. Sever. Two swords of pure divine sense cleaved directly into their spiritual seas. F. Irk. Lu Chang and Xie Sun screamed in excruciating agony, black blood oozing from their 7 orifices bodies, staggering protective demon light, violently flickering, nearly collapsing. The blood-slaughtering ghost sovereign instantly launched the white bone nail, transforming it into a streak of ghastly white light that pierced Xie Sun's forehead. Simultaneously, Su Chuan closed in behind Lu Chang. A hand wreathed in Yin energy shattered Lu Chang's faltering demon light and tore his golden core from his body barehanded. Lu Chang's frame locked rigid, the light in his eyes dimmed rapidly. Moments later, 2 demonic shadows rose from their corpses. Damn you! You've destroyed our flesh. Then yours shall be our recompense. Without hesitation, the 2 demonic souls charged, mad with self-annihilation, bypassing the blood-slaughtering ghost sovereign to plunge straight into Su Chuan's spiritual sea. The ghost sovereign failed to intercept them. Su Chuan remained utterly unmoved, as if awaiting them. Slowly he closed his eyes. Yet no violent soul seizure erupted within his spiritual sea as anticipated. After a brief pause, Su Chuan opened his eyes once more, now holding 2 demonic souls bound tightly by arcane sealing energies. He secured them away. He had no time to examine his spoils. Waving his hand, he gathered Lu Chang's and Xie Sun's corpses and their fallen artifacts, then commanded the blood-slaughtering ghost sovereign go. The Yin energy dragon returned to the thousand-soul banner. Together they raced toward the direction Su Duan had taken earlier. Soon they collided head-on with 2 true demon clan disciples who were dragging Su Duan captive. The pair recoiled in surprise. Kill. Su Chuan granted them neither speech nor reaction. His forehead flashed twice, launching 2 needle-sharp, condensed divine sense projectiles silently. Against true demon clan disciples, the divine sense needles sufficed. The divine sense sword, that was a killing technique reserved for nascent soul cultivators. Irk. Ah. Caught completely off guard, the 2 disciples' spiritual seas were struck with searing pain, causing their techniques and artifacts to instantly spiral out of control. The blood-slaughtering ghost sovereign shot forth like a bolt of black lightning from Su Chuan's side. Ghost claws blurred, and in an instant both disciples lay dead. After gathering their corpses and artifacts, Su Chuan ordered the ghost sovereign to take residence within the thousand-soul banner. The ghost sovereign complied without resistance. Then Su Chuan gripped Su Duan's shoulder, and without looking back soared swiftly toward the outer reaches of Zhima Mountain. Gentlemen, I bid you farewell. Chi Feng Demon Lord erupted in fury. He had never imagined his meticulously orchestrated scheme undone by a mere foundation establishment cultivator. The Xianin corpse sovereign likewise paused its assault, not lingering, but fleeing along the mountain range toward Zhima Mountain's periphery. Zhang Daoran and Song, he were left utterly helpless. Hold! Chi Feng Demon Lord formed another colossal demonic palm, its oppressive aura dwarfing even his previous manifestation. He intended to eliminate these insignificant pests swiftly, then pursue Su Chuan. Confident he could eradicate them within dozens of breaths, he believed Su Chuan could not possibly escape his grasp. Brother Zhang, it is time. Song, he urged softly. Zhang Daoran sighed, faintly murmured a quiet incantation, then bowed deeply. This unworthy disciple has failed. Please, Master, intervene. Qifeng Demon Lord paused, startled. Master. Zhang Fan. Moments later, a blinding white light ignited upon Zhang Daren's hairpin, drawing vast quantities of ambient spiritual energy. The white radiance intensified until it crystallized into a human figure, an elder with snow-white beard and hair bearing the serene, ethereal grace of an immortal sage. Though aged, Zhang Fan was instantly recognized by Qifeng Demon Lord. Zhang Fan, you dare appear before me once more. Qifeng Demon Lord's rage surged to its zenith the moment Zhang Fan manifested, dark demonic energy roiling uncontrollably around him. A colossal translucent shadow flickered above his head. Ah, so it is Lord Qifeng. I did not expect you still lingered within Jima Mountain. 1,000 years have passed. Pray tell, are you well? Zhang Fan stroked his beard, smiling gently as he offered this courteous greeting. Your death is my peace. Die now. Zhang Fan shook his head regretfully. Truly your temper grows ever more volatile. Bring forth the staff. A dark gold staff burst from Zhang Daren's storage ring, landing firmly into Zhang Fan's waiting hands. Song He's eyes narrowed, astonished that Zhang Daren had carried his master's spirit treasure all along. Such preparation was indeed thorough. It appears the Xian Yu sect shall soon welcome another nascent soul cultivator. Disciple brother Song He, depart this place at once lest you suffer collateral harm. Yes, master. Many thanks, brother Xian Yu. Without hesitation, both fled toward Jima Mountain's outer. Zhang Fan swept his divine sense across the entire Jima Mountain, locating the fourth-rank corpse sovereign Su Chuan and Su Duan all within its reach. He is here too. How intriguing. The world abounds with uncanny parallels. Zhang Fan, do you dare ignore me? Zhang Fan gazed calmly upon Qifeng Demon Lord and replied, Beyond Jima Mountain, perhaps I am no match for you today, but here dare you fully manifest your true demon dharma form. Die. Qifeng Demon Lord's 100-zhang demonic fist slammed toward Zhang Fan's face. One staff uplifts heaven. Around the crimson flame coiling dragon staff, golden light blazed fiercely. A thunderous dragon roar shook the heavens. The pressure so immense that even Su Chuan and Su Duan nearing Jima Mountain's edge felt its palpable force. Su Duan turned, eyes widening in awe, transmitting voice to Su Chuan, Grandfather, is that the aura of a spirit treasure? It is truly terrifying. A nascent soul cultivator newly ascended wielding a spirit treasure may contend with great nascent soul masters. How could it not be terrifying? Su Chuan's eyes gleamed with yearning, then softened as he added, that day draws near for our Su clan as well. Su Duan's heart leapt. Grandfather has indeed obtained a spirit treasure. Indeed, even within Secret Realms Foundation establishment, cultivators rarely acquire spirit treasures. Yet Grandfather's trial must differ vastly from ours. A crimson light curtain shimmered ahead. Su Chuan and Su Duan plunged straight through, then abandoned flight, instead activating the E-Wood Azure Light Escape technique. Within mere seconds they had traveled over 100 li. Su Chuan expended spiritual energy without restraint. By the time Zhang Daoran and Song He emerged, Su Chuan had vanished without trace. The Xianin corpse sovereign pursued Su Chuan relentlessly. Brother Zhang, shall we chase the corpse sovereign? Song He gestured toward the sovereign, and the hidden figure guiding it. Brother Li's methods are inscrutable, his skills extraordinary. Beyond a fourth-rank corpse sovereign, he commands a fourth-rank ghost sovereign. Yet if he cultivated them himself, I find it utterly implausible. Indeed, even the Corpsine sect and Heaven Ghost sect rarely produce such sovereigns, nurturing them across generations. I observe he has yet employed no distinctive signature technique, suggesting deliberate concealment. His origins remain profoundly enigmatic. Perhaps even his cultivation realm is disguised. Enough. I must journey elsewhere. I shall revisit Jima Mountain matters when next we meet. So be it, brother Zhang. They parted ways, one flying east, the other south. Jima Mountain's oppressive aura hung heavy in the air. Yet barely half a teacup's time later, a booming laugh echoed from the Jima Hall. Ha ha ha. Lord Qifeng, you lack the strength. I hope our next meeting finds you greatly improved. The words faded, and the crimson flame coiling dragon staff transformed into a streak of crimson light, vanishing eastward, in an instant bursting past the mountain's wards. Zhang Fan, once again you ruin my plans. I will not rest until vengeance is mine. Within mere breaths, the crimson light cleared Jima Mountain's borders and streaked before Zhang Daoran. Zhang Daoran bowed deeply. The staff hummed with vibrant sentience, then vanished into his storage ring. Though he'd expended his ultimate trump card, acquiring 2 tribulation-transcending pills made the venture wholly worthwhile. One pill would aid a cultivator's breakthrough. The other would become Xian Yu sect's foundational legacy. Alas, Xian Yu sect's foundations ran shallow. Sects like Qing Su sect, having entered the realm 5 or 6 times, had surely mapped multiple locations rich in nascent soul resources. Zhang Daoran, however, must rely on chance. For the remainder of his time, he would wander, mapping as many regions as possible. Su Chuan and Su Duan halted at a secluded spot for half an hour, until the fourth-rank corpse sovereign arrived to join them. The Xianyin corpse sovereign regarded Su Chuan with faint reproachful glances. "You abandoned me without warning." Su Chuan laughed heartily. "I've prepared ample provisions for you, and soon I'll teach you corpse refining arts enabling you to cultivate your own legion." The corpse sovereign's eyes gleamed. Satisfied, he retreated into his in-corpse pouch. Su Chuan concealed Su Duan's aura and altered his appearance into that of an elderly man, then flew with him toward the battlefield's outer perimeter. Though they encountered numerous obstacles along the way, they reached the outer rim after a month and a half. Using blood-tracing artifice, Su Chuan easily pinpointed Su Mingyuan's location. They seemed unsatisfied with merely guarding the frontier, gradually expanding outward. Though threatened by the Qi, their numbers and varied talents yielded abundant rewards over these months, including slaying several Foundation establishment demonic cultivators. 2 days later, within a forest clearing, Su Chuan reunited with them. "Who are you?" Su Mingyuan stood alert, wary. Su Delying Yifan and the others tensed, ready to strike at any moment. "It is I." Su Chuan brushed his face and revealed his true visage. The crowd immediately brightened at the sight. "Father, grandfather, master," a group of people surrounded. "Who is this?" Su Mingxian looked at the old man beside Su Chuan and asked. "Fifth uncle, it's me, Doan." Su Duan grinned. "Second brother, how did you end up on the ancient battlefield?" Su Deling exclaimed. "You have too much courage to venture in alone." Su Duan replied with a sullen face. "It wasn't my choice, I was forcibly taken to the ancient battlefield by a group of disciples from the true demon families. They placed a restriction on me. After entering the battlefield, I escaped for quite a while, but ultimately they found me. If it weren't for grandfather, I might have. Fortunately, I turned misfortune into fortune and obtained quite a few valuable items." "What valuable items?" Su Deling asked curiously. "All right, we've been traveling for a long time. Let's rest first and talk later, then you can share your gains from these days." "Yes." Half a day later, the Su family began to report their gains to Su Chuan. 2 high-quality demonic artifacts. Did you kill 2 golden core demon cultivators? Su Mingxian said. There could have been a third item, but that last demon cultivator was too cautious. The formation set by Mingxian hadn't fully trapped him, and he directly escaped. Killing the other 2 was also quite difficult. In the end, it was only through MOU's intervention that we managed to slay them. I must say, every cultivator who has survived until now possesses numerous valuable items. Just from the 2 of them, there were 80 top-tier 3rd-stage materials and over 30 4th-stage materials and spiritual herbs. No wonder they all wanted to come in and take a gamble. As long as they can survive, there is a high chance they will rise rapidly. Besides plundering, they have acquired even more resources, each item above the 3rd stage. Su Chuan nodded, slightly, storing all the materials. Naturally, it was safest for him to keep them. Afterwards, Su Chuan showcased his own gains. 1 high-quality artifact after another appeared before everyone, dazzling them. Unfortunately, they were all demonic artifacts, not very suitable for their use. 1 defensive high-quality artifact was given to the Blood Evil Ghost King. Thus, both the Corpse King and the Ghost King possessed high-quality artifacts for attack and defense, significantly enhancing their strength. These are the artifacts obtained from slaying those disciples of the true demon families. Yes, there were a total of 9 of them, and the weakest among them was no less powerful than Deling. Everyone expressed their amazement. Afterwards, Su Chuan smiled at Su Mingyuan and said, "Mingyuan, this time I helped you find a powerful talisman inheritance, which is quite remarkable." Saying this, he waved his sleeve. The heavenly talisman pen and a green jade slip floated in the air. A high-quality talisman pen. Su Deling instantly recognized the grade of the talisman pen. "Indeed, I obtained it from the spirit of that secret realm. I give these 2 items to you, hoping you can gain something from them, and let our Su family's talisman lineage rise completely. In the future, they will not be inferior to the 3 major alchemical sects." "Thank you, father." Su Mingyuan did not decline and accepted it directly. "I will not let you down, father, and will study the talisman inheritance diligently. By the way, there are also these 2 artifacts which are somewhat damaged. Deling, take a look at them and see if you can repair them, then bestow them upon suitable individuals." Another high-quality artifact. Now my Su family will truly not be lacking in high-quality artifacts. Su Deling smiled and said, "Grandfather, rest assured the damage is not severe, but will take just a month or so to repair." After that, they left this place and returned to the depths of the battlefield. This location allowed them to rest assuredly and digest some of their gains. Before long, Su Mingxian refined the high-quality artifact Purple Flameback. Su Dewen put all his effort into refining the 5 Clouds Boat Blood Evil Shield and the high-quality demonic artifact Evil Peak Blade that Su Chuan had bestowed upon him. Su Mingyuan also refined the heavenly talisman pen. A month later, Su Deling repaired the 2 high-quality artifacts. The golden flying sword was given to Su Mingxian and the green shield to Su Mingzhu. The two of them also began to close off and refine their artifacts. Half a month later, Suda refined 3 artifacts, greatly increasing his strength, and began to close off to activate the true demon evil body. This process took a full 7 days. When he emerged, the true demon evil energy around him was exposed, becoming difficult to control. Suda Ling remarked, "Second brother, you are looking more and more like a true demon cultivator. My physique has awakened, making it a bit difficult to control for a time, but I feel my strength has increased by more than 70%. My physical resilience and recovery ability have also greatly improved. So miraculous. What kind of physique do you have?" "Hehe, that's a secret. Grandfather doesn't allow me to say. The fewer people who know, the better. Now even a perfect golden core cultivator with complete divine abilities would find it very difficult to kill Suda 1. In the following days, Suda continued to close off, adapting to the awakened true demon evil body. As for Chuan, he taught the Xianyin Corpse King the secret technique for refining corpses and provided him with 9 golden core corpses and plenty of refining materials. After all, he couldn't always do the refining himself. Furthermore, he distributed 5 of the 9 golden cores to the Xianyin Corpse King and 4 to the Blood Evil Ghost King. Currently, all the Yin souls and ghostly beings in Chuan's possession were incorporated into the 1,000 Souls flag. It contained the accumulation of the Yin Wind, Old Devil, and Lu Jin, as well as the ghostly beings guarded by the 4th stage Old Ghost's Cave alongside the Blood Evil Ghost King as the main soul. The power of the 1,000 Souls flag reached an exceedingly terrifying level, becoming Chuan's most powerful artifact. Of course, this does not include the Wind Thunder Wings and Xuanwu Demon refinement diagram that have yet to be refined. The remnants of the true demon family disciples' souls, aside from those used for possession, were all fed to the Blood Evil Ghost King. After consuming these remnants and golden cores, the Blood Evil Ghost King's strength would soon increase significantly. Within a few years, it should not be a problem for him to rise to the 2nd layer of the nascent soul stage. For the Blood Evil Demon King, Chuan also taught him some methods regarding Yin souls and ghostly beings. Ordinary ghostly beings are of little use, so Chuan instructed the Blood Evil Ghost King to refine some special ghostly beings with high potential in the future. Another 7 days passed. Chuan summoned Suda 1. "Grandfather, what do you need me for?" "Sit." Suda 1 complied. Then with a flip of his hand, Chuan revealed 2 magical souls in his palm. True demon remnant souls. Suda 1 instantly guessed Chuan's intention. "Do you want me to devour them to gather intelligence?" "Yes, devour 1 will suffice." "Understood, grandfather." Even though this would involve some danger, Suda 1 did not hesitate and proceeded as instructed. The nascent soul-level true demon remnant souls are quite difficult to refine. It took a full half-month for Suda 1 to finally awaken. The true demon evil energy on him grew heavier. This was because the true demon remnant souls also carried the true demon's essence and were of high quality, further enhancing Suda 1's physique. Even his divine soul became tainted with the essence of the true demon. Additionally, the root of his divine soul had significantly strengthened. He had already reached the late stage of the golden core, nearing perfection. Thus, the talent Heavenly Evil Devouring Soul was indeed very formidable. "How is it? Is there any major issue?" "I can barely maintain stability, but I cannot continue devouring in the near future, or I will risk losing myself." Chuan nodded. "Then tell me about the situation regarding the true demon families in the Blackwater region. It is located in the Tianyuan Gorge." Suda 1 continued, "This area is a perilous region of the Blackwater zone situated in the northern part. It stretches for 90,000 miles. The closest territory to it is that of the Tian Sha sect. Inside there are numerous demonic beasts, and the demonic energy is pervasive. The black evil wind blows year-round, and many areas are filled with miasma, but there are also some rare flowers and herbs, as well as special mineral veins. Even though it is sparsely populated, there must be some who have discovered it by now. That's because their true base lies within a secret realm in the middle section of the Tianyuan Gorge. Without special means, it will not manifest at all. This secret realm is called the Tianyuan Secret Realm, but the true demon families prefer to call it the True Demon Family." Hearing this, Chuan furrowed his brow. Over such a long time without external enemies, and with long lifespans, the true demon families must be extremely large, right? Roughly so. Suda 1 sighed lightly. The true demon families do not refer to a single family, but rather a collective. The true demon hall dominates many of the true demon families. The true demon hall is entirely composed of nascent soul-level beings, including both possessed true demons and ordinary demonic nascent souls. The possessed true demons hold significant positions. The person who was devoured by my grandson likely knows a thing or two. Pausing for a moment, Suda 1 said solemnly, "There are 28 nascent souls in the true demon hall, 12 of whom are possessed true demons. The others include those who have condensed true demon nascent souls and some ordinary demonic nascent souls. With so many, are there any high-level possessed true demons?" "None. It seems that due to the limitations of heaven and earth, ordinary righteous and demonic cultivators will find their cultivation slowed down significantly once they enter the nascent soul stage, while the possessed true demons face even greater difficulties tenfold or 100-fold. Among the 12 possessed true demons, only 3 have reached the mid-nascent soul stage. They are also the founders of the True Demon Hall. However, among the high-level cultivators, the True Demon Hall also has 3, 2 of whom have condensed true demon nascent souls, and 1 is an ordinary demon cultivator. Thus, the True Demon Hall is divided into 2 factions: the possessed true demons and the true demon families. Each nascent soul has a large true demon family behind them. True demons and their descendants are ultimately different. The true demon families have proliferated through generations, so it stands to reason that there will be descendants with latent true demon bloodlines. It is likely that in the eyes of the ancient true demons, these true demon families are not considered their own, merely pawns to achieve their purposes. Regarding this, my grandson is not aware, as my memories are still somewhat fragmented. What you have is already sufficient. Many times intelligence is also a form of power. At this time, my Sioux family is not strong enough to get involved in these matters. But once the Sioux family possesses the foundation of a top-tier nascent soul force with dozens of golden cores and several nascent souls, even the combat power of high-level cultivators, we will have the qualifications to compete for players. Sudowan looked at Su Chuan, his eyes shining, and said, "I believe my Sioux family can definitely achieve this." Su Chuan smiled and nodded. "You should go back and rest well." "Yes, grandfather, I take my leave." Sudowan departed. Having obtained this crucial information, Su Chuan believed it would undoubtedly be useful in the future. He instructed the Blood Evil Ghost King to use the other magical soul to refine a special demonic soul. If successful, while it may not reach the strength of a 4th stage Ghost King, the chances of it being a peak 3rd stage ghost are quite high, or even half a step into the 4th stage. I wonder where Mei Yun is gone. There hasn't been a single message, and even the predictions from the heavenly mechanism's path are quite vague. She seems to be deep in the battlefield, yet it also seems she is not. The only thing that can be confirmed is that she is still alive. Su Chuan murmured, "I hope she can come out alive." Another half-month passed. Su Chuan finally refined the wind thunder wings and could use them. After trying it out, a flash of wind and thunder resulted in a azure gold light streaking across the sky, reaching 100 miles away in an instant. This speed is definitely faster than the typical complete level escape techniques. However, just as the heavenly talisman said, such artifacts are not something Su Chuan can freely wield at this moment. The consumption of spiritual power is terrifying. It would be more cost-effective to use the Emu Greenwood escape. A few days later, Su Chuan handed over the In Corpse bag and the 1,000 Souls flag to Suda, while he himself walked outside in his original form, bringing Mou along. This time in the ancient battlefield, the Su family had already reaped enormous gains, and there was no need to take too many risks. The remaining time was more important for them to gather information about the ancient battlefield, and to establish and expand the Su family's connections. After all, most of those who entered this time were forces above the nascent soul stage. Some weaker families or small sects with only 1 golden core ancestor basically did not dare to take this risk. Aside from that, there were also solitary cultivators. Not all of these people are easy targets. Among solitary cultivators, there are often individuals with great fortunes able to rise quickly. There are many nascent soul solitary cultivators in both Tiannan and the Blackwater region, some acting alone, while others establish solitary cultivator forces. The Su family needs to guard against external enemies, but cannot adopt a closed-off policy. These connections are likely to provide significant assistance to the Su family in the future. This time, Su Chuan also had another purpose for entering the depths of the battlefield, to see if he could encounter his disciple Mei Yun. But that was a side objective. He did not hold too much hope. After all, even the heavenly mechanism's path couldn't calculate it. This situation could only mean that the place where Mei Yun is located is exceptionally special, having already influenced the predictions of the heavenly mechanism. Over the past few months, Su Chuan encountered numerous nascent soul demon cultivators and the demonized monsters of the deep battlefield, such as Charm Mountain Demon and Corpse Demon. However, relying on his own strength and MO, he successfully navigated through the dangers. At the same time, he also gathered some materials, spiritual herbs, and even another 4th stage fire vein. Another 2 months later, as Su Chuan passed through a certain marshy area, he sensed astonishing fluctuations from dozens of miles away. He approached to take a look. Initially, he only intended to watch for a while before leaving. But unexpectedly, the old man in the blue robe had a pupil technique and saw through his concealment. "Friend, I am from Tiannan's Xianyu Prefecture, Sun Jiawei. You should also be a cultivator from Tian. Nano, I hope you can lend a hand. I will remember this favor." Sun family. Su Chuan's mind raced, recalling that his son Su Mingxian had a good relationship with the Sun family's prodigy Sun Zhantian. The Sun family is one of the 3 major nascent soul forces in Xianyu Prefecture, with 2 nascent soul cultivators, 1 in mid-nascent soul and 1 in early nascent soul. Moreover, the Sun family has a deep foundation in Xianyu Prefecture, boasting over 3,000 years of history. At its peak, it was the #1 family in Xianyu Prefecture. There are rumors that the Sun family's bloodline is extraordinary, possibly possessing a special bloodline inheritance which allows it to thrive continuously. Recalling this, Su Chuan's figure swayed, and he appeared several miles away from the battlefield. Haha, I thought it was some old-fashioned cultivator from Tiannan, but it turns out to be a junior at the Golden Core stage. Old Sun, you've asked the wrong person. Sun Chuanqing was momentarily taken aback. He had only managed a brief glance before. He had assumed such a method of suppressing one's aura belonged to a nascent soul-level being. Now he realized the cultivator was a golden core, and not even a perfected one at that. Could I advise you to leave at once, or you will not even know how you die? Sun Chuanqing sighed, and added, fellow Taoist, I have misjudged. This battle is beyond one of your caliber. Is that so? Whether I can take part or not, why not let it be seen? Su Chuan's lips curved. Once more events were about to prove him correct. In the next instant, that Songlong Baosin materialized above his head. With a soft whoosh, it unfurled on its own, descending a thick azure golden veil of light that wrapped Su Chuan in a protective cocoon. Then he intoned Songlong's sword array converge. Su Chuan issued the command in a low voice, his hands tracing invisible sword seals. Instantly, a clear, piercing dragon cry rang out into the heavens. 28 flying swords condensed into a towering sword Songlong, tens of meters long. The sword dragon reared its gaze, cold and laden with murderous intent. Without a moment's hesitation, its enormous tail lashed out. With a resonant howl, the tail's arc transformed into a dazzling, world-cleaving blade of light, as if it might cut open the void itself. It tore the air apart, and with irresistible force descended toward the blood-robed old demon's head. Where the blade passed, the void was left with a brief, scarring seam. The might of that strike clearly reached nascent soul level. The blood-robed old demon's disdain vanished in an instant. His pupils contracted sharply. His face darkened as he bellowed, blood sea barrier. He slashed his hands before him, and a surging torrent of blood-colored demonic chi converged, instantly solidifying into a heavy, rolling dark red veil that churned like waves on a blood sea. Boom! The world-shattering sword light struck the blood veil with terrible force. The curtain indented and writhed violently as the surface was rent by innumerable fine fissures from the sword chi. Bloodlight and sword chi frantically eroded one another. In the end, the blade expended its power and slowly dissipated. The blood-red curtain dimmed considerably, its surface fissured and seemingly on the verge of shattering. You are the Songlong Jinzuan Su Chuan. The blood-robed old demon swayed his gaze towards Su Chuan, utterly altered, filled with astonishment, suspicion, and a measure of fear. What a title was that? Su Chuan raised an eyebrow, surprise flickering in his eyes. That is indeed my name, but I am hardly worthy of the title Songlong Jinzuan. Where did that come from? I have not seen you before, the blood-robed old demon said, his voice low as his eyes glanced at the suspended sword Songlong. I have only heard talk that a prodigy from Tiannan has risen recently. A golden core who by means of a sword array can unleash power rivaling the early nascent soul. Today's sight confirms the rumors. He felt a chill. That sword had been a real nascent soul level assault. Of course, its potency was limited to the lower reaches of the nascent soul tier. He stood at the peak of early nascent soul. Su Chuan thus posed no true threat to him. Still, the potential was surprising. He had thought the story mere hearsay. Seeing the man in person proved the report was not false. Sun Chuanqing's face lit with delight. So you are fellow Taoist Korong. Sun Chuanqing continued. I of the Sun household have long heard of your renown in Xinwefu. The matter of your slaying Tiansong sect's grand elder, Shi Daoyan, spread across the entire northwest. It is a deed known by all. He hastily cupped his hands, his manner instantly warm and ingratiating. Your young master Mingxian is a friend of our Sun family's junior son Zhantian. Before coming here, he even sought out Su Mingxian within your Songlong mansion's ranks, though he failed to meet him. Fellow Taoist son, your courtesy honors me. Su Chuan returned the greeting with a clasped fist. The blood-robed old demon listened to Sun Chuanqing's words, his expression uneasy and unsettled. Killed a nascent soul? How is that possible? He snorted. Perhaps the tale was exaggerated, yet it cannot be wholly untrue. His gaze flicked between Su Chuan and Sun Chuanqing. Sun Chuanqing's cultivation was slightly inferior, and he seemed subtly constrained by the blood-robed man. With Su Chuan added to the equation, the two together would place him at a decisive disadvantage. Su Chuan's weakness was glaring to those nascent souls. The sword array could manifest nascent soul combat might, but given his own reserves of magical power and divine sense, it could not be sustained for long. Thus, in their estimation, he amounted to only a half nascent soul. Yet even half combined with Sun Chuanqing was enough to constitute a real threat. If the stalemate continued, they would risk injury and could lose the prize. He weighed the pros and cons in a single breath. At last he forced down his unwillingness and malice, issuing a cold derision huff. Son old ghost, you are fortunate this time. If one path closes, another opens. We shall meet again. With that harsh parting, the blood-robed old demon did not linger. Crimson light surged from his body like a blinding blood flare, and he fled through the sky without looking back, vanishing over the horizon in the blink of an eye. Watching the formidable foe retreat, Sun Chuan exhaled deeply, his eyes filled with gratitude toward Su Chuan. Su Chuan dispersed the sword Songlong and recalled the flying swords. He did not, however, put away that Songlong Baosan. Instead, he kept it in his hand. Thank you for your assistance, fellow Taoist Kuro. You flatter me, fellow Taoist Sun. I merely happened to be present and did not exert myself. Sun Chuan smiled. Often deterrence is more important than combat. That blood-robed old demon will seek other opportunities unless he is at least 60 or 70% certain he will not rashly clash with an equal. Su Chuan nodded slightly. By the way, would you like to travel together? No. I am merely wandering and care little for how many fortunes I acquire. For the Su family, surviving this expedition is already a blessing. Sun Chuanxing's gaze brightened. He regarded Su Chuan with greater esteem. The Su family truly is unusual, not blinded by greed. It is no wonder they rose so quickly. If Su Chuan had heard Sun's private thought, he might have smiled inwardly. No, his intent was simple. The true property of the Su family was what they could carry out alive. Very well, I will not press the matter. If the Su family ever needs assistance, come to Xinhua Fu and seek my Sun family. Sun Chuanxing believed the Su family held great potential and wished to cultivate ties. Thanks, fellow Taoist Sun. Su Chuan inclined his head with a smile. The two then went their separate ways. Suddenly a voice called out. Why did you not summon me earlier? With that old Sun, myself, and you combined, we should have been able to detain that demonic nascent soul. Killing a nascent soul is not so simple. If it has any means of saving itself, it could flee, and by unleashing our full might, we would also reveal our strength to all. Mou understood that Su Chuan had his own reservations. Moreover, the chaste man was not their sworn enemy. There was no necessity to slay him at first sight. How tedious. When will I get to strike? There will be chances. Su Chuan smiled and continued. Several months later, Su Chuan came upon a vast chaotic battlefield in a mountain range, an enormous melee of gathered forces. The 5 hegemonic powers were present: Qingyun sect, Xinhua sect, Shirin sect, Lane Temple, and Tiansha sect. Additionally, there were Yuling sect and Zuimoku. So many nascent soul masters were embroiled in the brawl. Su Chuan did not dare approach. He watched from over 100 li away. He eventually realized they were contesting the very Duwei Xinlian he had been seeking. In a deep pool within a secluded valley grew 3 Duwei Xinlian. 2 appeared fully mature. No wonder they are fighting so fiercely. Su Chuan's gaze flickered with temptation. A moment later he sighed, forget it. This place is too dangerous. Although the Duwei Xinlian is precious, the Su family's path must be taken step by step. Those embroiled in the fray were top-tier nascent soul powers with great masters holding ground. Only such forces could hope to seize and then retain a prize like this. Had Tiansong sect been in the place, now even if they had snatched an opportunity, powerful rivals would inevitably come calling later. A single Duwei Dan's ingredients mean far more to a master alchemist than one pill alone. Take Su Chuan as example. Although he had only refined a Duwei pill once, his alchemical attainments had since increased more than tenfold. If his previous forging of 3 pills in the Songlong's secret realm was chance, a stroke of luck, then now possessing 1 portion, he could confidently refine 7 or 8 at a time, with more than half of them high grade. Su Chuan cast one last distant look and prepared to depart. Wait, the lotus seed. A thought struck him, and he immediately streaked away as a blue gleam. After fleeing 1,000 li and ensuring no others lingered, he entered the Zus Dantian. Mou suddenly discovered the spirit beast pouch he occupied had been sealed by some mysterious force. Even his divine sense could not penetrate. Su Chuan approached the spirit pool. He raised his hand and drew the black shriveled lotus seed he had taken from the Lei family into his palm. These veins, this hue, though slightly different, this is indeed a Duwei lotus seed. No wonder it seemed familiar. I had obtained it without realizing. He paused, then added, alas, reviving it will be arduous. He had the treasure, but not the means to restore its vitality. Su Chuan's brows tightened as he pondered. After a long moment, he murmured, simple soaking will likely be ineffective. If I had a special spirit fluid, such as Luyang spiritual liquid, it might work. Another method would be to nurture it with the Tao of life and death. Cycles of rebirth could rekindle its life. No, there was still another way, perhaps even easier. He thought of the Dantian itself. Even Su Huai had benefited from the Danshan's continual metamorphosis. There was the possibility it could evolve into a Xiantian immortal tree. Such supreme providence. Perhaps reviving this Duwei seed was not beyond hope. If mid-golden core proved inadequate, then late golden core, or even a breakthrough to perfected golden core might suffice. Yet he would not abandon the search for the Luyang liquid recipe or the life and death Tao approach. Multiple paths should be pursued in parallel. Chuan held the black lotus seed in his hand. He felt a sense of sudden hope as if a shadowed road opened into a bright courtyard, then another sensation as if in turning one found the person standing where the lights were dimmest. Chuan instructed Su Huai to continue tending the medicinal garden and then left the Zust Dantian. Outside Mou asked, Chuan, what happened back there? Why could I not communicate with the outside? Chuan only then remembered him and replied with a smile. I entered the Dantian, its power likely sealed the spirit beast pouch for a time. Your Dantian is indeed wondrous. After a pause, Mou's voice grew curious. When might I gain entry to see it? There will certainly be an opportunity in time. Chuan continued his wanderings nearby. A few days later, he unexpectedly encountered two nascent soul, demonic cultivators pursuing Zhang Daoren. Zhang Daoren's face was pale, multiple wounds marred his body, some of them blackened. Zhang Daoren, you cannot escape the methods of our Tiansha sect. If you hand over what you have, we may let you die quickly. Zhang Daoren remained silent and fled on, but his speed plainly began to slow. His capture seemed only a matter of time. It seems the contest for the Dui Xinlian has concluded. These two have been chasing Zhang Daoren. Has he become one of the winners? Did he seize one Dui Xinlian or several lotus seeds? With Zhang Fan's spirit treasure in tow, it was certainly possible he had wrested something from the chaos. Yet his present state also suggested he had been beset by many enemies. Putting aside any relationship between Chuan and Zhang Fan, Zhang Daoren, as leader of the Northwest's great Xinhua sect, was worthy of investment. Of course, if 3 or 4 nascent souls now hunted him, Chuan would likely have to abandon the matter. 2 pursuers, however, might be manageable. He suppressed his aura and hid at the fringe. They were intent on their chase and did not notice him at all. Senior Zhang, what a coincidence. Unforeseen to meet you deep within the battlefield. A familiar transmission startled Zhang Daoren. After a moment, he recognized the voice. Fellow Taoist Su, you are nearby. Indeed. How did you fall into such a state, Senior? Fellow Taoist Su, do me this favor. The Xinhua sect will repay you handsomely. Zhang Daoren's temperament bore a streak of pride that would normally not permit him to beg. Yet upon him now lay Zhang Fan's spirit treasure, 2 Dui Dan, 2 Dui lotus seeds, and a Dui Xinlian lacking its seeds. He could not afford to lose such bounty. If he managed to bring it out, Xinhua sect would flourish for millennia. The Xinhua patriarch has treated me well. I should repay him, Chuan said. Senior Zhang feigned exhaustion and stopped to draw their attention. I will strike from concealment and attempt to wound them. If they are injured, they will be forced to withdraw. Very well, as you say. After a cup of tea's time, the scene shifted. Above a craggy mountain pass, Zhang Daoren's fleeing form faltered abruptly. His once-stable aura blinked and shimmered irregularly, flashing violently, as his breath and presence grew erratic and unmoored. He turned to face the 2 relentless pursuers from Tiansha and Shireen sect's, exhaustion carved deep on his face, and an absolute cornered fury burning in his eyes. Do you truly intend to hunt me down to the last? The 2 in pursuit exchanged looks that flashed with both triumph and cruelty. The Tiansha elder's murderous chi swelled. The Shireen elder's reanimated corpse at his side emitted a low, menacing howl. Zhang Daoren, you cannot escape. Hand over what you seized, and perhaps we will let you die with some dignity. Are you not afraid of offending my master? The Xinhua patriarch is indeed formidable, but would he single-handedly assault our Tiansha sect? Enough words. Strike while he is spent. Take him together. They exchanged a glance, then one accelerated to the left, and one to the right, forming a pincer. A crushing nascent soul pressure bore down upon Zhang Daoren. Their top-tier treasures hummed as they were activated, each poised to unleash. Their divine senses locked onto Zhang Daoren, wary of any last desperate counterstrike from him. In their estimation, Zhang Daoren's sudden. He stopped appearing as though his vitality was waning. This was a sign that his magical power was about to be exhausted. At this moment, he could still unleash some residual might. But if he truly escaped until his magical power was completely spent, even his magical artifacts would be difficult to activate, and that would be the end of the road for him. You brought this upon yourselves. Please, spiritual treasure, eliminate the enemy. Zhang Daoren's hair stood on end, and a near-mad ferocity appeared on his face. In a flash of light, the Crimson Flame Dragon Staff appeared before him. As magical power surged into it, the Crimson Flame Dragon Staff vibrated continuously, emitting beams of golden light, as if a dragon's roar echoed through the heavens. Just at this critical moment, from the shadows, Chuan suddenly made his move. He showed no hesitation and once again unleashed the Sword of Divine Sense. Caught off guard, the 2 were immediately thrown into chaos in their sea of consciousness. It was as if a gash was about to be torn in the void of their consciousness. What? Ugh! 2 piercing cries of agony rang out almost simultaneously. The Grand Elder of the Tiansha sect was violently shaken, darkness clouding his vision, as his sea of consciousness felt as though it were being stirred by countless blades, sending waves of excruciating pain through him. Even the top-tier magical artifact he controlled nearly fell to the ground. The Grand Elder of the Cultivation sect howled in agony, blood seeping from his 7 orifices, while the corpse puppet connected to his mind also emitted a painful wail. However, they were ultimately peak early-stage nascent soul experts. Despite being caught off guard and sustaining injuries to their nascent souls, they quickly forced themselves to suppress the pain. It's an ambush. It's a divine sense attack. The two spoke in unison. The Tian Sha sect secretly felt alarmed. Even the old ghosts from the Tian Gui sect might not possess such formidable divine sense techniques. Who is it? Show yourself. The Grand Elder of the Cultivation sect shouted in anger. Zhang Daoyou, well done, you indeed lured them here. Su Chuan's voice echoed around them. I have come to assist you. A shocking dragon's roar resounded, and the pressure of a 4th-tier true dragon enveloped several miles around. This caused considerable mental pressure on the 2 Grand Elders of the Tian Sha sect and the Cultivation sect. They exchanged glances and saw fear and a desire to retreat in each other's eyes. Although Zhang Daoran possessed a heavy treasure, one must have their life to wield it. They had already lost the initiative, and continuing to fight would only put them in greater peril. Gonyang Daoyou, let's retreat. The tracking mark on Zhang Daoran is not something that can be removed in a short time. Once he is alone, we can seek another opportunity. The Grand Elder of the Tian Sha sect made a decisive decision, gritting his teeth to communicate via sound transmission. Since you say so, Daoyu Qiu, I will trust you. The two exchanged a deep glance at Zhang Daoran before taking off in 2 beams of light. In the blink of an eye, they vanished into the vast mountain shadows. In the air above the mountain pass, only Zhang Daoran remained, his aura faint and his face pale. He waved his sleeve, storing the crimson flame dragon staff into his storage ring. After a moment, Su Chuan and Mou flew out and approached him. Zhang Daoran looked at Su Chuan, a complex expression flashing in his eyes. There was relief, gratitude, and a hint of irony. He never expected that he would need Su Chuan to save his life one day. He cupped his hand solemnly and said, Su Daoyou, I will remember this kindness. Senior Zhang is too polite. I thought we would have to fight Heaton to force them back, but I didn't expect them to be scared off directly. From their previous state, it seems their divine senses were injured. Zhang Daoran glanced meaningfully at Su Chuan, but did not ask how he achieved this. Instead, continuing injuries to divine sense are quite troublesome to recover from. If they carry injuries, it won't be beneficial for future battles. Moreover, unable to gauge the enemy's strength, they chose to leave first. It can't be that simple. If they truly had something they deemed indispensable, were I in their place, I certainly would not give up unless. Su Chuan paused before continuing. They are confident they can find Senior Zhang again later. I have a tracking mark left by the Tian Sha sect's secret techniques on me, which is why I have been unable to shake them off. Is there a way to remove it? If there are no injuries, it should take several days to eliminate. Could you let me take a look? My Tao concerns decay and regeneration. I excel at annihilation and can also help adjust your injuries, Senior. Su Dao, you need not go to such lengths. You have already done me a great service by driving off those 2. If you were to also handle my injuries, this kindness. Zhang Daoran abruptly stopped, clearly not wanting to owe Su Chuan any further favors. Su Chuan waved his hand and smiled. The Xianyu ancestor has favored my Su family. Senior Zhang should consider this a way of repaying that favor. If it really weighs on your conscience, perhaps you could share something of value as a return. After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Daoran finally relented, nodding. Then I will trouble you, Su Daoyu. Su Chuan smiled faintly. This place is not safe. Oh, we should leave first. After they flew for a short while, they found a desolate mountain range and excavated a simple cave dwelling. Afterwards, Su Chuan began to heal Zhang Daoran's injuries. Using the principles of decay and regeneration, he expelled the lingering demonic aura, sinister energy, and corpse energy from the wounds. With the aid of healing elixirs, within half a day, Zhang Daoran's injuries had almost completely healed. Of course, the magical power consumed could not be replenished by Su Chuan and could only depend on Zhang Daoran himself. In the following 2 days, Su Chuan helped him erase the marks left by the tracking techniques. After another half day, Su Chuan took Mou and left. Not long after, Zhang Daoran also used a beam of light to head in another direction. So stingy, just a pile of 4th-tier materials. Do you really think you don't know what he snatched? Mou chattered nonstop in the spirit beast pouch. You two, weren't you quite good at scheming? How come you couldn't extort even a single crossing calamity lotus seed? Su Chuan shook his head helplessly. Not to mention the number of crossing calamity lotus seeds he obtained this time. Even if he did have some, they are strategic treasures for all major nascent soul factions. Just one can determine the future rise or fall of a faction. Anyone would be reluctant to give them away as payment. Then why bother saving him? You might as well pick up a bargain at the end. If my Su family were to have the heritage strength of the Xianyu sect now, this would naturally not be a problem. But for now, it is more important to further establish good relations with the Xianyu sect. Forget it, I don't understand. Developing and strengthening the Su family is your concern. I can't be bothered. Strong on the outside but soft on the inside. Su Chuan secretly chuckled. He continued to wander around, seizing opportunities when suitable people or chances arose. Most of the time, he preferred to avoid others. On the other side, on the outskirts of the battlefield, many of Su Mingyuan's group had seen a significant boost in their. Aside from continuing to seek opportunities, they were also engaging in actions similar to Su Chuan's, helping those worth assisting to build connections for the Su family. For example, they had encountered Sun Zhantian Zhang Xuanji and the true monarch of the Blazing Sun. Not long after, they encountered Lu Qingxue. For the major nascent soul factions, the ancient battlefield served as both a trial and a filter. Only those who survived were worthy of full cultivation by their sects. In this era, to reach the nascent soul stage, one must possess talent, opportunities, and luck, all of which are indispensable. They frightened away the demonic cultivators. Lu Qingxue flew in front of them and clasped her fists, saying, "Thank you, fellow Taoists of the Su family. Sister Qingxue, you're being too polite. The ancient battlefield is brutal. If we can help a little, we will. Perhaps we will need your assistance when we encounter a crisis. If that time comes, Qingxue will surely do her utmost to assist." She glanced at the Su family members. "Where is Elder Ku Rong? Grandfather is immensely powerful. Being with him would only be a burden to us. He has entered the depths of the battlefield." Su Deling nodded slightly, noticing the sudden look of regret on Lu Qingxue's face, and could not help but ask, "What's wrong? Is there something wrong in the depths of the battlefield?" "No, it's just a reflection that only a golden core invincible powerhouse like Elder Ku Rong could venture in there, unlike Senior Shenfei. Senior Shun has fallen." Lu Qingxue nodded. In the end, Senior Shun was somewhat lacking in luck. By the way, to repay you for your assistance, Qingxue cannot express her gratitude, so I will inform you of a cave dwelling I know of. There is a half-step 4th-tier great formation. If you are interested, you can explore it. Of course, I can't guarantee what treasures are inside. Thank you, we will discuss this matter carefully. Farewell. After clasping her fists, Lu Qingxue transformed into a beam of green light and left. Moments later, Su Mingyuan looked at Su Mingxian and said, "Fifth brother, do you think we can break that half-step 4th-tier great formation?" "Naturally, half a month's time is enough," Su Mingxian said lightly. "Third brother, do you think Lu Qingxue's cave dwelling is worth exploring?" Su Mingxian pondered for a moment. "I think it would be worth a look." "Then let's go." With luck and a master of formations plus 2 4th-tier trump cards, if they were still afraid to explore the cave dwelling, that would be a bit too timid. After adjusting for half a day, they advanced toward the depths of the battlefield. The cave dwelling pointed out by Lu Qingxue was within 200 miles of the misty area. This region had relatively few resources and thus not many dangers. Days later, they arrived at this cave dwelling. From the surrounding traces, it seemed someone had been there, but it had not been breached, suggesting it was not by a nascent soul expert. Indeed, nascent soul experts were seeking opportunities deeper within and would not waste time searching in the outer area. Su Mingyuan then cast a spell forward, only for a dark green light curtain to suddenly rise halfway, blocking the spell. The light curtain rippled not a bit. At the moment the light curtain rose, a cave dwelling appeared at the foot of the mountain inside. "There really is one," Su Deling remarked. But after a moment, the dark green light curtain disappeared and the cave dwelling vanished. "What a marvelous formation!" Su Mingzhu exclaimed in surprise. The group looked at Su Mingxian, who said, "This is a composite formation that has defensive, concealing, and blocking divine sense probing effects. The one who arranged it must be a grandmaster with extraordinary formation skills." "Do you have confidence?" Su Mingxian asked. Concealing and blocking divine sense probing are mainly to prevent detection. The real challenge is breaking the defense. If this formation were combined with a misty illusion, it would be much more troublesome. It might take over a month, or even longer. After a pause, Su Mingxian's eyes flickered, and he added, "half a month, and I can guarantee to breach it. Then it will be entrusted to you." Su Mingyuan smiled faintly. Su Mingxian began to break the formation while the others remained vigilant around them. This was how professionals handled professional matters. Within 3 generations of the Su family, they had all been taught by Su Chuan. Thus, even though each had their own strengths, they would not hinder each other, but rather assist one another, complementing each other's abilities. For instance, Su Deling and Su Mingxian had collaborated to refine a set of magical artifacts integrating formations to enhance their power. Even a 3rd-tier artifact craftsman might not conceive of it, let alone execute it. After all, truly versatile individuals are few and far between. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, only 2 to 3 days remained until the formation was breached. Suddenly, uninvited guests arrived. 3 golden core demonic cultivators appeared, each of them having mastered their mystical powers. Leading them was a disciple of the Corpsine sect controlling a peak 3rd-tier corpse puppet. There is actually a cave dwelling here. The formation level is not low. Taoist, there must be treasures in. Shua surveyed Su Mingyuan, and the others then looked at the dark green light curtain, finally resting his gaze on Su Mingxian, who was breaking the formation. "This cave dwelling belongs to my Corpsine sect. There are 7 early-stage golden core cultivators and 1 mid-stage golden core cultivator. This lineup is not something they regard highly. Su Daoyo Yin Daoyo, you two deal with 2 each, and I will deal with 4. This cave dwelling's treasures will be split in half. The two exchanged glances and replied, then we will follow Daoist Yin's arrangement. Seeking death, Yi Fan the most hot-headed charged directly at the leftmost demonic cultivator. He formed a fist seal and unleashed the sacred fist of Brahma, erupting with an unmatched fierce aura. His fist about a foot wide slammed towards the opponent. The demonic cultivator's eyes narrowed slightly. Just from observing the power of the technique, he could tell this was no ordinary early-stage golden core cultivator. It gave him the feeling of being on par with a fully realized golden core expert. However, he was not afraid. Calmly, he summoned a shield, and a yellowish light curtain blocked Yi Fan's dark golden fist imprint. Just as he was about to counterattack, Su Mingyuan had already wielded the heavenly rune brush and sent forth a beam of fine light at him. A top-tier magical artifact. All three were familiar with the aura of top-tier magical artifacts, as they each possessed one. Although Su Mingyuan could not fully unleash the power of a top-tier artifact, the force released was still formidable. The golden fine light struck the light curtain, causing violent fluctuations. The impact was significantly weaker than Yi Fan's attack, of course. Su Mingyuan would not be able to maintain the use of the magical artifact for long, while Yi Fan could fight for 3 days and nights without issue. The stamina of those who cultivated both body and spirit was beyond what ordinary cultivators could imagine. The Su demonic cultivator stared greedily at the heavenly rune brush. He immediately activated his own top-tier flying sword, which struck Su Mingyuan with a dark flowing light like a venomous snake. If Su Mingyuan could only unleash 4 to 5% of the top-tier artifact's power, the demonic cultivator could unleash at least 70 to 80%. Su Mingyuan did not dodge. Just as the Su demonic cultivator felt he was about to succeed, a 7-colored light curtain fell protecting him. Unbeknownst to him, Su Mingxian had appeared beside him holding a 7-colored pagoda, a top-tier defensive magical artifact. This time, even Yan's demonic cultivator and Yin Shua's gaze were drawn in. Although all three had top-tier magical artifacts, they were the most ordinary offensive types, while defensive top-tier artifacts were several times more precious than ordinary offensive artifacts. At that moment, Su Diyue produced the Taiyin flying sword and unleashed a beam of sword light several feet long towards Yan's demonic cultivator. The sword light was extremely cold, causing ice crystals to form in the air wherever it passed. The Yin demonic cultivator hurriedly regained his composure and unleashed a mid-tier defensive magical artifact to resist. How can this be so strong? The Yin demonic cultivator was astonished as he saw the light curtain violently shake. What kind of monster is this? An early-stage golden core exploding with an attack close to that of a fully realized golden core expert. Know that flying sword's aura is strange. All of Su Mingyuan and his companions consumed the withering and flourishing pill, elevating their magical power to a higher grade. Even the weakest among them was comparable to the late stage of the golden core. Su Delying was not inferior to a perfectly cultivated golden core. Yi Fan, Su Diyue, and Su Mingxian were somewhat behind. The demon cultivator with the surname Yin inquired, "What grade of magical treasure is that?" Su Diyue naturally ignored him, responding only with dozens of sword lights. Additionally, Su Mingshu clapped her spirit beast bag to release Su Ying. Su Ying transformed into a giant eagle several zhang in size, soaring into the sky. After a screech, a bolt of purple lightning and blue fire struck down from the heights, landing upon the protective barrier of the demon cultivator with the surname Yin. Su Mingshu also activated the black dragon banner, from which a black-scaled dragon crocodile emerged, opening its massive jaws to bite. Su Duan did not intervene for the time being. Of course, the demon cultivator with the surname Yin had grown through battle and possessed ample combat experience. He quickly extricated himself from the situation of being attacked. He activated a black square prism, shooting it towards Su Mingshu. As long as he dealt with her first, he could safely confront Su Diyue. Su Diyue was not weak, but she was still significantly inferior to him, relying solely on the strength of her magical treasure. To his surprise, Su Mingshu also possessed a high-grade defensive magical treasure, which blocked his square. What is the origin of this group? Why does everyone have high-grade magical treasures? This was also the doubt of the demon cultivator with the surname Su. With high-grade defensive treasures, and those wielding high-grade treasures attacking, their coordination quickly put the Su and Yin demon cultivators at a disadvantage. They even appeared somewhat embarrassed. They are all useless. Yin Shua quietly watched, and although he spoke harshly, he pondered the origins of Su Mingyuan and their companions. Are they from the same force, or are they the elites of multiple factions gathered together? He leaned towards the latter. The Shireen sect had numerous golden cores with high-grade magical treasures, but their competition against each other was fierce. At most 2 or 3 would befriend each other for the sake of mutual interests. It was utterly impossible for all of them to unite. Only the most outstanding among them could compete for the opportunity to condense a nascent soul. If they did not wish to rely on their sect, they would have to seek out methods to condense a nascent soul on their own, but such methods were more difficult. After all, even a hegemonic force like the Shireen sect would take hundreds of years to find 2 or 3 opportunities for nascent soul condensation, and sometimes even less. This was still the result of the intervention of the elder nascent soul. Unless one truly had astonishing luck, the chances of obtaining such opportunities during the Golden Core stage were slim. In the ancient battlefield, countless opportunities existed, yet throughout these many times very few Golden Core cultivators were able to obtain a nascent soul opportunity on their own. As for the outside world, finding such opportunities would be even more challenging. Of course, without auxiliary methods for nascent soul condensation, one would have to directly attempt it. However, aside from those with confidence, most would only take this path when they saw no hope. Because directly attempting to condense a nascent soul had less than a 50% chance of success. Chuan turned his gaze towards Su Delying. It seems you are the strongest among this group. Do you believe you can win against me alone? Why not just try it and see? Arrogant. Chuan's eyes turned cold. With a thought, the corpse puppet beside him, with skin of a bluish-black color and long sharp fingernails, let out a low growl and lunged first. Its speed was ghostly, its claws lunging straight for Su Deling's heart, accompanied by a foul corpse-like wind. Su Deling's gaze was icy, showing no hint of fear. She formed a madra to condense a fire phoenix, merging it with the fire phoenix's feathers. The body of the fire phoenix swelled to over 10 zhong, and the flaming feathers appeared solid, truly becoming the feathers of a fire phoenix. A pair of sharp claws met the third-level peak corpse puppet Hedon. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. The corpse puppet's arm was directly grabbed by the fire phoenix's claws, and then it soared into the sky. Chuan was also shaken by this divine ability. Then Su Delying flipped her hand to retrieve a crimson sword, as bright as jade. This was a spare magical treasure, a mid-grade treasure of 4 patterns. She shook the sword, and petals of red flames mixed with faint gold erupted around her. Red Lotus Inferno Burn. The sword petals spun scorching sword energy, and true flames of destruction surged forth, rushing towards Chuan. I truly underestimated your capabilities, fairy. Chuan waved his dark blue robe, and a bone shield flew out easily, blocking the fiery sword petals. He then formed a hand seal, conjuring several black, bone-eroding demon fingers that silently struck towards Su Deling's exposed back. Su Delying snorted coldly, her movements like a fire butterfly, evading the attack. Go! Su Deling's avoidance was within Chuan's expectations. He seemed to have predicted this. As she evaded, another magical treasure shot out from his sleeve. It was a gray line condensed with heavy corpse energy, hurtling towards Su Delying at incredible speed. Su Delying could sense the terror of this magical treasure. It was significantly more powerful than the high-grade treasures wielded by the demon cultivators with the surnames Su and Yin. Without hesitation, a crimson golden shield appeared, guarding in front of her. The crimson golden light screen rapidly condensed. Bang! The gray line revealed its form as a gray bracelet, known as the Corpse Demon Bracelet. Another high-grade defensive magical treasure. Chuan was horrified, pondering to himself that this group really had an abundance of resources. A 6-pattern corpse path magical treasure is indeed rare. Su Deling's pupils constricted slightly as she thought, this treasure suits the Xian Corpse King perfectly. Spending long periods with Su Chuan inevitably led to adopting similar traits. They all wished to pass good items to those suitable within their own circle. The Corpse Demon Bracelet returned to Chuan's hand without achieving anything. Your magical treasure is not bad either. Chuan, upon hearing Su Delying praise his magical treasure, politely returned the compliment. Taking down this person won't be easy. He likely has hidden cards. There may be more than one third-level corpse puppet. Su Delying thought of Su Chuan, who acted similarly. Whenever he made a move, it was either 10 peak blood corpses or an army of ghostly spirits. Should I use the Fire Phoenix transformation technique, or let fifth uncle or second brother assist? However, Su Mingxian needed to break the array and could not afford to waste effort. As for Su Duan, he was a hidden card arranged by Su Mingyuan. If they were at a disadvantage, he could disguise himself as a demon cultivator with the surname Li. With the identity of a golden core, he could control a 4th-level corpse king and a 4th-level ghost king. However, it was best if this matter remained undisclosed. Su Duan's identity was not easy to guess, but their Su family's identity would be easy to discern with a little inquiry afterward. Just as Su Delying and Chuan were mutually wary of each other, a sudden scream echoed from the battlefield, where Yifan and Su Mingyuan were. The scream belonged to the demon cultivator with the surname Su. During his entanglement with Yifan, he had been attacked by Su Mingyuan's heavenly symbol brush, while Su Mingxian used the purple flame net for a sneak attack, capturing him directly. He could not break free, and the purple net infused with purple flames continuously burned him. Brother Yin, save me. The two demon cultivators sensed this and found the Su demon cultivator trapped by a high-grade binding magical treasure unable to escape. Such magical treasures were rare. Once trapped, those below the nascent soul stage could hardly escape. The only way was to evade before being bound. However, the Su family had many members and their strength was not weak. Even if they could not defeat their opponents, it was not a problem to hold them up for a while. Damn, there's even this kind of magical treasure. In Shua's expression changed drastically upon seeing this. Without saying a word, he recalled the third-level peak corpse puppet, then used the corpse demon bracelet to drive Su Delying back before swiftly retreating. The demon cultivator with the surname Yen did the same. It was no joke. Once they had a chance to free themselves, they would undoubtedly share the same fate as the Su demon cultivator. Brother Su, hold on. They'll call for someone to rescue you. You two bastards. Su Mingshu was just about to send Su Ying to pursue. Don't pursue a retreating enemy. Su Mingyuan shouted. Su Mingshu glanced around and ultimately followed Su Mingyuan's advice. With their father absent, she listened to her elder brother, and when he was not present, she listened to her second brother. At least Su Mingwei and Su Mingyuan were revered figures in the eyes of their younger siblings and juniors. When it came to Su Mingshuan, his weight in such matters was lacking. Second brother, how should we deal with this person? Kill him. No, I am a disciple of the Ziluo sect. My Ziluo sect ranks just below the Shireen sect and the other three hegemonic forces. You cannot kill me. Hee hee. The only response to the demon cultivator with the surname Su was the cold laughter of the Su family members. Moments later, the Su demon cultivator met his end, and Su Mingxian retrieved the purple flame net. Su Mingshu watched envious. Third brother, this treasure of yours is truly wonderful. Let me borrow it for a bit. Hee hee, no way. You should let Delying have the chance to refine you a better one. This purple flame net is quite exceptional, ranking among the top-tier high-grade treasures. Considering its effects, its value can rival ordinary top-tier treasures. I assume even those in the early to mid-nascent soul stage would fight to seize it. Can you refine it, Linger? I don't believe I've refined this kind of treasure before. Mainly, such special magical treasures often require unique materials to achieve the desired effects. Unlike ordinary flying swords or shields, which only require common materials. I see, Su Mingshu said, somewhat deflated. I was hoping to have something like this in the future. It would make capturing demon beasts in the wild much easier. Compared to cultivators, they are much easier to capture. Su Mingyuan pondered for a moment before saying, Mingshuan, take some time to allow Delying to study the purple flame net. Even if we can't reach the level of the purple flame net, replicas would suffice for the clan's disciples and juniors to use. Since second brother has spoken, then fine. Su Mingxian reluctantly agreed. For the family, he truly could not refuse. 2 days later, the formation covering the entrance to the cave emitted a long sigh-like hum. Immediately afterward, countless intricate formation patterns, as if ignited threads, rapidly disintegrated and vanished from the center, transforming into countless glowing specks that scattered into the sky. Crack! A crisp sound of shattering echoed around. It was as if a certain long-sealed lock had finally been opened. Before them stood an ancient cave entrance about 3 zhang high, seamlessly integrated with the mountain. Crack! A crisp sound of shattering echoed around. It was as if a certain long-sealed lock had finally been opened. Before them stood an ancient cave entrance about 3 zhang high. This time, breaking the formation allowed him to gain considerable insight into half-step, 4th-level formations. Take this to restore some of your magical power. Su Mingyuan handed over a high-grade Yushu pill. Thank you, second brother. Su Mingxian did not refuse and immediately drew it and sending it to his mouth. After just a moment of adjusting his breath, his magical power was restored significantly. Let's go in and see what treasures are worth protecting with a half-step, 4th-level great formation, Su Mingshu said with excitement. The others felt the same. Yifan stepped forward to push the stone door, which weighed thousands of pounds, easily opening it. Behind the door lay a long and deep passage. It was exceedingly dim, seemingly hastily constructed. After walking several zhang, they arrived at a spacious, simple stone chamber. Wild grass grew in the corners of the stone chamber. In the center of the stone chamber, there was only a simple jade mat. Sitting upon the mat was a skeleton clad in an ancient Taoist robe. The skeleton was as clear as jade, having endured the passage of time, without decay, with faint light swirling around it indicating it had not been weak in life. The skeleton's hands rested naturally on its knees, its posture serene, as if it were simply sitting in meditation, with hollow eye sockets gazing towards the entrance. The skeleton possessed no belongings save for a green jade ring on its right middle finger. Aside from that, the entire stone chamber was bare. Everyone unconsciously turned their eyes towards the green jade ring. Second brother, you should take it, Su Ming. Third brother is right, you are the most suited for this. Su Mingshu agreed. Su Mingyuan nodded slightly, took the green jade ring, and probed with his divine sense, immediately revealing a look of joy. Second brother, what do you think? Your expression suggests it's something good, right? Su Mingyuan flicked his sleeve, and the items within the green jade ring began to fly out, displaying themselves in front of everyone. An ancient celestial genius order. Yi Fan exclaimed. Lucky indeed, this is the second one. Su Mingxian smiled lightly. Is this compass a top-tier magical treasure? Su Deling's voice drew the attention of others as they turned to look. It was a compass-shaped magical treasure with a dark silver body. It was inlaid with 28 peculiar gemstones of varying sizes that sparkled faintly, arranged according to the positions of the stars in the zodiac. The pointer was made from a section of crystal-clear bone. The compass slowly spun by itself, causing weak spatial ripples around it. Is it truly a top-tier magical treasure? Su Mingshu inquired curiously. However, being compass-shaped, what is it used for? Is it a formation plate? Su Deling thought for a moment and said, if I am not mistaken, it should be a treasure for deducing formations. It is said that in ancient times there was a starry compass that could deduce celestial secrets, determine positions, and distinguish truth from falsehood, which could only be used by those proficient in formations. This treasure would be perfect for grandfather. This jade slip contains the accompanying formation techniques. Su Mingyuan pointed to the yellow jade slip, smiling. It's called the 28 Supreme Star Sutra. Father will definitely be very happy to know about this treasure when he returns. Su Mingxian beamed with joy. Aside from that, there were two other high-grade magical treasures. One was a blue treasure seal seemingly carved from a solid piece of deep-sea dark jade. The seal's knob was shaped like a dragon coiling to drink water, and the base was engraved with the ancient characters Jinhai. This treasure is fated to be mine. Su Mingshu glanced at it and said without hesitation, it does resemble something an Beastmaster would use, but you already possess quite a few treasures. If you want this one, you'll have to return some of them to the clan. Su Mingyuan smiled slightly. That's fine. Then take it. Su Mingshu happily accepted it, and immediately asked Su Deliang, Linger, what do you think of this treasure? Su Deliang examined it carefully and said, it's even more precious than the Jinhai seal. This flag could be called the 10,000 Beasts Banner. If I am not mistaken, it should be capable of gathering the essences of countless beasts and commanding them. It's similar to my grandfather's 1,000 Souls banner. The more beast essences it can contain, the stronger it becomes, and its power would definitely not be inferior to top-tier treasures. Upon hearing Su Deling's evaluation, Su Mingshu became even more enamored with it. In addition, there were several well-sealed jade bottles, which clearly contained precious elixirs. However, those present had no knowledge in this area, so they planned to leave everything as is and hand it over to Su Chuan another day. As for the materials, they were all top tier of the 4th grade. The spiritual herbs were also rare varieties that Su Mingyuan and the others had never seen before. Deliang Mingxing, do you have any use for these materials? Su Mingyuan inquired. Su Mingxing shook his head. Su Deliang replied, these materials are extremely valuable. At least from what we obtained at the battlefield's periphery, there are only 1 or 2 items that can compare to them. I don't have any use for them at the moment, so let's hold on to them for now. When I can refine top-tier treasures, I will request to use them. That's fine. Aside from the Jinhai seal, they'll keep everything else for now. Once I see my father, I will hand them over to him. As for this treasure, does anyone want it? Su Mingyuan scanned the crowd. They exchanged glances. Su Mingxian shrugged. As much as I want it, I already have the 7 treasures glazed pagoda and the purple flame pouch. It would be a waste to take it now. I don't need it either. Its attribute is water, which doesn't suit me, and I can't unleash its full power. I have the 10,000 Beasts banner, so I feel a bit embarrassed to compete for it. Su Mingshu said. You don't have to consider me, Su Duan shrugged. 5th brother, do you need it? Su Mingyuan looked at the silent Su Mingxing. Su Mingsheng glanced over and said, just give it to Due for now. She's the most suitable for it at the moment. If someone more suitable arises in the clan in the future, it can be handed over to them. Su Due initially wanted to decline as she was on the path of agility and delicacy. But seeing her father's insistence, she stopped refusing. The others wouldn't dare to disregard his wishes either. Su Due accepted the Jinhai seal, and the group headed outside the cave, planning to return to the battlefield's periphery. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure erupted, and a hand formed from the gathered corpse energy reached for Su Mingyuan and the others. They had no time to react. Only Su Mingxian swiftly activated the 7 treasures glazed pagoda. A colorful barrier enveloped them all. The dark green hand pressed down, causing the colorful barrier to vibrate violently. In just a moment, several cracks appeared. Fortunately, that hand didn't persist for long and gradually dissipated. Impressive, they actually managed to react to that. Elder Gonyang, I was right, wasn't I? These people possess several top-tier treasures, and this cave is protected by a grand formation, so there must be many treasures inside. The speaker was Yin Shua, who had retreated decisively 2 days ago. He initially did not want to get involved, but by coincidence he encountered Gonyang Shang. Gonyang Shang and Xiu Boyang discovered that the tracking secret method on Zhang Daoran had already been erased. After searching around with no results, they decided not to continue cooperating. Thus the scene of encountering Yin Shua unfolded. Upon seeing Gonyang Shang, Yin Shua naturally thought of Su Mingyuan and urged him to come to this place to lie in wait. Elder Yin, you are kind. I will capture them, and you shall benefit from it. Thank you, Elder. Su Mingyuan's expression was grave as he cupped his fists towards Su Duan and said, Seniorly, I appreciate your assistance. In addition to the agreed conditions, we will also provide an extra 20% of resources. Su Duan stroked his beard and smiled lightly. It would have been better if you had done this earlier. If I had intervened last time, no one would have escaped, and we wouldn't be facing this situation now. Gong Yongshang frowned, looking at Su Duan, feeling that this person was unfamiliar and he had never seen him before. But from their conversation, it was clear that if this person intervened, he could handle things. Who are you, my friend? Why not reveal your name? Are you trying to ambush us while pretending to be a Golden Core Jr.? Su Duan's gaze turned icy, filled with disdain as he replied, Do I need your guidance on how to act? If you leave obediently, you might avoid some pain. What a joke. I was just about to see your capabilities. Then watch closely. Su Duan slapped the Yin Corpse bag, summoning the Xian Yin Corpse King to take action. When Su Chuan left them behind, he had instructed the Xian Yin Corpse King and the Blood Fiend Ghost King to take action when necessary. A gray-green glow burst forth, and a terrifying corpse energy soared into the sky. Within the gray-green corpse energy, a howl belonging to a fourth-grade Corpse King echoed for dozens of miles. The terrifying sound wave caused ripples in the surrounding space. A fourth-grade Corpse King. Gong Yongshang's eyes widened. Yin Shua was equally dumbfounded. A fourth-grade Corpse King was rare, even within the Corpsine sect, yet now one appeared in the hands of an unknown demonic cultivator. Immediately, Gong Yongshang's eyes revealed a greedy glimmer. He had dreamed of cultivating a fourth-grade Corpse King, but unfortunately, he had never succeeded. Your methods are commendable, but cultivating and refining corpses under the auspices of my Corpsine sect is the best. If you gift me this corpse, I can ensure it reaches new heights. Su Duan did not respond, and instead released a black banner from his storage ring. The Thousand Souls banner. Are you from the Heavenly Ghost sect? Go Blood Fiend. Su Duan could not activate the Thousand Souls banner and had to call upon the Blood Fiend Ghost King. Otherwise, with the current power of the Thousand Souls banner, it would be more than enough to deal with an early-stage nascent soul cultivator. A ball of ghostly mist floated out, standing beside the Xian Yin Corpse King. From the black mist came an eerie laughter. Another delicious meal has arrived. A fourth-grade Ghost King. Gong Yongshang's expression changed completely. Who exactly are you? Not only have you cultivated a fourth-grade Corpse King, but you've also cultivated a fourth-grade Ghost King. You cannot be from the Heavenly Ghost sect. Did you steal the Thousand Souls banner? So what if I did? So what if I didn't? Su Duan replied with a sinister smile, Kill them. The Xian Yin Corpse King lunged towards Yin Shua. Su Duan had conveyed to him that the person had a treasure more suited for him. Not good. Yin Shua turned and fled into the distance. However, the Xian Yin Corpse King fixed his gaze on him, as if harboring great hatred. But how could he outrun a fourth-grade Corpse King unless he possessed a method of escape and had cultivated it to a significant level? Meanwhile, with a wave of his hand, the Blood Fiend Ghost King shot forth a gray-white beam. Gong Yongshang was on guard, forming a corpse energy shield with hand seals to block the gray-white beam. As the light gathered, a white bone nail was revealed. The bone nail? Did you kill that old ghost of Yin Feng? Su Duan smiled sinisterly. This smile sent chills down Gong Yongshang's spine. The realm of the old demon Yin Feng was on par with his own, both at the peak of early-stage nascent soul, but he wielded a special treasure like the Thousand Souls banner. It could concentrate the strength of the ghostly army, unleashing even greater power. Although the Corpsine sect also had corpse puppets, they did not have such treasures, relying instead on the strength of the corpses themselves. Only a few individuals might possess corpse puppet formations. But human hearts are inherently selfish, so they would not easily share with others. The Blood Fiend Ghost King and Gong Yongshang engaged in fierce battle. His treasures were inferior to Gong Yongshang's, and his realm was also lacking. However, the Blood Fiend Ghost King excelled in spiritual sense attacks. This forced Gong Yongshang to respond cautiously. This won't do. Although I still have several peak third-grade corpse puppets, I fear that the fourth-grade Corpse King will return soon. The fourth-grade Corpse King inherently possesses a deterrent power over third-grade corpse puppets. Under this pressure, they might not even be able to exert 60% of their strength. I remember you now. Having killed the old demon Yin Feng of the Heavenly Ghost sect, you can expect to be hunted by them. Su Duan chuckled. I'm just one person with no fixed abode. If they have the ability, let them come to Tiannan and chase me down. Gong Yongshang's face turned angry, and after successfully forcing back the Blood Fiend Ghost King, he immediately used an escape technique to flee. The Blood Fiend Ghost King did not pursue further. Within just a few breaths, the Xian Yin Corpse King returned, bringing back Yin Shua's corpse. He had originally managed to escape with his life, but chose to return and seek death. This is the consequence of avarice, trying to swallow an elephant. Elder Xian Yin, you can take this corpse, and the soul shall be handed over to Elder Blood Fiend. As for his storage bag, it must also be surrendered. The Xianyin Corpse King frowned slightly. The Corpse Demon Bracelet is more powerful in the hands of the Corpse Path lineage. You can refine it into a life treasure, and when my father returns I will discuss it with him. Hearing this, the Xianyin Corpse King's frown relaxed. The only treasure he coveted was the Corpse Demon Bracelet. The other materials and spiritual herbs had little effect on him. You are not bad. The Xianyin Corpse King handed over the restrained soul to the Blood Fiend Ghost King. The Blood Fiend Ghost King was also quite satisfied. Then one returned to the Yin Corpse bag, and the other returned to the Thousand Souls banner. Fortunately, my father was well prepared and kept them. Otherwise our journey would have been perilous, Su Mingxian said. Let's go. We shouldn't linger here any longer. We need to return to the battlefield's periphery. The others nodded in agreement. Time flew by, and soon the 3-year deadline was approaching. Su Chuan had not yet found any trace of Mei Yun, but the heavenly mechanism Dao indicated she was still alive, which reassured him. It's time to leave. Su Chuan did not delay and headed straight for the battlefield's periphery. It took him more than half a month to break through the mist, and then several more days to reach the place where Su Mingyuan and the others were. Su Mingyuan and the others stepped forward to pay their respects, each with a smile on their faces. Su Chuan smiled lightly at them and nodded, saying, "You all seem much more capable now. I believe you have faced numerous battles." Su Mingyuan replied, "Most of our encounters have been with the Qi. After all, they often appear in places rich in heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Additionally, we have also faced off against the 9 Nether Sparrow and Zhu Yin and have killed several demonic cultivators from the Blackwater region." Good, Su Chuan nodded. Having experienced the ancient battlefield, their combat experience had certainly improved. "Father, we have gifts for you." "Oh." Su Chuan raised an eyebrow. "What gifts?" Su Mingyuan brushed his hand over a green jade ring, and 2 beams of light shot forth. It was indeed a top-tier treasure, the Star Constellation Disc, along with a yellow jade slip recording the 28 Supreme Constellation Sutra. Top-tier treasure, and it even involves deduction. Su Chuan looked at the Star Constellation Disc with surprise. "I didn't expect you to have such an opportunity." The jade slip contains the corresponding deduction method. "I wonder if it will be useful for you, father." Su Mingyuan was also unsure of the grade of Su Chuan's deduction inheritance, so he did not dare to make promises. Su Chuan scanned with his divine sense. The 28 Supreme Constellation Sutra, the 4 symbols constellation sacred land. Could this be the method of the heavenly mechanism lineage from that sacred land in ancient times? Su Chuan recalled that he had heard the Dragon Maiden mention it in the Canglong secret realm, where the Canglong and Zhuke sects protected the 4 symbols constellation sacred land. The core of the 4 symbols constellation sacred land was the heavenly mechanism lineage. Only those at the golden core stage can cultivate this. This part can be cultivated to the peak of the transformation god stage. If suitable disciples arise in the clan in the future, they can cultivate this method. As for myself, I can at most cultivate the various heavenly mechanism secret arts above. Su Chuan ultimately could not directly cultivate the heavenly mechanism lineage. However, with the heavenly mechanism Dao, his future achievements in that path would not be lacking. "These 2 items will be immensely useful to me. I will gladly accept them," Su Chuan said with a smile. "Father, there are also 2 ancient talents orders. You found more. I still haven't found a single one to this day. One was found alongside the Star Constellation Disc, and the other was discovered at the battlefield's periphery. We owe much of this to Mingxuan's good fortune." Su Mingxian smiled and said, "This is everyone's effort. These places are extremely dangerous, and if I were alone, I would not have been able to obtain them." Then Su Mingyuan handed over the remaining items obtained from the cave, as well as other treasures, to Su Chuan. He also mentioned the Jinhai Seal, 10,000 Beasts Banner, and Corpse Demon Bracelet. Su Chuan listened attentively. "Grandfather, the Yin Corpse Bag and 1,000 Souls Banner should be returned to their rightful owner." Su Duan looked envious. Su Chuan smiled and said, "While corpse puppets and ghostly armies can greatly enhance power, possessing both simultaneously would hinder your future actions. However, I can gift you 100 Ghost Banner. You can cultivate a ghostly army on your own." "Thank you, grandfather." Su Chuan flicked his sleeve, and 100 Ghost Banner appeared out of thin air, flying into Su Duan's hands. He glanced at it and quickly stored it away. In the following days, he secluded himself to sort through what he had obtained. Since many of the spiritual herbs and elixirs were unknown to Su Mingyuan and the others, they could only hand them over to Su Chuan for value assessment. To think there are purple dragon flowers and heavenly star grasses. This means I have all the materials needed for the purple dragon pill. The purple dragon pill is an elixir used to enhance power for those in the early to mid-nascent soul stage. At the 4th grade, any type of elixir is extremely precious and in high demand. Many nascent soul cultivators can only rely on arduous self-cultivation to enhance their power and break through bottlenecks, which is why it is common for some cultivators to remain stuck at the early nascent soul stage for 100 or 200 years. Many end up spending their entire lives stuck at the early nascent soul stage. Only the dominant nascent soul powers or top-tier nascent soul forces can ensure a continuous lineage of early to mid-nascent soul cultivators. Oh, it's actually a treasure body fruit. Chuan looked at a fruit that was half green and half red among the many spiritual herbs. The treasure body fruit is a top-tier third-grade item. A rare spiritual fruit nearly extinct in Tian. Refining its flesh can greatly enhance the physical body and increase strength, but it is ineffective for those with a third-tier physique. It is the main material for refining the second-tier treasure body pill. The other auxiliary materials are easy to find as they are all available in the Su family, but the treasure body fruit has remained elusive. Chuan smiled. Now the path of dual cultivation for Wen Jing in the foundation establishment stage has been opened, but one treasure body fruit is only enough for one person to use. We still need to cultivate a mature treasure body fruit tree from the seed. Chuan thought that 100 years would be a minimum time frame. Chuan meticulously inspected the other spiritual herbs, many of which were indeed quite valuable and were among the main materials for refining fourth-tier healing pills and breakthrough pills. Unfortunately, apart from the purple dragon pill, the other fourth-tier pills had not gathered a complete set of materials. The Su family would need to continue collecting. With less than half a month until the end of 3 years, they no longer ventured outside. Instead, they stayed in a certain place to focus on their cultivation, ready to relocate if any Kais gathered around. Most other major forces were similarly cautious. However, there were still nascent soul cultivators who arrived at the battlefield's periphery, beginning to harvest indiscriminately. If one were to encounter them accidentally, the best outcome would be losing valuable resources, but more often than not it would cost them their lives. Chuan and his companions had also encountered a nascent soul from Tian. However, they were frightened away by the roar of Mou's dragon and numerous golden core cultivators. After that, they relocated their position. On another side, deep within the battlefield in a certain mountain range, there existed a rare terrain resembling 9 dragons guarding the land. Here lay a peculiar space inhabited by only one person and one soul. This person was Mei Yun. The time to leave is approaching. Do you remember what I said? Mei Yun nodded to the ethereal primordial spirit floating in the air. Ancestor, Mei Yun remembers. Never mind, as for changing names, that can wait until you return to the Ziwei domain, as long as you take root in Tian and establish a powerful dynasty. You will surely become the 5th heir apparent of the celestial dynasty. Yes, Ancestor, Mei Yun will strive. Mei Yun felt bitter inside. He had entered this place only to find no treasures, yet he had to endure the ramblings of an ancient relic that had long since passed. Fortunately, the spiritual energy in this place was extraordinarily rich, seemingly infused with strands of pure dragon vein energy that resonated with his cultivation technique. Thus, during these 3 years, his cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds, directly reaching the peak of the early golden core stage. Recently, he had even utilized the pills prepared by Chuan to break into the mid-golden core stage. I imagine Master will be very surprised to see me when I go out, Mei Yun thought to himself, but then he felt troubled. However, with Master's keen insight, I cannot hide this from him. Should I tell the truth? But I wonder if Master would believe me. A mere ordinary loose cultivator suddenly became one of the princes of his dominant celestial dynasty. I doubt anyone in the world would write such a story. Mei Yun's notion of a dominant power was far beyond that of Tian and Heishui. That is a true unified celestial dynasty where countless families and sects bow their heads in submission. Never mind, I will deal with it when I go out. He then curiously asked, Ancestor, what exactly is that stone you gave me? It seems ordinary to me. You do not need to know for now. Just infuse it with the fortune of the dynasty daily once you establish it. Of course, whether it is useful depends on your own luck. Can others discover its uniqueness? The treasure remains hidden, cloaking the heavenly secrets. If a cultivator of the fusion stage spends longevity to deduce, they should be able to. But given the current situation in Tian, then you needn't worry at all. Only cultivators of the fusion stage can deduce any clues. Mei Yun was shocked. Nowadays, the transformation stage had become almost legendary. He looked at the stone in his hand, pondering what kind of treasure it truly was. Infusing it with the dynasty's fortune every day. Wouldn't that exhaust me? And it might not even be useful. Moreover, who knows where the Ziwei domain is? What use is a mere heir apparent? Mei Yun's eyes flickered, already calculating how to hand it over to Chuan for his own benefit. Others must have reaped considerable rewards, but I came here only to cultivate. Who understands my suffering? Ancestor, do not blame me. I can only use it to fulfill my obligation. Mei Yun began to consolidate his mid-golden core stage and waited to go out. Meanwhile, outside in Dongxi at the Bihan pool, elder brother, judging by the date our father and the others should be coming out today, Su Mingqing asked. About that time, he replied. Why the frown, elder brother? I don't know why, but I always feel an unsettling feeling inside. That shouldn't be. Father left a backup plan with the 2 seniors, Mo Wentian and Qi Longzi. Even if there is another beast tide, they can easily defend. The nascent soul cultivators from the ancient battlefield have nearly all entered. How could they target our small Su family? Indeed, our Sioux family has not yet caught their attention, but there is one exception, the 100,000 Mountains. In these past few months, I fear our Sioux family's affairs have already spread to that so-called sacred mountain. Elder brother, do you think the 100,000 Mountains will spare our Sioux family? I hope this does not happen, otherwise without our father it would be a calamity for our Sioux family. But things did not go as expected. Just 2 or 3 hours later, boom. A terrifying pressure seemingly from the ancient wilderness descended from the sky above, without warning. This pressure was not directed at any one person, but felt as if the invisible heavens were collapsing, permeating through the protective family array, engulfing the entire Dongxi. In an instant the valley felt as if a massive stone had been thrown into an ancient, while rippling violently, yet being firmly restrained. Countless members of the Sioux family, guards and servants, whether engaged in any activity, felt an oppressive force emanating from the depths of their souls. Cultivators at the Qi refinement stage instantly weakened in their knees. Thud thud, they all fell to their knees, trembling, all over drenched in sweat. Foundation establishment cultivators fared slightly better, yet their faces turned pale. They gritted their teeth, employing all their energy to resist, barely managing to stay standing. Yet they too stooped as if carrying the weight of a mountain. Only golden core cultivators like Su Mingwei and Su Mingqing could withstand this overwhelming pressure. Yet their expressions were extremely grave. Elder brother. Su Mingqing's face turned pale. Stay here, I will go take a look. Elder brother. Su Mingwei gave him a reassuring look, then brandished his precious Qiao Bao, soaring into the sky towards the entrance of Dongxi. Crack creak. On the way, Su Mingwei heard the structures within the valley groaning under the immense burden. His divine sense swept across, revealing countless people on their knees. The wooden beams of the houses were covered in cracks, and tiles fell in droves. Even the sturdy stone houses showed spiderweb-like cracks spreading across the walls. The entire Dongxi trembled slightly under this pressure, and the spiritual energy became chaotic. Countless people felt a tightness in their chests, struggling to breathe, as if the air around them had been sucked dry and solidified. After a moment, this pressure suddenly vanished. Fortunately, this pressure only lasted for a brief moment. When Su Mingwei emerged outside, he saw 2 figures confronting 3 humanoid transformed demons not far away. It was indeed Mo Wentian and Qi Longzi. Both stood in midair, their faces displaying unprecedented seriousness, eyes fixed on the 3 figures outside. On the left was a tall, slender figure clad in a pitch-black feathered robe with a stern expression and an air of indifference, as if looking down on all living beings. In the depths of his eyes flickered a bluish flame, which was the 9 Nether Sparrow Demon Lord. On the right stood a massive figure resembling a mountain, clad in dark golden mane-like armor with the head of a lion and the body of a man. His large copper bell-like eyes shone with golden light, exuding an awe-inspiring presence accompanied by the sound of wind and thunder. He was the Sun Li Demon Lord. In the middle was undoubtedly the Zhu Yin Demon Lord, covered in scarlet fur with muscles coiling like dragons, a single horn protruding from his forehead, and a blazing battle intent and ferocity burning in his eyes. 2 seniors, Su Mingwei, flew to their side and clasped his fists in greeting. What brings you here? This concerns my Su family. With my father absent, I must face it myself. Qi Long's eyes flashed with a hint of approval, but shook his head, saying, you are not your father. Without nascent soul combat power, you cannot intervene in this battle. You should withdraw. Seeing Su Mingwei unwilling, Qi Longzi transmitted a message. We find it difficult to stop the 3 of them. You should quickly take some elite clan members and escape. Seniors need not persuade me further. I have my own plans and will not trouble you. Very well. With that, Qi Longzi ceased his attempts to persuade. Mo Wentian took a deep breath, suppressing the agitation in his heart, and said loudly, 3 demon lords, this is the family of my Zonglong Alliance's Grand Elder. What is this Zonglong Alliance? I've never even heard of it, laughed the 9 Nether Sparrow Demon Lord. Though my Zonglong Alliance is a newly established force, we also have 4th-tier transformed demons stationed and 3 nascent soul combat powers. Hearing this, the 3 demon lords' expressions slightly changed. The Sun Li Demon Lord said, this family has killed dozens of 3rd-tier beasts from my 100,000 mountains, and they are in a captive land. We have the right to deal with them. I advise you to leave with your Grand Elder. Otherwise the consequences will be on you. Qi Long's pupils contracted, and he spoke in a deep voice. I am Qi Longzi, the senior elder of Tianzhu sect. Can you not overlook this matter for my sake? When the beasts come to Dongxi to destroy, it is only natural for me to be defeated and killed due to insufficient strength. After all, many of them have also perished at the hands of other forces. Both Heishui and Tian Nan have also lost some golden core and many foundation establishment cultivators to the beasts. This is merely a dispute among junior members. Oh, why must you 3 personally intervene? Isn't this a bit excessive? The Su family is a force within the captive land. My 100,000 mountains has the right to manage it, yet Tianzhu sect is far to the south of Tiannan. Oh, what right do you have to interfere? The Sun Li Demon Lord hummed. That's right. Your Tianzhu sect is overstepping the forces I raise in 100,000 mountains can be destroyed at will. Are you truly determined to destroy the Su family? Qi Longzi, you are strong, but you cannot stop us. Your Tianzhu sect is known for its artifact crafting. In terms of strength and foundation, it is not top tier. It would be best not to wade into this murky water. Qi Longzi turned dark at these words, feeling bitter in his heart. He truly did not expect that the 3 demon lords from 100,000 mountains would mobilize for a mere Su family. If this battle can be avoided, it should be avoided. Otherwise, relying solely on myself and Mo Wentian will not be enough to stop the 3 of them. Su Chuan's connections are extensive. Are you truly going to annihilate his bloodline relatives? What about that Ku Rong Jinjun? Said Zhu Yin Demon Lord. I heard he defeated my son, and is indeed extraordinary, but how can a mere golden core defy the great trend? He has a close relationship with the Xianyu ancestor. Xianyu ancestor Zhang Fan. The 3 of them's expressions changed dramatically. Su Chuan's potential is not inferior to that of the Xianyu ancestor when he was young. What you are doing is making a deadly enemy of him. If only those who have grown into outstanding talents are truly exceptional, said the 9 Nether Sparrow Demon Lord. As for the Xianyu ancestor, I acknowledge that he has that qualification, but I do not believe he would turn against my 100,000 mountains for a mere golden core family. These demon beasts truly have foul tempers, neither yielding to softness nor hardness. Qi Longzi felt helpless inside. What should we do now, my friend Qi Longzi? Mo Wentian, transmitted. In less than half a day, Su Chuan and the others should be back. If we do not even make an effort to stop them, what face will we have to see him? All our previous goodwill would be wasted. You speak the truth, my friend Qi Longzi. Mo Wentian sighed internally. This battle could not be avoided. At this moment, Su Mingwei transmitted a message to both of them saying, 2 seniors, if you assist my Su family, will be immensely grateful. If you truly cannot stop them, you may leave. My Su family will not hold any grievances. This is a calamity for my Su family. My father had foreseen everything. However, he did not expect that 100,000 mountains would value my Su family so highly, with 3 demon lords descending together. Besides thanking Qi Longzi and Mo Wentian, he also sent a message to Su Mingqing to take action. The underground of Dongxi was equipped with a teleportation array that could transport them to the Qinghai forest. The space there was vast enough to accommodate over 10,000 people, which was a precautionary measure. Su Mingqing did not hesitate returning to the Su family mansion to gather all the Su clan members to flee to Qinghai forest. Bai Jing and the others asked no further questions. They had all sensed the terrifying pressure previously, which was beyond the capability of ordinary people to resist. Mother Father has anticipated everything. Please follow me to safety. Understood. What about your elder brother? Yang Ronghua asked with concern. Elder brother went to confront the enemy. Oh, do not worry, sister-in-law. With the 2 seniors, Qi Longzi and Mo Wentian, invited by our father, elder brother will be fine. Bai Jing also said, Ronghua, as long as we are safe, even if Wire is at a disadvantage, he should have a way to escape. Bai Jing, Yang Ronghua, Su Daijiao, and others quickly took action. Su Chonghui also immediately notified others to take refuge in the Su family mansion, not just the vassal families, but even the commoners below the mountain. They all acted with great discipline. The 9 Nether Sparrow and the others naturally noticed this, but paid no mind, assuming it was because the Su family feared that the nascent soul battle would affect innocent people, prompting them to seek refuge. Elders, please try to buy some time, Su Mingwei pleaded. It is not an easy task to evacuate so many people. Mo Wentian chuckled lightly upon hearing this. Does the 9 Nether Demon Lord truly think that the Grand Ancestor Xian, you will not stand up for the Su family? What do you mean by that? Mo Wentian continued, the connections of the Su family are not to be underestimated. The number 1 prodigy of Tiannan from the last generation, Fairy Feng Ling, hails from the Su family, and she has joined the Tianzhu sect. She is the beloved disciple of both Qi Longzi and Jin Yangzi. Several demon lords may think that Qi Longzi's influence is not significant enough, but what about Jin Yangzi? He is one of the top 3 master artificers in all of Tiannan. Do you think he lacks connections with great cultivators? If his beloved disciple were killed, it would create a tremendous enmity with the Tianzhu sect. Qi Longzi is a straightforward person who dislikes convoluted discussions, but Mo Wentian is different. He is more adept at analyzing pros and cons. The 3 of them calmed down slightly upon hearing this. A mid-stage nascent soul cultivator is not a concern for them. However, they dare not underestimate the influence of a master artificer. Mobilizing several mid-stage nascent souls and 1 or 2 great cultivators to create trouble for the 10,000 mountains is quite easy. For them, a top-tier treasure that suits their needs is undoubtedly more important. The number 1 prodigy of Tiannan is from the Su family. Of course, it is not the Dongxi Su family, but rather the main branch, the Yunxi Su family. Mo Wentian continued, the Yunxi Su family is the one in control of our Songlong mansion. With a single order, the entire Songlong mansion will comply without exception. What does this have to do with Grand Ancestor Xianyu? Asked the Swan and Eye Demon Lord. A member of the Su family has garnered grand ancestor Xian Yu's favor and was accepted as a direct disciple. He has not taken in disciples for hundreds of years, which shows his affection for them. If he were to die here, I wonder if your 10,000 mountains can bear the wrath of grand ancestor Xian Yu. The three demon lords Jiu Yu, Chuan, Ni, and Zhu Yin exchanged glances. They finally realized the Su family's troubling position. While they did not know the situation of the Su family in Tian, then there was no doubt that they were a nascent soul force, and they wielded control over a mansion. Not only that, but they also had very close ties with the #1 artificing sect, the Tianzhu sect, and the newly ascendant hegemonic power, the Xianyu sect. Shi Longzi also realized that Mo Wentian was using pressure to intimidate them. His methods are quite superior to his own. Merely invoking the name of Grand Ancestor Xianyu is not very effective. However, since a family member of the Su family is his direct disciple, if he accidentally dies at their hands, they must bear the wrath of the Xianyu sect. Indeed, my daughter Linger possesses exceptional talent. She is the heir of my and my senior brother's legacy, the hope for the future of our Tianzhu sect. If she were to die, our Tianzhu sect would be sworn enemies with your 10,000 mountains. Shi Longzi also began to exert pressure. They would not mention that Su Delying and Su Mingxian had already entered the ancient battlefield and were not present here. A mere branch of the Su family, why should you care? At most we want touch those above the golden core stage, said the Chuan Ni demon lord. Hearing this, Su Mingwei's anger surged. He clenched his fist tightly, even biting into his flesh without realizing it. In front of him, they intended to slaughter the Su family's members below the golden core stage. What is the difference between that and exterminating the Su family? The others may not know, but he certainly did. The so-called Dongshi branch was nothing more than the main line of the Su family. These clansmen are the roots of the Su family. Demon Lord, do you think the human race is the same as your demon race? Here are their children and relatives. The bloodline connection is not something that can be easily discarded. It is like a member of the human race severing the roots of your clan, but would you be willing? Mo Wentian said, moreover, your 10,000 mountains has almost cleared up the forces in the prison land. The Dongshi Su family is not a force that can be easily compared to ordinary ones. Letting them go this time in exchange for peace in the future, what could be wrong with that? If you feel unable to control the Su family, it would be better to wait until this ancient battlefield expedition is over and let their entire clan leave. The two demon lords Zhu Yin and Chuan Ni brightened their eyes, feeling that this might not be a bad idea. As long as the Su family does not remain, the prison land will return to how it was before under their control. After a moment, Zhu Yin suddenly said, what you say is not without some truth, but in that case, what face will my 10,000 mountains have left? And there have been too many third-tier demon beasts killed by the Dongshi Su family. This is also a massive loss for my 10,000 mountains. Mo Wentian felt a slight relief upon hearing this. Shi Longzi's expression also softened slightly, but soon Zhu Yan's words made them look grim again. Someone from the Su family must take responsibility for this. We will not touch the disciples of the Tianzhu sect and Xianyu sect, but for the other golden cores, at least 3 must be handed over for us to deal with. The golden core is the foundation of a nascent soul force. No family would hand them over without a fight. Shi Longzi said, Demon Lord Zhu Yin, you are being a bit unreasonable. In the prison land, battles occur and life and death are determined by fate as agreed upon by many parties. By your reasoning, should I, as the Supreme Elder, also demand an explanation from you for the Golden Cores and Foundation establishment disciples of the Tianzhu sect who died at the hands of demon beasts? Demon Lord Zhu Yin frowned, feeling that they were going in circles again. So your meaning is that the Dongshi Su family should pay nothing? I believe that the Su family would be more willing to offer resources or spiritual veins as compensation, Shi Longzi said, once the person in charge of the Su family returns from the ancient battlefield. The several elders could then discuss with them. This way it would not lead to a breakdown of relations. After all, this skirmish has caused significant losses not only to your 10,000 mountains, but also to many forces from the Blackwater region and our Tiannan domain, with many casualties. Zhu Yin fell silent, pondering. Meanwhile, deep within the Dongshi, numerous groups of people were being orderly transported to the Qinghai forest. Su Dezhai was among the first batch of transported people responsible for settling those who arrived on the other side. After a short while he said, I almost got tricked by you all. Suddenly the voice of Jiu Uk rang out at an inopportune moment. What's wrong, Jiu? Chuan and I, seeing Jiu Uk with a look of having discovered a flaw, his dark pupils were filled with anger. You say tricked? Zhu Yin asked. What they said may be true, but they certainly haven't told us the whole story. If those two are truly so outstanding, they would definitely not be here in this small Dongshi right now. They would be in the ancient battlefield. As long as those two special golden core figures do not die, the rest are merely ordinary members of the Su family. Even if they were all killed, what would it matter? What can Su Chuan do upon emerging from the ancient battlefield? After all, it is merely a branch family formed from bloodline descendants. As for Zhen Yangzi and Grand Ancestor Xian Yue, would they disregard the overall situation and become sworn enemies with our 10,000 mountains for the sake of their disciples' family members? This is bad. Upon hearing this, Qi Longzi, Mo Wentian, and Su Mingwei all felt a jolt in their hearts. Anger also rose in the eyes of Xuan Ni and Zhu Yan. You are seeking death. Demon Lord Zhu Yan, known for his violent temper, was instantly ignited with rage. Without saying another word, he vanished, leaving only an afterimage. His true self had transformed into a streak of red lightning that tore through the air, carrying terrifying brute force and fierce demonic flames, charging directly at Qi Longzi, who was closest. Before the fist could reach him, a violent pressure exploded with a thunderous roar. The battle erupted without any possibility of retreat. Qi Longzi's pupils constricted sharply, and he sighed inwardly, fully aware that there was no turning back. He opened his mouth suddenly, and a pearl the size of a dove's egg, glowing bright red, flew out. Inside it contained a dragon-shaped phantom. This was one of the life treasures that Qi Longzi had nurtured for many years, the Qilong Pearl. The Tianju sect is not short of magic treasures. As a supreme elder, Qi Longzi possesses at least 2 life treasures, one for offense, one for defense, and they are certainly top tier. The pearl shone brilliantly, instantly transforming into a massive light curtain with flowing red golden dragon patterns. It formed a protective sphere around Qi Longzi, Mo Wentian, Su Mingwei, and others. Bang! Zhu Yan's fist, capable of collapsing mountains, slammed solidly against the red light curtain. A deafening roar echoed as the light curtain rippled. The red golden dragon patterns seemed to come alive, swirling around, quickly dissipating the force of the blow, and the ripples calmed down almost instantly. It was evident that this was not an ordinary defensive treasure. In addition to providing defense, it also had the effect of dissipating force, allowing it to withstand stronger attacks and maintain its durability. Zhu Yan's pupils shrank. As expected of the Tianju sect, I want to see just how many of my strikes this treasure can withstand. Zhu Yan unleashed a flurry of punches, raining down upon the red light curtain like a storm. Seeing this, the Xuan Ni Demon Lord also moved. A massive claw covered in dark golden scales came crashing down from the air, with the claw tip entwined with thunderous force that tore through space, pressing down on the other side of the red light curtain. Crack! Crack! The light curtain endured the dual massive forces, rippling violently, and the surface waves almost connected into a single sheet. However, it still showed no sign of breaking. Even a great cultivator under full power would not easily break through a top-tier defensive treasure. Moreover, this Qilong Pearl is fundamentally an 8-pattern top-tier treasure. It was one of the congratulatory gifts given to Qi Longzi when he entered the nascent soul stage by Zhen Yangzi. After being nurtured for hundreds of years, it perfectly matched Qi Longzi's attributes, making it far from easy to break. On the other side, the cold gaze of the Jiu UK Demon Lord swept over the red light curtain. He then locked onto the dongshi, protected by an array not far away. His figure flickered, transforming into a shadow, arriving directly above the dongshi. He raised his hand and gently pressed down at the empty space below. Whoosh! An endless cold and dark wind arose from nowhere. It quickly coalesced into a massive pitch-black hand that blotted out the sky. The palm's patterns were distinct, exuding a terrifying aura that could freeze all things and extinguish life, slowly pressing down toward the Yuntian illusion array. Boom! The 3rd-tier top-grade Yuntian illusion array crumbled before the furious strike of a 4th-tier demon lord, as if made of paper. The moment the black wind's hand touched the array, the light curtain emitted continuous explosive sounds. The array's intricate patterns shattered inch by inch, and the spiritual light rapidly extinguished. Within a single breath, this array completely collapsed, transforming into countless scattering light points. At this moment, no one could be seen inside the dongshi. Everyone had retreated to the underground of the Su family's mansion. Seeing this scene, Mo Wentian knew, at this moment no one could be seen inside the dongshi. Everyone had retreated to the underground of the Su family's mansion. Seeing this scene, Mo Wentian knew he could not continue to stand idly by. Although he knew he was at a disadvantage, he could only brace himself and step forward. His figure flashed, appearing at the side of Jiu UK. A flying sword appeared in his hand, while in front of him was a high-grade defensive treasure, the Xiangui shield engraved with ancient tortoiseshell patterns. With a swing of his sword, a blue sword light, several dozen feet long, slashed toward Jiu UK. Jiu Yuke's attention was immediately drawn to Mo Wentian. His figure blurred, leaving only an afterimage as the sword light swept past. Meanwhile, he himself floated like a ghost, circling around to Jiu Yuke's back, gathering his claws to strike at Mo Wentian's back. A layer of yellow light lit up, blocking the attack. However, Mo Wentian was still sent flying several dozen feet by this immense force before coming to a stop. Such incredible speed. Mo Wentian was deeply shocked, thinking that even great cultivators might not be able to match this speed. He continued to unleash several sword chi attacks, but Jiu UK easily dodged them with incredible agility. As Jiu Uk waved his hand, he summoned a bone-corroding dark wind, sharp and venomous. If one were to be struck, the experience would be far from pleasant. In their battle, Mo Wentian was mostly on the defense, and he felt extremely passive, thinking he could only hold on for about a quarter of an hour at most. Defeat was just a matter of time. Just as Mo Wentian found himself in a tight spot and sighed inwardly, whoosh, 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 3 arrows arranged in a triangular formation and trailing colorful spiritual light shot out suddenly from within the red light curtain. They aimed precisely at the exposed arms and shoulders of the Jiu Uk demon lord, taking advantage of the opening created by his attack on Mo Wentian. These arrows were launched by Su Mingwei. The Qi Longzi had already broken through the red light curtain and was engaged in battle with Zhu Yin, the most troublesome among the 3 demon lords. Surprisingly, Zhu Yin, despite being only at the initial stage of the 4th tier, was no less powerful than Qi Longzi, who was at the mid-stage of the nascent soul. However, once Qi Longzi brought out the top-tier treasure, the Huang Long Spear, he steadily suppressed Zhu Yin. The Swan and I had intentions to assist Zhu Yin in surrounding Qi Longzi, but Zhu Yin, fully immersed in the battle, directly refused. Leave Qi Longzi to me, you continue attacking the red light curtain. Understood. The Swan and I knew Zhu Yin was stubborn. If he insisted on disrupting Zhu Yan's fight, even he would be subject to Zhu Yan's attack. Although Zhu Yin seemed to be at a disadvantage, he had not even revealed his true form nor unleashed his innate divine abilities. If he were to explode with power, even with a top-tier treasure in hand, it would be incredibly difficult to suppress him. As for the Jiu Uk, there was no need to worry. Mo Wentian could tell that it had only recently advanced to the nascent soul stage. If the Jiu Uk could not deal with an ordinary early-stage nascent soul cultivator and a golden core cultivator, then it truly had no reason to continue being the demon lord of the 100,000 mountains. With this in mind, the Swan Ni demon lord launched a full-scale assault on the red light curtain. Watch my fist. Zhu Yan's attack rhythm became increasingly fast, and every time Qi Longzi attempted to distance himself, he was drawn back in. A fist covered in red first smashed toward his face. An ancient mirror suddenly appeared, unleashing a blue mystical light that blocked the punch. As expected of a nascent soul from the Tianzhu sect, truly wealthy and extravagant. Seeing yet another top-tier defensive treasure, Zhu Yin couldn't help but feel disheartened. Many early to mid-stage nascent soul cultivators typically fought using mid-grade treasures, reserving top-tier treasures as trump cards, since mid-grade treasures often aligned with their innate abilities. Top-tier treasures, on the other hand, were mostly acquired during travels. Whether one could find a treasure that resonated with them was purely a matter of luck. Mo Wentian cast a glance, his eyes filled with envy. Unfortunately, his foundation was too shallow, and changes in the Songlong mansion in recent years had prevented him from escaping. But now that everything had settled, he decided it was time to seek some opportunities for himself upon returning. Let me see how long your treasure can defend. Zhu Yin, being impulsive, let out a long howl, transforming into his true form, which was several feet tall with 4 arms. He completely transformed into the 6-armed Zhu Yin form. The malevolent energy around him surged, causing Qi Longzi to feel a twinge of fear. Qi Longzi defended while counterattacking with the Huang Long Spear, no longer holding back, and unleashed the Flame Dragon Bloodline. The Flame Dragon Bloodline resonated with the Huang Long Spear, enhancing its power by at least 40 to 50%. Bang, bang, bang. Both Zhu Yin and Qi Longzi were clearly fighting with their true strength, employing top-tier treasures, perfected divine abilities, innate powers, and various hidden cards. Anyone else trying to intervene at this moment would have to be prepared to get hurt. The Swan Ni, unable to break the Qi Long Pearl, wasn't reckless enough to foolishly use innate abilities to breach the defenses of a top-tier treasure. As long as there was enough time, everything would fall into place. Half a stick of incense passed. The Jiu Uk could no longer contain its fury, and its anger ignited into a blaze, transforming into its true form. Its strength surged significantly in an instant. Mo Wentian's treasure defenses were torn apart by its claws, but fortunately he managed to block with the Xiangui shield, who otherwise his body would have been pierced through by the sharp claws. A deep claw mark appeared on the surface of the Xiangui shield. If this continued, the Xiangui shield would inevitably shatter. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Su Mingwei's arrows struck the Jiu Uk, producing a series of ringing sounds. After transforming into its true form, the Jiu Uk naturally improved its defenses. It was extremely difficult for this attack to injure it. Even Mo Wentian couldn't break through its feather defenses in just 1 or 2 moves. If a casual hit could wound a 4th-tier demon beast, then the beast would have no chance against cultivators. As for Su Mingwei, his magical power was ultimately too weak. The gap between him and the nascent soul stage was more than tenfold. Coupled with divine abilities, treasures, etc., the disparity only widened. The Jiu Uk looked at Su Mingwei, its eyes flashing with a hint of ruthlessness. I cannot deal with you in the short term, but I can freely torment your family. Stop. Su Mingwei's expression suddenly changed, and he shouted in anger. A chill surged from his feet straight to the top of his head. Kakik. Ignoring Su Mingwei's attacks, the Jiu immediately unleashed its innate ability, Jiu Black Wind. In an instant, the heavens and earth changed color. Endless waves of pitch-black, cold wind surged forth. This was no ordinary wind. It contained extreme cold and a hint of annihilative power, the Jiu Black Wind. The black wind roared like a furious sea, instantly sweeping across the entire Dongxi. Wherever it passed was shocking to behold. The meticulously cultivated, spiritually abundant fields instantly withered, turned black, and turned to ash at a visible speed after being brushed by the black wind. In the town below, where several subordinate families resided, the wooden and stone houses crumbled to powder under the erosion of the black wind, their tiles turning to dust and beams and columns quickly rotting away. The walls were covered in black cracks, which then collapsed with a loud noise, raising clouds of gray and black dust. The restrictions on the mountain lit up layer by layer in various colors, attempting to resist this destructive black wind. However, all of this was futile. After all, these were merely first and second-tier formations. They could only hold on for a couple of breaths before shattering like glass under the relentless invasion of the black wind, dispersing into countless points of light. A century of hard work and countless efforts crumbled into a lifeless wasteland at a heartbreaking speed amidst the sweeping Jiu dark wind. Only the Su family mansion and Bihan Pond, both protected by third-tier formations, managed to resist. The black wind only eroded half of it, ultimately unable to dissipate. As for the area where the Su family raised demon beasts, it remained unharmed due to its distance. However, the fear rooted deep in their lives and bloodlines made them all cower on the ground, trembling in terror under the pressure of the fourth-tier demon beast. They did not even dare to whimper. No. Su Mingwei let out a heart-wrenching roar, his eyes instantly filled with bloodshot veins. Watching his family's century-old foundation being ruthlessly erased piece by piece before his eyes brought him a deep sense of helplessness and burning rage nearly consuming him. He frantically pulled the bowstring, shooting arrows infused with magical power and fury toward the Jiu in the sky, like vengeful meteors. Mo Wentian sighed inwardly. If Su Chuan returns, I wonder how he will explain this to him. He gritted his teeth and charged forward again. Every moment he could buy was valuable. After all, everyone in Dongxi had sought refuge in the Su family mansion. And at this moment the mansion still stood. Facing Su Mingwei's arrows and Mo Wentian's sword light, the Jiu disdainfully snorted. But it still halted its attack and turned its attention to them. No, to be precise, it was only dealing with Mo Wentian. Su Mingwei's attacks were no more than a tickle to it. However, those arrows targeted its weaker spots, forcing it to divert some attention. Whether it was flapping its wings to block or dodging sideways, the black wind transformed into a sky full of black blades falling like a torrential rain. Mo Wentian used the Xian Gui shield to block, condensing dozens of feet of sword light to stab at it. Yet it was blocked by its sharp claws. Moments later, under Mo Wentian's unadulterated assault, the Jiu finally began to suffer injuries. This continued for a quarter of an hour. Mo Wentian's body accumulated more and more injuries. He was finally struck by a particularly cunning dark wind blade that circled around to his back, breaking through his magical defense. A deep wound sliced into his back. Mo Wentian cried out in pain, unable to suppress the injuries he had endured, and spat out a mouthful of blood. How dare you oppose me with just that? Get lost. The violent, corrosive black wind sent both of them flying. Mo Wentian was heavily injured, his face pale. Screech. The Jiu demon lord emitted a high-pitched sharp cry, filled with murderous intent. Its already large body swelled again in the wind. Its pitch-black feathers resembled burning dark iron, with eerie blue flames flickering at the tips of its wings and tail feathers. In an instant it transformed into a giant bird with a wingspan exceeding 50 feet, blocking out the sky and radiating a primal, ferocious aura. It began to attack the buildings on the mountain of Dongxi that had not yet completely collapsed. With a light flap of its giant wings, the Jiu demon lord moved with a terrifying sense of oppression. It did not use divine abilities. Instead, it raised its terrifying giant claws covered with hard feathers and bone armor, pressing down toward the main hall of the family head. Boom. The mountain trembled violently, and the mountain body cracked with huge stones rolling down. The half-destroyed main hall along with the mountain it stood on collapsed and shattered under this claw like a sandcastle. Clouds of smoke and dust rose into the sky, blocking out the sunlight. Bang, bang, bang. Next it targeted the nearby CNE Hall and Mission Hall. One claw after another. One by one, the important mountains and buildings symbolizing the Su family's power, legacy, and daily operations were toppled. In the face of the Jiu-Uk's absolute power, these structures crumbled like children's building blocks. The deafening roars continued without end. Each time a mountain collapsed, it felt like a heavy hammer striking Su Mingwei's heart. Finally, those huge pupils burning with ghostly flames locked onto the mountain where the Sioux family mansion stood. The giant claw fell again. The third-tier defensive formation barely held for a few breaths before shattering entirely. Countless houses and buildings collapsed. Bang, bang, bang. The GOUK struck down repeatedly, completely reducing the Sioux family mansion to powder and flattening the entire mountain. The tunnels excavated by the Sioux family were buried under the rubble. Witnessing this scene, Su Mingwei felt as if his blood had solidified, his eyes nearly bursting with rage. His heart felt as if it were gripped tightly by a cold hand. Looking at everything he was born into, grew up with, and protected, being ruthlessly wiped from the map by those giant claws piece by piece. The profound sense of helplessness and overwhelming rage intertwined, nearly driving him insane. He didn't even know if Su Mingqing, his mother, and his wife were safe, just as despair was about to drown him. The communication talisman moved, bringing him back to his senses. It was a message from Su Mingqing. Big brother, did the demon lord attack Dongxi? The passage collapsed completely, but fortunately the surrounding teleportation formation was reinforced, and there were no issues. Sister-in-law, mother, and the others are fine. They have long been teleported to the Qinghai forest. Only some residents and guards below the mountain were killed by falling rocks due to their large numbers, about 100 or 200 people. In a bit the remaining people will be able to move to the Qinghai forest. Big brother, there's no need to worry about me here. You need to take care of yourself, or do not act impulsively. Wait for father to return. Su Mingqing understood Su Mingwei's character. He hoped that his message would keep him from making reckless decisions. After hearing this, Su Mingwei closed his eyes. After a moment he slowly opened them. Just as the GOUK was about to attack Bihan Pond, he suddenly spoke. GOUK, are you willing to fight me, Onion? Upon hearing this, the GOUK demon lord's claws paused, and it turned to mock him. What a joke, a mere Golden Core Jr. dares to challenge me. If you have the ability, come out of your treasure's protective barrier and say that. Su Mingwei did not hesitate, stepping out of the protective barrier of the Qilong Pearl. No. Qi Longzi shouted upon realizing this. Mo Wentian, clutching his chest, looked equally incredulous. Has he gone mad? How interesting. The Swan and I demon lord was taken aback, stopping its attack. Has this human lost his mind? You plan to die together with your kin. Su Mingwei's expression was calm, his voice cold, but each word carried his overwhelming rage. I know I cannot kill you, but you have destroyed the foundation of the Su family. If I do not avenge this, my heart will be restless, and I will be plagued by inner demons, unable to progress any further. When Su Chuan and the others emerge from the ancient battlefield and see the scene in Dongxi, they will undoubtedly be filled with immense rage. But their anger is entirely different from the feelings Su Mingwei experiences as he watches everything he holds dear being destroyed before his very eyes. It cannot even be compared. It's like hearing about your friends and family being killed versus witnessing the act right before you. How could the feelings be the same? In that fleeting moment, Su Mingwei even exhibited signs of falling into madness. Ha ha, revenge. You dare to mention revenge in front of me. How utterly foolish. Die. The GOUK could not be bothered to act personally, merely condensing dozens of black winds into blades. Be careful, Mo Wentian called out in warning. In front of Su Mingwei, a copper bell appeared, blocking the black wind blades, but the mid-grade defensive treasure's barrier was insufficient. It was only due to the copper bell's material that it managed to hold. Ding 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 ding, the melodious sound of the bell resonated for miles, but unfortunately no one was listening. Long scratches appeared on the surface of the copper bell. Given the circumstances, if the GOUK continued to attack 7 or 8 times, this treasure would surely be shattered. A mere early-stage golden core can wield a decent treasure, but how many more hits can it withstand? The Swan and I demon lord showed signs of wanting to intervene, but the GOUK said, let me handle this myself. I want to torment him. I heard my son He Ming died at the hands of this Su family's ancestor. Although he was useless, he is still my offspring. Furthermore, I want to see what this Golden Core Jr. has to say about him. The Swan and I demon lord, feeling helpless, wondered if everyone else planned on leaving him with nothing to do. In the year of EC, we honor our ancestors. May virtue bless the descendants and bring favor to the household. Su Mingwei quietly recited this prayer. The sound of the Ding Yuan bell continued to resonate, and cracks began to appear on its surface. The cracks even grew larger. After reciting this prayer, Su Mingwei was initially unaware of its purpose. Yet over time, he gradually guessed that it seemed to communicate something. The Su family's ancestors. The mysterious existence behind his father. My father said that the Su family is blessed with fortune and prosperity. I, Su Mingwei, am willing to use my own luck as material and sacrifice my 500-year golden core lifespan as fuel to shake the demon lord of the 100,000 mountains. Please assist me, ancestors. In the ancient battlefield, the Su clan genealogy, in Su Chuan's sea of consciousness, suddenly trembled. What is happening? Su Chuan's heart raced as he hurriedly checked. He discovered that the name Su Mingwei was flickering with uncertain brilliance, visibly dimming before his eyes. What exactly has Mingwei done? Why would it cause the genealogy to tremble? Chuan suddenly changed his expression, thinking, this is not good, as something must have happened at Dongxi. Heavenly mechanism, Tao transformation. After some calculations, the Su family deduced that the Dongxi area had been invaded by a demon clan, signaling a potential annihilation. They then calculated the safety of the Su clan members. There are dangers, but no major risks with some casualties. As for Su Mingwei, even without calculations, Chuan knew he must be fighting desperately. With the presence of Qi Longzi and Mo Wentian, unless the three major demon lords of the 100,000 mountains come together, it shouldn't have pushed Su Mingwei this far. The annihilation of Dongxi indicates that its foundation has been obliterated in battle. However, the important resources of the Su family, including their inheritance, are housed within the Su clan's cave heaven, with only some spirit fields buildings and the medicinal garden of Bihan Pool facing destruction. It's a pity if the medicinal garden of Bihan Pool gets destroyed. Chuan sighed slightly. At least in Songlong Prefecture there are few that can surpass the medicinal garden of Bihan Pool among Golden Core families. Fortunately, the withering and flourishing tree has already been moved into the Su clan's cave heaven. If it were to be destroyed, I wouldn't know where to find another one. Chuan had roughly guessed the situation occurring in Dongxi. However, he hadn't anticipated that Su Mingwei could actually invoke the Su clan genealogy. That prayer. Chuan suddenly recalled the long-sealed prayer. Initially, when Su Mingwei and the others entered the genealogy, they needed to actively drip blood, and bestowing talents required reciting the prayer to invoke the Su clan genealogy. Thus, Chuan would allocate talents. However, after their advancement, the later generations of the Su family no longer needed to do so. This led to their ignorance of this prayer. To invoke the Su clan genealogy, what on earth has Mingwei done? Even if he burned his essence and lifespan, it shouldn't be to this extent. Unless it is. Fortune. Chuan's complexion changed dramatically. Is he trying to sever his own path? He could even guess Su Mingwei's current anger. Stone, oh stone, is it worth your life to hurt them? Where do you place the expectations your father has for you? Su Mingwei continues to grow, and he must have a place among the future great cultivators of the Su family. Even if he falls short, Chuan would do everything possible to help him become a nascent soul great cultivator. If the heavens change greatly at that time, breaking through to the god transformation stage is not impossible. But now to hurt a fourth-tier demon lord, he is severing his own path, fighting desperately. Even if he understood why Su Mingwei acted this way, Chuan felt it was unwise. Let alone hurting him, even killing a demon lord is not worth it. In Chuan's heart, the lives of the three fourth-tier demon lords cannot compare to Su Mingwei's path. Ultimately, he has grown up with his own path and convictions. Chuan felt a weight in his heart. It was not so much blaming Su Mingwei, but more so anger towards the 100,000 mountains. 100,000 mountains, good. You have severed the path of a future great cultivator of the Su clan, we will be irreconcilable from now on. The matters within the prison are not decided by the 100,000 mountains. They have become keepers simply because they happen to be the closest. If there were significant benefits, Chuan would not mind leaving some of the demon beasts of the 100,000 mountains. But now they have annihilated the Su clan of Dongxi. This is equivalent to obliterating a century of management and foundation of the Su clan. Had it not been for Chuan setting up a new base early on and carving out a territory in the southern region, and had Su Mingxian not comprehended the teleportation formation, the current Su family would likely be utterly obliterated with their foundation severed, leaving only a few Golden Core survivors. Afterwards, Chuan calculated Su Mingwei again. After concluding that he would not die, he breathed a sigh of relief. Even with the mastery of heavenly mechanisms, one cannot calculate everything in the world. In the prison at Dongxi, Su Mingwei's golden core at this moment shone like crystal thrown into a blazing fire, erupting with dazzling pale golden light from within. This light was not warm, but rather carried a scorching heat that could incinerate everything. A vast power like an ignited oil depot burst forth and boiled. A pale golden flame burned on his body's surface. Su Mingwei's aura began to rise steadily, his breath growing stronger. Mid-golden core, late golden core, full golden core. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The spiritual energy within several dozen miles frantically converged towards Su Mingwei. His aura soared into the clouds. The clouds in the sky were stirred, forming a huge vortex centered around him. The sunlight was distorted and obscured, and the world changed color. This aura was so astonishing and abrupt. Thousands of miles away, the black waters surrounding the Qinghai forest and the nascent soul cultivators of Tian then opened their eyes from meditation, looking over. This aura, could it be that someone is about to condense a nascent soul? A mid-nascent soul cultivator spoke. It doesn't seem like it from weak to strong, it's a rapid ascend, more like a powerful secret technique being unleashed for a life or death battle. Interesting, there is actually such a golden core figure. He hasn't even entered the ancient battlefield. I wonder which family this genius belongs to. This person spoke, sounding more like an inquiry than a taunt. He didn't even have the courage to enter the ancient battlefield. Silence reigned around. No one responded. The journey into the ancient battlefield was nearing its end. Everyone was waiting for the return of their disciples. Though the gains this time were not absolute, they could significantly affect the future rise and fall of certain forces. In Dongxi, the spiritual energy storm calmed down after a moment. Su Mingwei's aura had already ceased to rise. He stood suspended in the air. His black robe fluttered in the air, and his once jet-black long hair now appeared as white as frost, wildly waving in the wind. However, having previously consumed a beauty-preserving pill, his face did not show signs of aging. His eyes shone like morning stars deep as a cold pond. So this is my talent. Su Mingwei clearly felt his talent's strength, speed, and that pair of special eagle-like eyes. He looked down at his palms and clenched them. Close to fourth-tier physical strength, my power seems just a bit short of matching a nascent soul, but should be close. His divine sense was stronger than ever, and his thoughts were clearer than ever. Su Mingwei looked at the Jiu-Uk demon lord, his pupils narrowing slightly. With a flash of pale golden light in his dual-colored eyes, he noticed several weaknesses in the opponent. These should be the spots previously injured by himself or Immortal. They were obscured by feathers, making them hard to discern. Father once said that divine abilities can be combined to reach perfection, allowing the formation of illusory manifestations, and talents should be the same. Manifest the illusory form of talent, give strength to my body, eagle eyes to my gaze, and speed to my actions. Illusory manifestation of talent condensed for me. In an instant, the winds surged around Su Mingwei again. A 7 to 8 zhang tall illusory figure quickly formed. Its face was indistinguishable, but its posture was exactly like Su Mingwei's in that moment. Drawing a bow, knocking an arrow. Although the illusory figure wielded no physical bow or arrow, it exuded a sharp intent of drawing, but not releasing, capable of piercing through everything. Illusory manifestation of the divine ability. No. Qi Longzi immediately retorted, secretly shocked. What has this kid comprehended? Mo Wentian felt the same. Jiu-Uk, are you willing to fight? Su Mingwei's white hair danced wildly, his voice ringing like the clash of gold and iron. No longer was there any trace of his previous anxiety and despair, only cold, killing intent and an indomitable fighting spirit. He slowly raised the treasure flood dragon bow in his hand. The dragon patterns on the bow appeared to come alive, emitting an excited humming. The illusory manifestation of talent behind him moved in sync. Opposite him, the Jiu-Uk demon lord revealed a solemn expression for the first time. The opponent's aura actually made him feel threatened. He shrank down to a size of several zhang for easier dodging. Pretending to be a ghost. Die, my lord. The Jiu-Uk howled, opening his massive mouth, flapping his wings. He activated his divine ability once more. The black wind of Jiu-Yu transformed into a Jiu-Uk shape, shooting towards Su Mingwei like an arrow released from a bow. 5 elements rotation, demon extermination. 5 elements demon extermination, arrow. Su Mingwei's bow was like a full moon, with pale golden power frantically poured into it. The 9-element celestial star arrow was knocked on the string. Golden, azure, blue, red, and yellow light blossomed, intertwining with each other, creating a profound intent. The arrow shot forth like a dragon, not in a straight line. Instead, it traced a mysterious trajectory in the air. Eventually, the 5 arrows transformed into a gigantic arrow of about a zhang, radiating 5-colored brilliance. Furthermore, it combined with the 5-colored arrows shot by the illusory manifestation of talent. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The power of the 5-colored arrows increased several times. Su Mingwei's attack already possessed the might of a top-grade magical treasure used by a nascent soul early-stage cultivator. Now enhanced, it exuded terrifying power comparable to a full-force strike from a mid-nascent soul. Qi Longzi, Zhu Yin demon lord, Chuan and I demon lord, and Mo Wentian were all astonished. The Jiu-Uk formed from the black wind collided with the 5-colored arrows. A dreadful shockwave swept through the surroundings. However, this arrow was still slightly inferior to the Jiu-Uk demon lord's divine ability. Of course, the residual attack could not harm Su Mingwei and was easily evaded. His speed resembled that of the chasing wind and lightning, dodging and shifting like an electric arc. Take another arrow. 7 stars suppressing demons. This move was akin to the Big Dipper's 7 stars, still overlapping with the attack of the illusory manifestation of talent, dramatically increasing in power. The Jiu-Uk demon lord unleashed his divine ability once more. This time both sides were evenly matched. 9 stars aligned, piercing the clouds and breaking the sky. This was also an arrow technique created by Su Mingwei. His movements flowed like water, as if rehearsed 1,000 times. The bowstring trembled and 9 9-element celestial star arrows were strung together like 9 stars shot at a speed beyond the limits of divine sense. They pierced through the Jiu-Uk's attack, shooting through its left wing. This feeling, Su Mingwei's spirit stirred as if he grasped something. He had experienced such feelings when practicing archery before, but now it was tenfold clearer. Continuously using powerful moves, Su Mingwei's complexion turned slightly pale. Damn! The Jiu glanced at the wound on its pierced left wing, blood flowing instantly, infuriating it. It let out a sharp screech. Hundreds of thousands of black wind blades instantly congealed, raining down towards Su Mingwei. Su Mingwei's eyes brightened with golden light. All attacks seemed to slow down. Under the onslaught of the rain-like wind blades, Su Mingwei moved leisurely, easily dodging all attacks. At this moment, Su Mingwei's physical strength was not weak. But he was an archer, always maintaining a certain distance from the Jiu. Even if it flapped its wings to approach, Su Mingwei would quickly evade. It should have been the Jiu relying on speed to bully others, but at this moment, in close-range evasion and movement, Su Mingwei was not at all inferior. Of course, if it came to straight-line flight, he would still fall short compared to the Jiu as a flying beast. The Chuan and I Demon Lord observed for a while, and found Su Mingwei quite tricky. Although he was certain this state could not be maintained for long, it was better to resolve the matter quickly to avoid comp. A fierce light flashed in the Chuan and I Demon Lord's eyes as he suddenly opened his mouth and shot a pale golden lightning bolt the thickness of a water barrel towards Su Mingwei's back. Su, be careful. Mo Wentian was also closely observing the battlefield. After noticing the Chuan and I Demon Lord's intentions, he swiftly moved, appearing behind Su Mingwei with the Xiangui shield. He blocked the attack with the Xiangui shield. Boom! The pale golden lightning struck solidly against. Mo Wentian was also closely observing the battlefield. After noticing the Chuan and I Demon Lord's intentions, he swiftly moved, appearing behind Su Mingwei with the... Though it had not completely shattered, it was not much different from a half-destroyed magical treasure. Mo Wentian inadvertently got struck by the scattered arcs. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, his aura plummeting in an instant. After all, this was the divine ability of the Chuan and I Demon Lord, and its power was definitely not weaker than the Jiu-Uk's Black Wind. Daoist Mo. Qi-Long's expression changed slightly as he immediately formed a seal. The Qi-Long treasure pearl radiated brightly, transforming into a red light that enveloped Mo Wentian and sent him to the ground. The Chuan and I Demon Lord shot Mo Wentian a fierce glare. But at this moment he was protected by the Qi-Long treasure pearl and could do nothing about it. Su Mingwei glanced at the Chuan and I Demon Lord coldly, saying, "Is this all you have? 1 against 2. So what?" He let out a long roar, unleashing his movement technique. In the air he left behind trails of black shadows moving at astonishing speed. The bowstring vibrated endlessly as arrows flew towards the two demons. The Jiu Demon Lord no longer rejected the Chuan and I Demon Lord's assistance, and the two joined forces to attack. The three of them continuously shifted and dodged in the air, not knowing when they had arrived over the city of Qingjiang, and soon moved to a desolate wilderness. He no longer unleashed powerful moves, but instead used normal attacks, seeking that profound and mysterious state in battle. Su Mingwei's attacks at this moment posed a significant threat to them. Coupled with his speed, even with the two joining forces, they could not subdue Su Mingwei for the time being. The path of the arrow. What is the path of the arrow? In the heat of battle, Su Mingwei's mind entered a strange state of clarity. His past understanding of archery surged in his sea of consciousness. Since he began practicing archery, it had been a century. Various insights and strange thoughts constantly emerged, collided, and merged. In all martial arts, only speed cannot be broken. The path of the arrow is even more so. Speed is its life, as long as it's fast enough that the enemy's divine sense cannot capture, fast enough that space seems to overlap. Su Mingwei shot arrow after arrow. No, not fast enough. I need to be faster. Faster. Even in an instant, a mysterious and profound intent emerged. Su Mingwei's spiritual light burst forth again, once more employing the 9 stars aligned, wrapping this intent around it. The Jiu Demon Lord saw Su Mingwei aiming at him and immediately prepared to dodge. Yet all he heard was the sound of strings ringing out. In the next moment, blood rain fell upon the earth. The Chuan and I Demon Lord's expression turned pale, with shock, momentarily forgetting to attack. The Jiu bird suddenly let out a mournful and excruciating wail. Its left wing had been directly torn apart by Su Mingwei's strike, plummeting towards the ground. With one wing lost, the massive body of the Jiu bird lost balance in the air, violently swaying, as its demonic energy instantly became chaotic and plummeted. Su Mingwei exhaled deeply. He aimed to attack the Jiu bird demon Lord once more. Upon seeing this, the Chuan and I Demon Lord immediately swung, its claws forming a lightning net that enveloped Su Mingwei. He had no choice but to dodge. Then the Chuan and I Demon Lord transformed into a streak of electric light, taking the Jiu bird demon Lord and fleeing. Su Mingwei's body swayed, collecting his spoils and chasing after. Zhu Yan, the Jiu is severely injured, we must leave. Zhu Yan Demon Lord, who was battling Qi Longzi, changed his expression upon seeing the Jiu bird in such a tragic state. How is that possible? Below a nascent soul master, how could anyone injure the Jiu bird to such an extent? I don't know what that person did. All I know is that his arrows are so fast they are practically unavoidable. Just now one was shot, and it seemed to vanish. Then the Jiu's left wing was torn apart. Although he cannot maintain this for long, if he happens to shoot again, and it's not the left wing but the head, then it will truly be fatal. Zhu Yan glanced at the sweating Qi Longzi, and then at the severely injured Mo Wentian, and immediately pounded his chest, erupting in rage. Damn it! A nascent soul couldn't stop us, yet we are forced to retreat by a mere golden core. That person burned a significant amount of lifespan, and his time is limited. However, to have taken down such a prodigy of the human race is not in vain. After all, if he grows up and truly steps into the nascent soul stage and comprehends that strike even great masters would be no match for him. Swish! Another arrow shot forth. The Swan and demon lord harbored fears and immediately dodged. Zhu Yan no longer hesitating left with the Swan and demon lord and the Jiu bird. Just a few moments later, Su Mingwei's figure arrived at this place. He looked at the retreating shadows and did not intend to pursue. Although he did not manage to kill, leaving behind a wing of the fourth-tier transformed demon lord the Jiu, he felt he could at least report to Su Chuan. However, my father will probably scold me thoroughly. He was already prepared to be reprimanded by Su Chuan. In just a moment, Su Mingwei's aura began to rapidly decline. A sense of twilight even lingered around him. Mo Wentian looked at the figure in the sky as if he could see Su Chuan. As long as the Su family exists, my Mo family will never have a chance to rise, but we might still borrow from their tailwind to ascend. As for Qi Longzi, he sighed, another prodigious talent, but it's a pity that he is destined to fall early. That aura of twilight could not hide from the senses of a nascent soul. In this battle, Su Mingwei had clearly burned over 500 years of lifespan. With the appearance of twilight, his remaining lifespan would not exceed 20 or 30 years. Yet Su Mingwei did not regret it. His gaze swept over the devastated Dongxi, revealing a sense of desolation. The great calamity of 1,000 years indeed cannot be avoided by any force. My Dongxi Su clan must be viewed like any other force in the eyes of others, as if completely exterminated. Su Mingqing and the others would not appear in Dongxi again. They would only be directly transported to Canglong Mansion Yunxi City after this ended. Qi Longzi put away his treasures and flew in front of Su Mingwei, while Mo Wentian also floated over. The two of them looked at Su Mingwei, who had white hair, and could not help but sigh lightly, and express their regret. Su Xiaoyou, do not be sad. At least most of the golden cores of your Dongxi Su clan are in the ancient battlefield. They are the foundation of your Su family's existence, as long as they return safely. In less than a few decades, your Su family will once again flourish with branches and leaves abundant. Su Mingwei sighed inwardly, thinking that his Su family's golden cores had not served as stallions for many years. Relying on them may take hundreds of years. Mo Wentian also comforted, what Taoist Qi Longzi said is correct. Your Su clan's Dongxi lineage is not your fault. Even if the Grand Elder returns, he will not blame you. Upon hearing this, Su Mingwei cupped his hands and said to the two, thank you both for your assistance this time. They should not come again. You both should rest well. Qi Longzi and Mo Wentian exchanged glances, nodded slightly, found a large rock nearby, sat cross-legged, and began to meditate. Su Mingwei simultaneously consumed high-grade Yusu Dan and high-grade Jiu Zhuan Huichun Dan. After 2 hours, he stopped continuing. He walked through Dongxi, finally arriving at the only intact place in Dongxi, the Baihan Pond. This place's restrictions had been damaged significantly. He looked at the medicinal garden that Su Chuan had gradually opened up, seeing the abundance of spiritual herbs and the bamboo houses. These bamboo houses went from non-existence to gradually increasing, witnessing the rise of the Su family. After a moment, he remembered something and immediately sent a message to Su Mingqing. The demon lord has retreated, all is well. Stay there for a while. Everything will be arranged after father returns. After a pause, he added, be sure to arrange everything properly, do not create chaos. After a while, Su Mingqing replied, yes, elder brother. Meanwhile, Su Mingqing, after sending the message, looked at by Jingyang Ronghua, Su Detai, Su Chonghui, and others, saying, elder brother is fine, you all need not worry. It won't be long before father returns. They will make arrangements for us. As for now, Chonghui, you are the head of the Su family. You need to soothe all parties and prevent chaos. But if anyone dares to harbor ill intentions, there is no need to spare them. Yes, sixth uncle. Bai Jing sighed. I wonder how Dongxi is doing now. Mother, you need not worry. At most, some buildings will be destroyed. As long as my Su family is fine, that is enough. Bai Jing nodded slightly at these words, leaving with the support of Yang Ronghua. Ancient battlefield. A mysterious spatial fluctuation emerged around each person, enveloped. No one resisted. Instead, they all wore expressions of relief. Finally, we can leave. Almost simultaneously, everyone was transported out of the ancient battlefield. The space where Su Chuan was located was special, but his ancestor had great powers. Having brought him here, he could also send him out. A dizzying sensation ensued. When Su Chuan reappeared, it was near the Great Wei Imperial Palace. He swept his divine sense across the area. Only a few people remained alive, unaware of why. 1,000 years of civilization scattered in an instant. What a great calamity. Su Chuan did not look further, his expression calm, and immediately performed his escape technique, turning into a streak of green light, heading towards Dongxi. Meanwhile, the other members of the Su family, having confirmed their direction, also headed toward Dongxi, trying to avoid any encounters. This journey up to now could be considered over. Soon all forces would enter, gathering the surviving individuals to return. Engaging in battles at this moment was anything but wise. Indijin, am I destined to become a demonic cultivator? Su Dui sighed lightly upon finding himself in Dijin after emerging. He then looked towards the direction of Dongxi, muttering to himself, "Grandfather, your grandson will not disappoint your expectations. Oh, I will seize a voice for my Su family in the Blackwater region." The feeling of melancholy quickly vanished, replaced by a sense of anticipation for future adventures. After a brief moment, Su Chuan returned to Dongxi. On the way, he encountered Yi Fan. He was relatively fortunate, as when he was teleported out, he was near the headquarters of the Immortal Martial Alliance. "Master," Yi Fan cupped his fist. Su Chuan nodded, and the two returned to Dongxi together. "We are back." Shi Longzi suddenly opened his eyes, and so did Mo Wentian. Su Mingwei nearby, upon hearing this, looked towards the distant sky. Indeed, within just a few moments, two streaks of escape light, one green and one red, were rapidly approaching from afar. Yi Fan was dumbfounded, looking in disbelief at the devastated Dongxi, which was in ruins and showed no difference from other places. "Master, this." Su Chuan transmitted his voice. "The great calamity of 1,000 years is ultimately unavoidable, but let's not speak further on the matter." "Yes, master." Su Chuan landed and first cupped his hands to Qi Longzi and Mo Wentian, saying, "Thank you, Senior Qi Longzi and the Grand Elder, for your support." "You're not surprised, still?" Qi Longzi asked, puzzled. "I had my suspicions, but ultimately it was a miscalculation." Qi Longzi understood what he meant and comforted him. "What you have done is already enough, though it can only be said that human calculations cannot compete with heavenly calculations." The three great demon lords descended, and if not for this Su Zioya's incredible efforts, the battle might still be ongoing. "I actually hope so." Qi Longzi was slightly taken aback, unsure what he meant. He brushed past Qi Longzi, walking towards Su Mingwei. Yi Fan saw Su Mingwei in such a state, along with the faint aura of twilight surrounding him, and his heart sank, suddenly his eyes becoming moist. He could not imagine what Su Mingwei had sacrificed to protect Dongxi. "Father." Su Mingwei felt a bit anxious upon seeing Su Chuan approaching silently, and then cupped his fists and lowered his head, not daring to look up. Su Chuan reached his side, patted his shoulder, and sighed. "You have not disappointed your father's expectations. You have protected our Su family." Su Mingwei abruptly raised his head, directly meeting Su Chuan's gaze. "But I hope you can be a bit more selfish and take care of yourself." "I understand, but there are some things I must do." Su Chuan gently sighed. "Now that father is here, everything will be left to me. Your lifespan is just that if it's gone, we can find a way to make up for it later." "Yes, father." Subsequently, Su Chuan began to discuss the encounter with the disciples of the Tianzhu sect in the ancient battlefield with Qi Longzi. "I didn't expect you to run into that brat Bai Lian. Since it was the intention of Lai Yang and Bai Lian themselves, then it cannot be blamed on you. Whether they live or die depends on their own will. As for what I promised you, our Tianzhu sect will fulfill. Whatever kind of magical treasure you want, you can tell me now, and I will inform my senior brother after I return." "No need. When De Ling returns to the Tianzhu sect in the future, she will bring the refined magical treasures and materials along." "That works too." Qi Longzi then asked, "How is my dear disciple?" "Naturally fine. This journey has also contributed to her growth." After a while, Su Chuan spoke to Mo Wentian. "Grand Elder, our previous transaction ends here." Mo Wentian nodded. "However, you can let me know about your losses this time. My Su family will provide compensation. This is my duty, but it's a pity that I was ultimately too weak and couldn't protect the bloodline of your Grand Elders. This matter has nothing to do with you." Su Mingwei said, "Father Senior Mo's high-grade defensive magical treasure is nearly damaged. If it can be repaired, let De Ling fix it. If it cannot, let's think of another compensation. What does the Grand Elder think? Then it will trouble you." Su Chuan took the magical treasure. Suddenly, they heard a phoenix cry coming from afar. "Ling girl is back." A smile appeared on Qi Long's face. Moments later, Su De Ling walked out of the red rainbow, her expression as cold as ice. She could hardly believe that within just 3 months Dongxi had been utterly destroyed. How could this happen? Looking at the devastated Dongxi, she momentarily forgot to inquire about her master and grandfather. Is there even any upbringing left? Su Mingwei suddenly said in a deep voice, "I'm sorry, father." Su De Ling cupped her fists and said, "Su Xiaoyo, wait a moment, I linger, what do you call him? Is he your father?" Su Chuan smiled. There's no need to mind this matter. After that, Su Deling greeted everyone with respect. Within an hour, the Su family members returned one after another. The last to arrive was Mei Yun. Qi Longzi looked them over in astonishment. Not a single one is missing. This is a group of early golden cores, or a group of perfected golden cores. However, I didn't expect Ling Girl to be Su Mingwei's daughter. Does that mean Ling Girl came from the prison realm? Wait a minute, Su Chuan, and the entire Yunqi Su family came from there. Where did the rumors about the Su family being remnants of some nascent soul family originate? After thinking for a moment, Qi Longzi did not continue to dwell on it. The Su family had already established a force in Tiannan. The background of having come from the prison realm was not a significant issue. Even if some forces wanted to pursue it with the connections the Su family had now, even top-tier nascent soul forces would have to consider whether it was worth it. Soon a horn sounded resonating through Dongxi. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. Qi Longzi said, "Let's go, Taoist Su, it's time to gather. If you want to leave, you can do so along with the others." "What is this horn sound?" Su Chuan asked. "This is a top-tier magical treasures sound belonging to the Feather Transformation sect. When this horn rings, everyone gathers, indicating the end of this journey. However, all parties are also allowed to linger for another 10 days to half a month. For instance, recruiting a disciple or two that seem acceptable. Of course, if one's strength is insufficient, returning along this path will not be easy and can easily lead to trouble." Su Chuan understood what he was referring to. One was the territory of the demonic beasts they passed through, and the other was the interest of those who were curious about the gains from this journey. Su Chuan, Su Mingwei, Su Mingyuan, and others including Mo Wentian and Yang Qi followed Qi Longzi. "I wonder how Elder Bingqian and Taoist Lei are doing now." On the road, Yang Qi suddenly sighed. "If we see them at the gathering point, that's fine. If not, there's a significant probability they perished in the ancient battlefield." "Is it really that dangerous inside, Grand Elder?" "Those two are both perfected golden cores and formidable. Even among all golden cores in my Songlong mansion, they would rank in the top 5. Let me put it this way, those who survive in the ancient battlefield typically fall into 3 categories: the lucky, the cautious, and the strong. Of course, many people might fit into 2 or even 3 categories. As for what I mean by strong, it refers to those who possess the combat power of nascent soul cultivators." Qi Longzi glanced at Su Chuan and nodded slightly. Taoist Su truly sees clearly. Not only is it the ancient battlefield, but those who become renowned and are still alive generally cannot escape these 3 categories. Most are unable to escape being one of these 3. Ahead is Taoist Ku Rong. A voice echoed, prompting everyone to turn and look. An elderly man in a blue robe was flying towards them, quickly, a smile on his face. Taoist Sun, what a coincidence. Indeed, quite coincidental. Su Chuan and Sun Chuanqing greeted each other. Then with a faint smile, Su Chuan introduced, "This is the esteemed elder of the Yuan Ing Sun family, from Xianyu Mansion, Sun Chuanqing. This is Elder Mo Wentian from Songlong Mansion, the Songlong Alliance. And this is the esteemed Elder Qi Longzi from Tianzhu sect." Taoist Mo Taoist Qi Longzi, Sun Chuanqing clasped his fists in greeting. Taoist Sun, Qi Longzi, and Mo Wentian also responded politely. "I have met Elder Sun." Yang Qi, Su Mingwei, and others cupped their hands in salute. "You are 2 polite fellow Taoists." Taoist Sun, why are you alone? What about the younger generation of the Sun family? They will gather on their own. There is no need for me to search for them one by one. Once the journey to the ancient battlefield concludes, no one dares to act recklessly anymore. That is true. They were not flying very fast. Half an hour later, they arrived at the junction of the former Great Wei, Great Liang, and Great Jing. There were various types of magical boats docked here. Many people had already gathered nearby, including major powers from Tiannan and Heishui regions, as well as some surviving loose cultivators. Su Chuan said to the nearby Mo Wentian, "Elder, please release the magical boat from Songlong Mansion. Once our disciples return, we will go back to Songlong Mansion with the main group. What about you, Great Elder? I still have some finishing work to do here, and I will return to Songlong Mansion on my own once it's done." Mo Wentian nodded slightly. He then released the magical boat, and Yang Qi along with more than 10 Foundation establishment disciples flew onto the boat. Afterwards, Mo Wentian began to heal his injuries. Half an hour later, true monarch Bing Qian flew to this location and greeted Su Chuan, Great Elder. "It's good to see you alive, Elder Bing Qian. Please rest on the magical boat. You all should take the surviving disciples back first. I will return on my own." True monarch Bing Qian's eyes shimmered as he clasped his fists again. Silently, he flew onto the magical boat. Mo Wentian, Yang Qi, and others congratulated him. However, the ancestor of the Lei family had yet to appear. Su Chuan calculated discreetly, and then sighed softly. In the end, it was a matter of luck. "Who is your father referring to?" "The ancestor of the Lei family from Songlong Mansion, who was from the same era as Mo Wentian." "Has he fallen?" "Indeed, but he came with the intent of seeking death, so it could be said that he got what he sought." The Lei family still has powerful figures to hold the fort, so there won't be chaos. Suddenly a blue figure flashed into view. So it is Elder Zhang. What brings you here? Su Chuan smiled. I've met you, senior brother. Su Mingxian greeted with a clasped fist. The master wishes to see you. Please come with me. The ancestor of Xian Yu has summoned me. How could I dare to refuse? Mingxian, come with me, and the rest should stay here. Yes, father, Su Mingwei replied. Su Chuan and Su Mingxian followed Zhang Daoran to a room on the magical boat of Xian Yu sect. Mingxian Daoist Su Yu have arrived. Zhang Fan smiled at the two. I have met the ancestor of Xian Yu. Disciple pays respects to the master. How have you been lately? The two of you have come, Su Chuan and Su Mingxian said in turn. Zhang Fan glanced at Su Mingxian. It seems that this journey to the ancient battlefield has been quite rewarding. Thank you for your concern, master. Zhang Fan nodded slightly, and then said, you and your brother go out first. I need to speak with your father. Su Mingxian nodded and left the room with Zhang Daoran. The room's barrier rose, preventing outsiders from peering in. What business do you have for me, elder? I heard from Daoran that you saved his life. It was just a coincidence. Though it may be a coincidence, what Daoran brought back is of great importance concerning the future inheritance of our Xian Yu sect. We must repay you. Elder Zhang has already returned many resources to me. Haha, I don't believe you have no complaints. You surely know a good deal about the items he carried. Compared to them, ordinary fourth-tier materials and rare spiritual herbs are nothing. What do you mean by that, elder? Zhang Fan chuckled, stroking his beard. With a flick of his sleeve, a porcelain vial appeared out of nowhere, flying before Su Chuan. This is your reward. Upon opening it, he was greeted by a familiar medicinal fragrance, and his pupils constricted. Transcendence pill. This is too precious, though I cannot accept it. This originally belonged to you. I am merely returning it to you. Elder Yu. In the land of prison, do you think I cannot see through you? Zhang Fan smiled slightly. I just didn't expect you to have such a trump card. You possess the combat power of a nascent soul and a fourth-tier transforming dragon, while secretly cultivating a fourth-tier corpse king and ghost king. Not to mention other factors in terms of peak combat power, your Su family could rank in the top 3 across the entire Northwest. Su Chuan's gaze shifted as he clasped his fists and said, Please, ancestor of Xian, you do not speak of this outside. Do you think I am a loose-tongued person? Zhang Fan replied, being cautious is a good thing. After this experience, your Su family has emerged from the depths of the dragon's lair. I know your ambitions are not small. However, I can assure you that Xian Yu sect will not act against your Su family. If you have the capability, feel free to attempt to surpass our Xian Yu sect. I dare not. There is no need for such hesitation, but you must also guarantee that you will not act against my Xian Yu sect in the future. The ancestor of Xian Yu has shown great care for me. How could I harbor such thoughts, especially since my son Mingxian is a direct disciple of the ancestor? But what if one day I am no longer here? Will you still feel that way? Zhang Fan could already foresee the rapid rise of the Su family, where it would not be difficult to stand on equal footing with Xian Yu sect, or even surpass it. Hearing this, Su Chuan fell silent for a moment, then raised his head and looked firmly at Zhang Fan. I can only guarantee that if Xian Yu sect does not provoke the Su family, we will not act against Xian Yu sect in return. That statement is sufficient for me. Zhang Fan looked at Su Chuan and continued, the care I have shown you is due to your origin from the land of prison. However, as the founding ancestor, I must also consider the sect. So young friend Su, please do not take offense. I can agree to another reasonable request from you. You may request techniques, spiritual veins, spiritual herbs, innate spiritual items, and so on. Su Chuan pondered for a moment, then said, If I am not mistaken, Elder Zhang has brought back several Transcendence Lotus Seeds, correct? You want the Transcendence Lotus Seeds? Zhang Fan furrowed his brow. Not at all. Su Chuan shook his head, smiling faintly. Elder, you should be planning to ask someone to refine Transcendence pills, right? I indeed plan to ask a friend for assistance in refining pills after a while. Could you entrust it to me for refining? You... Zhang Fan was momentarily stunned, having heard of Su Chuan's impressive alchemy skills. Zhang Daoran had brought back 3 Transcendence Lotus Seeds, thus, he could gather enough materials for 3 batches. But the Transcendence pill is precious, and he could not easily agree. Give me a reason. I am quite confident in my alchemical skills. Su Chuan replied, and then added, by the way, does your friend guarantee how many Transcendence pills can be refined and the quality of the products? What kind of compensation will be required? What about you? How would it be if I entrusted it to you for refining it? If entrusted to me, I can guarantee to submit 15 Transcendence pills with at least 5 of them being top quality. Any extras will belong to me. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fan's eyes sparkled with brilliance. He scrutinized Su Chuan, trying to discern if he was boasting. Moments passed. Zhang Fan stroked his beard and chuckled. It seems your alchemical skills exceed my expectations, young friend Su. The difficulty of refining Transcendence pills is not at the top tier among 4th-tier pills, but it is also of above average level. What you said earlier is true. Even my friend cannot guarantee that. Elder need not rush to reply. We can take our time with this matter. Su Chuan smiled slightly. Zhang Fan nodded. Regarding this matter, I will consider it carefully, but if I ultimately refuse, do not blame me. That is only natural. As for the alchemy matter, it can be a trade. You can change your request. Then I will respectfully do as you say. Oh, I would like to request. A quarter of an hour later, the barrier of the room dissolved, and the door opened automatically. Su Chuan then walked out. Father, Su Mingxian called. Su Chuan nodded at him, and Su Mingxian did not continue speaking. Ancestor of Xian Yue, I will take my leave now. Go ahead. Master, I will also follow my father. Remember to return to the sect in the future. Thank you, Master. After saying this, Su Chuan and Su Mingxian left the magical abode of Xian Yu sect. 2 to 3 hours later, some remaining Foundation establishment disciples arrived. Of course, there may also be those severely injured unable to make it. Just like the ancestors of the Chao and Lei families 1,000 years ago, they were ultimately left behind here. However, those who might be left behind are likely the Foundation establishment disciples from Golden Core families or Foundation establishment loose cultivators. The nascent soul powers would not fail to bring them back. Grandfather, its second brother. Su Delying suddenly transmitted a message to Su Chuan. Following the directions Su Delying indicated, Su Chuan quickly spotted Su Duan. But the two parties acted as if they did not know each other, merely exchanging a glance. Second brother's path is so difficult, Su Delying remarked. He is a descendant of the Su family, he must be capable. All we need to do is believe in him. Yes, grandfather. Moments later, on the Heishui side, a towering figure stepped out of the magical boat. His gaze was like lightning sweeping over 100 miles. He quickly locked onto one person. This person was Su Duan. He approached Su Duan in midair, looking down and asking, "Who are you?" "I am but a junior Wunda." Su Duan trembled slightly. The other's aura was stronger than anyone he had ever encountered, along with an inexplicable sense of familiarity. "Have you learned my sex, Tian Sha Jing?" "Where did you learn it?" "I have not learned Tian Sha Jing, but I obtained a fragmented technique called Tian Sha Ming Wang Jin Jing in a certain cave abode." "Are you from the land of prison?" Su Duan wanted to deny it, but he felt he could not hide it, so he nodded in affirmation. Tian Sha Ming Wang Jin Jing is the Golden Core chapter of Tian Sha Jing. Since you have learned my sex technique, you should join Tian Sha sect. Yes. Come with me. Su Duan could only follow this person onto the magical boat of Tian Sha sect. Su Mingwei and Su Mingyuan exchanged glances, but said nothing further. Su Duan had now taken the first step on his path. Perhaps this is not a bad thing, Su Chuan thought to himself. In the Golden Core Stage 1 is a crucial pillar among various nascent soul powers considered part of the first batch to have emerged. Although there is competition among them, it is nowhere near as fierce as during the Qi refinement and Foundation establishment stages. At sunset we shall leave the land of prison. A voice echoed. Sun Chuanxing bid farewell to Su Chuan and returned to his family's magical boat. Seeing this, Su Chuan also brought Su Mingwei and the others to Mo Wenshan's side. To avoid drawing attention, excluding Su Chuan and the others, there were only about 20 people on the entire magical boat. Su Chuan scanned them and said lightly, "Great Elder, these disciples have survived with great difficulty. Please ensure that the Alliance Master rewards them appropriately upon return." Mo understands. "Thank you, Great Elder." "Thank you, esteemed Elder." Su Chuan looked towards the nearby magical boat of the Tanlang sect, seeing Qi Tianxiong and true monarch Tianlang on the deck. "They actually survived," Su Chuan murmured. At this moment, Qi Tianxiong seemed to sense something and turned to look in Su Chuan's direction. Su Chuan met his gaze fearlessly. Only one of the Lei family died. None of the others perished. Qi Tianxiong frowned, particularly concerned about the Su family members. In contrast, out of the 10 or so Gold Core members from the Tanlang sect, only 6 or 7 survived. Songlang sect, under the leadership of the Su family, showed signs of gradually thriving, while the Tanlang sect seemed to be weakening. Sect Master, this Su family, true monarch Tianlang, transmitted a message. "It's final. Within a few decades, the Su family is unlikely to cause trouble. As for you, although you did not get the chance for a baby binding, you have also acquired many materials and resources, as well as a top-tier defensive magic treasure. You will submit 70% of the resources to the sect, and keep the remaining 30% along with the magic treasure for yourself." "Thank you, Sectmaster." The setting sun melted into gold, and the evening clouds converged beautifully. The last remnants of the sun, like blood, painted the clouds near the horizon in shades of orange and dark purple. Then it began to slowly sink behind the magnificent rolling mountain ridges. Numerous magical boats were preparing to set sail for their return. Boom! 3 overwhelming demonic auras rapidly approached from the distance, breaking the tranquility of the twilight. 2 of them were in a half-human, half-demon state, while the other was fully human-clad in a red robe and of sturdy muscular build. "Father, it's the Demon Lord Zhu Yan and the Demon Lord Swan and I." Upon seeing them, Su Mingwei felt a surge of anger. Su Mingyuan, Su Mingxuan, and the others all glared fiercely. Su Chuan's pupils constricted as he focused on the red-robed, burly old man. A fully human form. A peak, transforming demon. Several demon lords have come together. I wonder if it's to block our path or to escort us. A calm and peaceful yet authoritative voice echoed from the magical boat of the Yuhua sect. However, the figure did not appear. I come here with good intentions, wishing to escort you. I also wish to ask you fellow Taoists for a favor, allowing me to deal with some remnants from the land of prison. The burly old man in red spoke with a voice like thunder resonating through the air. Remnants? The great cultivator of the Yuhua sect asked in an unchanged tone. May I ask which remnants the demon lord refers to? The Zhu Yin demon lord scanned the various magical boats, finally locking his gaze onto a nondescript gray-blue magical boat with a white-haired middle-aged man aboard. It was indeed Su Mingwei. He did not speak, but transmitted a message to the burly old man in red. The old man pointed in the distance. That magical boat has someone from the Lingxi Su clan aboard, who I kindly ask you all to facilitate and hand them over. Upon hearing this, countless gazes filled with surprised curiosity or glee gathered together. The boat headed towards Su Chuan and the others. Su Chuan maintained a calm expression at the bow, meeting the gazes of various onlookers. Beside him, Su Deling and Su Mingxian also displayed solemn expressions, quietly on guard. What do you mean by remnants? Those who can leave the prison are indeed capable, and there are certain factions that might accept these people as disciples. Could it be that they cannot leave? A gentle and warm voice resounded. Then an ethereal old man with white hair appeared above the Xianyue sect's boat. The ancestor of Xianyue gazed calmly at the old man in the red robe and said, "The ancient battlefield expedition has already concluded. Life and death are determined by fate. Merely surviving is a stroke of fortune. If you pursue this matter further, it would violate the rules." The old man in the red robe narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Xuanyu, are you going to stop me? What if Zhang insists on proceeding?" The ancestor of Xuanyu's tone remained calm, showing no sign of yielding. The atmosphere suddenly grew extremely tense. Brother Xianyue makes a valid point. Zhu Yin, you have gone too far. A voice clear as a sword's chime echoed. A middle-aged cultivator appeared aboard the Qingyun sect's boat. It was none other than the esteemed cultivator of Qingyun sect, Sword Master Qingfeng. Standing beside him was Lu Qingshui. Sword Master Qingfeng's gaze was sharp as he swept it over the three old men in red robes and declared, "Grudges should end with the closure of the ancient battlefield. This has always been the rule. Are you all looking to break it? Their survival is their own merit. If you from Xuandishan continue to pursue this, it would be unbecoming of you. Or do you mean to say that Zhu Yin wants us to settle all unresolved matters of this expedition here before we depart?" The old man in the red robe dared not respond. There were many casualties on this journey, with several golden cores falling among the major overlord factions. If we were to pursue each one, it would undoubtedly lead to an earth-shattering battle. The old man in the red robe glanced at Su Chuan and the others, then looked at the ancestor of Xianyue and Swordmaster Qingfeng. After a moment of silence, he said, "It seems this old man did not consider this thoroughly. If that is the case, I shall take my leave. Please do as you wish, friends." With that, the old man in the red robe departed, accompanied by Zhu Yin and the demon king Swan and I. The three vanished in a flash. Their arrival was abrupt, and their departure was equally swift. On the way, Su Chuan said, "Father, are we truly letting the Dongxi Su clan go? If they rise, they might leave a root of trouble for us Xuandishan in the future." "What else can we do?" the old man in the red robe replied. "The grand cultivators of Xianyue sect and Qingyun sect have spoken on their behalf, but we can only say that luck is on their side. I still underestimated the Dongxi Su clan's influence. In order to eradicate them, Zhu Yin had requested the old man in the red robe to come out. Yet it did not go as he wished. Those who wish to take disciples may do so, the rest should just leave." The grand cultivator of Yuhua sect spoke again. Sword Master Qingfeng and the ancestor of Xianyue also returned to the cabin of their boat. The fleet officially set sail. One headed towards the Blackwater region, while the other headed south, towards Tiannan. However, Su Chuan and the others inevitably caught the attention of many factions. Halfway through, they left the boat, heading towards Dongxi. Upon seeing the devastated Dongxi, everyone felt a heavy heart. Especially Su Mingwei's condition worried Su Mingyuan and Su Deling. Ming Yuanyu and Ming Xiandeling should organize the remaining resources. Ming Xianyu Yifandiyue and Mei Yun should clear the collapsed tunnels. Check if the teleportation array is intact. If the materials can be reused, dismantle it for future use. If not, destroy it completely and leave no trace. As for Ming Shu, go handle the beast situation. I take as many as you can with you." The group responded in unison and began to get busy. Su Chuan then arrived at the Bihan Pond, sending all the spiritual herbs into the Su clan cave heaven. Days passed, and there were no useful items left in Dongxi. Looking at the barren Bihan Pond, Su Chuan's eyes reflected a sense of sentimentality. He once hoped that Dongxi could survive the calamity, and initially had some confidence, but ultimately could not preserve it. Suddenly he looked up at the sky. His divine sense swept across a radius of 200 miles in an instant. Why do I always feel someone is watching? Is it just my illusion? Chuan quickly calculated his safety, but found no signs of danger. I need to refine the star constellation plate quickly and cultivate a more profound method of deduction. For a moment later the group gathered at Bihan Pond. I originally wanted to preserve Dongxi as a holy land for future cultivators, but now it has been destroyed, and my Su family seems to have caught the eye of Xuandishan. We must act more cautiously from now on. Reflecting on the events from a few days ago when 3 major demon lords came to demand people, one of whom was a fully transformed demon, everyone felt a lingering fear. If the Su family had no connections, they might truly be handed over as remnants. Su Mingyuan pondered for a moment and asked, "Father, what do you plan to do about the prison?" "This matter is for me to decide. A few days have passed, and when Tian and the others should have returned to Zonglong Mansion, we should also set off to go there. You all work together to gather the spiritual veins here, and we will relocate them later." Understood. 10 golden cores acted together. In less than a cup of tea's time, they gathered all the spiritual veins here. After a tremor that shook the earth, Bihan Pond completely disappeared. "Let's go." Chuan led them to the Qinghai forest. At the Mirror Lake, he said, "Mingshu Mingxian, take your older brother to find the others and gather. I will come shortly." "Yes, father." Mingshu and Mingxian nodded in agreement. Su Mingwei and the others followed the two down to Mirror Lake. Chuan turned and smiled. "Senior Tree King, your perception is becoming increasingly sharp. You can even detect me now." The Tree King's avatar appeared. "It seems your Su family has successfully navigated this calamity. I would like to congratulate you in advance. From this point onward, your Su clan will be like a hidden dragon emerging from the abyss, soaring to great heights." "You flatter me, senior. My Su family is still quite weak. Not long ago, a fully transformed major demon from Xuandishan personally came to extinguish my Su family. Just thinking about it sends shivers down my spine. Did you not resolve it easily?" The Tree King's avatar stroked his beard and smiled faintly. "I did not expect that you could invite 2 grand cultivators to speak on your behalf. Was the senior also present that day?" "I was just bored and went out for a stroll." "I see, but as you mentioned, I only invited the ancestor of Xianyue. He also hails from the prison. As for Swordmaster Qingfeng, it might be due to his disciple Lu Qingshui. I once heard a descendant of my Su family mention that they saved Lu Qingshui on the ancient battlefield. While others would gladly kick a dog when it's down plundering others' resources, your Su family does not follow this path. Such vision and perspective surpasses 80% of the entrants. Connections are also a form of resource, and sometimes even more valuable. You speak rightly, young friend Su. What are your future plans? Will you expand your Su family peacefully in Tiannan?" Chuan's eyes brightened. "Expansion is natural, but we will not give up on the prison territory either." The Tree King's avatar sighed gently. "You must be cautious. If you truly stand opposed to all factions, your Su family will not withstand it." "I understand, senior." After a pause, Chuan clasped his hands together and said, "This parting may be for 100 years, or even several hundred years. Please take care, senior." The Tree King's avatar nodded. Chuan plunged into Mirror Lake. The Tree King's avatar dissipated into countless falling leaves and vanished from sight. Hundreds of miles away, in the Tree King's territory on the massive branches of a tree, the Tree King's avatar suddenly reappeared and gazed across, saying, "Friend, come out." A distortion rippled through the air, revealing an elderly man in a gray robe, with graying hair appearing where there had been nothing. "Tree friend, long time no see." "So it is a friend from the Chongfeng clan. Why are you roaming around instead of staying at the boundary barrier?" "Just killing time." "What are you doing with the Su family? It seems you hold them in high regard. Do you believe this clan has the hope of bringing their ancestral bloodline out of the ancient battlefield? Do you think they have the potential to change the current situation?" "How I think is irrelevant to you, Chongfeng friend. Get is you." "Tree friend, please do not be angry." The gray-robed elder stroked his beard and smiled faintly. "I merely happened upon a good seedling and wish to take him as a disciple." "Who is it?" "Do not worry, but is not someone you have your eye on, but I would like to inquire about some details regarding the Su family, such as their foundation in Tiannan." "First tell me who that person is." "Fine, since I am telling you, it is the son of the person you are interested in." The Tree King's avatar pondered for a moment and said, "The Su family is settled in Zonglong Mansion, which is the ruling power there. You should be able to find out with a little investigation. As for anything else, I do not know." "Thank you." A gust of wind blew by, and the gray-robed elder's figure vanished into thin air. To be noticed by the ancient beings of the boundary guarding clan, I wonder who this boy is. Near the underground teleportation array, when Chuan appeared, Su Mingwei and the others were talking with Bai Jing. "What are you discussing?" Chuan walked over with a faint smile. Father, Su Mingwei and the 6 others, including sons and daughters-in-law, all bowed and greeted him. Then there were the others. Chuan nodded and walked up to Bai Jing, saying, "Are you all right?" "I am fine, but why does Wire look like this?" Su Mingwei replied, Mother, I already told you it's just some after effects from pushing myself. Oh, why don't you trust father's abilities? He can help me resolve this. Bai Jing, upon hearing this, was somewhat skeptical and looked at Su Chuan with concern. Su Chuan said, what Ming Wei said is correct, it is just a small matter. Only after hearing Su Chuan's words did Bai Jing feel somewhat reassured. Alright, let's stop chatting. You should all know about the situation in Dongxi. We cannot return there, so we must relocate the entire clan to Tsunglong Mansion. I have already arranged sufficient accommodations there, more than enough for this number of people. You are the ancestral figure of the Su family, we will follow your arrangements. Who would dare voice any objections? Su Chuan chuckled awkwardly. Then let's get started. Ming Xian, Ming Wei, Ming Yuan, Ming Shu, Ming Xian, and Ming Qing Yu, and all the Su clan members will be in the first wave of teleportation. After teleporting, remember to arrange everything properly and avoid causing disturbances. Yes, father, Su Ming Xian replied. I will join you. Bai Jing suddenly spoke up. Su Chuan was taken aback for a moment, then smiled warmly and said, all right. They then busied themselves with the teleportation. The ceiling array had long been lifted. The fourth grade array consumed a huge amount of energy. If kept active for too long, the surrounding spiritual energy would only become thinner, and one day this array might no longer be usable. Tsunglong Mansion, Yunqi City, the Su clan's residence. Suddenly, a large number of strangers appeared. Who dares to invade the Yunqi Su clan? A guard noticed and immediately shouted. It's me. Su Mingxian appeared. The guards all clasped their hands and said, we have seen the Grand Elder. Fifth brother, you have also become a Grand Elder. I wonder when I will get to be one too. Su Mingxian laughed. Third brother, stop joking, it's just that there are too few of us in the Su family here, and even father has personally taken on the role of clan head. The guards looked confused. Calling the Grand Elder fifth brother, Yi Fan said, you all continue patrolling and inform the others that there will be quite a few people in the residence, but pretend you did not see anything. Moreover, what happened today must not be mentioned later. Otherwise it won't just be a simple expulsion from the Su family. Understood, Lord City Master. The guards cupped their fists and continued their patrol. Su Mingxian sent a message to the Yan clan and Wu clan to come over and help arrange the flow of people. The Su clan would naturally stay in the residence, while the vassal families and residents of Dongxi would register upon arrival. Those with fewer people would be assigned smaller houses. The Zhao family, being the largest, would likely need 3 big residences to settle. In the future, some clan members might even move to the outer city. After all, the population capacity of the inner city is also limited. After more than half an hour, Su Chuan appeared at the center of the teleportation array, holding Bai Jing's hand. The two looked and saw Su Ming Wei and his wife waiting outside the array. Su Chuan smiled and said, what are you doing here? Why not go select a residence you like? We have already chosen. Although this residence is 100 times larger than that of Dongxi, I can still see a similar layout. Ming Xian also mentioned that father had already decided on the residences for each branch. That made things much simpler. You didn't mention it. I almost forgot. Su Chuan chuckled. Let's go up now. Yes. Su Chuan and his wife along with Su Ming Wei and his wife arrived at the ground. Where are the others? They are all at the training field registering, seemingly to arrange residences later. Su Chuan nodded. Let the others go to the training field as well. I have some things to explain. Understood, father. Su Ming Wei extended his divine sense and immediately transmitted a message to the others. Half a cup of tea later, the training field was filled with people. Many of you may be wondering where this place is. I can tell you that this is Tiannan Tsunglong Mansion in a place called This World is Vast, and it is not only about Dewei, De Liang, and De Jing. Compared to the outside world, this is but a speck of land. Just this Yunqi city spans nearly 1,000 miles, comparable to a small nation. This city is surnamed Su, built by my Su family. From today onward you will live here. My Su family will arrange accommodations for you and issue identity tokens. Once you have the tokens, you can explore and familiarize yourselves with this place at your own pace. My Su family will not interfere too much. As for the experiences from before, I hope you will not speak of them, as they involve some secrets of my Su family. Those who leak the Su family's secrets should know the consequences. We dare not. A group of people clasped their hands and bowed. Seeing a crowd of people with their heads bowed, Su Chuan smiled again and said, some of you should have noticed the differences in this realm. Indeed, the concentration of spiritual energy in Tiannan far exceeds that of other places. Therefore, there will be more cultivators with spiritual roots, and naturally more talents will emerge. Qi training is merely the foundation, and one can often see it on Foundation Establishment Street. Throughout Yunqi City, apart from my Su family, there are also Golden Core sects and the 4 major Golden Core families. Upon hearing this, the crowd revealed expressions of shock. A clamor erupted. I hope you can quickly integrate and then develop your families, enhance your strength. Of course, the most important point is, do not forget why we are here. Do not forget the blood debts we carry. My Su family is also insignificant in the face of that power. But I believe that one day, when our weak powers are twisted into a rope, we will be unstoppable. We will possess a vast might that can change the colors of heaven and earth. Will you lend a hand to my Sioux family? Blood debts must be repaid with blood. Blood debts must be repaid with blood. Blood debts must be repaid with blood. Now let's continue with the registration. Settling down early will allow you to familiarize yourselves as soon as possible. Yes, ancestor. The Sioux clan still followed the pattern of Sioux Chuan and the 6 branches living separately. People from each branch reside in a designated area. According to the current plan, each area can accommodate at least 1,000 people. Of course, it won't be fully occupied. It is estimated that generations later the descendants of the Sioux family will have to move out of the manor. Those with excellent talent can reside in the main residence. Half an hour later, the core figures of the Sioux family gathered at Kuyong Courtyard, the place where Sioux Chuan lived and cultivated in seclusion. Everyone has arrived. Su Mingwei and others responded with salutes. I called you here to arrange positions. Su Chuan surveyed the crowd and said, previously there were only a few of us here, so the arrangements were rather casual. What father said is correct. I believe the position of elder should be taken by elder brother or second brother. Given my situation, let Ming Yuan take the position of elder. Su Mingwei said. Okay. Su Chuan looked at Su Mingyun. You take on the position of elder of the Yunshi Su family, even if it is a bit burdensome. Understood, father. As for the head of the family. Upon hearing this, Su Chonghui's fist tightened slightly. Although my Su family is outwardly a nascent soul family, we are ultimately supported by Moi and have never produced a true nascent soul cultivator. Thus those at the foundation establishment level can also take on the position. Moreover, because the Golden Core families have a long history unlike ordinary or Qi training families that require frequent changes in the head of the family. Therefore, each head of the family will serve for a relatively long period with each term lasting a decade. If re-elected, it will depend on the circumstances of the Su family at that time and the results of the elder selection. Su Chuan looked at Su Dezhao and said, Dezhao, let the first term be held by you. Su Dezhao was slightly surprised meeting Su Chuan's gaze. Grandfather, elders must be at least Golden Core to become an elder. If recruited, they will hold the position of guest elder. Currently, my Su family has 3 guest elders. Elders enjoy stipends and benefits, but must also contribute. However, you are different. You are the founders of my Su family, and the family will spare no effort in nurturing you so that you can go as far as possible. Su Mingyuan said, Father, should we set up task halls, battle halls, etc., similar to Dongxi? You can discuss these with Dezhao. Remember, they should fit the situation here. There is no need to rush, just perfect it bit by bit. When you have time, ask Yifan about the situation here. The general framework of the family is in place, but the specific details still need to be agreed upon by you. Yes, father, grandfather. Su Mingyuan and Su Dezhao responded with clasped hands. By the way, regarding the beast control hall, although Yunshi City is not small, there isn't enough space to rear demon beasts. Mingshu, you take those in the clans studying the way of beast control to the Tsanglong Mountains. Choose a suitable location to develop our Su family's demon beast clan. Yifan, you accompany Mingshu. After selecting a site, let Mingxian set up a large array. In the future, we can also establish a beast control sect. Establish a sect. Su Mingshu was slightly surprised. This matter isn't urgent. We can discuss it again when another disciple skilled in Golden Core appears. Until then, you will temporarily be in charge. Su Delying said cheerfully. And there is a Tianling sect in the southern district of Yunshi City, a refining sect, and I am the sect master. Understood, father. Su Mingshu nodded and clasped her hands. I will ensure that this matter is handled well and lay the foundation for the beast control sect. Master, shouldn't I assign a more suitable person for the position of city lord? Yifan suddenly said. You are my eldest disciple, so it is only natural for you to take the position. Su Chuan said, everything remains as it is. Yes, master. After another instant stick of time, Su Chuan set the general direction of development and then let everyone leave, leaving Su Mingwei alone. He carefully examined Su Mingwei's condition. The Dantian is damaged, the Golden Core is dim, and although the injuries to the internal organs and meridians have mostly healed, there are still some hidden dangers. However, these are minor issues. As your father, I will help you recover in a few days. Only the matter of lifespan. Su Chuan looked at the calm-faced Su Mingwei, sighed lightly. Although my Su family can refine Qinghua pills, these pills can ultimately only extend the lifespan of cultivators below the Golden Core level. No matter the grade, lifespan pills are the rarest and most special. Although I have the formula for Xianyang lifespan pill in hand, gathering the materials listed in the formula is not easy. In the eastern part of Tiannan, the Tiandan sect is known as the greatest alchemy sect in Tiannan. It is also the place with the richest spiritual herbs. Perhaps we can find the main ingredients for the pill. I am an unfilial child, causing my father to worry. Su Mingwei clasped his hands in salute. Even if there is none, I will accept it calmly. However, please help me hide my gray hair for now, so as not to worry my mother and Ronghua. Su Chuan nodded. In an instant, Su Mingwei's gray hair turned black again. By the way, I am very curious, how did you defeat that 9 Nether Sparrow demon lord? Speaking of this, I will leave it. Su Mingwei took out his spoils from his storage bag. Before them hung a giant black wing over 10 feet, hovering in midair. In an instant, a terrifying aura of malevolence filled the entire courtyard. The spiritual beast in the beast pouch suddenly woke up and charged out its 10-foot body, spiraling in the air, staring at the black wing. You scared me. Moi spoke human words, then yawned. A ghostly light flashed, transforming into human form and landing on the ground. After a nap, I've returned. Upon seeing his familiar recliner, he directly laid down in a grand manner. Being able to sever one of its wings, even your father cannot match you. Chuan looked at the black wing, his pupils slightly constricting. It was just luck, but I unexpectedly discovered the use of innate divine abilities. I have 3 major talents, right? The talent of strength, the talent of speed, and a pair of eagle eyes. Chuan nodded slightly. Talents can merge with each other to form talent phantoms. Although they are not as exaggerated as the law phantoms you mentioned, they still enhanced my power several times. Then, relying on speed, I was able to maneuver around it. As for defeating it, I unintentionally comprehended a certain profound truth. What this wing was torn by you, Mingwei. You have truly achieved something. Moi suddenly spoke. Don't interrupt, Mingwei, continue. Moi pouted, instantly ceasing his remarks. I can't say for sure, but I suspect it has something to do with space. That arrow seemed to overlap the space between me and the 9 Nether Sparrow Demon Lord. When the arrow was shot, it was as if it pierced through space. Even its protective demon aura did not hinder it at all, directly tearing apart one of its wings. However, it did not trigger again afterward. Space-related true meaning. It indeed aligns with your archery path. If you can truly comprehend it, your deterrent power against enemies will surpass even that of your father. Su Mingwei said with a bitter smile. It is too difficult, it was just an accidental trigger. To truly comprehend it could take dozens, or even hundreds of years. There will always be a way for the issue of lifespan. Chuan sealed the black wing and stored it in his storage ring, continuing. For the next 7 days, come to see me daily to help you recuperate from your hidden injuries. And this is the Shengmiden, which can help you repair the damage to your Dantian and strengthen its foundation. Thank you, Father. I will take my leave now. Su Mingwei took the pill and left. What happened to Mingwei? He seems a bit off. Moi asked. Chuan's expression darkened. He has burned a large amount of luck and over 500 years of lifespan, and now he is not even 30. What a... Moi was suddenly alarmed. We will slowly settle the accounts with 10,000 great mountains later. Remember to call me when the time comes. Moi also shared the same animosity. 7 days later, everyone from Dongxi had been settled. With identity tokens, they could leave the inner city and enter the outer city. Many people began to engage with this familiar yet strange world. Then they heard various unbelievable rumors about the Su family. Zhou Qin, Wang Li Zhao, and others marveled at the prosperity of the Su family. It turned out that the foundation of Dongxi was merely the tip of the iceberg. In their clan, disciples proficient in celestial arts began to join the Alchemy Hall, Artifact Hall, Array Hall, and Talisman Hall. Those skilled in beast control would later follow Su Mingshu to cultivate beast control. The Su clan's disciples began to familiarize themselves with everything here. The guards were also incorporated into the local security forces. Everything was progressing in an orderly manner. In Kuyong Courtyard, all right, your internal injuries have healed, and your foundation is stronger than ever. Since you still wish to be in charge of the battle hall, let it still be you. The Guardians can be disbanded for now. I estimate that my Su family will not show signs of decline for hundreds of years. Chuan said to Su Mingwei in front of him. Thank you, Father. Su Mingwei clasped his hands in salute. By the way, regarding the Jiang Lei and Lin families, as well as Jing Wu, let them make their own choices. I'll let De Zhao handle this matter. In Songlong Mansion, my Su family need not fear anyone, nor should we be beholden to their whims. As for Jing Wu, wait until a month later. By then, De Zhao will take over as the head of the family, and I will invite various major forces to witness the ceremony. After all, my Su family is no longer what it used to be. Every action and move is under scrutiny. With so many people, it is quite impossible to conceal everything. It would be better to let people know outright. However, with the current power of my Su family in Songlong Mansion, it will certainly command respect, attracting many cultivators to seek connections or even flatter and affiliate themselves with us. We also cannot prevent them from going out and mingling. You should go and discuss with Ming Yuan how to strengthen the management of the clan's disciples, to prevent them from being arrogant and indulgent. As for Mo's side, Mo Wentian is a sensible person, he won't say much. Understood, Father. Su Mingwei then left to find Su Mingyuan, also notifying Su Daizhao to come. Father is indeed very worried. Regardless of whether it is a dynasty or a large family, managing the clan members is a very important aspect. Father is the anchor of my Su family. He should focus on cultivation and not worry about these trivial matters within the clan. Su Mingyuan said, looking at Su Daizhao. Daizhao, you are the head of the family. You should first share your thoughts. Su Daizhao pondered for a moment, and then said, I think with the increase in the population of my Sioux family, we can let the elder manage the elder council without interfering in ordinary family affairs. The head of the family is responsible for managing the daily cultivation resources for the clan's disciples. Su Mingwei frowned slightly upon hearing this, but did not interrupt, continuing to listen. Of course, for the 4 halls of alchemy artifacts, arrays, and talismans, they should be managed by elders skilled in those areas, but resource allocation must go through the head of the family regardless of whether they are elders or clan disciples. This way it can avoid the abuse of power by the elders managing these halls. Additionally, the head of the family should also be subject to checks from the elder council. If more than 70 of the elders are dissatisfied, a clan meeting can be convened to dismiss the head of the family. Su Mingyuan was slightly surprised and said, "The head of the family cannot oversee the elders, but he can manage the offspring and disciples of the elders. The elders are responsible for alchemy and artifacts, but they cannot manage the allocation of cultivation resources. It is equivalent to the elders' throats being grasped by the head of the family, but the elder council can also dismiss the head of the family. This idea of balance is indeed good. What about the clan's disciplinary hall? Wouldn't it also be controlled by the head of the family if the elder council does not interfere?" Su Mingwei asked. "No, Father," Su Daijiao said, "the disciplinary hall must be independent. The hall master would naturally be a golden core elder, and the members of the disciplinary hall are only accountable to the hall master. Apart from the elder, no other elders can interfere. The head of the family and other positions cannot interfere either. The elder council can dismiss or appoint the head of the family, and the disciplinary hall can apprehend disciples or elders who violate the laws. Meanwhile, the head of the family controls all resources for the cultivation of the elders and disciples. The legislative, judicial, and administrative powers are separated and check each other. This is somewhat similar to the path of the Immortal martial alliance that your father once took." Su Mingyuan, with a keen mind, quickly grasped its essence. "Second uncle is right. Grandfather, your wisdom and might along with the proposed separation of powers is undoubtedly the most suitable framework for managing the family, and it can also be applied to a dynasty. We only need to adjust the corresponding strategies based on the circumstances at the time within this organizational structure. It seems you have not been out of touch with the affairs of the head of the family over these years." Father is joking. Most of it was suggested by Chongwei. He has been in the position of head of the family the longest and has considered more. In fact, I believe Chongwei is more suited for this position than I am. Afterward, you may let him succeed as the head of the family." Su Mingwei said. "I understand, Father," Su Dejing replied, clasping his fists. "The general framework of the Yunshi Su family is as follows. As for some details such as tasks and contributions, they will be discussed gradually. There are quite a few capable individuals in the clan, and suitable candidates must be selected. What you said is very true, second uncle. This can be discussed slowly. Regarding how to prevent the clan's younger generation from indulging in extravagance and debauchery, Mingyuan Dejing, what are your thoughts?" "I have thought about this matter," Su Mingyuan said. "In the family tasks, we should establish unique trial tasks for the Su clan's younger generation. This trial task is related to their resources for the coming year. The content of the trials will be arranged according to each person's strength and character, including patrolling, guarding the mines, hunting monsters, managing businesses, challenging the geniuses of the Songlong mansion, etc. Moreover, the difficulty can be divided into 3 levels: heaven, earth, and human. Each level corresponds to different resource treatments." Su Mingwei's eyes lit up. "Mingyuan, this idea of yours is quite good. By making the benefits clear, we can spur them to complete these trial tasks. Tasks will vary from person to person, teaching according to their abilities. During this process, we can broaden their horizons and strengthen their character and will. Even if not everyone is a genius, there will be no mediocre talents. Elder brother, that's not all. These trial tasks have a time limit within 100 years for those below the golden core stage." Su Mingyuan replied with a faint smile. 100 years is indeed the best period for shaping the clan's younger generation. "What about Chongjin, Chongfei, and Wenjing?" Su Dejing asked. "Father once said special circumstances require special measures. In the cultivation world, strength is paramount, and we must give preferential treatment to geniuses. Thus, the younger generation who meet the genius criteria will naturally receive the highest level of training, exceeding the heavenly standard. Of course, there will also be trial tasks, and they will be even more stringent. This is to temper them. If they fail for 3 consecutive years, the elders will discuss whether to continue considering them as our Su family's geniuses. If more than half the elders deem them unworthy of the title of genius, they will be demoted to ordinary members. Those with genius-level treatment can apply for the genius trial if they have an elder's guarantee, and if they pass, they can be classified as a genius of our clan. After all, not everyone is born brilliant. There are those who achieve greatness later in life. Even among golden core cultivators, there are those with true spiritual roots and mixed spiritual roots." Upon hearing this, both Su Mingwei and Su Dajing nodded slightly. "The vision of second uncle is beyond what I can compare. No wonder Father often says that second uncle is more suited for the position of family head. If what Dejing says is true, father must be even more suitable for establishing our Su family, Su Mingyuan said with a slight smile. A person's energy is limited, so there is a need to prioritize focus. Father is the anchor of the Su family, the protective umbrella, and should focus on his own cultivation. The stronger he is, the less other forces will dare to provoke our Su family. Unless someone among us surpasses father in strength, he must always remain at the forefront of our Su family. As the Grand Elder, I am also responsible for the Talisman Hall. Aside from cultivation, I also need to study talismans and manage family affairs. How can I possibly have time to manage anything else? I have learned much from this, Su Dajing said, clasping his hands. He understood that his uncles and aunts all had their own specialties. Even if there was someone suitable to take over as the family head, grandfather would not let mundane matters hinder them. After all, the foundation of the Su family lies in these immortal arts. A single immortal art passed down can create a family legacy for 1,000 years. The Su family's concurrent advancement in 5 arts is the fundamental reason for their rapid rise. More than an hour later, the three dispersed. Su Mingyuan continued to study the 9 chapters of Heavenly Talismans. This is far more profound than the 3rd-level talisman inheritance that Su Chuan obtained last time. It seems to contain the ultimate principles of talismans. He believes that given time, his talisman skills will advance by leaps and bounds, with hopes of reaching the levels of formations, alchemy, and weapon crafting. The next day, Su Dajing summoned Lei Xiaoyun, Lin Qianfeng, and Zhang Wuxing. Lei Xiaoyun came from the Thunder family of Baiyun Mountain, while Su Chuan was unaware of the Lin and Zhang families. It is possible that their families have been destroyed, or that they are no longer in Songlong Mansion. After all, the Sima family also came from the Greedy Wolf Mansion. Dajing, my friend. Lei Xiaoyun clasped his hands. The other two also performed the same gesture of respect. You 3 are being too polite. Today I, Su, called you here to inquire about the plans of your 3 families. Su Dajing said, if you wish to develop independently, you may need to migrate to the outer city after a while. The inner city is only for members of our Su family and affiliated families. Upon hearing this, the 3 fell silent. Over the past few days, they had completely understood the power of the Su family in Songlong Mansion. Although there are other nascent soul families, they are far inferior compared to the Su family and cannot compete with them. By the way, Lei, your ancestors must be descendants of the Baiyun Mountain Thunder family. The Thunder family is also a top Golden Core family. Previously, grandfather discussed with your Thunder family's ancestor. If he is fortunate enough to survive, he will take you back to Baiyun Mountain. If not, it will be up to your own decisions. If you wish to return, our Su family can send someone to invite the current head of the Thunder family. Lei Xiaoyun fell silent. There is no doubt that the ancestor of the Thunder family died on the battlefield. The other 2 exchanged glances, each with their own thoughts. Previously, the 3 families advanced and retreated together. But now that seems difficult. Lin Qianfeng said, if we stay with the Su family, how will the Su family arrange it? Su Dajing smiled slightly. One option is to be an affiliate, and the other is to undergo assessment to be absorbed into our Su family. The former is stricter than the latter. The latter, considering they come from the same place, may be exempt from the assessment. If one of your Su family's disciples becomes a Golden Core cultivator one day, how will you treat them? A Golden Core cultivator, regardless of which nascent soul power, is the backbone. If someone from our Su family is promoted, they will naturally be elevated to a guest elder. They will enjoy corresponding benefits. They can develop their family or cultivate independently. Our Su family will not interfere. There will be no suppression. Suppression of what? Anyone who surpasses our Su family can never be surpassed again. Su Dajing declared confidently. Our Su family would hope for them to develop fully and improve their cultivation. This will also enhance our Su family's foundation. Of course, Su Dajing paused, slightly glancing at the others. If anyone betrays us, our Su family will not be merciful. Upon hearing this, Lin Qianfeng and Zhang Wuxing exchanged glances. Lei Xiaoyun looked at the 2, then turned to Su Dajing and said, Dajing, can you tell me about the situation of the Thunder family? If you asked me this a few days ago, I might not have been able to answer. Su Dajing chuckled. Now all Golden Core forces in Songlong Mansion have joined the Songlong Alliance, and the Thunder family is one of them. Aside from our Su family, your Thunder family should rank 3rd in Songlong Mansion. The first is the newly risen nascent soul family, the Mo family of Yuzhu Si, and the second is the Tsong family, a family left by the founder of the Songlong Alliance, Daoist Songxian. It has existed for over 2,000 years, but unfortunately it has been suppressed by the Shi family for a long time and dared not show its face. The Shi family. The Shi family has been forced to leave Songlong Mansion by our Su family. As for the current situation of your Thunder family, there are 7 or 8 Golden Core cultivators, with the strongest being Lord Lei Jijin, a formidable Golden Core expert. After a moment of silence, Su Dajing continued, I have already said quite a lot. How do you all decide? Our Jiang family is willing to join the Su family. Our Lin family also agrees. Su Dajing nodded with a slight smile, then looked at Lei Xiaoyun. I am also willing to bring the remaining Thunder family members to join the Su family. Don't you want to return to the Bayun Mountain Thunder family? After 1,000 years, the feelings have faded. Compared to the Bayun Thunder family, I would rather trust the Su family. If my father were still alive, I believe he would choose this as well. Alright, then you three go back to discuss with your clan members today, and tomorrow come to our Su residence to handle the formalities. Understood. The residents of Dongshi, the disciples of the Su family, and the Su clan members have been coming in and out of the inner city recently. Not just these Qi refining and foundation establishment disciples, Su Mingyuan, Su Mingxuan, Su Mingshu, and others also frequently roamed the outer city, familiarizing themselves with everything in Tianan. They even formed groups to visit the Tianling sect. All of this naturally attracted a lot of attention. It seems there are many unfamiliar faces in the inner city. There are Qi refiners, foundation establishers, and even mortals. Not just that, I heard from a friend in the Tianling sect that the Phoenix Feather Fairy has returned, and she is accompanied by several golden core cultivators chatting and laughing. Do you think the fairy is going to descend into the mundane world? Impossible, absolutely impossible. A loyal fan of Su Delying immediately retorted, what kind of person is the Phoenix Feather Fairy? Who in the world is worthy of her? In these days, Yunqi City has been buzzing with discussions about these matters. However, soon it was announced that half a month later the Su family would hold a grand ceremony for the succession of the new family head, and all major forces were invited. In a moment, they all began preparing congratulatory gifts. In Yuzhu, see the Mo family. In the Mo Yuzhu forest. After listening to Mo Wenshang's report, Mo Wentian said lightly, has the Su family finally returned? They actually did so quietly. It should have been for some time, Mo Wenshang said. I heard that many unfamiliar cultivators have been entering and leaving the inner city of Yunqi. Mortals, Qi refiners, foundation establishers, and golden core cultivators are all present. Mo Wentian pondered for a moment and said, you go prepare a lavish gift. Half a month later, I will take Ting Tao, Feng Xiao, and Feng Yao over. Yes, big brother. Not only the Mo family, but also the Tsang family, the Lei family, and the Tsanglong alliance were all paying special attention. Days passed. The Su family was busy preparing for the grand ceremony. However, Mei Yun was always anxious in her heart. Why hasn't the master come to find me? Is he not curious about my experiences on the ancient battlefield? Su Wenxi asked, seeing this. Husband, why do you always have a frown? Didn't our Su family survive the great? Mei Yun looked at her, her eyes shimmering. My lady, do you think if I have a secret, should I proactively inform the master? Or should I wait for him to ask first? Su Wenxi covered her mouth and smiled. Everyone has secrets. Our Su family has risen from the mundane bottom, developing to the present in 100 years. What secrets do you think we have? How does it compare to the secret you mentioned? Mei Yun thought for a moment. It's hard to say. Su Wenxi was slightly taken aback, thinking that the secret her husband mentioned must be quite significant. However, she did not care, smiling gently. Whether or not to reveal this secret depends on you, my husband. I will not inquire about it. But if you cannot determine the risks and opportunities involved, you can ask the ancestor. As a junior, you shouldn't let the elder come to ask, right? After a pause, she continued. In our Su family, at least within 3 generations, if they have secrets, they shouldn't hide them. Because the ancestor has put in great effort to nurture them. As for those further back, family ties gradually become distant. Unless there is an extraordinary talent that attracts the ancestor's attention, otherwise the later generations of the Su family find it difficult to even meet the ancestor once. Our Su family does not require everyone to disclose their secrets, but the one thing we cannot accept is betrayal. I understand, my husband. I will think about this matter more. Well then, husband, let's go to bed. Mei Yun was slightly taken aback. Is it already time for their monthly duties? Looking at the beautiful woman beside her, she pushed aside the messy thoughts. At this moment, only the beauty and the beautiful spring light should not be wasted. 2 days later, Mei Yun finally went to find Su Chuan. She arrived at the culling courtyard. You are here. Su Chuan was sitting cross-legged under the withered tree, not opening his eyes. Mei Yun looked at Su Chuan and clasped her hands in greeting. Master. If you have something to say, just say it directly. Then the disciple will speak frankly, Mei Yun said. Master, aren't you curious about where I was for the 3 years on the ancient battlefield? Su Chuan suddenly opened his eyes, a glint of blue light flashed, and he smiled at Mei Yun, revealing a faint I was wondering when you would tell me. You couldn't hold it in for less than a month. Mei Yun was somewhat dumbfounded. Master, are you competing with me in perseverance? To see who cracks first. You may think of it that way, Su Chuan said. I am indeed curious about your experiences. I have also traversed many places on the ancient battlefield over the 3 years, but I never received any news about you. I have calculated multiple times, but could only deduce that you are safe. I suspect you must have been in a very special space, perhaps with a powerful being shielding you. At this point, Mei Yun's eyes widened. Her face was full of shock. Impossible, my ancestor said, unless it is. Oh, your ancestor? Su Chuan looked at Mei Yun with a smile. Mei Yun revealed a bitter smile, her gaze flickering for a moment, and then she sighed. Well, it doesn't hurt to say. In fact, when I first entered the ancient battlefield, I was moved to a peculiar space by my ancestor. It was surrounded by 9 dragons with exceptionally rich spiritual energy and mixed with dragon aura. For these 3 years aside from cultivating, I was cultivating. Chuan glanced at her, his cultivation realm laid bare. It seems that was indeed an incredible place of fortune that allowed you to advance to the mid-golden core stage in just 3 years. It was also thanks to the high-quality golden yuan pill you prepared, Master, Mei Yun chuckled. What about your ancestor? Chuan got to the point. Actually, I am also baffled. I only know that they come from a place called the Ziwei domain and are a member of the Immortal dynasty there. Immortal dynasty. That's right, the Ziwei Immortal dynasty, which seems to dominate the entire Ziwei domain, and I appear to be a prince there. Chuan sized up Mei Yun, and after a moment of contemplation said, your ancestor should not just be inviting you over for cultivation, right? Master, you have great foresight, Mei Yun said as she brushed her hand over the ring on her finger. A stone the size of a head appeared out of thin. Chuan looked at the stone using his divine sense to probe, finding nothing extraordinary, just an ordinary. Mei Yun's expression turned to astonishment once more upon hearing this, for his ancestor had spoken of it in person. Treasures conceal themselves, obscuring the heavenly mysteries. Only those who have reached the unity realm among the Tao practitioners can, by sacrificing their lifespan to deduce, glimpse their veils and see the source. Yet his master, a mere mid-stage golden core cultivator, could actually discern the extraordinary nature of this stone. Master, are you perhaps deceiving me? No matter how you say it, do you know the origin of this stone? Chuan smiled and asked. Mei Yun shook his head. I don't know. My ancestor only said to establish a dynasty and use the fortune of the dynasty to nurture it, and perhaps in the future I might discover some clues. In other words, it might just remain an ordinary stone until I die. Wait, could it be? Chuan's heart began to race with speculation. If true, this would be the greatest opportunity from the ancient battlefield. No, this should not be an ancestral vein. Even a single spiritual vein is at least several dozen miles long, and the higher the grade, the more it extends. How could an ancestral vein possibly be hidden within a stone? Chuan thought again. Even if it's not, it must be related. According to Mei Yun, it seems almost impossible for it to revive. With that in mind, Chuan looked at Mei Yun. How do you plan to handle it? What does Master think should be done? Chuan pondered. If my guess is correct, this may be related to a certain precious treasure. Even if it currently appears to be an unremarkable stone, its value is extraordinary. This stone is yours. I will not take it. But I hope we can trade. What trade? I still need Master's assistance with the cultivation methods of the dynasty. That's a separate matter. You can first hear the conditions. Please go ahead, Master. My Su family will fully assist you in your foundation establishment. I am not afraid to tell you that with the current accumulation and heritage of my Su family, we can help 2 or 3 people achieve a 40 to 50% success rate in foundation establishment. But you also know that resources are limited, and my Su family has many talents. We need to make choices. Mei Yun fell silent upon hearing this. A 40 to 50% success rate in foundation establishment is something even a dominant nascent soul force would not dare to boast about. Indeed, his master held significant secrets. After a moment, Mei Yun finally said, since Master has said so, we will proceed as you suggest. In fact, I never intended to keep this stone for myself. Mainly because I feel that my so-called ancestor is not very reliable. With someone like him who knows what schemes he has in secret. As for blood relatives, I feel closer to Master. Chuan smiled gently. With your lazy disposition, you indeed are not suited for such matters. Then let the trade be established. Under Master's guidance, Mei Yun presented the stone, then clasped his fist, saying, Master, I will take my leave now. Chuan nodded. After Mei Yun left the Kurigane courtyard, he let out a long breath. Finally, I no longer need to feel anxious. Such matters requiring thought are better left to Master. He smiled as he flew back to his courtyard. Chuan turned and stepped into the void, disappearing from sight. When he reappeared, he was already in the Su clan's celestial realm. Chuan placed the stone beneath Su Huai's main body. Master, this stone. Oh, can you see something special about it? Is it special? Chuan's lips curled into a smirk. Then what were you trying to say? Master Xiao Huai is just curious why you brought an ordinary stone in and placed it with me. Chuan sighed. Don't worry about unnecessary things. If it changes in the future, just inform me. After that, Chuan hurriedly left the Su clan's celestial realm. Days passed swiftly, and soon it was time for the inauguration ceremony of the new clan leader of the Su family. As the morning light began to shine, the invited families entered Yunxi City with invitation cards, then flew towards the Su residence. In the sky, streams of light occasionally streaked by whether blue, white, gold, or purple. When they reached dozens of zhang from the Su residence, they all landed early, revealing their figures in a show of respect. At once, cultivators descended in succession in front of the residence, their garments fluttering, creating a... Most of the guests were led by a golden core true person, followed by 2 or 3 junior foundation establishment disciples, their expressions either respectful, curious, or slightly reserved as they walked alongside their elders to the residence's entrance. Occasionally Foundation establishment families would arrive together, two Foundation establishment cultivators walking side by side. Not many Foundation establishment families received invitations, but each had considerable heritage and were expected to become Golden Core families. The main gate of the Sioux residence was wide open. Most of the arrays and prohibitions that once concealed deadly traps had already been shut down. Only a few defensive formations and a maze formation still operated, preventing any unaware intruders from sneaking in. Standing at the gate was a middle-aged steward dressed in a dark blue brocade robe with a refined appearance and a calm demeanor. He was Sioux family's chief steward, Wu Zhuqi. He stood to the side of the gate holding a jade volume. Behind him, 8 Foundation establishment guards stood on either side, their breath steady, eyes like lightning, faces filled with a pride born from within. The most eye-catching figures at the gate were the direct descendants of the Sioux family, Yi Fan in a red brocade robe, Su Yu in a blue palace dress, and Su Ling in crimson and gold-fitted armor. As each guest arrived at the gate, Wu Zhuqi would smile and announce, "From the East District, the Chen family vice city, Lord Chen Gu has arrived." His voice was clear and neither hurried nor slow. Yet it was clear enough to reach everyone's ears present. Chen Gu stepped forward with a smile, cupped his fists in greeting, saying, "Fairy Feng Ling City, Lord Yi Fairy Han Yue, congratulations. May I ask who the new clan leader is? It should be one of you, right?" Su Ling laughed, saying, "Allow me to keep you in suspense. You will find out shortly, Dao friend Chun." Chen Chang's eyes sparkled as he laughed heartily. The Foundation establishment juniors following him held a list of gifts and respectfully presented them. The servants waiting at the Sioux residence had long received them, registered their names, and guided the guests inside. From the South District, the Yen family, Yen Wu Jin, Yen Yu has arrived, presenting a pair of 1,000-year red fire spirit mushrooms and 100 pounds of jade essence. From Baiyun Mountain, the Lei family, Lei Wu Ji has arrived, presenting a scroll of thunder method divine powers, a 3,000-year thunder striking wood, and 1,000 pounds of red thunder ore. The announcements continued one after another, with each gift list read out loud. Those at the gate listened and occasionally whispered comments. As expected of the Sioux family, each family presents extraordinary items. For the inauguration ceremony of the new clan leader, which family would dare to be negligent? Many Golden Core cultivators spoke a few words with Yi Fan and Su Ling, mainly to build rapport. After all, there are not many late-stage Golden Core cultivators in the Canglong mansion, and each of Yi Fan's trio is at least above the late stage of Golden Core. As for Su Ling, she could even contend with powerful figures who had mastered divine powers. With such combat power, who would not dread them? Suddenly a green light approached from afar, swiftly landing in front of the Su family. A wave of pressure emanated but quickly retracted. From the Yuzhu, the Mo family, Mo Jinjun brings his clan's disciples here. Su Ling stepped forward and cupped her fists, saying, "Senior Mo, you've arrived and my Su family has been awaiting you for quite some time." Mo Wen Tian stroked his beard with a faint smile. "As long as I'm not late, it's fine. However, I'm quite curious, who will take over for Dao friend Ku Rong? It seems there are quite a few suitable candidates. I believe Senior Mo will be surprised. Then I shall look forward to it." Mo Wen Tian smiled, leading Mo Ting Tao and the others into the Su family gates. Once the guests entered, a servant in blue approached respectfully. "Mo Jinjun, please follow this way." The blue-clad servant guided them through the layers of the Su residence, heading towards the venue for today's ceremony. The venue was set in the original training ground of the Sioux residence. The training ground was vast, and at this moment circles of tables carved from green jade had already been set up around, tiered upwards enough to accommodate thousands of guests. In the center northward, a 3-zhang high jade platform was erected. The jade platform was entirely carved from a single block of white jade, warm and translucent, with a faint spiritual light circulating. Below the jade platform, a red carpet 3-zhang wide was laid out, extending from the front of the platform to the entrance of the training ground. On both sides of the red carpet, a Sioux family Foundation establishment guard stood every 3 steps, all dressed in dark armor, with magical tools at their waist, their expressions solemn and eyes straight ahead. Around the training ground, several small pavilions and platforms were deliberately arranged for guests to rest. Between the pavilions, streams of water flowed gently, with fish swimming lively. At this moment, many guests had already taken their seats. Most Golden Core true persons were led to the front rows, while Foundation establishment cultivators were seated further back. Some young disciples curiously surveyed their surroundings or exchanged a few words with familiar people. "Brother Chen, you have arrived." "Brother Tang." They greeted each other. "Brother Chen, as the guest elder of the Sioux family, do you have any insider news?" Chen Changge shook his head. "I don't know much more than you. I only know that there are many more Golden Cores and Foundation establishments, and they are familiar with the City Lord and Fairy Deling." Before long, the other 2 guest elders of the Sioux family, Huiyun Jinren and Xinya Elder, also arrived and took their seats. When Mo Wen Tian arrived, everyone stood up and saluted. "We meet you, Mo Jinjun." "Everyone is too polite. As time passed, more and more people arrived and the seats were nearly filled. Su Mingwei, Su Ming Yuan, and Su Ming Xian also arrived, seating just behind Mo Tian. As the auspicious time for the ceremony approached, dozens of golden core true persons in the front row either closed their eyes to rest or whispered softly with their neighbors. Meanwhile, the foundation establishment cultivators in the back mostly sat upright, their gazes occasionally glancing towards the white jade platform in the northern direction. Suddenly, a clear ringing of a bell echoed from deep within the Su residence. The sound of the bell was melodious, reverberating in the air above the ceremony, its lingering notes unending. All the guests perked up, knowing that the ceremony was about to begin. They all ceased their conversations and focused their attention towards the high platform. After 7 rings of the bell, each one more distant than the last, when the 8th ring fell, a figure stepped forth from the inner courtyard of the Su residence. Dressed in a dark brocade robe embroidered with dark golden cloud patterns, with an ancient jade pendant hanging from his waist, he walked with calm and unhurried steps, his aura so restrained that one could hardly sense his presence without seeing him. This person was Su Chuan. He landed on the white jade platform, a faint smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. I thank all of you Dao friends for giving Su a face by coming to witness the inauguration ceremony of the new clan leader of the Su family. I won't waste time with unnecessary words. I'll let the inauguration ceremony begin now. As his voice fell, a middle-aged man appeared on the red carpet, and the guards on both sides bowed in salute. He walked slowly along the red carpet towards the high platform. The middle-aged man was dressed in deep green brocade, his hair styled high and pinned with a white jade hairpin, his expression solemn and his step steady. Who is this person? It's not Su Ming Xian. I thought it would be Fairy Feng Ling. Moreover, his strength is only at foundation establishment. The crowd murmured. Mo Tian looked at Su De Zhao, his gaze shimmering slightly. Although he's not a golden core, he's not far from it. He must also be on the path of divine powers to achieve the golden core. Could it be that the Su family truly has a generation of talents? Wouldn't that make the path of divine powers to achieve the golden core too numerous? Ordinary golden core cultivators naturally could not discern Su De Zhao's depth thinking. He was just an ordinary foundation establishment completion. Everyone frequently scrutinized Su De Zhao. Su De Zhao walked confidently step by step until he reached the white jade platform, standing shoulder to shoulder with Su Chuan. Everyone must be curious about who this person is and why you have never heard or seen him before. Su Chuan surveyed the crowd, saying, "You need not doubt, he is undoubtedly a direct descendant of my Su family." With that, he slightly turned to look at Su De Zhao. Su De Zhao is thus eldest grandson, and today I will hand over the burden of the Su family leader to him. De Zhao, are you prepared? Su De Zhao knelt down, bowing his head, saying, "Thank you, grandfather, for your trust. I am willing to bear the responsibility of the clan leader and will do my utmost to fulfill my duties without neglecting them, to strengthen my Su family as my mission." Su Chuan slightly nodded, and a seal of the clan leader appeared in midair, which he handed to Su De Zhao. "From this day forth, you will be the head of the Su family. The Su family entrusts everything to you. I hope you will uphold righteousness and manage those beneath you well, ensuring the Su family's reputation remains untarnished." Su De Zhao held the clan leader's seal with both hands, solemnly bowing 3 times before standing upright, his voice slightly trembling yet clear. "I will not fail the trust my grandfather has placed in me, nor the ancestors of the Su family." Su Chuan nodded, gently waving his right hand, and Su De Zhao was lifted by a surge of spiritual power. At this point, the position of clan leader had officially changed hands. "Congratulations, clan leader Su." The crowd stood up, offering their congratulations. In addition to the inauguration ceremony, I also wish to introduce some individuals for everyone to meet. Chonghui, come up. Su Chonghui flew to the high platform. This child is Su Chonghui, the young clan leader of my Su family. Ming Wei, Ming Yuan, Ming Xian. You all come up as well. One by one, golden cores flew onto the platform. These are all core members of my Su family and the elders of my Su family. Su Chuan introduced Su Mingwei and the others to the various forces in Songlong Mansion. As for the Foundation Establishment Juniors, it was unnecessary to make such a show, as they would eventually clash with the younger generations of each force. Su Chuan preferred that their reputation be earned through their own efforts. Counting the true person Ku Rong, there are a full 11 golden cores. Is this the true foundation of the Su family? No wonder people say the Su family might originate from a certain nascent soul family. The rumors are not without basis. The various forces were utterly astonished. In the Chi refinement phase, winning a match grants one a high-quality magical artifact. Winning 3 matches awards a fine magical artifact, and winning 5 matches yields a top-tier magical artifact. In the Foundation Establishment phase, winning a match grants a top-tier magical artifact. Winning 3 matches grants a top-tier defensive magical artifact, and winning 5 matches bestows either a top-tier magical artifact set or a 1-pattern magical artifact. For those at the Golden Core stage interested in sparring, winning a match earns a 1-pattern magical treasure, Winning 2 matches awards a 2-pattern magical treasure, and winning 3 matches grants a 3-pattern magical treasure. Winning 5 matches grants a 4-pattern magical treasure. Each match only allows opponents of the same realm to compete. Rewards can be stacked. The Su family has acquired an overwhelming amount of demon beast materials. Even if every Chi refinement or foundation establishment cultivator present received one, it would only be a drop in the bucket. Many Chi refinement and foundation establishment disciples from various families were intrigued and looked toward their elders. The younger generation competing is harmless, so no family would refuse. However, when it comes to the Golden Core stage, the Golden Core masters from each family had to think carefully, considering factors such as potential embarrassment. Soon 3 individuals stepped onto the arena. 1 was from the Chi refinement stage, and 2 were from the foundation establishment stage. Before long, cultivators at their realms stepped onto the stage. Watching them compete, Su Chongfei sighed and communicated with Su Chongjin, saying, "The rules set by the ancestor are rather dull. Competing among the same realm is too easy for us. What fun is there in that? This is the best opportunity to showcase the depth of each family's disciples. Battles between different realms are rare, and if one can achieve 5 consecutive victories, they may become a prodigy. If I were to compete, I doubt anyone from the same realm would dare challenge me. Chongjin, why don't you make an appearance and give them a little shock?" "Not interested." "Little Jinjian, that's not right. It's too cold. Be careful not to find a Dao partner in my brother inherits our father's bloodline. I only need a sword by my side." Also, Su Chongjin glanced at Su Chongfei. "Don't call me Little Jinjian." Su Chongfei awkwardly smiled. Disciples from the Su family, and even those from subordinate families, were eager to participate. They also wanted to compete with the talents from Tiannan. Combatants were continuously entering the arena. 6 or 7 individuals managed to achieve 3 consecutive victories, but no one had yet managed 5. After each battle, the next began almost seamlessly, with opponents of the same realm competing, and most were eliminated due to insufficient spiritual power being knocked off the stage. The Golden Core masters were entertained, yet none had stepped up to compete. As the time approached the third watch, Mo Wentian suddenly remarked, "Watching the younger generation fight is not particularly interesting. Tingtao, you should go up and spar with someone." "Yes, ancestor." Mo Tingtao flew to the center of an empty battle platform, clasped his fists, and said, "Mo family, Mo Tingtao Golden Core first layer, I hope any fellow Daoist will not hesitate to teach me." "I will." A clear voice resonated. As the words fell, a red light shot up from the crowd, slicing through the sky, like a streak of flowing fire, landing squarely on the battle stage. Boom! The red light dissipated, revealing a young man. He appeared to be in his early 30s, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, his features strikingly handsome. He wore a fired long robe, the hem embroidered with flame patterns. As he landed, it seemed as if flames were rising from beneath his feet, only to vanish in an instant. "So it's Yen Yue, fellow Daoist Yen." Mo Tingtao's eyes flickered, and he clasped his fists smilingly. Yen Yu returned the gesture humbly, saying, "Please, fellow Daoist, Mo, show mercy." Fellow Daoist Yen only formed his Golden Core a few years ago. He might be lacking when compared to fellow Daoist Mo. Yen Wujin stroked his beard and said with a light smile, "Let him know that there are people beyond the world, and that there are heavens beyond the heavens," while also bringing some excitement to the grand ceremony. "Fellow Daoist, Yen is quite thoughtful." Su Chuan smiled upon hearing this. Many quickly understood that the Yen family was trying to curry favor with the Su family. However, the Yen family was already established in Yunxi City, and Yen Wujin had joined the Tianling sect as an elder, so given the current relationship between the two families, this approach was quite normal. On the battle platform, Mo Tingtao and Yen Yu stood facing each other, separated by 10 zhang. "Fellow Daoist Yen, you are too modest." Mo Tingtao continued to smile. "Since this is a spar, let us be moderate in our actions. Please." As his words fell, his aura suddenly changed. With a wave of his sleeve, a blue light flew out from within, landing in his hand. A 3-foot blue edge, its blade shimmering with the appearance of flowing water. Yen Yu's gaze sharpened, and without hesitation, he flipped his right hand, causing a red light to surge from his palm, manifesting a fired long knife. The blade was crimson like blood, and flames flickered ominously at its edge. Both wielded their magical treasures, and their auras soared. The spectators below focused intently on the match. Mo Tingtao's figure flickered and transformed into a blue shadow, charging straight at Yen Yu. With the sword in hand, he thrust forward, and at the sword's tip, spiritual power surged, transforming into wave-like sword energy cascading towards Yen Yu. Yen Yu's gaze narrowed, and he forcefully stepped down. As he retreated, he swung the red flame knife horizontally. The blade's light erupted, and the crimson flame energy surged like a blazing sun, meeting the cascading wave-like sword energy. Boom! Water and fire collided, unleashing intense spiritual energy fluctuations. The formations surrounding the battle platform illuminated instantly, blocking all residual waves. Yen Wujin's gaze slightly tightened as he looked at Mo Wentian and said, "Fellow Daoist Mo, truly values fellow Taoist Tingtao, that treasure is considered top quality among low-grade artifacts. It is not far from being a mid-grade magical artifact, right? Isn't fellow Taoist Yin the same? Mo Wenshin's lips curled slightly. At this moment on the arena, Mo Tingtao's figure moved again, and the blue wave sword continuously thrust forward. The sword momentum flowed like water, sometimes resembling a trickling stream, and sometimes a surging river, unpredictable yet ceaseless. Yin Yu met the attack with his knife. The red flame knife danced as flames surged, and the knife energy crisscrossed. He relied on brute force, with each slash being grand and heavy. The two were a blend of water and fire, soft and hard, evenly matched on the battle platform. The spectators watched with rapt attention. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged more than 30 blows. Mo Tingtao's sword momentum became increasingly dense, with wave-like sword energy layering upon itself, gradually enveloping Yin Yue, who began to feel the pressure. Though his fiery knife energy was fierce, every time it clashed with the wave-like sword energy, it felt as though it were cutting into a mass of cotton, with its force dissipating layer upon layer, proving ineffective. Moreover, the elemental attributes were in direct conflict. The situation was highly unfavorable for him. Water and fire inherently clash, and with Mo Tingtao's deeper mastery of power, Yin Yu was ultimately at a disadvantage. A golden core master commented softly. After a quarter of an hour, the blue wave sword in Mo Tingtao's hand traced mysterious trajectories in the air. The wave-like sword energy gradually gathered into a torrent sweeping toward Yin Yu. Yin Yu's pupils constricted as he gripped his knife, his internal spiritual power surging wildly. The flames around the red flame knife surged, forming a knife light over 10 feet long, slashing down. Boom! In a thunderous clash, Yin Yu's figure was sent flying off the edge of the battle platform, nearly falling off. Mo Tingtao sheathed his sword and stood still, not pursuing, and clasped his fists, saying, "Thank you, fellow Taoist Yin, your strength is impressive. I was merely fortunate to win by half a move." Fellow Taoist Mo is too humble. Yin Yu sighed lightly and quickly flew back to his seat, while Mo Tingtao appeared eager to continue. However, newly promoted golden cores from the Songlong mansion are few, with not many remaining at the golden core first layer. "He'll go." Su Mingzhu stood up from her seat and flew to the battle platform. Many people's pupils constricted and their expressions grew serious. This was because Su Mingzhu was an elder of the Su family. Su Mingzhu, newly promoted golden core of the Su family. "Please guide me, fellow Taoist Mo." Fellow Taoist Su is too courteous. Su Mingxian smiled, whispering to Su Mingyuan beside him. Second brother, fourth sister, is too eager for the spotlight. With her level of spiritual power, her magical treasures, and the spirit beasts she raised, even using just a third of her strength would be enough to overwhelm early golden cores. In Songlong Mansion, our Su family need not fear anyone. If Mingzhu wants to play, let her be. Even our father did not stop her. That's true. Su Mingzhu wore a flowing red skirt embroidered with dark golden cloud patterns, fluttering like flowing fire with her movements. Her hair was styled high, adorned only with a simple red jade hairpin, accentuating her snow-white skin and picturesque features. Common beauties often appeared delicate. Yet between her brows there was an air of resolute heroism, akin to a sword drawn from its sheath, sharp, yet not overbearing. She was truly stunningly beautiful. I feel like this Su Mingzhu has a sense of familiarity. Someone turned to look, their gaze landing on Su Daling. Suddenly enlightened, they exclaimed, "So she is imitating Fengling Fairy." Others shared the same sentiment, unaware of the irony. "Fellow Taoist Su, please." Mo Tingtao's voice fell, and the blue wave sword was drawn again. The sword shimmered as it was unleashed with full force. The blue wave sword transformed into a streak of blue light, and at its tip spiritual power surged, cascading wave-like sword energy sweeping towards Su Mingzhu. This strike was even more fierce than the previous one against Yin Yu. Su Mingzhu's expression remained unchanged as she gently raised her right hand palm, facing outwards, fingers slightly splayed. The red sleeve slipped slightly, revealing a segment of her white wrist dazzling under the sunlight. A dark light surged from her palm, swiftly transforming into a black flag that hovered before her. The small flag was only about a foot long, its surface as dark as ink, with faint dark golden patterns swirling on it, exuding a chilling aura. A mid-grade magical artifact. Someone exclaimed in surprise. Not just that. Yin Wujin's gaze sharpened. This is a 4-pattern magical artifact with extraordinary power. Among those present, only Su Daling was more familiar with magical artifacts. As for Mo Wentian, he was merely observing in greater detail through his nascent soul spiritual sense. Su Mingzhu gently clenched her 5 fingers. The black flag suddenly expanded its surface, unfurling, transforming into a space of about 10 feet. The dark golden patterns on the flag brightened, and a massive illusory figure burst forth from it. It was a black-scaled dragon crocodile over 10 zhang long, its entire body covered in jet black scales, its enormous mouth wide open, revealing menacing fangs. The black-scaled dragon crocodile's illusory figure let out a long howl, an invisible pressure spreading out, causing the wave-like sword energy to pause momentarily. In the next instant, the dragon crocodile's illusory figure dove down. With its mouth wide open, it swallowed the cascading sword energy in one bite. Boom! The sword energy exploded within the dragon crocodile's belly, causing only a slight tremor in the illusion with no further movement. Mo Tingtao's expression changed drastically. With no time to think further, he retreated while rapidly swinging the blue wave sword. Waves of sword energy poured out like a torrential rain. Yet the black-scaled dragon crocodile's illusory figure seemed unfazed, allowing the sword energy to strike it, only causing a few spots of dark light to splash on its scales without any harm. A latest-stage black-scaled dragon crocodile essence. Mo Wentian looked at Su Daling and said, "That flag was created by Yufengling Fairy, right? It's just a crude creation of forgive me fellow Taoist Mo." Yan Wujin forced a smile and said, "Sect Master, if this is a crude creation, it truly leaves me with no face." With a latest-stage black-scaled dragon crocodile as the flag spirit, a mid-grade magical artifact capable of surpassing, it is likely extremely rare. This dragon crocodile likely approached the peak of the third tier in life. Even if I Lei Wujing were to exert my full strength, it would take considerable effort to subdue it. The expressions of the Golden Core Masters changed slightly. At this moment, the situation on the battle platform had turned overwhelmingly one-sided. The illusory figure of the black-scaled dragon crocodile charged forward, forcing Mo Tingtao to retreat repeatedly. The sword energy from the blue wave sword could hardly inflict any significant damage. Gritting his teeth, he sought to change his tactics, but the dragon crocodile's illusory figure had already lunged in front of him, its massive claws descending. Mo Tingtao crossed his sword to block, and with a thunderous crash, he was sent flying out, nearly falling off the battle platform. Before he could regain his footing, the dragon crocodile's illusion was already upon him, its giant mouth open, targeting his head. Mo Tingtao's face turned pale. Su Mingzhu promptly halted the black-scaled dragon crocodile, which lazily flew back to her side. With such a magical artifact, even against latest-stage golden cores, one can stand undefeated. Someone sighed in admiration. "I admit." Mo Tingtao sighed, gently clasping his fist, saying, "Fellow Taoist Su, your magical artifact is marvelous. I am no match." After saying this, he left the battle platform. Su Mingzhu slightly nodded, unconcerned, and then said, "Fellow Taoists below the mid-golden core stage who are interested may come up to spar." Calmly, she said, "Fellow Taoist Mo's swordsmanship is exquisite. Thank you for the lesson." Her tone was flat, as if the overwhelming display of power just moments ago was merely a casual act. Mo Tingtao forced a smile and clasped his fists, saying, "Fellow Taoist Su possesses profound magic power and extraordinary magical artifacts. I admit defeat willingly." A young man beside Lei Wujing appeared tempted. "If you are interested, you may certainly step up. Battling and exchanging techniques will also help you break through your mid-stage bottleneck." "Yes, Grand Elder." Lei Yunpeng had been stuck at the peak of early golden core for over 20 years. He possessed a high-grade magical artifact crafted by the true monarch, Yin, which had now become his lifebound. Although he was only at the early golden core stage, with the aid of his spiritual body traits, he could unleash around 70 to 80% of its power. Lei Yunpeng flew onto the battle platform. He cupped his hands towards Su Mingzhu, saying, "Lei family Lei Yunpeng, please guide me, fellow Taoist Su." "Fellow Taoist Lei, please." Her voice was clear, showing no signs of fear. Without further ado, Lei Yunpeng flipped his right hand, and lightning surged in his palm. A purple light erupted from his palms, swiftly forming into a spear. The spear was entirely purple gold, with lightning flickering at the tip, faintly resonating with the sound of thunder. The shaft was engraved with intricate lightning patterns which glowed in sequence as his spiritual power flowed. A high-grade magical artifact, the Purple Thunder Spear. The moment this spear appeared, many Golden Core Masters' expressions changed. A high-grade magical artifact. Many looked at Lei Wujing. Bestowing a high-grade magical artifact upon this son indicated the Lei family's significant investment in Lei Yunpeng. "Everyone, please do not misunderstand," Lei Wujing explained with a smile. "This was crafted by Yunpeng's grandfather, Elder Yinshan of our clan, who sought the help of true monarch Yin after several fortunate encounters." "So it is." The crowd suddenly understood. Su Ming's gaze fell upon the Purple Thunder Spear, a flicker of surprise flashing in her eyes. Among cultivators in the early Golden Core stage possessing a high-quality magical artifact aside from her own Su family, she had only seen Lu Qingxue. The others, even if at the full Golden Core stage, might not have a high-quality magical artifact. Su Mingzhu showed no fear in her eyes. With a sweep of her sleeve, the Black Dragon banner unfurled. The black-scaled dragon crocodile roared as it charged toward Lei Yunpeng. With a swift movement, Lei Yunpeng transformed into a purple flash of lightning, easily evading. His speed was so great that the Foundation establishment cultivators present could only see a shadow. After flashing to Su Ming's side, he thrust the purple thunder spear. The spear tip surged with lightning, transforming into a purple lightning serpent clawing and leaping towards Su Mingzhu. Su Ming's expression remained unchanged as she waved the black dragon banner. The black-scaled dragon crocodile transformed into a black flash and flew back into the black dragon banner, then charged out again, directly confronting the purple lightning serpent. Boom! The clash of lightning and black light erupted, unleashing a fierce wave of spiritual power. The formations surrounding the battle platform lit up furiously, blocking all residual waves. With that single strike, the black-scaled dragon crocodile's phantom staggered back several feet, its scales showing faint cracks. Su Ming's pupils constricted. As expected of a high-quality attacking magical artifact, its power is indeed formidable, inflicting damage on the black-scaled dragon crocodile with just one strike. Su Mingzhu immediately formed a hand sign to activate the black dragon banner. A mass of black mist surged out from the black dragon banner towards the black-scaled dragon crocodile. The black mist enveloped the black-scaled dragon crocodile. After a moment, the crocodile appeared to have gained a layer of sinister armor. After all, the dragon crocodile was merely a spirit essence at this point. If it were its true form, it would not fear a high-quality magical artifact that could barely unleash half its power. With an additional layer of sinister armor for protection, the dragon crocodile could fully exert some of its wild power advantages. Seeing this, Lei Yunpeng repeatedly thrust the purple thunder spear. Waves of purple lightning serpents howled out, enveloping Su Mingzhu in a torrential attack. Each thrust was accompanied by the sound of thunder, displaying impressive power. The black-scaled dragon crocodile bit slapped and swung its tail. Its strength was equally not to be underestimated. The onlookers were dazzled. This was clearly not the strength that could be exhibited by an early golden core cultivator. Either of the two could rival those in the mid-golden core stage. However, as time passed, the black-scaled dragon crocodile gradually fell into a disadvantage. The sinister armor weakened more and more. Unfortunately, the thunder method was effective against evil and sinister demonic energy. It seems Su Mingzhu is going to lose. A golden core true person lamented. If her opponent were another peak early golden core cultivator, she could likely handle it with ease. Su Delying said, not necessarily. Many noticed her calm demeanor, and the other Su family golden core elders also appeared similarly composed, leading them to wonder, could Su Mingzhu have a hidden card? Su Mingzhu watched the black-scaled dragon crocodile retreating step by step. She glanced at the vast expanse of lightning and suddenly exhaled softly. In the next instant, she flipped her left hand and a green light illuminated. A green shield appeared before her. The shield was a deep green hue, intricately carved with cloud patterns faintly shimmering with spiritual light. As soon as the shield appeared, it rapidly expanded, transforming into a sizable barrier that enveloped the black-scaled dragon crocodile. Charge! Under Su Ming's command, the black-scaled dragon crocodile surged with spirit, charging at Lei Yunpeng. Lei Yunpeng swung his spear, driving the spear tip hard against the green light barrier. A torrent of electric arcs erupted. However, it only created ripples upon impact, failing to penetrate even a fraction. Lei Yunpeng's gaze sharpened, and his assault grew fiercer. The purple thunder spear thrust repeatedly, transforming into a roaring lightning dragon. Yet the green light barrier showed no signs of shattering under the onslaught of the lightning. A high-quality defensive magical artifact. At that moment, even Mo Wenshin's pupils constricted. Others were equally astonished. A high-quality defensive magical artifact was far more precious than ordinary attacking magical artifacts. Even he, a nascent soul cultivator, possessed only one in hand. Lei Yunpeng, feeling helpless, shifted his form, intending to launch an attack directly at Su Mingzhu. But it was evident that Su Mingzhu was faster in recalling the black-scaled dragon crocodile. Su Mingzhu used the green shield to block Lei Yunpeng's attack, while maneuvering the black-scaled dragon crocodile to strike from the side. Lei Yunpeng was forced to retreat, raising his hand to summon a black shield. However, this shield was merely a low-quality defensive artifact, enough to fend off the black-scaled dragon crocodile for only a moment. Get lost! Lei Yunpeng swung his spear, pushing the black-scaled dragon crocodile back. The crocodile's vertical pupils glimmered ominously, lingering at his side, ready to strike at any moment. With the black-scaled dragon crocodile attacking, and a high-quality magical artifact for defense, Lei Yunpeng had nearly no chance of breaking through the artifact's protective barrier, unless he could exhaust Su Ming's magical power. However, defeating Lei Yunpeng would not be easy for Su Mingzhu either. Lei Yunpeng's speed was extraordinary, surpassing that of the average mid-golden core cultivator, making him quite a challenge. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, half a stick of incense went by. On the battle platform, Lei Yunpeng gradually felt overwhelmed. Mo Wentian remained relatively calm. He had witnessed even more outrageous scenes. Lei Yunpeng felt a sinking sensation in his heart. He knew that if this continued, he would and the Su family's golden core cultivators. What kind of monsters are they? To casually have one arise like this. This was not just Lei Yunpeng's thought. All the golden core cultivators present felt the same. Mo Wentian remained relatively calm. He had witnessed even more outrageous scenes. Lei Yunpeng felt a sinking sensation in his heart. He knew that if this continued, he would undoubtedly lose. Gritting his teeth, he decided to go all out. He raised the purple thunder spear high, and the surrounding lightnings surged violently, as all his spiritual power poured into the spear. 9 lightning serpents flickered, merging into one, transforming into a purple dragon over 10 feet long, coiling atop the spear tip. Dragon roar across the heavens. With a thunderous shout, he thrust the purple thunder spear forward. The purple dragon roared forth, carrying the might to annihilate heaven and earth, charging towards Su Mingzhu. The golden core true persons could all discern Lei Yunpeng's state. Thus they did not have high hopes for this attack. Compared to him, Su Mingzhu's condition was clearly much better. Su Mingzhu narrowed her eyes, placing the green shield before her. The black-scaled dragon crocodiles, phantom-clad in the green shield, moved to confront the purple dragon. Boom! In midair, over 100 arcs of lightning flickered on one side. On the other, the green glow illuminated, staining half the battle platform a sky blue. After a moment of stalemate, the purple dragon gradually weakened. Observing this, the black-scaled dragon crocodile burst forth from the green shield, tearing it apart into countless lightning fragments. It then charged in front of Lei Yunpeng, its scaled tail sweeping across and sending him crashing back until he collided with the battle platform's defensive barrier, finally stopping. However, Lei Yunpeng managed to block the direct strike with the purple thunder spear. Though shaken, his blood surged and his face paled, he suffered no significant injuries. Rising to his feet, he looked at Su Mingzhu on the battle platform and cupped his fist, saying, "Fairy Su, your magical power is profound. I cannot compare." "You flatter me, Lei Daoyu. You are not lacking either," Su Mingzhu replied with a smile. Hearing this, Lei Yunpeng forced a bitter smile. "Just not lacking. While I may not be a transcendent golden core, my circumstances have been fortunate. With support from my family, I managed to obtain a high-quality magical artifact that fits perfectly as my life artifact. Even when facing transcendent golden core geniuses, I felt I could hold my own. But now, encountering just any member of the Su family, I find myself at a disadvantage. If I were to face renowned Su family members like Yifan Su Delying or Su Diua, wouldn't I be defeated in just a few exchanges?" He felt deeply skeptical. As the barrier of the battle platform dissipated, Lei Yunpeng flew back to his seat. At that moment, Su Chuan smiled gently and said, "Mingzhu, have you played enough? Come back to your seat." "Yes," Su Mingzhu replied with a smile and left the battle platform. Lei Wujie glanced at Lei Yunpeng and understood his feelings at that moment. He sighed softly and transmitted a message saying, "Yunpeng, don't compare yourself to the Su family. Their alchemy, artifact, and formation skills are unparalleled, and their core members lack for nothing in resources. What my Lei family has, the Su family most likely also possesses. What my Lei family does not have, the Su family probably has as well. Elder, do the newly emerged golden core elders of the Su family also possess high-quality magical artifacts?" "Not all, but 2 or 3 might be possible," Lei Wujie replied after pondering. "So you're saying I chose the wrong opponent? If I had challenged another Su family elder, I might have had a chance of victory. Is that what you mean?" Lei Wujie was taken aback for a moment. "Why do you insist on targeting the Su family?" "Forget it, I won't advise you further." After all, he simply had not been beaten enough. Lei Wujie wore a look of melancholy, while Lei Yunpeng regained his fighting spirit, his gaze drifting over the other members of the Su family. As the golden crow set in the west, crimson clouds filled the sky. Within the Su residence, the light and shadows slanted. The vermilion pillars, gray tiles, and white jade steps were all shrouded in a layer of twilight. With the grand ceremony coming to a close, Su Chuan stood on the high platform, surveying the various forces. "I am deeply grateful to all friends who honored us today. The succession ceremony of the new head of the Su family was indeed a success." As he spoke, he waved his sleeve. One by one, magical artifacts and treasures fell into the hands of their respective recipients. "My Su family speaks and acts with integrity. These are the items owed to you." "Thank you, Ancestor Su." Those who received the prizes bowed in thanks. Subsequently, the various families gradually took their leave. Streams of light rose from the Su residence, flying toward various parts of Yunxi City. Some headed toward the outskirts of the city. After the guests had departed, Su Chuan did not disperse the others, but instead asked the Su family members to stay. Today, besides introducing the new head of the family and the golden core elders of the Su family, there is another matter to discuss, but this is for internal purposes only. Everyone looked on with curiosity. Su Chuan's gaze landed on a masked man in the crowd. "Yuan, come up here." Yuan complied, stepping onto the white jade platform and cupping his hands in greeting, saying, "Ancestor." Su Chuan nodded and turned his gaze back to the crowd. Everyone should recognize him, his voice steady as he continued. but he actually has another identity. A wave of whispers erupted from the audience. Another identity. Isn't Yuan the talented disciple we recruited into the Su family? Wait, the name Yuan sounds less like a name and more like a code. Could he have another background? Su Mingwei, Su Mingyuan, and the other second-generation members all maintained calm expressions. Su Chuan did not explain further, but spoke again. The Zhao Chong Hui Wen Jing and their spouses, and Jing Yin, you all come up here. The individuals named were momentarily taken aback, then moved forward as instructed. Upon reaching the platform, they first bowed to Su Chuan, saying, "Grandfather ancestor." Su Wenjing turned around to look at Yuan beside him, nodding slightly, "Brother Yuan." His tone was warm, carrying a hint of familiarity. As if accustomed to calling each other brothers, Su Jingwu's lips twitched slightly. "I regard you as my father, yet you treat me as a brother." Su Chuan lightly coughed. "The reason for calling you here is that this matter relates to you." He paused, fixing his gaze on Yuan. Yuan's other identity is the direct descendant of the Su family. Upon hearing this, the entire venue was stunned. A direct descendant of the Su family. Why have we never heard of this? Wait, in this situation, could he be from the lineage of our great ancestor? Gasps of surprise echoed. Su De Zhao and the others looked astonished. Wen Jing Yuan's real name is Jing Wu, and he is your eldest son. What a... Su Wenjing exclaimed, his voice altering in pitch. The beautiful woman beside him looked at Su Wenjing in confusion, suspecting he had a love child. Ancestor, Su Wenjing's voice trembled, swallowing hard. I only have a daughter, no son. He is indeed your son, this matter is beyond doubt. Su Chuan smiled slightly. He did not elaborate further, but raised his right hand, and a green light flickered from his fingertips, splitting into 4 streams. Each light pointed toward the foreheads of Su Wenjing and his wife, Su Chonghui, and Su De Zhao. All 4 trembled simultaneously as countless fragmented memories surged into their minds. Their memories were sealed by Mo Yue, and Mo Yu had long since informed Su Chuan of the method to unlock it. After a moment, they opened their eyes, their expressions now different from before. Su De Zhao and Su Chonghui were filled with excitement. Su Wenjing's wife Wang had tears shimmering in her eyes, filled with affection. As for Su Wenjing, he was in disbelief. I'm treating my own son as a brother. But there was also a sense of pride. The future ancestor of martial arts. Anyone who learns they have such an outstanding descendant would feel the same way. Su Jingwu did not remove his mask, for his true appearance was that of Jiang Wu. At least for now, many still remembered what Jiang Wu looked like. He knelt on both knees, respectfully bowing 3 times. Jing Wu pays respects to my parents. I pay respects to my grandfather and great-grandfather. Wang stepped forward to pull him up, holding his hand, her voice choked. Jing Wu, my son. Mother, Su Jingwu called. Wang nodded repeatedly, crying and laughing. Su Wenjing's eyes were also red-rimmed. He stepped forward and patted Su Jingwu's shoulder, sighing, Wu-er, you have suffered these years. One sentence conveys 1,000 words. Jing Yin, this is your twin brother Jingping Jing Xian, come to meet your elder brother. Meet elder brother, they all said in unison. Then Su Jingyan stepped forward, taking his arm, smiling brightly. Brother, you're amazing. During the clan competition, you overwhelmed a host of talents. In the future, if Dad wants to beat me, you must protect me. Consider it compensation for the sibling bond we've missed for so many years. You little brat, what are you saying? Su Wenjing glared fiercely. Beneath the mask, Su Jingwu's lips curved upward, feeling an unprecedented lightness in his heart. Everyone can disperse now. All right, Su Chuan waved his hand. Everyone cupped their hands and took their leave. Jingwu, go back and spend more time with your parents and brothers. It's no harm to slow down your cultivation a bit. Let him go disturb. In Su Mingwei's courtyard, 3 generations sat together enjoying tea. Father, did you know about this long ago? Su Dezhao put down his teacup and suddenly spoke. Yes, your uncle and aunts are all aware. After all, Jingwu faked his death and needed cooperation. What about Deling and the others? They are by your grandfather's side, far away in the south, so naturally there is no need to seal their memories. Su Dezhao sighed lightly. Since it is all grandfather's decision, I naturally cannot say much. Are you angry? Su Mingwei smiled and said, this is normal. However, Jingwu's matter is of great significance, and one can never be too cautious. For at least 200 years besides in front of us, he should not reveal his true self to anyone. Su Dezhao and Su Chonghui could naturally guess why. I heard from father that he has nearly comprehended the Yuanwu realm and is now advancing towards the extreme Yuanwu realm. Extreme Yuanwu realm? Su Chonghui asked curiously. It is similar to how we comprehend supernatural powers during the foundation establishment stage or enhance our own magical power and spiritual sense. Even cultivators have limits during the foundation establishment stage. However, this limit is something that 99% of cultivators cannot touch. Cultivators enhance their spiritual sense and magical power, but how is the limit of the Yuanwu realm achieved? Is it also about enhancing Yuanli and spiritual sense? Do warriors possess supernatural powers similar to ours? Previously, even if someone entered the Yuanwu realm in the Lingyu area, they wouldn't know how to continue cultivating and would generally be stuck in the early stages of the Yuanwu realm. According to Jingwu and Father, the cultivation of the Yuanwu realm mainly involves the fusion of vital blood and true qi rather than simply enhancing Yuanli. In the mid-Yuanwu realm, it seems that 3 threads of true qi fuse into 1 thread of vital blood. In the later stages, 3 threads of true qi fuse into 3 threads of vital blood. Completion occurs when 5 threads of true qi fuse with 5 threads of vital blood. The same applies to the limit. The highest should reach the number of 9, which is the ultimate Yuanwu. Su Dejiao, after hearing this, sighed. Once Jingwu thoroughly traverses the Yuanwu realm and steps into the martial Dao Golden Core realm, my Su family's warriors will be blessed. In this great tribulation, many forces have likely acquired the methods of the Yuanwu realm. As long as there are enough people who pass through, sooner or later someone will achieve similar feats. As for whether it is the same path as Jingwu's, that is hard to say. The more widely the martial Dao spreads, the safer Jingwu will be in the future. The two nodded. Su Mingwei added, from now on, regarding family matters, you two should take more responsibility, and if there are any issues, feel free to discuss with your second uncle. As for father, unless there are major issues, there's no need to disturb him often. Son-grandson understands. Meanwhile, the Su Wenjing family gathered. The few of them chatted and laughed, with Jingyan constantly sharing interesting stories from her childhood. It was not until 1 or 2 hours later that they dispersed. Su Jingwu, however, stayed behind for the time being. Wang looked at Su Jingwu and said, Wu, may I take off the mask to see you? Su Jingwu froze for a moment and then removed his mask. My son is indeed handsome. Wang said, her eyes glistening with tears. Her impression of Su Jingwu only lingered on his childhood. Su Wenjing slightly nodded and said, Wu, you are indeed that Jiang Wu. He had seen Jiang Wu once before. However, at that time the father and son did not recognize each other. Please forgive me, father. What crime is there? Su Wenjing laughed, patting his shoulder. A cultivation family is inherently different from common folk. If it were a common family, I would be nearing the end of my life by now. Su Jingwu quietly listened and couldn't help but think of his adoptive parents. However, between them, it could be considered complete. Speaking of which, Wu, you are not young anymore. Do you have someone you fancy? If so, your mother can propose for you. Upon hearing this, Su Jingwu felt quite embarrassed. Has the topic changed too quickly? Mother, I wholeheartedly pursue the martial Dao. Your father and grandfather are also devoted to the immortal Dao, but that does not conflict with passing on the lineage. Seeing that he couldn't evade, Su Jingwu said, I understand. If there is a suitable person, I will inform mother. Wang nodded in satisfaction. The next day at the ancestral hall, Su Jingwu knelt 3 times and knocked his head 9 times, officially recognizing his ancestor and returning to the clan. A few days later, an old man in gray robes suddenly came to visit the Su residence. Who are you, elder? My Su family does not entertain guests. The guards at the door stopped the old man in gray robes. His divine sense quickly spread in all directions, soon locking onto the source of the sound, which was the old man in gray robes at the entrance. That old man smiled faintly at the air. This voice penetrated through heavy formations and restrictions, landing in Su Chuan's withered and flourishing courtyard. Under the withered and flourishing tree, Su Chuan suddenly opened his eyes, sharp light bursting forth. His divine sense quickly spread in all directions, soon locking onto the source of the sound, which was the old man in gray robes at the entrance. That old man smiled faintly at the air. You found me. Is it the nascent soul? No, I can't see through this person. Could it be a superb concealment technique, or is their realm too high? Su Chuan pondered various possibilities. After a moment, he sent a message to the guards at the entrance, instructing them to respectfully invite the old man to the main hall. The guards heard Su Chuan's voice in their sea of consciousness and were startled, quickly complying. Elder, my family's ancestor invites you. Please come with me. The old man in gray robes slightly nodded and followed to the main hall. He casually sat down. Soon a maid brought fine spiritual tea. Moyuet. From the deep pool, a figure leaped out. What is it? Come with me to meet someone. Who is it? What makes you so solemn? Su Chuan shook his head. I do not know. I cannot see through this with my divine sense. Moyuet was slightly taken aback and then agreed. The two arrived at the hall. Su Chuan examined closely and Moyuet did the same. However, neither could see through. It seemed there was a mysterious power isolating their probing. Su Chuan sat in the main seat and smiled. Elder, who are you? Why have you come to my Su family, and what business do you have? It is not a big deal. Oh, I simply want to take a disciple. I wonder if young friend Su can part with him. Take a disciple, eh? Su Chuan's gaze flickered. He did not know whether the other party's words were true or false, so he could only proceed cautiously. Elder, your cultivation is profound, and it is an honor for my Su family to have your favor. However, I do not even know who you are, or what force you belong to. This makes it difficult for me to decide. The old man in gray robes took a sip of spiritual tea, put down the cup, and chuckled. This is reasonable. My name is Changfeng Xiaoyao. As for my origins, young friend, Su probably has never heard of it. I come from the Guardians of the Realm. Guardians of the Realm. It is normal not to have heard of it. Perhaps in the future, if you have the opportunity, young friend, Su may learn more. My family, the Guardians of the Realm, is a neutral force and does not participate in the disputes of other forces. Su Chuan pondered for a moment and then raised his head. I wonder which of my Su family members the elder wishes to take as a disciple. The old man in gray robes smiled faintly and uttered 3 words, Su Mingwei. Mingwei. Su Chuan's heart trembled. Though it was just a name, it revealed a wealth of information. In the Lingyu area during the 1,000-year Great Tribulation, were you also present? The old man in gray robes' eyes brightened as he casually nodded. Young friend Su, you are indeed perceptive. Then the elder should understand my son's current situation. It's just a matter of lifespan. Oh, it is not a big deal. The old man in gray robes waved his sleeve, and a black porcelain bottle appeared on the table. Young friend Su, you may want to take a look and see if you recognize this pill. Su Chuan raised his hand and took the porcelain bottle. As soon as he opened it, a medicinal fragrance filled the entire hall. Mo Yue, upon smelling it, couldn't help but swallow. This pill smells good. Oh, Su Chuan, let me take a look. Su Chuan rolled his eyes. Lifespan pill. Su Chuan instantly recognized the type of this pill, then turned it over in his palm to inspect it. The pill was the size of a dragon's eye with circular black patterns on its surface. Su Chuan's gaze became fervent as he said, this is the heavenly longevity pill. Good insight. The old man in gray robes revealed a hint of surprise, praising, it seems young friend Su has obtained an ancient alchemical inheritance. Su Chuan's gaze became fervent as he said, this is the heavenly longevity pill. Good insight. The old man in gray robes revealed a hint of surprise, praising, it seems young friend Su has obtained an ancient alchemical inheritance. Elder, you flatter me. I dare not compare myself to you. It seems you have already guessed it. He fixed his gaze on Su Chuan's face and smiled. Indeed, there are those who have achieved divine transformation in this world. There certainly are. Some Tao friends avoid the world, some enjoy wandering through the mortal realm, and others have intricate connections with worldly affairs. Elder, could you explain this to me? These matters are still too distant for you. Knowing too much will only be harmful, not beneficial. After a pause, the old man in gray robes continued. Your foundation is indeed rare in this era. As long as you advance step by step, there will come a day when you can touch upon these matters. Seeing that he is unwilling to elaborate, Su Chuan also felt helpless. I have learned a lot from you, elder. The old man in gray robes slightly nodded. So do you now wish to let Su Mingwei become my disciple? Su Chuan fell silent. He glanced at the heavenly longevity pill and then at the old man in gray robes. The heavenly longevity pill is a 4th-tier longevity pill and is among the top tier, capable of extending the lifespan of a nascent soul cultivator by 200 years. If given to a golden core stage cultivator, it could extend their life by at least 240 years. With Su Mingwei's talent, 200 years would be sufficient for him to break through to the nascent soul stage. Even if the Su family does not provide support, being able to take this person as a master, the other party should also have the ability to help him break through to the nascent soul stage. This matter I still need to ask Mingwei for his opinion. Of course. Su Chuan sent a message to Su Mingwei. After a while, Su Mingwei arrived at the main hall. I have come to see father. This is Elder Changfeng. Su Mingwei, seeing the respect on Su Chuan's face, couldn't help but scrutinize him more closely, then clasped his fists and said, I am Su Mingwei, greeting Elder Changfeng. Changfeng Xiaoyang nodded as he stroked his beard. Father, why did you call for me? Su Chuan said, Elder Changfeng wishes to take you as his disciple. I have brought you here to ask for your own opinion. Take a disciple. Su Mingwei was suddenly taken aback and looked at Su Chuan in surprise. Then he fell silent. Regarding the matter of lifespan, Elder Changfeng has presented a heavenly longevity pill which can at least extend your life by over 200 years. So much. Su Mingwei was shocked again. Then what does father mean? To tell you the truth, Elder Changfeng comes from the Guardians of the Realm and is a divine transformation venerable. Is there really such a thing as divine transformation in this world? Changfeng Xiaoyang chuckled and said, your Su family has risen too quickly and the foundation is insufficient. Naturally, your knowledge is limited. However, with this momentum, it will not be long before you can touch upon it. Su Mingwei looked at Su Chuan again. From what he said, it seemed he approved of this matter. Whether for the friendship of the divine transformation venerable or for himself, he had no reason to refuse. Longevity pills above the 3rd tier are extremely precious and hard to find. Even related spiritual herbs are similarly rare. And a pill that can extend life by over 200 years is undoubtedly a 4th-tier pill. Seeing him silent, Changfeng Xiaoyang said, Su Mingwei, do you wish to become my disciple? To be able to become your disciple is an honor for me, but I have a few questions to ask. Please answer, elder. Speak directly. If I become your disciple, will I still be able to stay within the clan A? Changfeng Xiaoyang shook his head and said, becoming my disciple means being like the Guardians of the Realm. You can occasionally return, but most of the time you will have your own responsibilities. Upon hearing this, Su Chuan also furrowed his brows. Will it be possible to withdraw in the future? There are no absolutes, but it is not impossible. Can I bring family or companions along? You can. If they are extraordinarily talented, they may join my guardians of the realm. If they are ordinary, they can be your servants or protectors. The cultivation of my guardians of the realm is quite arduous, and it is difficult for ordinary prodigies to endure. Without special talents or physiques, a spiritual root is the most basic requirement. Wouldn't that mean very few people? Su Mingwei asked in surprise. Indeed, not many. Changfeng Xiaoyang spoke candidly with no reservations. After pondering for a moment, Su Mingwei asked, Elder, can the heavenly longevity pill be taken by mortals? Su Chuan's eyes flickered, guessing something, but did not stop him. Upon hearing this, Changfeng Xiaoyang was slightly taken aback, curiously asking, mortals? Why is it suddenly about mortals? After thinking for a moment, he replied, the heavenly longevity pill is a top-tier, fourth-tier pill containing incredibly terrifying energy. If even a trace of energy leaks, it could cause that person's body to explode, unless a powerful person intervenes, spending time and effort to slowly refine it for them. Su Mingwei's eyes lit up. To not conceal from the elder, my wife is indeed a mortal warrior, and her lifespan is also limited. If the elder is willing to refine the heavenly longevity pill for her, I am willing to become your disciple. A mortal wife. Changfeng Xiaoyang showed an expression of surprise. I didn't expect you to be so sentimental. There are not many like you in the cultivation world. You will surely face hardships in the future. Are you truly willing to give up this heavenly longevity pill for her? To tell you the truth, I only have one of these pills in my possession. Please, elder, make it happen. Su Mingwei bowed without hesitation. Changfeng Xiaoyang saw the clarity and determination in Su Mingwei's eyes and sighed lightly. All right, as you wish, but the heavenly longevity pill is indeed precious. It would be a waste for your wife. I still have the Xianyang longevity pill, which when taken by mortals can extend their life by nearly 200 to 300 years. Your Su family masters the methods of the two realms of martial arts. Find a way to gather resources to help her break through, and she should be able to extend her life by over 100 more years. Having said this, Changfeng Xiaoyang paused, then continued, but you must understand, even we cultivators have a limit to our lifespan. If you relentlessly seek to extend hers, in the end you will only find yourself deeper in trouble. Su Mingwei fell silent, clasping his fists and saying, I understand, all consequences shall be borne. With a swift flick of his sleeve, Changfeng Xiaoyang summoned a green porcelain vial from midair and handed it to Su Chuan. Young friend Su, you should be able to perfectly refine this Xianyang longevity pill, right? Rest assured, senior, I will take care of this matter, Su Chuan replied, putting away the pill and handing the black porcelain vial containing the Tian Shou Dan to Su Mingwei. Su Mingwei immediately knelt and bowed to his master. Disciple Su Mingwei pays respects to master. Thank you for the medicine. Good. Changfeng Xiaoyang stroked his beard and smiled lightly, lifting his left hand, gently causing Su Mingwei to rise automatically. Mingwei, this is a communication token. I will stay in Yunxi City for 7 days. During these 7 days you shall refine the Tian Shou Dan and also gather with your clan members. After this it will be at least several decades, or even hundreds of years before we meet again. Su Mingwei sighed, feeling the weight of time. He had not yet reached 60 years since his birth. Previously he rarely left the clan's territory. Unless there is a mission or permission granted, protectors generally cannot leave their stationed areas without authority. Su Chuan did not ask further about the protectors. After Su Mingwei joined, they could always contact each other whenever free. No matter where they were, even in the secret realm, the Su clan genealogy could pull clan members into the secret realm. On that day, Su Mingyuan, Su Mingxuan, Su Mingxian, Su Delying, Su Detai, and other core members of the Su family learned of this news. They gathered at the Qugrong courtyard. Regardless of what influence the protector belongs to, at least after refining the Tian Shou Dan, elder brother will no longer have to worry about lifespan for the time being. Given elder brother's talent, it should not be difficult to reach the nascent soul stage within 200 years. Congratulations, elder brother. Congratulations, father. The others all extended their congratulations. But taking decades or even hundreds of years to come out that protector seems a bit unreasonable, Su Deli. This is nothing to worry about. If you miss your father, just ask your grandfather for help. Otherwise, father would not have agreed so easily. Su Mingshu smiled at Su Chuan and said, right, father. You are the clever one. Does grandfather have a way? Su Detai asked in surprise. Su Chuan smiled and said, Detai Chonghue, one of you is the head of the Su family and the other is the young head. It is time I let you know. Our Su family possesses a special secret realm, and I can use secret methods to bring your spiritual senses into the secret realm for a meeting. In the future, this secret realm will become the foundation and headquarters of our Su lineage. A secret realm that belongs solely to our Su family. Su Detai exclaimed, exchanging glances with Su Chongwei. Zhong Wei looked at Su Mingwei and the others and asked, "Grandfather, uncle, aunt, have you all been inside?" Su Mingwei did not hide it, saying, "Father's arrangements for some important matters and contacts are all done through the Su clan's secret realm. Previously, there was no need for too many people to know about the secret realm. Thus only our generation and a few in the third generation know about it, like Delying and Dua. Just right, you two can also experience it. In the future, if I am not in the mansion, I may use this method to summon you." Su Chuan immediately activated the genealogy to draw the spiritual senses of both. "Do not resist," Su Mingwei said. Su Detai and Su Chonghui immediately sent a wisp of their spiritual senses into the Su clan's secret realm. After a brief moment, the two returned with their spiritual senses, their faces filled with awe. "That treasure repository must contain all the classics and cultivation methods of our Su family, right? And the medicinal garden is more comprehensive than any medicinal garden I have seen," Su Detai said, filled. "This is the foundation for the rise of our Su family." Su Chonghui said, "Great-grandfather, with this Su clan secret realm, not only the Tao repository, but also spiritual herbs and various resources can be stored within. This will be our Su family's greatest confidence. Even if the external Su family encounters issues with this foundation, we can rise again at any time. For now, we will do it this way. In the future, you will be able to enter the secret realm in your true forms. Even you can enter at any time. At that time, it won't be too late to send most of our Su family's resources into the secret realm for storage. For now, there are still many inconveniences. Is it only grandfather who can enter in his true form?" Su Chuan nodded. Su Chonghui did not ask further. This must involve great secrets and restrictions, perhaps even his grandfather does not know. Afterwards, Su Mingyuan looked at Su Mingwei and asked, "Elder brother, will you bring elder sister-in-law along to leave?" "I will ask elder sister-in-law's opinion. Elder brother, you and elder sister-in-law are deeply in love. She should not refuse. Now that our Su family is stable, it is no problem for you to leave. Like Delying and Mingxian, they currently also have identities as disciples of other sects. They cannot stay in the Su family forever. Maintaining these connections is also very important for our Su family today." Upon hearing this, Su Chuan smiled faintly and praised, "You see things clearly, Mingyuan. Even if our Su family can still rise while staying in Songlong Mansion, the limitations on resources will inevitably affect our development speed. Therefore, the Su family must go out to develop in the future. However, this premise is that Mingxian comprehends a more profound teleportation array method. At that time, using Songlong Mansion as a base, our Su family will establish branches in several mansions in the northwest, further expanding the foundation of the Su family." Su Mingshu looked at Su Mingxian and curiously asked, "Mingxian, according to father, when will this teleportation array be completed?" "Within 6 to 7 years, I hope to reach the level of a half-step 4th-tier array master. Within 20 years, I aspire to become a 4th-tier array master. In 30 years, I might be able to set up such teleportation arrays. However, these arrays consume a lot of materials, and each setup requires resources worth tens of millions of spirit stones. Of course, if there are sudden insights or other fortuitous encounters during this period, this time could be significantly shortened. Spirit stones are not an issue. This time we acquired a large number of demonic artifacts and treasures, even superior-grade artifacts which are useless for our Su family. They can be gradually auctioned off in the Tanling Mansion. If they are superior-grade artifacts, they should be taken to Xianyu City. Besides that, our Su family also needs to open up broader trade routes to exchange some unused resources for spirit stones or other needed materials and spiritual herbs." Everyone kept discussing the future development of the Su family, pooling their wisdom and efforts. Soon they understood Su Chuan's next target, Tanling Mansion. Back then, when we encountered Tanling Mansion invading Tiansong Mansion, we could only go with the flow. The failure of Tanling Mansion, while related to our Su family, was also due to Tanlang sect repeatedly pressing us, treating our Su family as a thorn in their side, even launching attacks. Though the storm has passed, it is time for them to repay their debts. "Right, grandfather." Su Deling's gaze was filled with a cold gleam. "Debts must be repaid. This is also our Su family's creed. Many pieces have already been set in motion, and after a few years it will be time for them to play their roles." Su Chuan said lightly, "It's a pity that by then I will no longer be able to do anything for the Su family." Su Mingwei sighed. "Father, I will take your place." Su Deling said, "That's right, father." Su Detai also said, "In a few years I will surely achieve the golden core." "And I, your grandson." Su Chonghui and Su Jingwu both spoke in succession. Su Mingyuan smiled and said, "Elder brother, your lineage is filled with talents. What do you have to worry about?" "Indeed." Su Mingwei smiled gently. Soon after everyone dispersed, Su Mingwei shared his situation with Yang Ronghua. "Husband, do you only have 20 to 30 years of lifespan left?" Upon hearing this, Yang Ronghua's face turned pale. "That battle forced me to this point," Su Mingwei said, knowing that the Su family's importance to him outweighed it, yet she was still filled with sadness, wiping her tears as she asked, "Is there any way for father to help you regain your lost lifespan?" Do not worry, the situation has taken a turn for the better. Su Mingwei informed her of Changfeng Ziyang's intention to accept him as a disciple and gift him the Tian Shou Dan and Xianyang longevity pill. Wife, if we each refine one, and then find a way to help you break through to the second realm of martial arts, we will still have several hundred years to be together. Actually, husband, you don't need to concern yourself so much for me. I am already satisfied to live this many more years. But I want more. If you do not allow father to help you refine the Xianyang longevity pill, then I will not refine the Tian. For the remaining 20 to 30 years, I will accompany you. Seeing Su Mingwei's resolute expression, Yang Ronghua was deeply moved. She believed that he was not making empty promises. Perhaps a long time will allow my husband to let go. Eventually Yang Ronghua nodded and said, I will follow you in everything. Wherever you go, I will go too. Su Mingwei embraced Yang Ronghua. The next day, Su Mingwei took Yang Ronghua to meet Su Chuan. Su Chuan assisted in refining the Xianyang longevity pill, while Su Mingwei also entered seclusion to refine the Tian Shou Dan. 3 days later, Su Mingwei's lifespan increased by 250 years. There was no longer any trace of death energy on him. 2 days later, Su Chuan exited seclusion and Yang Ronghua appeared radiant. Su Mingwei and his wife went to visit Bai Jing, informing her of their impending departure. That's good, Wire. You have been diligent in protecting the family. This is your father's expectation of you. But as your mother, I only hope you can live a simple life with the one you love, cherishing each other for a lifetime. This wish is hard to fulfill. Therefore, I can only wish for you to have a safe and smooth life with Ronghua. As for the matter of lifespan, you need not feel guilty. Longevity is not my desire. Thank you, mother. Su Mingwei tightly grasped Yang Ronghua's hand. Mother, you only need to mention it to father. He will surely do it for you. Bai Jing raised her hand to stop him from continuing, saying, Do not worry about my matters with your father. Bai Jing looked at the two with satisfaction, her lips curling into a contented smile. Su Mingwei knew that this departure might mean he would never see Bai Jing again in his lifetime. The two immediately knelt and bowed 3 times to Bai Jing. Mother, it may take dozens or hundreds of years for sure to return to honor you. Please take good care of your health. Bai Jing smiled slightly, saying, With your father taking care of me, my health is just fine. You and Ronghua can leave at ease. This scene also unfolded within Su Chuan's spiritual perception. He sighed lightly, suddenly feeling a bit disordered in his emotions. 2 days later, Changfeng Xiaoyang returned, taking Su Mingwei and his wife away. The Su family quickly returned to tranquility. With Su Mingwei's departure, the battle hall was handed over to Yi Fan for management. Su Chuan and several Golden Core cultivators focused on their cultivation, while some Su family disciples were out in the field. Some were responsible for city affairs, while others joined the Su family's demon hunting team to hunt demons in the Tsunglong Mountains. The younger generation of the Su family gradually became known to outsiders. Various task systems gradually improved. All disciples and Su clan members began to get busy. Among the vassal families, those with immortal arts joined various halls, while those without established demon hunting teams or opened shops in the outer city for development. The Su family allowed vassal families to develop and grow independently. If they weakened to the point of being worthless in the future, they might be abandoned by the Su family. Of course, that is not the case at present. Regarding Su Chuan's earlier promise for them to send a Golden Core cultivator from each of the 5 families, he naturally intended to fulfill this promise. These families were also cautious about their choices and would undoubtedly select the most talented individuals from their clans. The competition pressure for foundation establishment families in Yunshi City is considerable. Fortunately, they are all vassals of the Su family. With this identity, there is currently no one who dares to provoke them. However, the royal families of Zhou, Li Zhao, and Qin also understand that to expand their families, they ultimately need to rely on their own development. Relying solely on the Su family's protection for survival is clearly unrealistic. Even the Bai Li Changchun and Gu families are no exception. To remain bound to the Su family, they must demonstrate their own value. A month later, Su Delying finally completed the repair of the superior-grade defensive treasure Xiangui shield belonging to Mo Wentian. Great-grandfather, the treasure of Elder Mo has been repaired, Su Delying said as she arrived at the Qugrong courtyard, bowing respectfully. Su Chuan opened his eyes and saw a black tortoise shell treasure floating in midair. In that case, you can take a trip to Yuzhu Sea to return the treasure. Also bring this vial of mid-grade Qingyun Dan and this mid-grade Jinyuan Dan as gifts. Su Delying took the green porcelain vial and the yellow porcelain vial and asked, Grandfather, didn't you say that Elder Mo's intervention was exchanged for his last chance to act? If you were forced to take action and had to give up entering the ancient battlefield, how would you feel? Su Delying fell silent. Blocking someone's path is akin to killing their parents. It is a deep-seated hatred. Su Chuan glanced at her and smiled. It's not as serious as you think. Our Su family has truly established a great power now. In Songlong Mansion, the Mo family cannot stir up any waves. However, after all, they are a nascent soul family, and there is no need to offend them. Moreover, our Su family's main focus is still on Tanling Mansion and other mansions in the Northwest. Building a good relationship with a nascent soul family is beneficial for our Su family. Furthermore, in our Su family's plans regarding Tanling Mansion, Mo Wentian can also become an asset. Su Deliang pondered. In the future, as the Su family intervenes in other mansions, it will inevitably provoke the nascent soul forces of those mansions. The more they progress, the more nascent soul opponents the Su family will face. If at a critical moment the Mo family turns against us, it will only leave the Su family in a vulnerable position. Of course, if the Mo family truly does so, Su Chuan will not hesitate to eliminate them. Granddaughter, I understand. I will go on this trip, she said, and then Su Deliang activated a red escape light, heading towards the Mo family in Yuzhu. To speed up, she utilized the teleportation technique. However, the teleportation technique Su Deliang comprehended had not yet reached Su Chuan's realm, and she had not even reached the level of a minor teleportation master. After 2 to 3 hours at Yuzhu outside the Mo family's territory, Su Deliang's escape light descended accompanied by the sound of a phoenix's song. The Mo family's great formation was patrolling. The guards heard the commotion and rushed from all directions to the source of the sound. So it's the arrival of Fairy Fengling Yu. I apologize for not welcoming you sooner. The speaker was a disciple of the Mo family who recognized Su Deliang at first glance. Is the fairy here to seek the ancestor? Did Elder Mo give prior instruction? Exactly. Half a month ago the ancestor instructed us that if any member of the Su family came, we should notify him immediately. Fairy and Elder will come shortly to take you to the ancestor's secluded place. Please wait here for a moment. Su Deliang nodded slightly. After a short while a middle-aged man arrived. It was Mo Tingtao, who had recently come with Mo Wentian to attend the succession ceremony of the Su family's head. Fairy Fengling. Friend Mo. The two greeted each other. Fairy Fengling, please follow me. Su Deliang followed Mo Tingtao to the ink jade bamboo forest. In the bamboo house, upon seeing Mo Wentian, Su Deliang cupped her hands in respect, saying, "Greetings, Elder Mo. I am here on my grandfather's orders to return the magical artifact." With a flick of her sleeve, the mystic tortoise shield and 2 porcelain vials, 1 blue and 1 yellow, floated in the air. Su Deliang cupped her fists again and said, "Additionally, I would like to express my gratitude for Elder Mo's earlier assistance. This mid-grade Qingyuan pill and mid-grade Jinyuan pill are a token of thanks for my Su family." Mo Wentian's eyes flickered, and he stroked his beard, chuckling. "Fairy Fengling, you are too polite. It was merely a transaction between myself and your grandfather. Your grandfather has already paid his dues. There is no need for these. Furthermore, had it not been for your father and your master, I might have suffered far worse injuries back then." Speaking of Su Mingwei, Mo Wentian felt a sense of nostalgia and asked, "I wonder how Taoist Mingwei is doing now. If he needs assistance, he can come to the Mo family anytime." "Thank you for your concern, Elder. My father is no longer in serious condition. He has gone out to travel." "Traveling, is he? It's good for him to take a break." Mo Wentian said, "However, I cannot accept this pill. Elder, there is no need for such refusal. Your previous help was unforeseen, and this is merely a token of apology. I hope Elder Mo will accept it. Otherwise, it will be difficult for me to explain to my grandfather upon returning." Mo Wentian pondered for a moment and said, "Since this is the intention of Taoist Kurong, then I shall accept it." With that, he waved his hand, and a green jade jar appeared on the table. The jade jar floated up and flew to Su Deliang. "This is the ink jade Lingzhu tea. I hope Fairy Fengling will take it back and present it to your grandfather. I have accepted your pills, so do not refuse this gift either." Su Deliang thought for a moment and accepted it. "Elder Mo, I still have sect affairs to attend to and cannot stay longer, so I will take my leave now." Su Deliang cupped her fists and bid farewell. "Tower, see off Fairy Fengling for me." "Yes, ancestor." After Su Deliang returned, she handed a jar of ink jade Lingzhu tea to Su Chuan. Su Chuan accepted it with a faint smile, but said, "Mo Wentian seems to be getting increasingly cautious. Ancestor, is there a problem?" Su Chuan shook his head. "Since Mo Wentian accepted the pills, he has also accepted my Su family's goodwill. As long as my Su family does not push too hard, the Mo family will naturally follow our lead." "Is there so much complexity involved, eh?" Seeing Su Deliang's confused expression, Su Chuan smiled and said, "You are not suited for these matters. You should focus on researching refining artifacts. I have repaired several superior magical artifacts. I believe this will greatly benefit your progress in the artifact path. I will surely achieve results within 10 years. Su Deliang had only been at the Golden Core stage for a little over 20 years. Not only had she advanced to the mid-Golden Core stage, but her proficiency in artifact crafting had also not lagged behind. Even if another 10 years pass, she would master the crafting of superior magical artifacts within 30 years. This is among the top tier in the history of the Tianju sect. There is a significant gap between superior and mid-grade magical artifacts. This is because superior magical artifacts are typically used by nascent soul cultivators and possess formidable power. Hence, inscribing the artifact patterns is far more challenging than for mid-grade artifacts. Of course I trust you, and currently my Su family does not lack in Golden Core resources. I will provide you with all the cultivation pills you need during the Golden Core period, so you won't fall too far behind in your cultivation. Thank you, Ancestor. Delying understands that for the sake of the Su family, she will focus on improving her artifact crafting skills for now, while also keeping up with her cultivation and strength as much as possible. Su Chuan nodded with a faint smile. After that, Su Delying returned to the Tianling sect, which was more suitable for artifact crafting, to provide a better cultivation environment for Su Delying. Su Chuan had a cultivation tower built there utilizing a 4th-grade inferior fire system spiritual vein as the source of spiritual energy, thus it would not fall short compared to the Su residence. The cultivation tower is naturally open to the disciples of the Tianling sect, but it requires a significant amount of contribution points. After all, a 4th-grade spiritual veins cultivation environment is hard to come by even for Golden Core cultivators. For Qi refinement and foundation establishment disciples, it is comparable to a blessed land. Whether breaking through small realm bottlenecks or large realm bottlenecks, it has effective results. Elder Yen Wujin of the Yen family even used the cultivation tower to break through the shackles he had faced for years, successfully advancing to the late Golden Core stage. Meanwhile, in Yunxi City, 4 major districts have also erected a cultivation tower. Unlike the one in Tianling sect, these 4 towers are open to everyone and charge spirit stones. The cultivation tower has 6 floors each with a different number of cultivation rooms. The concentration of spiritual energy ranges from 2nd grade inferior to 3rd grade superior, with varying spirit stone costs for each floor. Even for the first floor, it requires 10 spirit stones for 1 hour. For the first 3 floors, the cost triples with each subsequent level. The 4th floor starts at 1,000 spirit stones, the 5th at 2,000 spirit stones. The 6th floor requires 4,000 spirit stones. The source of these cultivation towers is the 3rd grade superior 5-element spiritual veins, encompassing all 5 elements, making them suitable for most cultivators' breakthroughs. If used as a daily cultivation spot, even more spirit stones would be consumed rapidly. With these few cultivation towers, the number of foundation establishment cultivators in Yunxi City will significantly increase. Even those with inferior spiritual roots would see a more than 10% increase in their chances of establishing a foundation. If they can obtain auxiliary pills, there is also hope for foundation establishment. Moreover, using the spiritual environment of a 3rd grade superior vein to break through to the Golden Core stage could also enhance the chances of forming a core. Hence, since the establishment of the cultivation towers, the Su family's efforts have been well received, achieving the effect of winning people's hearts. As for the remaining 4th grade spiritual veins in Su Chuan's hands, one is a 4th grade inferior water vein, which has naturally improved the cultivation environment for MOU. There is also a soil and a metal vein which have not been utilized yet. We still need to speed up our understanding of the way of creation. After some hesitation, Su Chuan ultimately used 5 inferior, innate spiritual materials encompassing all 5 elements to expedite the entry into the way of the 5 elements. Aside from the mystic heaven refining divine art, and Yimu Qingguang escaped, the rest of the divine abilities have been temporarily set aside. All efforts are focused on comprehending the 5 elements. Once he fully grasps the way of the 5 elements, he can truly cultivate the 5 elements creation palm and comprehend the transformations of creation. Understanding even a small part could allow him to comprehend the sky replenishing pill. Once the sky replenishing pill is successfully crafted, the Su family's disciples will experience a further elevation in their qualifications. However, in the initial stages, Su Chuan plans to select only a portion of people to take the sky replenishing pill. If everyone had heavenly spiritual roots, it would be quite terrifying. Of course, the sky replenishing pill can only be consumed once. Its grade is only related to the depth of the understanding of the way of creation. If it is inferior, it would only elevate to the level of earthly spiritual roots. If it is mid-grade, it would be top-tier earthly spiritual roots. However, if the person consuming it already possesses top-tier earthly spiritual roots, then the mid-grade sky replenishing pill should also elevate them to heavenly spiritual root levels. Understanding the way of the 5 elements of creation is not only for crafting the sky replenishing pill, the 5 elements creation palm itself is also a great divine ability. Even if one has just entered it, can become one of Su Chuan's hidden cards. This is simpler than the path of life and death he has been pondering on his own. The former involves systematic cultivation and comprehension, while the latter is like crossing a river by feeling the stones. It requires gradual personal insight. If there is a deviation, it could lead to stagnation, and eventually one might even become entrapped in other paths. This is also why inheritance is so important. Su Chuan entered seclusion to comprehend the way of the 5 elements. Su Mingqing, Su Delying, Su Mingxian, and Su Mingyuan are all fully focused on understanding the pill artifact and formation symbols. Su Mingqing and Su Mingyuan can progress in a systematic manner. However, Su Delying and Su Mingxian are both quite impatient. One wishes to quickly grasp the method of crafting superior magical artifacts, while the other aims to become a 4th grade formation master, as soon as possible, comprehending the 4th grade teleportation array. Both of these are closely related to the development of the Su family. Therefore, neither of them dares to be slack, even if their cultivation lags slightly behind. As long as they meet these requirements, they can pause their understanding of the artifact path temporarily to focus on comprehending divine abilities and enhancing their cultivation. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. The various systems of the Su family had been perfected. Yunchi City was becoming increasingly prosperous. Although it is smaller in area than Songlong City, its level of prosperity is undoubtedly the first. Not only is the Su family stationed here, but also because of the various fair systems set up by the Su family, all cultivators in Yunchi City can benefit. Additionally, the abundance of various materials, pills, and spiritual herbs is also the best in Songlong Prefecture. Magical artifacts and 3rd grade talismans can also be purchased directly in Yunchi City. The Su family holds an auction every 3 months in one of the 4 major districts, each time featuring magical artifacts or 3rd grade treasures as the main event. Such financial prowess is something only the Su family can manage. As a result, many people come to consign items for the auction each time, allowing the Su family to secretly acquire several rare materials or spiritual herbs. Ordinary materials and spiritual herb resources are no longer significant to the Su family. Only rare items can earn the Su family's special attention. Even if only one item is obtained from an auction, it is still a profit for the Su family. At this time, the trial tasks for the young disciples of the Su family have all been released. As long as they are completed, resource allocation for the next year will be maintained. If they are confident, they may apply for higher difficulty trial tasks. Some are tasked with managing a fairy ascension pavilion, increasing its spirit stone revenue by 30% in a month. Others go into the Songlong Mountains to hunt a late 2nd grade beast alone. There are also those who form demon hunting teams, ensuring no casualties after 3 hunts. Others challenge the talents of Golden Core families. There are all kinds of tasks. These tasks have all been decided upon after discussions among Su Mingyuan, Su Mingxuan, Su Daizhao, and Su Chongwei. In the Nanshan courtyard, the area of Su Mingwei's lineage. Brother, what is your trial task? Su Jingyan found Su Jingwu and said, the family assigned me to be a product presenter for the Fairy Ascension Pavilion for a month, and I cannot cause any customer complaints. If there are more than 10 complaints, the trial will be considered a failure. What kind of task is this? It feels like the head is torturing people. Su Jingwu was slightly surprised. He had heard that the clan would issue trial tasks, but did not expect them to be like this. However, after pondering, he understood the significance of this task. This task should be tailored by the clan considering everyone's circumstances. You need to refine your temperament, which is why you were assigned such a task. Indeed, many people's tasks are quite different. Su Jingyan nodded but couldn't help but complain, but it's really too torturous. She looked at Su Jingwu, her eyes crescent-shaped. Brother, what is yours? Mine is a long-term task. Within 30 years, nurture at least 50 martial artists at the Yuanwu stage for the family. A what? Su Jingyan was taken aback. After a moment, she murmured, cultivation relies on oneself. How can you achieve that? Moreover, martial artists differ from cultivators. Cultivators have foundation establishment pills and Yuji pills to aid their breakthroughs, but for a transformation stage martial artist to break into the Yuanwu stage, I have never heard of any external force to rely on. Isn't this setting someone up for failure? It might be possible only for the martial arts pioneer Jiang Wu to achieve that. Su Jingwu's mouth twitched at these words. Is your mouth blessed? No wonder this is a top-tier task. It sounds terrifying. I wonder what tasks Chong Jian and Chong Fei have. Su Jingwu has risen on his own since childhood. His character, perseverance, and talent are all exceptional. Even without a top-tier task, he could manage. However, Su Mingyuan still symbolically arranged one for nurturing martial artists for the Su family. This task is something only Su Jingwu can accomplish. In 30 years, Su Jingwu will likely reach the limits of the Yuanwu stage and can attempt to open up the 3rd realm of martial arts, the Yuandan stage. At this moment, Su Chongjian and Su Chongfei also arrived at Su Jingwu's courtyard. It looked like Su Chongjian was pulled here by Su Chongfei. Jingwu, we came to see you. Oh, Jingyan is here too, Su Chongfei said with a slight smile. You all came for the task. Su Jingwu looked at them curiously. Su Chongjian had a cold expression and said, I was dragged here by him. It's quite rare for the 3 top talents of our Su family's younger generation to gather, but if you want to know my brother's task, you must first tell yours. Su Chongfei said, there's nothing to hide. My task is to comprehend the true meanings of extreme yang and extreme cold to over 30% within 3 years. A cultivation task. It doesn't sound too difficult. Su Chongfei rolled his eyes and raised his voice. Not difficult. Currently among all foundation establishment cultivators in our Su family, Those who have comprehended over 30% of the true meanings can be counted on one hand. Many can't even cross the threshold of entry. Then what's so difficult about these true meanings? Divine abilities at the Golden Core stage are considered as foundation establishment geniuses. In our Su family, no one has achieved this for hundreds of years in Songlong Prefecture. Many are stuck at 7, 8, or 9% of the entry-level true meanings. It's hopeless to achieve divine abilities at the Golden Core stage. Moreover, over 90% of foundation establishment cultivators only begin to comprehend after achieving foundation establishment completion, including the ancestor and other elders. However, I stepped into the threshold of divine abilities in the early foundation establishment stage and embarked on the path of comprehending divine abilities, Su Chongfei said, feeling rather proud. Su Jingwu speculated that if Su Chongfei comprehended both true meanings to over 30% during the last family competition, he would not have been his match. What about you? Su Jingyan looked at Su Chongjian. Su Chongjian replied calmly, asked, Jian,